Maelstrom Complete Series, an alpha male romance audiobook by Michelle Love. Since yesterday.
If she hadn't been thinking about the letter, Sarah Bailey wouldn't have started so violently when Molly shouted her name across the busy coffee house. Sarah felt her balance slip away from her. She landed hard on her backside and laughed, embarrassed. She felt hands slide under her arms and lift her to her feet. She turned to face her savior and her stomach flipped. Her rescuer was tall and broad, his dark hair cropped close to his head. He was dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt, but she could tell that they were artfully distressed to look vintage, expensive and exclusive. Sarah couldn't help but stare into his dark green eyes, which were crinkled at the corners in a crooked smile, which softened his perfectly sculpted face. His smile widened as he took her in, and as she wobbled, his big hands moved to her shoulders to steady her. He was so tall, she had to tilt her head right back to gaze at him, and suddenly she felt vulnerable in his presence. "You okay, sweetheart?" Oh gosh, his voice. Chocolate and sex. Damn. His hands on her felt so good. Get a grip, Sarah shook herself and smiled at him. Thank you. His smile widened. It was absolutely my pleasure, beautiful. Sarah flushed at the compliment and stammered through another thanks before scooping her bag up from the floor. Molly met her at the counter. Sorry, honey. Molly grinned, her green eyes amused. Sarah hugged her friend. Not your fault. Just me being clumsy. How are you? Sarah held up her left hand and Molly's eyes widened. You've taken your wedding ring off. I decided that today is the day I move on. Dan is either dead or he left me. Either way, I know he's not coming back. Sarah took a deep breath and smiled. New day, new life. He's been gone 2 years on Saturday. It's time is all. Molly hugged her. I'm glad. She went to serve a customer, and Sarah went into the back room. She pulled the envelope out of her bag. Sarah Bailey. It was the same handwriting as the others, and she guessed that it would contain the same repulsive, spite-filled messages as the last few. Her stomach clenched with fear, her skin breaking out in a sweat under her clothes. She wanted to share the letter with Molly, to ask her best friend's advice. She closed her eyes and swallowed down, thinking of the vile threats and words of the last letters. This one would be no different. Her entire body started to tremble. No? Not now, please. She shoved the letter into the pocket of her jeans and went to work. At 28, Sarah Bailey had known most people on the island since she was a child, and living in the now-closed children's home down on Dogwood Street. When the Jewell family had moved next door, the 2 kids, Molly and Finn, had claimed Sarah as their own. They were drawn to the shy young part Asian girl, her dark hair tumbling to the middle of her back, the almond eyes so dark and big, fringed with thick lashes. Her beauty was offset by her tomboyish nature, never out of her flared blue jeans and beloved sneakers, her knees and elbows forever grazed from running and climbing. It was a childhood spent climbing trees, swimming, camping out in the county park. Unable to stay away from the island, after college and newly married to Daniel Bailey, Sarah had rebuilt the derelict movie house into the varsity coffee house, mostly with just an instruction manual and the help of Dan, Molly, and Finn. The locals watched in admiration, their local girl done good, and when the coffee house finally opened, it became the heart of Main Street. Grizzled fishermen would sit at the counter and order throat-strippingly strong coffee, next to the tourists who enjoyed their tea from the most delicate of china cups. When Dan had disappeared, so shocking, so unexpected, they had rallied around her, not letting her fall apart, not letting her feel the desperate guilt that consumed her when she was alone. She thought about moving away, but this place, this little haven of an island an hour away from Seattle, was the only place she'd ever felt like she belonged. The day was sultry, with humidity. From the coffee shop window, ferries could be seen pulling into the small dock. The varsity was full, humming with the music of conversation, crockery, and Sarah didn't have a chance to tell Molly about the letter. Late afternoon and the rush eased. Sarah opened the till to change some notes. Molly was at the counter flirting with one of their customers. Sarah pulled out the cash tin. She heard a low, soft voice across the restaurant, and her stomach flipped. She glanced up. Her savior from earlier was chatting with some of the regulars, leaning back in his chair, relaxed, his long denim-clad legs stretched out in front of him. George makes an incredible chocolate mud pie that I practically drool over. Huh? Sarah looked at Molly in confusion, and her friend grinned. I'm just saying. She nodded at the guy who was now walking towards them. That's how you were looking at that demigod just then. The demigod came to the counter. Sarah flushed and scowled at Molly. I was not, and shut up. Go wash a cup or something, she hissed at Molly, then turned her burning face to greet him. Hey. Hey yourself, beautiful. She flushed again. Gosh, she was divine. Isaac Quinn studied the scarlet blush that colored her cheeks, the dark, lovely eyes. He'd seen her name tag earlier. Sarah? It suited her, soft, feminine. What can I get you? Her voice was gruff, and the sound of it made his groin tighten. Now let me see. He picked up a menu and studied it. Slowly, deliberately, he moved his hand so it was next to hers, almost touching. He could feel the heat of her skin, smell her perfume, fresh air, and clean laundry. Okay, you ready? I'm ready. She waved her notepad and smiled. You sure? Sure. Isaac grinned, fine purveyor of all things drinkable. I would very much like to partake of a fine cocktail called a tea garden. Sarah laughed, and he saw her eyes start to dance, enjoying the joke. Okay, your wish is my command, what is it? Okay. It's 1/3 vodka, 1/3 apricot brandy, 1/6. Sarah started giggling. Isaac mock scowled at her. I'm not done. 1/6 vermouth and wait for it, 1/6 tiffin. Tiffin? Tiffin. Sarah wrote this down. Just one question. What the hell is a tiffin? How should I know? I was kinda hoping you'd tell me. Sarah raised her eyebrows at him, eyes wide and amused. Well, you've got me there. I hate to disappoint. He grinned at her. Well, you'll just have to make it up to me, somehow. The blush was back, the air between them electric. She cleared her throat and swept a shaking hand through her hair. Okay, so this cocktail, coffee black, yes? He sighed and shrugged good-naturedly. You already know me so well. I'm Isaac. She shook his outstretched hand. Sarah? Sarah Bailey. He held onto her hand. Well, Sarah Bailey, he grinned at her. I'm delighted to meet you. Sarah looked up from her paperwork, just after 7 o'clock. The coffee shop was almost emptied, a couple of teenagers hanging out, laughing, glued to their phones. The man who had helped her up earlier was standing near the bookshelves at the back of the room, looking through the racks of battered paperbacks. He glanced up and smiled at her, and it was so infectious that Sarah couldn't help but return the grin. Can you recommend anything? He called out, and she went over. His voice was deep and mellifluous. He was so tall. He dwarfed her 5'5". What kind of thing are you looking for? Her question was innocent, but when she looked up at him, he merely smiled, and his eyes locked onto hers in a way that made the blood in her veins become scorching hot. He reached out a finger and lightly brushed her cheek, just briefly before turning back to the shelf. Sarah's skin burned where he'd touched her. Something new, he murmured, then smiled. I'm new to the island, actually, thinking of buying a house on the northern point. Really? I live there too, just the other side of the boys' school. Almost imperceptibly, he moved closer. Her breath caught in her throat as she gazed up at him. Touch me. Her senses were hyperactive, every nerve ending on fire in the presence of this man. He smiled down at her. Sarah was suddenly aware that the coffee house had emptied out, and they were alone. Then we'll be neighbors, Sarah Bailey, he said softly. His hand moved to cup her cheek, his big thumb stroking across her skin. Are you free for dinner tonight, Sarah Bailey? The way he said her name made her weak, and she nodded. Come to my place. I'll cook. She didn't know why she had said that. All she knew was that she wanted to be alone with this man. Alone, naked, helpless with desire, all she was feeling she could see reflected in his eyes. He grinned, confident. "Write down your address for me, or I could give you a ride home." She had driven into work this morning, but to hell with it. "I finish in an hour." Had she lost her mind? It certainly felt like it. Her thoughts were scattered, her heartbeat unsteady, her entire body attuned to him. If they left together now, she knew exactly where it would lead, somewhere she had wanted to go for far longer than she was ready to admit. His fingers brushed just beneath the hem of her t-shirt, tracing the warm skin of her stomach. The touch was gentle, but it ignited something fierce inside her. She closed her eyes as his lips grazed her temple, a breath of a kiss that made her knees weaken. Then, Molly's voice called from the kitchen, loud and unexpected, breaking the moment like a bubble bursting. Sarah stepped back a little, though every part of her still reached for him. "Focus," she told herself, though her pulse had yet to slow. An hour then. Their eyes held, and the look he gave her was enough to melt every ounce of restraint she had left. "An hour," he murmured, his voice low and warm. "An hour, and I'm going to hold you close. No rushing. No pretending we don't feel this." Her breath trembled. The promise in his tone, soft but certain, washed over her like a wave. She felt her own voice barely form. "I don't want you to lose control because of me." His hand lifted, brushing her cheek, thumb lingering just long enough to make her shiver. "Oh, Sarah? I already have." His forehead touched hers, their breaths mingling. "If I kiss you now, I won't want to stop." She swallowed, nodded, and forced her feet to carry her a step back. 1 hour. 1 hour, he repeated, unwilling to look away. "I'll come get you." When Molly poked her head out, Sarah stood alone, still staring at the door he had walked through, her expression dazed. "Hey, you okay?" Molly asked, brow raised. Sarah turned toward her. She must have looked ridiculous, flushed, bright-eyed, and barely holding in a smile. "Yeah," she breathed out. "More than okay." Molly glanced toward the window, just in time to see him leaving. Her grin grew slowly. "Oh," she said, drawing out the word. "Someone has a very promising evening ahead." Sarah laughed, pressing a hand to her chest to try to steady her heartbeat. "You have no idea." Isaac came back for her 40 minutes later. "I'm sorry I'm early, I couldn't wait." "Molly?" Sarah immediately hollered for her friend. "I'm taking off early, you okay?" She and Isaac grinned at each other, then the way his eyes swept over her body made her feel naked, desirable, and wanted. Molly stuck her head out of the kitchen door. "Of course." She saw Isaac and her smile widened. "Definitely. Go, go." They were still laughing as they walked to his car, Isaac holding the door open for her. She directed him towards the road to her house, and as he drove, he reached over and took her hand. She laughed softly. "I kind of feel like I'm dreaming," she confessed, and Isaac smiled at her. "I know what you mean, but this is happening, Sarah." His hand slid under her dress and brushed against her inner thigh, making her gasp. Then he began to caress her, feeling her warm dampness against his fingers as she became aroused. "I don't do this, gosh. I mean, this is not something that happens to me." "Geez, Isaac, that feels so good." Isaac gave a low chuckle. "You have no idea the things I'm going to do to you tonight, beautiful." She rolled her hips, grinding against his hand. "Get home quicker," she laughed breathlessly. She barely had time to open the door before he pulled her into his arms. Their mouths met in a kiss that felt like fire, months of unspoken longing rushing to the surface. Her hands wound into his shirt, his fingers threading into her hair as they stumbled together into the dim light of the entryway. "I've wanted this," he whispered against her lips, the words unsteady, almost reverent. She didn't need to speak. Her body answered for her, drawing him closer, holding him as though she feared he might disappear. The world narrowed to his touch, his warmth, the sound of his breath mixing with hers. He lifted her, gently but with a certainty that made her heart race, and they sank to the soft rug beneath them. His forehead rested against hers, his voice low and rough with emotion. "Look at me." She did, she couldn't look anywhere else. His green eyes were intense, focused entirely on her, as though she were the only thing in the world that mattered. "Sarah," he breathed, her name spoken like a promise. The moment that followed was a blur of warmth and whispered breaths, of hands brushing skin and hearts beating too fast. The world softened and blurred, every sensation tender and overwhelming all at once. When the rush finally gave way to stillness, they lay curled together on the floor, chests rising and falling in shared rhythm. A quiet laugh escaped both of them at the same time, half disbelieving, half overjoyed. He brushed a stray curl from her cheek, his touch feather-light, his smile warm and affectionate. He leaned in and kissed her softly, nothing hurried now, just full of meaning. "Well," he murmured with a grin, "that's one unforgettable welcome to the neighborhood." Sarah let out a breathless laugh. "That was something." He gazed down at her, eyes soft. "And if you'll let me, we're just getting started." His voice lowered, gentle but sure. "Show me where you dream, Sarah." Her heart fluttered. My Sarah, she remembered, how he had said it and how it had made her feel. Hand in hand they rose, leaving clothes where they fell, and she led him upstairs, towards something that felt like the start of everything. He saw the car pull up. Saw the stranger step out first, his hand closing around Sarah's as if it belonged there. They disappeared inside together, and before the door shut, Isaac caught a glimpse of them, too close, too familiar. A sharp, hollow ache hit him. 2 years. 2 years of watching over her, caring in ways she never knew. And now she was with someone else, just like that. His pulse thundered. Not anger, hurt. A deep, stunned kind of hurt that made it hard to breathe. He wanted to run to the door, to demand an explanation, to ask how she could give her heart so easily when he had guarded his so carefully. But he didn't move. He stayed where he was, jaw tight, breath trembling, forcing himself to stand still. Because if he acted now, when the pain was this raw, he knew he would only lose her completely. So he let the door close. And he walked away. Not because he didn't care, but because he cared too much. Sarah woke up early, feeling a happiness she hadn't felt in a long time. Beside her, Isaac slept on his stomach, his face soft with sleep, his arm flung across her stomach. They had made love long into the night, finally falling asleep as the sun began to climb into the Washington sky. She turned onto her side, propped her head up on her arm and studied him. There was something familiar about him, something she couldn't define. His arm, so massive, felt good curved around her. She bent her head and kissed him softly, the stubble rough against her lips. Isaac murmured and smiled in his sleep. Sarah slipped carefully from the bed and tugged her jeans and t-shirt on. Going down to the kitchen, she put the coffee pot on and opened the back door. The day was already warm, and she sat down on the porch steps to think. Her head was spinning from the last 24 hours, and the man asleep in her bed. He was undeniably handsome, but more than that, she'd learned he was thoughtful, funny, and surprisingly gentle. And last night had been something she had never experienced before. The intensity of it, the closeness of it, it had left her breathless. Even now her body still felt the memory of him, warm and aching in a way that made her blush just thinking about it. She didn't know him well, not really. She had simply followed her instincts. I guess I really did move on, she thought, a small, disbelieving smile forming. It was strange. For 2 years, she had tried to understand what had happened to Dan. Their marriage had always been uneven, but near the end, it had felt like he was drifting somewhere she couldn't reach. She'd begun to suspect there was something he wasn't telling her, maybe someone else. She had been planning to finally confront him. But when she came home that day, he was gone. She searched around their property, calling his name, calling for Wilson too. Their dog would have come running, but he didn't. Eventually, she made her way to the old lighthouse near the cliff. And there she found them, Dan's keys, his phone, his wallet, and his shoes, placed in a neat row at the edge of the rock. Wilson was tied nearby, whining softly when he saw her. That's when she'd panicked. Sarah pushed the memory away. No way. Nothing was going to spoil her mood today. Whatever happened now between her and Isaac, last night had been the most sensual in her life. Nothing would change that, even if it turned out to be a one-night stand. Sarah pushed away the quick rush of pain that idea brought her. She shifted, and felt a rustle in the pocket of her jeans, and pulled out the letter she'd received the day before. The latest letter, she thought. Isaac's presence had made her feel weirdly safer, and she steeled herself and ripped it open. "I'm always watching, I see you, Sarah, don't let me down." She screwed it up, and threw it aside. It was the third strange note she'd received, but she figured it was some jerk trying to freak her out. She thought she might have an idea who it was, too, the ever-charming Caroline. Hateful woman. Eager to expunge the bad taste the letter had left, she scrambled to her feet, went inside to make the coffee. Taking them upstairs, she saw Isaac sitting up in bed, stretching. He grinned when he saw her. "Good morning, beautiful." She put the cups down on the nightstand, leaned over to kiss him. "Good morning yourself, handsome." He slid his hands into her hair as he kissed her. "Gosh, you taste so good." She chuckled, her lips against his mouth. "Even with morning breath?" "Especially that. I do have one complaint. You have too many clothes on." Sarah grinned and stood, slowly peeling off her t-shirt and letting her jeans slide down. Isaac's eyes lingered on her, warm and appreciative, and she felt a thrill at the way he looked at her. She sat next to him, leaning close, pressing a soft kiss to his chest. Isaac's hand brushed her back, tracing gentle lines that made her shiver. She stood, moving toward the bathroom, glancing back over her shoulder. "Want to join me?" she asked with a playful smile. Isaac's grin was slow and confident. "You know I do." The two of them stepped under the cool spray of the shower, laughing as the water ran over them. She pressed close, their foreheads touching, sharing quiet, heated smiles. Hands lingered on shoulders and arms, soft kisses and whispered words made the tension between them almost unbearable. "I could stay like this forever," Isaac murmured, his voice low, warm. Sarah laughed, breathless, leaning into him. "Me too." They held each other, letting the water cascade around them, caught in the closeness and the unspoken electricity that seemed to spark every time they were together. Afterward they dressed and Sarah cooked them breakfast, scrambled eggs and maple bacon, fresh fruit and juice. They ate on her porch, looking down to the small cove at the end of her garden. "It's beautiful here," Isaac said thoughtfully, munching on a strip of crispy bacon. "The island, the sound, the coffee house owners." He grinned at her as she rolled her eyes and smiled. "What made you decide to move here?" Isaac sipped his coffee. "I wanted somewhere out of the city. I love Seattle, but sometimes it can get claustrophobic." Sarah ate a forkful of eggs. "What do you do?" For a second, his eyes were amused. "I own a tech company." "Cool." Then she stopped. "Wait. Yep. You're Isaac Quinn." "Yep." She grinned sheepishly. "Sorry, you must think I'm a dumbass. It's just I'm not very technological-minded. I can work my iPad, but that's about it." Isaac smiled. "No problem. At least you won't bother me about your lost passwords, although you can totally bother me about your lost passwords." Sarah laughed. "Now that you mention it." Isaac reached over to touch her face, running the back of his finger down her cheek. "Sarah?" "Yes?" "Would you spend the day with me?" Sarah walked through the storeroom into the kitchen, into the wave of noise sweeping in from the open door to the shop. Sarah drew in a great lungful of air and blew it out slowly, feeling the happiness in her flood through her body. Going out into the coffee house, she grinned at Molly in greeting, trying to hide her joy. Molly wasn't fooled for a second. "What's up? You look weird." Always the silver tongue. Sarah smiled despite herself. "Weird is right. There's a new man in my life." Molly's eyes lit up. "My brother finally did the decent thing and left the witch?" Sarah rolled her eyes. "Will you ever stop trying to fix me and Finn up?" "Not ever," Molly smiled, a wicked grin. "Oh, I know." Sarah waited. "Is it that guy? The computer dude?" Sarah gaped at her. "Am I the only one who didn't recognize him?" Molly sighed dramatically. "And you such a geek as well. Shame on you." So? It was Sarah's turn to grin. Oh, look, customers. Sarah went to serve the new customers, as Molly grinned to herself. Sarah looked out of the window. She saw Finn dressed in his cop's uniform, walking out of his front door with Caroline at his heels. Caroline was smiling. More like a rictus, Sarah thought. She saw Molly looking at them too. She grimaced. Ignore her, she's a hideous troll. What does he see in her? Sarah slammed the register with a little too much force. A stand of muffins fell off the counter. She went round to pick them up. Molly leaned over to watch her. Well, what did you get up to with Mr. Robot then? Sarah stood, hands full of ruined cakes, and dumped them in the trash. Despite herself, she was enjoying tormenting the ever-curious Molly. I'm connected. Molly's mouth was hanging open. You slept with him? Sarah leaned on the counter. A lot. A lot. She grinned at her friend's astonished face, and knew what she was thinking. Sarah didn't have affairs or flings or whatever. Not until now. Molly started to smile. Well, hallelujah. Was it good? Yup. Wow. Sarah nodded. Moles, honestly, I never knew. Well, let's just say it was never like this with Dan. That's not to say it was bad, she added hurriedly. Just with Isaac, well? Molly came around the counter and hugged her. I'm so pleased. I'm so delighted for you, Sars. You deserve to be happy. Thank you. Did you tell him about Dan? Sarah felt her chest hurt. Not yet. I don't know where this is going yet, and I'm not ready to see that look in his eyes, the one I always get when I tell someone Dan disappeared. Molly rubbed her friend's arm in sympathy. I understand, honey. Sarah was quiet. Molly gave her a minute and went to clear some tables. Sarah looked out of the window, over to Finn's house. Now Caroline was yelling at a departing Finn, and his face was set in a grim line as he walked into the coffee house. Hey. Sarah rolled her eyes at him sympathetically. Hey dude. Hey girl. He said, his eyes softening. Molly might want Finn and Sarah to be together, but both of them knew that was never on the cards. They were too close friends now to ever cross that line. Yo bro. Molly slapped. What did the dragon yell at you today for? Finn shrugged. Who cares? Why the hell are you still with her? Molly asked the question Sarah was thinking. Who knows? My shift doesn't start for an hour, but I just had to get out of there. Sarah tugged one of his blonde curls. Stay and chill out with us, dude. We'll feed you all the basic food groups, sugar, coffee, butter. Finn grinned at his friend. You make it sound so good and so dirty at the same time. Molly cleared her throat and nodded at her boss. Talking of which, Sarah's had an interesting 24 hours. Sarah blushed and Finn raised his eyebrows at her. Sarah half smiled, feeling strange at telling her old friend about the new man in her life. I'm seeing someone. Sort of. She means she got laid. Properly laid. Molly's grin was wide and wicked. Finn choked on his coffee, as Sarah laughed in shock at Molly's pronouncement. A half hour later, and with the coffee shop empty, the three of them sat at one of the tables. The heat outside had become oppressive and stormy. Well? Finn pulled his tie down. Yeah. Finn took a slug of coffee. I think I should meet him. You know, for security. Make sure he's not a con artist. Molly grinned into her coffee. Sarah raised her eyebrows at him. And how will you ascertain that, Columbo? I shall say, are you a con artist? From his answer I shall make a judgment call. You mean if he says yes, then? Exactly. Finn tried not to grin. Sarah started laughing. Our tax dollars hard at work. She got up, squeezing his shoulder. Thank you though, you're sweet to think of it. She moved away to the kitchen. She called back over her shoulder. Anyway, you'll meet him tonight if you're still here about 8. He's picking me, we're going to George's. He nodded and stood up. I'll try and come back and meet, what's his name again? Isaac. Isaac Quinn. Got it. Sarah smiled at him. Later then. You bet. That woman is very unpleasant. Isaac turned back from staring at Caroline. Sarah looked over at Finn. He looked so unhappy that she ached for him. She felt Isaac watching her and turned back to him with a smile. Sorry. They were seated at dinner across the restaurant from Finn and his wife. George's restaurant was full to capacity, and the room was buzzing with conversation. Above it all was Caroline's nasal screech, arguing with the morose Finn. Caroline shot daggers over at Sarah, who responded with the cheesiest of grins, making Isaac chuckle. Not friends then? He asked after a particularly poisonous glare. Sarah grinned. Nope. Caroline suddenly stood up, scraping her chair against the stone floor. Go to hell, Finn. She stormed out. Finn buried his head in his hands. Sarah's hands tightened on her napkin. Isaac was watching the redhead cross the street and slam into her house. Sarah sighed. You're right, Isaac. She is unpleasant. And Finn is one of my best friends, he deserves better. Isaac covered her hand with his. Let's change the subject. You look breathtaking. Sarah grinned, embarrassed. It's the dress, not me. How are you settling into the hotel? Very well. I travel pretty light, so I didn't have to bring much. A nomad? Yes. Something like that. She cleared her throat softly. You know, you don't have to stay at the hotel. Isaac smiled. Is it wrong that I've been sitting here wishing you might say something like that? He leaned over to kiss her, his lips brushing along hers in a way that made her head swim. Trying to calm herself, she studied the menu. I can never decide what to have in here. He laughed. Surely you must have worked your way through the entire menu by now. For our next date, I'll take you to the city and take you to my apartment. She smiled. Our next date? And the many, many more to follow. Well, howdy do. George sang his greeting, and Sarah giggled at Isaac's surprised face. She stood and embraced the newcomer. Hello, George. Isaac, this is George, my pops for intents and purposes. George, this is Isaac Quinn. How are you, Isaac? George offered Isaac his hand. How are you liking our little island? Hoping to see a little more of it, if Sarah will be kind enough to show me around. She smiled and nodded. George, won't you join us? She looked over to Isaac, who nodded enthusiastically. No, sweet girl, I just came to say hello. Great to meet you, Isaac. I'm sure we'll see you again soon. George patted her shoulder and moved away. Isaac smiled at Sarah. Your father? Sarah nodded. Sort of. Very long story, and one for another time. He's the only family I have except for Moles and Finn. They're my adopted siblings. Isaac looked over at Finn, who was still sitting at the bar. You know, we could ask Finn to join us. He looks like he could do with a friend. Sarah was touched. That's sweet of you, but I know Finn, he'd just be embarrassed. As if on cue, Finn slid from the bar stool and moved to the door, disappearing into the night without glancing back to see them. Isaac turned back to Sarah. Can I ask? Why did you and Finn never, I'm presuming here, of course, but growing up together, it never crossed your mind that it could be more? Sarah shook her head. No, really it didn't. I mean, I love Finn, of course, but a relationship? It would feel weird. Isaac smiled. So, I don't have to be worried about the competition then? His tone was light, but there was something beneath that she couldn't fathom. Definitely not. Good. She smiled. Are you ready to go? I told Molly we'd stop by the coffee house. Hey dudes. Sarah, followed by Isaac, patted Finn on the back as they made their way into the coffee house. She walked behind the counter and grabbed the coffee pot. She filled 3 mugs and passed one to each of them. She grabbed a soda from the cooler for herself. Isaac sat down at the counter. Finn Jewel, meet Isaac Quinn. Finn eyed him, offered his hand, and without hesitation, Isaac shook it. "Hey Chief, good to meet you." "Likewise." Sarah beamed. "Be right back." She gave them both a smile and disappeared. Molly went to clear the tables and close the door. Isaac grinned at Finn. "Sarah tells me you're like her big brother. You going to give me the speech?" Finn laughed. "Let's just say it's implied and leave it at that. You've made her light up, that's for sure, and that's good enough for me." Isaac beamed. "She rocks my world even after this short a time." "It's worth it," Finn grinned at his sister, who had come back to the counter. "I haven't seen her like this since way before Dan disappeared." Molly stopped and threw a murderous glare at her brother. Isaac didn't notice. "Dan?" Sarah chose that moment to return to the main room. She stopped when she saw their faces, Molly and Finn embarrassed, Isaac confused. She smiled at them. "What happened? Were you two being socially awkward again?" "They're twins, you know," she added as a joking aside to Isaac. He smiled and took a deep breath in. "I think they're worried because they just mentioned someone called Dan. Is it a secret or do I get to know who that is?" Finn ducked as Caroline threw the glass at him. What he'd done to deserve this, he didn't know. He'd walked in the door and she'd flipped out on him. "Whoa." He reached over and grabbed her arm before she could pick up another weapon. "What are you doing?" Caroline ripped her arm free. "You're a jerk, Finn. I saw you earlier. In that damn coffee house. With her?" Finn's shoulders slumped. "This again. Also with my sister, but I suppose it's more convenient for your little story if it was just me and Sarah." "Don't say her name." Caroline spat at him. Sarah Bailey. It's all I ever hear about." She sat down in the armchair and lit a cigarette. She leaned her head back on the chair, looking at him. "Are you sleeping with her? Just tell me." Finn sighed. "This again. How many times we're just friends, we have always been just friends. I'm married to you. But you love her. What do you want me to say, Caroline?" She laughed. "You can't even deny it, can you? Do we have to do this every week? It's like I could schedule into my diary. The same fight, the same questions, and you'll never get a different answer to the one I always give you. Sarah is my sister." He looked over to where the glass had shattered. The glass was new, that was nice, made it kind of special. Finn knew he was goading her now, but he didn't care. "If you're so convinced I'm in love with Sarah," Caroline hissed, and he grinned, "why don't you leave me?" Caroline smirked. "Why don't you leave me?" Finn turned to her, defeat in his eyes. "Go to bed, Caroline. You've made your point." She smiled and stubbed her cigarette out and got up. "Are you coming?" "No." Finn stepped away from her. She gave a short laugh and walked off. "Suit yourself." He heard the bedroom door shut and sighed. He picked up the glass on the floor, tempted to step on it with his bare feet so he could feel something else than the utter hopelessness he felt this night. Why the hell had he married Caroline? Because she'd faked a pregnancy, dumbass. He slumped into the armchair and closed his eyes. This nightmare was of his own making, and he had no idea how to leave it. They'd gone back to her house, and were sitting together on the porch. Sarah couldn't believe how much had happened in just a few short days. She'd spent a magical weekend with Isaac, wrapped up in each other, close in ways that made her heart race. But now the real world was calling. It was time to be honest. He needed to know about her, about everything she'd been holding back. She snagged 2 beers from the fridge, and they settled in the comfortable chairs out back, watching Wilson playing with his ball in the yard. The Labrador and Isaac were already fast friends. Isaac hadn't pressed her after the incident at the coffee house, when she'd asked him to wait until they were alone to explain. She loved him for that. Now she turned to him. She was constantly amazed that every time she looked at him, she saw something new and glorious about his handsome face. Even after such a short time, she felt he belonged in her life and she in his. "Dan was my husband. He went missing 2 years ago. It was a Friday, a normal workday. I was at the coffee house, Dan was at his work. Nothing was wrong, we hadn't argued, and he showed no signs of depression. All that had happened was that 2 days before, I asked him calmly if he was having an affair. He denied it, and I let it go. I got a call from the school saying he hadn't shown up for work. I went home, and he was gone. Just gone. He'd taken the dog, so I thought he'd just gone for a walk, but it was odd that he hadn't called anyone. I never saw him again. I found Wilson tied up near an abandoned lighthouse at the edge of our property, Dan's wallet, phone and keys lined up neatly along the cliff. He jumped? Sarah shrugged. More like, I think he wanted to give the impression he had. Isaac studied her. You sound angry more than sad. Sarah hesitated. I was upset for a while, but the more I thought about it, Dan wasn't the type to kill himself. I think he wanted out and couldn't face telling me. You are pissed. She nodded. We were happy when we first got married, but things changed. He changed. Became? I don't know. It wasn't as if we argued or he was abusive, just controlling. He got upset easily. She sighed. I don't know, he might be dead for all I know. She studied Isaac's expression, but he looked interested with no trace of the sympathy she dreaded. That's rough. She nodded. Anyways, I divorced him in absentia. They couldn't find a body, and we hired detectives to find him. Nothing. I'd gone from upset to pissed to, and I'm ashamed to admit this, relief. What did he teach? She was startled. Music. He taught music. When he was young, he used to win prizes all the time for piano. Isaac looked behind him. Do you have a piano here? She nodded. In the drawing room. Do you play? She nodded. But not since. I understand. A somber mood had fallen, and Sarah felt uncomfortable. I would have told you, I promise. I just thought it might be too soon, and I didn't want to presume, and I didn't want to burst the bubble I've been in since we met. Isaac reached out and pulled her onto his lap. I get it. This is all new. But Sarah, listen. I'm in this. I want us. I've never felt this connection with anyone before. If you'll let me, I want to give you everything he never could. You deserve all the love in the world. Her eyes filled at his words and she pressed her lips to his. I'm in this too, she whispered against his mouth, and felt his mouth curve up in a smile. Good. He stood, lifting her with him, and carried her into the house. Guess what we're going to do now? Upstairs, he guided her gently onto the bed. His hands lingered at her shoulders as he brushed her hair away, pressing a soft kiss to her cheek. Sarah felt her pulse quicken under his touch. He leaned closer, their foreheads touching, sharing quiet laughter and lingering smiles. Every brush of his fingers along her arm or hand made her shiver with warmth. I love being with you, beautiful Sarah, he murmured, voice low and tender. She tilted her face up to his, letting their lips meet in a long, lingering kiss. Her fingers threaded into his dark curls, holding him close. They stayed like that for a while, simply wrapped around each other, the world outside the room fading to nothing. Her eyes glimmered with tears of joy. I never knew it could feel like this. I never knew I could be this happy. Isaac brushed a thumb across her cheek. I know. Me too. I'm falling for you, Sarah Bailey, so completely. They held each other, hearts beating fast, smiles touching their lips, basking in the quiet intensity of being together. The connection was electric, and though nothing else happened, the room was filled with longing, trust, and the warmth of two hearts discovering each other. Hey geek. Sarah, mired in accounts and bored out of her mind, looked up and saw Finn coming into the coffee house, obviously ducking out of work to come see her, and she was grateful for the interruption. She shoved her glasses up her nose and studied him. His police uniform was crumpled, as if he'd been sleeping in it. Hey weirdo. She automatically poured a large Americano for him, sliding across the counter. He grinned his thanks and took a huge slug. How's the boyfriend? Gotta say, I like him. Sarah beamed at him. I'm glad. A definite upgrade. Sarah peered over the top of her glasses at him and tried to look disapproving. Finn? Finn shrugged unrepentantly. Truth, sorry. He's treating you well, yes? She nodded, feeling uncomfortable. Since Dan's disappearance, Finn had often alluded to the fact he'd never really liked her husband and had never thought him worthy of her. Something came back to her, Isaac asking why and Finn had never hooked up. She pushed the thought away. That wasn't why Finn had disliked Dan, was it? She found that she couldn't look him in the eye then. Yes, he is. Actually, we're going to his place in the city for a few nights. Nice. Yep. Hey, you know how much this guy's worth? She frowned at him. None of my business, or yours either, Finn Jewel. He grinned. Hey, the info's right there on the internet. Besides, as a cop and your friend, I had to check him out. Don't worry. He added hurriedly as she opened her mouth to complain, squeaky clean. Guy's worth $700 billion though. Finn? I don't want to know that. Sarah clamped her hands over her ears. She really didn't need to know that. It was bad enough that she couldn't hope to be on equal financial terms with Isaac, let alone knowing exactly what the difference was. Finn chuckled. Relax, I'm kidding. More like half of that. Sarah reached over and picked up a muffin, lobbing it at her friend. Shut up. Finn caught the cake and took a big bite of it. Thanks. Seriously though, Bubba, I am happy for you. She hugged him. If only you could be as happy. Finn rolled his eyes. That is entirely of my making, Bubs. And mine to sort out. Sarah chewed on her lip, wondering whether to tell him about the letters. Caroline was the only one who hated her enough to send them. The only person she knew was spiteful enough. She and Caroline had loathed each other since childhood. Caroline had been a bully even then, and when the headstrong Sarah had failed to bow down to her playground majesty, Caroline had made her a target. But she didn't want to give Finn more stress. She smiled at him. One day, I know you'll be happy. I just know it. Finn finished his coffee and gave her a high five. From your lips to God's ears, sweetheart. Better go, poorly performed policing to be done. Sarah watched Finn cross the street to the police station. Caroline was walking towards him, still haranguing him, but he ignored her. Caroline stopped in the middle of the street and looked over to the coffee house. She scowled as she caught Sarah's eye. Tramp, she mouthed. Sarah, wearing a wide grin, cheerfully gave her the middle finger, laughing as Caroline flounced back to her house. Isaac looked up as his brother and business partner Saul knocked at his office door. Saul, at 42, was Isaac's elder by 3 years, but stood half a foot smaller than Isaac, 6'5". Since their parents had died, Isaac and Saul had built the business up into a global endeavor thanks to Isaac's genius and Saul's solid and shark-like business nous. Along the way, Saul had managed to find himself a wife, and now he was the father of 2 children. His wife, Micah, was a professor of chemistry at the local university, and Saul had been taking a back seat in the Quinn business for the last few years. He'd been delighted when Isaac told him about Sarah. Damn, at last. I was beginning to think we'd have to refurbish our basement for you in your old age. Isaac grinned. Very funny. Listen, she's coming to stay with me in the city for a week. Think you and Micah could be free for dinner? Sure thing. Let me know when. After his brother had gone, Isaac attempted to answer a few overdue emails, but in truth his mind was across the water on the island, wrapped around the image of the beautiful brunette whose bed he'd left this morning. He could call her, then changed his mind. You're supposed to play it cool, man. But he couldn't be bothered with childish games. At 39, he'd thought himself a bachelor for life, and he'd been okay with that. The day he'd walked into that coffee house had changed all of that. Isaac got up and walked to the window that looked out over the city and Elliott Bay. He couldn't get the story Sarah had told him about her absent ex-husband out of his head. Why the hell would anyone want to get away from her? He agreed with Sarah. Even though he hadn't known Dan, there was something hinky about the way Dan Bailey had gone missing. Why take the dog with him, unless he wanted someone to find him and his carefully laid out possessions? It was all too staged. Be honest, he told himself. You want to be sure he won't come back for her. He admired Sarah for divorcing Dan, for not being a victim. There was more she hadn't told him yet, he was sure, but that was up to her. He wouldn't push it. Wouldn't hurt to check out Daniel Bailey though, would it? Isaac reached for his phone and made a call. Jake? Yeah, it's Isaac. Listen, can you do a background check on someone for me? Molly took over for Sarah in the afternoon, and Sarah went home, eager to do her laundry and get packing for her week in the city. She could barely wait to see Isaac. He was coming to pick her up over her protestations that she could drive herself. I'm trying to show off, he told her with a grin. I have my own chopper. Sarah had giggled at him. A big one? A huge one just for you. That had stopped the protestation, as suddenly her mouth was busy kissing him, giggling over their silliness. Now she gathered clothes from all over the house, where they'd been discarded as Isaac had taken them off her. She loaded the washer, then cleaned the house quickly. She remembered when Dan was here, the house had always looked pristine. Dan had hated clutter. Over the last 2 years the house had become more homely, books everywhere, records and CDs shoved into piles on the living room floor. More relaxed, more me, Sarah thought now. She walked back into the hallway and saw an envelope on the wooden floor. It hadn't been there when she came home. She picked it up and opened the front door, walking out onto the porch and looking to see if anyone was around. All she could hear was the breeze through the trees and the distant yell of school children from the private school that bordered their land. She glanced at the envelope and her stomach knotted. Another one. Steeling herself, she ripped it open. You will make a beautiful corpse, someday soon. Fury tore through her. Screw you, creep, she yelled out into the woods around the house. Only the breeze answered her. Angry now, she slammed the front door. Wilson came trotting up to her, sensing her distress, and stuck his nose in her hand. Sarah took a couple of deep breaths and tried to smile at the dog. It's okay, buddy. She looked at her watch. It was another couple of hours before Isaac was due, and she was antsy now. After a storm the previous evening, the air was fresher but still warm, and after she hung the clothes out, she changed into her swimsuit, throwing her jeans and tee over it and headed out the back door. Much to the Wilsons' disgust, she tied him up in the barn using what she called the party leash, the rope tied to his collar that allowed him to roam within the barn and a short way out into the yard. He began barking and whining, his usual song of self-pity and psychological manipulation whenever he was sent to the barn. Luckily, his singing carried to the beach rather than the school, sheltered as it was by the house and woods that surrounded it. Giving him a last pat on the head, Sarah made her way to the little sandy path that led to their tiny beach. At the water's edge she stripped down to her suit, ran lightly along the little wooden jetty, and dived into the cold water. The feel of the water streaming past her limbs was glorious. Cold as it was, it made her skin feel fresh and clean, and the weightlessness relaxed the taut muscles of her shoulders and neck. Sarah dived and swam beneath the surface for a few moments, then, as she surfaced, pushed her hands over her face to clear her eyes, smooth back her hair. A surge of angry adrenaline made her strike out again, swimming until she was exhausted. Stopping to catch her breath, something caught her eye. Her head whipped round and her eyes raked the tree line. The skin on her neck prickled. Nothing. Nothing. Wait. Movement. Someone was there. Someone was watching her. At 4 o'clock, Isaac couldn't wait any longer. Saying goodbye to his brother, he headed to the helipad on the roof of the building and got in. The piloting lessons he and Saul had taken had proved their worth over and over, none more so than now, Isaac thought, a little smugly. In a quarter hour, he'd be with her. He thought about calling her, but decided to surprise her. She got out of the water, pulling herself up onto the jetty, never taking her eyes off the woods where she'd seen the movement. She raked the trees with her eyes, searching, seeking anything, any figure. Nothing. She let out a deep breath. Paranoia? She tugged on her jeans over her wet swimsuit, ignoring the way her t-shirt clung to her damp skin, and set it for home. She hadn't gone 10 yards before she heard it. An inhuman scream of absolute pain, a scream that faded into a long, mournful, wolf-like howl. Wilson. Finn got home to find Caroline absent. He relaxed then, taking his time in the shower, then grabbing a bottle of Jack and flicking on the TV. It crossed his mind that Caroline was with another man. Gosh, I hope so. Finn smirked to himself. Dude, you are so messed up. But he truly didn't care. Her breath came in ragged, panicked gasps. Sarah ran through the trees that separated the beach from the house, the thinner limbs whipping her as she scrambled her way through, away from whoever was watching her. As the woods thinned, she stumbled into the yard. Still no sound. Wilson should be going crazy by now. She yanked the barn door open, calling Wilson's name. To her horror, she heard a pitiful whimper, followed by a hacking, vomiting retching. She cast around desperately, and saw a hind leg sticking out from one of the stalls in the barn. She dashed over to where Wilson lay, and cried out in despair. The dog lay on his side, a fit sending spasms through his body, blood, drool, and vomit hanging from his slack jaw. Wilson groaned in agony as Sarah scooped him up into her arms and ran for the truck. Isaac landed the chopper expertly on Sarah's land and got out. He frowned. Her truck was missing, and the front door to the house was wide open. He walked to the house and inside. Sarah? He walked from room to room, only to find them empty. Returning to the hallway, he saw a balled-up piece of paper and picked it up, smoothing it out. His breath froze in his lungs. You will make a beautiful corpse. Isaac cursed to himself. Going back outside, he called her name, searched through the woods and down at the beach. Finally, he got back into the chopper, remonstrating with himself for not driving, and headed into town. Dead-eyed and exhausted, Sarah sat in the coffee house wrapped in a blanket while Molly and Finn cast worried glances at each other. A quarter hour before, she'd walked into the varsity, tears pouring down her face. Molly had rushed to her side as she sobbed. Sarah, what's wrong? I thought you had plans with Isaac tonight. Sarah interrupted her. I was swimming. In the cove, I was swimming and I saw someone watching me. And then there was the scream and... Someone was watching you? Molly was incredulous. What the hell? It was Wilson, he was screaming and gosh. Molly shook her head, not understanding. There was no? I ran, Molly, I ran, the trees, whoever it was had gone but Wilson. Sarah started to cry. Finn came in and stopped, his face a picture of confusion. Molly waved him closer, as she tried to comfort her friend. What's wrong? What's happened? Finn put a hand on Sarah's back, and as she turned to him, he wrapped his arms around her, his eyes full of concern. Sarah sobbed out something, but he just shook his head. Sarah, I don't understand, just tell me, honey. Wilson, he was lying down in the barn and having fits, there was blood. Oh my, Finn pressed his fist to his forehead, realizing what she was about to say. He wouldn't stop the spasms, so I picked him up and I just ran for the truck. The vet said. I had to say. Sarah was sobbing now, goodbye, but I couldn't, he was in so much pain, Finn. He pulled her into his arms, and she sobbed against his chest. He held her while she cried herself out, rocking her gently. He was poisoned. The vet said there was no doubt. Someone poisoned my dog. Why would anyone do that? There was a commotion outside, and the three of them looked up to see a helicopter land in the middle of the street. Sarah's eyes widened. Gosh. Isaac, what he must have thought. Molly patted her shoulder. I'll go get him, fill him in. She went out into the street, and Sarah could see her talking to Isaac. Finn's arms were still locked around her, and as Isaac come in, she saw his eyes flicker with something as he took in the scene. Finn released her and walked to Isaac, and she heard them talk in low tones. Isaac's shoulders slumped and he came over. I'm so sorry, Sarah. He pulled her into his arms, pressing his lips against her forehead. Sarah sank into his embrace, feeling her energy drain out of her. After a moment, Isaac held her at arm's length and stared down at her. "We need to talk." Dumbly she nodded and sat down at the nearest table. Isaac turned to Molly and Finn, who were discreetly giving them space, and waved them over. "I think we all need to talk about this, and Chief?" He nodded at Finn. "We might need you in a professional capacity." All four settled at the table. Isaac took Sarah's hands. "Darling? I was at your house, as you know." "Sarah, I found the note." He pulled it from the table and smoothed it out so Finn and Molly could read it. Finn cursed viciously and got up, his hand in his hair. Molly covered her mouth with horror. Isaac rubbed his thumb gently on the back of Sarah's hand. "There have been more, right? Am I right?" Sarah nodded, resigned. "Yes." "How many?" There was a long silence. 27. Molly gasped, and Finn pounded his fist down on the table. "Geez, Sarah, are you crazy? How did you not tell us?" Sarah looked at Isaac, who was blank-faced. "It's just a crank. A sicko trying to scare me." Finn cursed again, and Isaac shook his head slowly. "No, sweetheart. This is a death threat. I assume the others were along a similar vein?" She nodded. "Yes." "For how long?" She lowered her eyes. 6 months. "And now someone killed your dog." Finn was almost wild with anger. She looked at him. "Calm down, Finn. Do you want to know why I didn't tell you? Because I thought the letters were a sick prank, and we all know the only person spiteful enough to do that is Caroline." Finn gritted his teeth. "Well, we'll soon find out." He stalked out of the coffee house. Sarah sighed and put her head down on the table. Isaac stroked a finger down her face. "Look, why don't we get your things and go back to my place? We can't do anything tonight. You need to rest." She smiled at him gratefully, and Molly got up. "Look, I have my car, let me drive you back home to get your stuff." "Isaac, why don't you stay here and talk to Finn?" She locked eyes with him and he nodded. He kissed Sarah, brushing his lips over hers. "Come back soon." "I will." Molly and Sarah left, and Isaac waited in the coffee shop for Finn to return. He didn't have to wait long. The police officer came back with a disgusted look on his face. "She's denying everything, of course. And I don't think she'd go as far as poisoning Wilson. She hasn't the brains to think of that." Isaac studied the younger man. "Can I ask you something?" Finn tried to smile. "Are you going to ask me why I'm married to such a pain? Because I haven't got an answer for that, buddy, I really don't." Isaac nodded, then sighed. "Listen, I take these threats seriously. Sarah's a beautiful woman, and any freak could have fixated on her. I just want her safe." Finn nodded. "Preaching to the choir, Isaac. These last 2 years have been pretty strange. You didn't think much of Daniel Bailey, did you?" Finn looked uncomfortable, and Isaac held his hand up. "Strictly between you and me." Finn sighed. "I thought he was too in love with himself. He could be very charming, even genuinely friendly, and I do believe he loved Sarah, but conditionally. He hated anyone else looking at her, and if she talked to any other man for too long, he would sulk. Like a 2-year-old. I think he was dreadfully insecure, at the same time as being totally narcissistic. It was all about him." Isaac nodded, taking his words in. "Can I ask you something?" "Shoot." "Are you in love with Sarah?" Finn gave a genuine laugh then, and he leaned forward, clapping Isaac's shoulder. "You been talking to my wife?" "No, Isaac, me and Sarah are family, sure, but nothing more, I promise you." "Okay, just needed to hear it from the horse's mouth." "Fair enough. Look, let's work together here. Get what you can out of Sarah about the other letters, and ask if anything else has happened that we should know about. I'll investigate here, go to the house and make sure that it's secure." Isaac offered his hand to Finn. "Deal?" "Sorry for asking, you know?" "I do." "Look, man, take care of her. She could do with someone to look after her, although don't tell her I said that, she'll kill me. Finn grinned and Isaac laughed. Our secret, I promise. He opened the door to his apartment and stood aside to let her in. She changed into a pale blue sundress, brushed out her hair and was now looking brighter than earlier. She smiled at him. I'm almost afraid to look. Will there be gold taps and animal print bed sheets? Isaac pretended to look affronted. But of course, and carpet on the ceiling. Fancy. He was glad she seemed more like herself. Come on in then, your palace awaits. He was more nervous than he would admit. He wanted her to like his place, to approve of his taste. In the short time they had known each other, she had become much more to him than just someone with whom he enjoyed amazing chemistry and had incredible mind-blowing intimacy. She had become his friend, his confidant, his buddy. It was a new sensation for him to let someone get this close. Sarah walked into the living room. Huh. I kind of expected a minimalist nightmare, but this is kinda like my place. Isaac grinned. It was like her place, a place of enjoyment, of comfort, bookshelves stuffed to full, and admittedly top-range music system, huge overstuffed couches. Sarah turned to smile at him, nodding to the huge flat screen. Boys with their toys, of course. Of course. Look, why don't we order a pizza and stay in tonight? She sighed. That sounds heavenly. Have you got a big tub? Isaac grinned. Oh yes, enough room for two. Plenty room for splashing too. Sarah grinned. You know what? She caught the spaghetti strap of her dress between her fingers and pulled it slowly down her shoulder, followed by the other. Isaac grinned. Wait. He sat down in one of the couches and got comfortable. Sarah laughed as he gestured grandly. Continue. She stood in front of him, stripping slowly, enjoying his obvious admiration. You like what you see? Sarah laughed softly as she slipped out of her dress, letting it fall in a gentle pool at her feet. She unclasped her bra, cheeks warming as she caught the look of awe on Isaac's face. Have you any idea how beautiful you are? He said, voice low, almost reverent. Her blush deepened. As long as you think so. She climbed into his lap, straddling him, her hands resting on his shoulders as she kissed him, slow and lingering. Isaac's hands moved to her waist, steady and warm, then slid up her back, holding her close. I could stay like this forever, he murmured against her lips. Sarah smiled, her forehead brushing his. Then don't let go. Isaac lifted her gently and laid her down, their laughter soft and breathless as he joined her. Their bodies moved together in a deep, slow rhythm, no rush, no urgency, just the overwhelming sweetness of connection. Every movement, every sigh was shared, as if they were learning each other all over again and loving every moment of it. He kissed her jaw, her cheek, her temple. She ran her fingers through his dark hair, pulling him closer, both of them wrapped in warmth and trust. When their breaths finally slowed, they stayed tangled together, hearts still racing. Sarah, he whispered, brushing his thumb over her lower lip. My Sarah. She looked up at him, eyes bright and soft. I love when you say my name like that. He smiled, his forehead resting against hers. I love you, Sarah Bailey. Her answering grin was radiant. And I love you, Isaac Quinn. And just so you know, I never want to leave your arms. Good, he said, drawing her closer, tucking her against him with a satisfied sigh. Then stay right here. Deal, she whispered, smiling as they settled into each other, letting the quiet and the closeness speak for both of them. For a few minutes they lay in silence, listening to their breathing, skin on skin. Sarah tilted her head up to him. Thank you. For making this day better. You make everything better. Isaac was touched. That's nice to hear. Sarah, I only want you to be happy and safe. Whoever is doing this to you, we have to find out who it is. For now, can I ask you to stay with me while Finn checks it out? Sarah sighed but nodded. I hate to be run out of my own home. I know. And you're probably right, it's probably a spiteful, jealous person looking for cheap thrills, but just to be safe, okay? Sarah nodded but stayed silent. He studied her expression. You really think it's Finn's wife? Sarah rubbed a hand over her eyes. I don't know. We have never gotten along, not since we were kids. Still, why would she do something so spiteful? Because that's who Caroline is. Can we talk about something else now? He kissed her forehead. You got it, beautiful. Later in his bed, with Sarah asleep in his arms, Isaac lay awake, his mind whirling. It wasn't the notes or the poisoning of Sarah's dog that had him worried. It was what his private detective had found out. Or rather, what he hadn't. I found marriage records 5 years ago to Sarah Hannah Lee, but before that nothing. Literally nothing. No employment records, no medical records, no birth certificate, at least nothing legal. Nothing. Guy's a ghost. Isaac had been unsettled by the detective's incredulous tone. It was, he told him, possible to disappear into the vastness of the U.S., but usually there was always some trace, some footprint. Whoever he was or had been, Daniel Bailey was not who he told his wife he was. Sarah stirred in his arms. He smiled as she muttered something inaudible and snuggled deeper into his arms. He had no regrets, no doubts about telling her loved her. It was more than true, he'd known for weeks, hell, had known almost from the beginning. He loved her easy manner, her wicked sense of humor, her intelligence and warmth. He loved the way she would shove her glasses up her nose when she was reading, or she would laugh at the stupidest jokes, the sillier the better. He loved that she loved her food and didn't pick at a garden salad like so many of his vapid ex-girlfriends. He loved the way she moved when she thought no one was watching, how carefree she was, how unself-conscious. Even now, half asleep in the morning light, she looked like something warm and familiar he never wanted to lose. Sarah blinked her eyes open, as if sensing him watching. A small soft smile curved her mouth. Hey you. He leaned in, fitting his body over hers, and she welcomed him with a lazy stretch of her legs around his waist. I like sleepy mornings, she murmured, voice husky with dreams. He laughed quietly and kissed her slow, easy, unhurried. They moved together at their own pace, no urgency, just the gentle lingering sweetness of being close. Their mouths brushed, parted, found each other again. The world outside didn't exist, only the warmth of skin, the familiar rhythm of breath, the quiet way love could fill a room without saying a word. Later they lay tangled together, her head on his shoulder, his fingertips tracing the curves of her like he was memorizing them. Her skin was soft, warm, real. He loved her like this, unarmored, unhurried, completely herself. Sarah slid her finger along his jaw, studying him. Isaac. He turned his head slightly toward her. Promise me something. Anything. Promise you'll never stop touching me like this. His expression softened, something tender catching in his chest. He cupped her face gently. I promise, he said, and there was no hesitation in his voice. Always. She smiled and he pulled her closer, the two of them sinking back into each other, slow, unhurried, like there was all the time in the world. Molly rolled over onto her stomach and looked at the clock. 4:10 in the morning. She groaned softly and dropped her face into the pillow. Looking up, she saw that her husband Mike was deeply asleep, occasional snores rumbling through his chest. Molly smiled and kissed him gently, contemplating waking him. Deciding to let him sleep, she pushed the blanket away and swung her legs over the side of the bed. She regretted the action, as the fierce cold of the early morning hit her. She pulled her robe around her and padded into the little kitchen. Dumping a spoonful of hot chocolate into a mug, she waited for the kettle to boil. Outside the window, she could see rain running in rivers down Main Street. When the kettle whistled, she poured the hot water into the cup and took her drink into the living room. Her tabby cat Pigeon opened one eye and contemplated her as she perched next to him on the window seat. She scratched the top of his head, smiling at the meow he mouthed silently. His eye closed, and he was immediately asleep again. Molly could feel a headache buzzing around her skull, and pressed her hot forehead against the cool window. The first ferry to the city left at 4, and already she saw the odd commuter head blearily down to the harbor. A light went on across the street at Finn's place. She watched as her brother walked to his car, got in and drove past the Varsity, heading for the West Coast Road. She frowned. Weird. Was he working? Molly rubbed her head, trying to ignore the idea that popped into her head. He was going to Sarah's house. But why, in the middle of the night? Molly quelled the sudden panic, and then remembered Sarah was in the city with Isaac. The cool window had eased her headache a little, and she shivered, chilled now. As she was about to step away from the window, when a movement opposite caught her eye. Outside the Varsity, a figure stood staring into the darkness of the empty coffee house. Molly watched, frowning, as the man, she was sure it was a man from his outline, stayed there for a while. Then as he turned away, the streetlight illuminated his face briefly and Molly gasped. His face was a mask of anger, of hatred, of purest vitriol, and Molly recoiled from the window at the sight of his twisted, contorted face. But it wasn't the waves of evil that came from the man that shocked her to the core. It was because she knew the face. Knew the man. It was Daniel Bailey. Sarah sighed as the hot bath water soothed her aching limbs. The tub was 3 times the size of her own tub at home. Come to think of it, the entire apartment was bigger than her home. Home, she thought guiltily. She had to admit she hadn't missed being there at all these last few days. Molly had assured her that they were coping, that the coffee house was running fine, but still, Sarah knew that in a day or two her bubble would burst and she'd have to go back. You don't have to, Isaac said later when they were at dinner. You can have anything you want, stay here and live with me. Start over if you want. Sarah smiled. You are sweet, but no. As much as I love you, I don't want to be a kept woman. Isaac shrugged, grinning good-naturedly. I knew you'd say that, but the offer is there. I would like to talk about where we go from here. I know it's fast. Sarah considered. It is a little fast, but neither of us is a teenager. We know the risk and rewards of a relationship. We can talk about it, certainly. Moving in together? She nodded. Talking about is the first step. But not tonight. Tonight I just want to have fun. There's a wonderful cover band who play up at the Paramount on Thursday nights. I wondered if you would? Count me in. Isaac was smiling, but she could see there was something else bothering him. What is it, my love? What's bugging you? Isaac shifted in his chair, not meeting her eyes. I've done something, and I need to tell you about it. Her chest clenched up immediately. He cheated on me, he wants to end it, but she forced herself to keep her face blank. Oh? Isaac took a deep breath in. Before that day, the day Wilson died and I found one of the letters, what you had been telling me about Dan had been bothering me. His disappearance. So I asked a private detective to look into it. I know I should have told you, it's just what he found, I couldn't get my head around. Sarah felt the tension ease. That's fine, Isaac. I'd be as curious as you if the tables were turned, but I told you we couldn't find anything. He nodded. Same here. Nothing. That's just it. As far as Daniel Bailey goes, he didn't exist before your marriage. Icy cold shock hit her. What are you talking about? There was no Daniel Bailey born when he said he was, where he said he was. Did you ever meet any of his family? Sarah shook her head. His parents were dead, no siblings. No cousins, no aunts and uncles? She shook her head slowly. It was one of the things we had in common, no family. Her voice was gruff, uncertain. This is crazy, why would he? Her eyes filled with tears and she slumped in her chair. What does it matter now, anyway? He's gone. Isaac let her think about what he said while they ate. After their entrees had been cleared, she looked at him and he was sad to see the hurt in her eyes. Why am I surprised? She said, then sat up. Isaac, there's a lot about me, a lot about my marriage that we haven't had a lot of time to get to know each other, so perhaps it's not surprising that I haven't told you. He took her hand. Tell me. Sarah rolled her shoulders, trying to ease some of the tension. I met Dan at college. He was teaching a music program. We met in the cafeteria. He started to talk to me one day and we became friends. One night when he was walking me home from the cinema, he kissed me, and that was that. We got married after I graduated, and then came back here to open the coffee house, and for Dan to teach at the school. Our life together wasn't. There were times when we spent a great deal of time apart, and to be honest, it seemed to suit us both. The friendship we had kind of just went. Suddenly, I was his wife and therefore his property. He even resented me spending time with George and the twins, trying to isolate me from them. That's how he started to behave for a while, until I reached my limit. He was controlling to the point of ridiculousness, but he'd always turn it around saying I was oversensitive, until I was convinced I was. She saw the muscle in Isaac's face clench in anger and tried to smile. I asked him to go to counseling and he agreed, and everything seemed to change for the better. Then I found out he was watching me at work. All the time. He'd put security cameras in the coffee house and had actually made a note of every time I spoke to a man, especially Finn, and quizzed me on what was said and how long they were talking to me. As far as I know, that's as far as it went, but I'd had enough. I told him I wanted to spend some time apart. He begged me to stay with him. After a couple of months, I became convinced that he was having an affair. So I asked him straight out. No reproach, no shouting. I just said to tell me if he wanted out. He said no, the only way he would leave me is if I wanted out. Then 2 days later, he disappeared. Isaac cursed softly under his breath. I'm sorry, Sarah, what a manipulative coward. Quite. After I'd got over the shock of him going missing, thinking he was dead, thinking he had killed himself and it was my fault, that's when I got angry. I'm still angry. Good. Stay that way. He's alive somewhere, doing the same thing to someone else. Probably under a different name. She smiled then. What a tool. I seriously am happy he's gone. Isaac burst out laughing at the expression on her face. No more walking on eggshells. Nope. And thank God for you, showing me what a real, healthy relationship should be. He toasted to that with his champagne, but as they drank, a ribbon of unease curled in his stomach. Was Dan somewhere else? Or was he here and still watching her? It wasn't Dan. Molly scowled at her brother. He was so sure, and so annoyingly smug about it. You don't know, you weren't there. Moles, you're projecting. Dan is gone, and to be honest, good riddance. It's just because Wilson died, and because of the letters, that you're imagining boogeymen. And anyway, Dan never showed any violent tendencies. Yeah, he was a douche, but he genuinely loved Sarah. He would never have hurt her or killed her dog. Moles shivered. You didn't see his face. Finn rolled his eyes. Whoever it was, it's nothing to worry about. Molly got up then, and made herself busy washing the breakfast stuff. Her children and Mike had left together just because Finn came to waste some time with her rather than Caroline before he went to work. Molly couldn't help feeling that Finn was being too blasé about what she thought she saw. She knew Daniel Bailey's face. It was him. Okay, think about this. She turned to her brother who was sneaking some cold toast from one of the kids' discarded plates. What if he came back and was going to see her but saw her with Isaac? Maybe it pissed him off. Sarah hasn't been with Isaac for 6 months. Also, Wilson was Dan's dog too. Molly muttered to herself, and Finn grinned. He stood and put his around his sister's shoulders. Look, let's not make trouble where there is none. Wilson could have eaten something left for a raccoon or something. And the letters? Finn shrugged. Sarah's convinced they are just sent out of spite. I don't know, I want to believe that. I even want to know it's Caroline. Nothing we can do about it until, well. Someone hurts Sarah? Finn looked uncomfortable. Not going to let that happen. Anyway, better get to work. As he opened the door to leave, Molly called him. She fixed him with a stare. Finn, she's our family, our sister. He nodded. I know. After he'd gone, Molly finished clearing the kitchen and went to get ready for work. Her cell phone beeped. A text from Sarah. Hey gorgeous, see you at work this afternoon. Missed you XXX. Molly smiled. Finn was right. Sarah was happy at last, and nothing was going to get in the way of that. I don't think I'm going to let you out of this bed, Isaac murmured, easing his body over hers. His warmth, his weight, the slow slide of his fingers intertwining with hers, it felt like being wrapped in something she didn't want to escape. Sarah laughed softly, her nose brushing his. You can keep me prisoner whenever you like, but my business may revolt. He nuzzled her neck, lips brushing her skin. Maybe I'll quit my job and come work with you. Barista by day, your personal distraction by night. That would go terribly for productivity, she teased. He smiled, eyes full of affection and something deeper, something hungry. Then you better give me a reason to get out of bed. Sarah wrapped her legs around him, pulling him closer. Their bodies fit together so naturally, it took her breath away. The morning sun warmed the sheets, the world outside quiet and forgettable as Isaac kissed her slow and deep, the kind of kiss that said, "Stay, just stay with me a little longer." It was her last morning before heading home. Part of her wanted to push reality away and keep this moment suspended forever. His hands traced her sides, tender and sure, like he was memorizing her. You're beautiful, Isaac murmured against her lips. I could look at you like this forever. Sarah kissed him again, smiling against his mouth. Isaac Quinn. I love you so much. His expression softened in that way that always undid her. I love you too. He brushed his thumb over her cheek. More than I even know how to say. They stayed like that for a long while, tangled together, warm and quiet, just holding on. Later in the shower they teased and bumped elbows and laughed, flicking suds at each other like children. Sarah leaned against the tile, breathless and shaky from laughter. My legs are still wobbly, she admitted. Isaac grinned, kissing her forehead. Good. I plan to keep you smiling like that. She traced his jaw with her fingertips. Please do. His expression turned thoughtful, almost shy. Sarah? I'd like you to meet my brother. And his family. I think you'd like them. Her smile widened, genuine and bright. I'd love that. It's time I knew more about you. Then I'll set it up. Nothing dramatic. Just dinner. Perfect. She slid her arms around his neck and sighed, happy down to her bones. Honestly, I never felt this way with anyone. I never understood what people meant when they talked about chemistry or connection. With you, it just makes sense. He kissed the top of her head. We just fit. We do. She laughed softly. Now come on, let's get dressed before we end up back in bed again. Isaac only smiled, a slow knowing smile, like that was exactly what he hoped for. As they flew back to the island, Isaac took her hand in his. I have a few meetings today, but I can be back over here by about 10 tonight. If you're not sick of me. Would never happen. Gosh, it's beautiful out here today. The Washington day had broken bright and warm, and the sun sparkled off the waters of the Sound as they flew out over the bay. Sarah squeezed Isaac's hand. Hey, listen, I was thinking of having a cookout at the weekend. You, me, Molly and Mike, Finn and some friends. You could invite your brother and his family, your friends. Might be less stressful for everyone to meet like that. Isaac nodded. Sounds perfect, although you mean I have to share you for a whole day? She grinned. Just for an afternoon and early evening. After that, I'll make it worth your while, every room in the house if you want. Isaac laughed, delighted by her boldness. I'll hold you to that. Keep talking like that, gorgeous, and I might just park us here forever. Sarah peered out the window, imagining it. We'd sink. He shrugged with a roguish smile. Maybe, but what a way to go. They shared a look and a soft laugh, the kind that felt like a secret promise. In a few more minutes, they were over the island, and soon Isaac was landing the helicopter gently on her land. Sarah leaned over to kiss him. Hey, Cap'n, do you have to go straight away? Isaac slid his hands onto her cheeks. I'm the boss. I can play hooky for as long as you need me. Sarah grinned, her lips brushing his as she spoke. Good, because I think I need you close to me again. Isaac laughed, unbuckling his seatbelt, eyes warm with affection and mischief. I've created a monster. She nudged his shoulder, smiling up at him. Yes, you have. And I'm not even sorry. Isaac shut down the chopper and came around to her side, offering his hand. She laughed as he swept her off her feet and lifted her easily, her arms looped around his neck as she pressed a quick kiss to the warm skin beneath his jaw. He carried her up the porch steps and set her down while she searched her purse for her keys. His lips brushed her shoulder, a slow, affectionate kiss that made her smile. Someone's eager, she teased. Can you blame me? He murmured, his hand circling her waist. She turned to him and tugged him closer, her palm resting against his chest. Their foreheads touched, breath mingling, the world narrowing down to just the two of them. I just want to be close to you, she whispered. He kissed her, gentle at first, then deeper, his hand sliding up her back. Their laughter softened into quiet warmth. Everything felt bright, easy, right. She got the door unlocked, still smiling. But the moment it swung open, the air changed. A cold draft swept through the hallway. Sarah froze. Isaac felt her body go still. Sarah? He asked quietly. I don't know. Her voice was barely above a whisper. She stepped inside, smoothing her dress down instinctively, something uneasy stirring beneath her ribs. Isaac followed close behind her, alert now. The kitchen door at the far end of the hall stood open, wide open. The lock was splintered, the frame cracked as though forced with something heavy. Her breath hitched. No. Then she saw it, reflected in the glass of the window before she turned. Red. She turned slowly, hands rising to her mouth, her heart hammering so hard she thought she might faint. Tramp. Painted across her wall in thick dripping letters. Isaac's jaw tightened as he followed her gaze. Sarah's body began to shake, shock, humiliation, fear crashing over her all at once. Her voice came out in a broken whisper. Someone was here. Oh my gosh. Isaac was shocked. He put his arms around her and coaxed her onto a chair. She couldn't say anything. Isaac crouched beside her. I'll call Finn. Get him over here. He stood to go to the phone, but she grabbed his hand. No. She whispered. No. I don't want him here, I don't want him to see this. But I really think. No. Her voice was stronger, determined. Please, Isaac. I couldn't bear it. Please. He looked uncertain, then nodded. Okay, but on condition that you let me deal with this. Go into the other room. I'll fix you a drink, and then I'll clean this up. You have cleaning products here somewhere? She nodded and pointed to the cupboard under the sink. He put his arm around her and steered her into the living room. She let him tuck her into an armchair. She put her head into her hands. A few moments later, she heard him come back into the room. Here. Isaac was offering her a glass. She took it and sipped it, wrinkling her nose. Scotch. Isaac smoothed the hand down her hair. It'll help. Sit here and relax. I'll be in the kitchen. She wanted to protest, to ask him to stay with her, but she couldn't speak. Hurt, shock, humiliation, anger flowed through her. Tramp. Whoever it was that was tormenting her had just upped their game. She hadn't realized it was that easy to get into her house, to get to her. Was she in actual danger? From whom, though? She shook her head and stood, the irritation outweighing the shock now. She went into the kitchen to see Isaac, stripped to the waist, his expensive shirt and jacket hung over a chair, a bucket of soapy water at his feet. He looked up as she came in. You okay? She nodded. Yeah, I'm sorry about freaking out. Listen, let's take a couple of photos, just to have a record. Isaac stopped, his fist clenched around a sponge. You sure you don't want me to call Finn? There might be fingerprints. She hesitated, then her shoulders slumped. Okay. Finn sighed. He recognized the writing immediately and cursed out loud. Damn woman. Sarah, by now calm and with Isaac's arms around her, watched him. Dude? I'm kind of relieved if it is Crapoline. Sorry, I mean, Caroline. Finn grinned and she heard Isaac's soft chuckle. Finn looked at Sarah. You want to press charges? She shook her head. I cannot be bothered with all that, just make her pay for the door if you can. I'll pay for it. Sarah frowned at her old friend. You will not. She knew Caroline's family were rich, not that it had done Finn any good, he was too proud to take her money. Caroline can pay, unless she wants her mom and dad to know about this. Finn scrubbed his hands through his short blonde curls. Isaac cleared his throat. Any idea why she's doing this? Finn shook his head. I really don't, but I'll talk to her about it. Look guys, I'm sorry, if it is her, my relationship with her isn't helping. Not your fault, buddy. Sarah smiled gratefully at Isaac, as he clapped her friend on the shoulder. Finn nodded and bade them farewell. Sarah sighed and leaned against Isaac. Well look. I'll clean this up and get to the coffee house. You should go, this nonsense shouldn't interfere with your day. Isaac put his arms around her. Forget it, I'm staying. Isis, really? I'm just going to go on as if nothing's happened. Isaac looked unconvinced. But I'm coming back this evening. I don't want you alone here. She returns. Molly threw herself dramatically across the counter as Sarah entered the coffee house and feigned a faint. God bless us everyone, we are saved. Sarah, laughing, hugged her friend. You are a lunatic. And you, let's see you properly. Molly held her friend at arm's length and studied her, then nodded satisfactorily. Have been screwed good and properly. I can tell. Sarah rolled her eyes, her face warming, but she couldn't hold back her laughter. It felt good to be silly again, to feel like herself. You are correct, Miss Jewel, she declared dramatically. I have been thoroughly swept off my feet. So thoroughly, in fact, that I should probably be sitting on a cushion right now. Molly burst out laughing. Oh please. Nothing new there. She reached over and hugged her tightly. It's just really good to have you back. Sarah's smile softened, then wavered. I'm glad you think so. I'm not sure everyone will. Molly blinked, immediately alert. What happened? So Sarah told her, the broken back door, the cold air in the hall, the painted word on the wall. As she spoke, Molly's expression shifted from surprise to disbelief, and then to something hard and protective. That girl? Molly's voice was low, controlled. I cannot believe she would go so far. Sarah nodded, arms wrapped around herself. Just when I thought it couldn't get worse. Molly reached out and took her hand, firm and steady. You are not dealing with this alone. I'm right here. We'll handle it, together. Molly chewed this over while Sarah put on her apron and began to work. Hey Sarah, you absolutely sure it was her? Sarah shrugged. Finn recognized her handwriting. Besides, I don't think I've pissed anyone else off. Okay. Why? No reason? Sarah nodded, then went out into the kitchen. Molly mulled over what she'd been told, and what she herself was keeping secret. Finn had finally convinced her that she hadn't seen Dan Bailey that night, but the thought had kept nagging away at her. Then there were the letters that had come to the varsity while Sarah was away. Molly had them in her apron pocket for 3 days. She didn't want to give them to her friend, not after everything. Oh hey. Sarah stuck her head out of the kitchen. I'm having a cookout at my place on Saturday. Isaac's brother and his family are invited. Wanna come? Bring Mike and the kids, it'll be a family thing. Molly smiled. Now that sounds like fun. Want some help setting up? Sarah grinned. Oh hell yes. Are you two actually here to help, or are you just too much in awe of my twinkle lights? Sarah grinned down at them from the loft. Finn and Molly were gazing at the hundreds and hundreds of tiny white lights she'd strung up around the barn next to her house. It looks like Tinker Bell threw up in here. Finn ducked as she hefted a piece of wood at him. He grinned and started up the ladder to join her. Sarah grabbed the top of the ladder and pretended to push it over. Give it up, woman. He hoisted himself onto the loft beside her. Hi. She smiled at him and handed him a staple gun. An hour later, they went into the house and Sarah fixed sandwiches and lemonade for their lunch. The kitchen smelt of freshly baked bread and cookies, food for the party on every available surface. Finn looked around in astonishment. When do you have time to, I don't know, sleep? It's not much, George is bringing most of the food. She passed him and Molly a plate of cookies, then sat down heavily. I am pretty beat though. Hey, do you mind if I skip out for 10 minutes? I need to go to the drugstore, get some aspirin. Headache. Yep, and I have a full evenings, how can I put this? Finn demolished his sandwich in 2 bites. A wild one? Molly spat a mouthful of coffee out, as Sarah laughed. Yeah, so I have to be on top form. When's your boo arriving? An hour or so. His brother and his family are following him here. Some of his friends are coming too. Look, I'll be quick at the store. Go on, go, Molly shooed her away. The grocery store on the far side of the island was almost empty. Despite having been to the drugstore for aspirin and swallowing 2 with some water, her head throbbed with the beginnings of another migraine, her vision blurred and she was nauseous. Sarah grabbed a cart and headed towards the bakery aisle. She stopped, closed her eyes, trying to ride out the wave of dizziness. She swallowed, the bitter taste of bile in the back of her throat. It took her a moment to realize someone was talking to her. Todd, the trainee baker, greeted her. Hey Sarah, we don't see you over here often. Hey, you okay? She smiled weakly at the young man, his clear features clouded with concern. His carefully gelled hair stuck up in a mohawk. He had been one of Dan's favorite students. I'm fine, Todd. Keeping up with your piano practice, I hope? Todd grinned sheepish. Ah, I got a guitar now. Me and Zane started a band. Maybe we could play at the coffee house sometime? Sarah nodded. Sure thing. Come see me, okay? She waved goodbye at him and steered the cart around the rest of the store, still trying to shake the nausea. She turned into the breakfast cereal aisle and almost collided with Caroline. She let out a groan before she could stop herself. Caroline grinned. Hey tramp. Slept with any helpless billionaires lately? Sarah wondered if she could batter Caroline senseless with a roll of frozen cookie dough and get away with it. Drop dead, dumbass. Caroline's eyes brightened and she smiled, a strange grimace almost triumphant. Oh, you first, Sarah. You first. Sarah pushed past her, irritation making her skin itch. She shoved the cart too hard against the checkout, smiled an apology at the girl behind it as she jumped. A couple of lanes over, she could see Caroline talking to 2 women. They were glancing over and laughing. Sarah gritted her teeth. Then she saw it. The shock was icy cold, constricting. Sarah couldn't look away. She breathed in short gasps. The front page of the Bugler. A child covered in blood, being carried out of a trailer by a cop. Blinded, shell-shocked in the glare of flashlights. Tears. Her tears. Sarah felt her knees give way, and she clutched the side of the checkout for support. More photos, the body of a woman with her throat cut. And another picture of Sarah, grown from the other day. Looking tired and worn down. She couldn't breathe. Hey, are you okay? Somewhere in the turmoil in her mind, it registered that the question was one she had been asked too much lately. She couldn't stop looking at the photo of her mother, her eyes staring and mouth screaming silently. Sarah pushed herself away from the checkout, abandoning her cart and staggered out of the door. Behind her she heard the catcalls and hysterical laughter of Caroline and her friends. She made it to the door of the store before she threw up. At Sarah's house, George's face made Molly rock back as the elderly man jumped out his car waving a newspaper. Hey, what's up? Molly went to greet him. He was out of breath, and she guided him into a chair. He caught his breath, but without a word handed her the newspaper. Molly took it. Her hand flew to her mouth. Oh my. A whisper. She met George's gaze. Where's Sarah? A squeal of tires answered them. They looked up as she saw Sarah's truck appear from the wrong direction, weaving wildly along the road to her house. What the hell? Molly dashed for the door, to see the truck slam into the streetlight at the end of the road. The impact crumpled the truck's hood, the metal screeching against the concrete. Sarah? George and Molly sprinted over to her truck, seeing out the corner of her eye, Finn, bursting out of the barn at the sound of the crash, followed behind. Molly, her breath coming in short panicked breaths, wrenched open the cab door to see Sarah slumped over the steering wheel. Finn flew around and opened the passenger side, and slid in next to his friend. Oh gosh, sweetheart. Molly touched her friend's shoulder, felt her shift. She sighed with relief as Sarah sat up, obviously dazed but unharmed. You maybe shouldn't move, sweetheart. Finn's brown eyes were serious as he pressed 2 fingers to her neck, feeling her pulse. He shared a concerned look with Molly. Sarah shook her head slowly, her face set, angry. Have you seen the paper? Her voice was flat, dead. She didn't look at them, staring straight ahead. George and Molly exchanged a look. Finn cleared his throat. Sarah, maybe you should come and lie down. No. She looked at George, more focused now. Did you see it? Yes, George answered her at last. Molly had gone back to the house, and now returned with the paper, handing it to Finn. These are crime scene photos, Finn hissed. What the hell? How did they get hold of them? George's voice shook with anger, with pity for Sarah. He touched her arm, but she shook it off. I know exactly who gave them to the paper, she said, suddenly glancing in her rearview mirror. They all turned to where she was looking, and before they could stop her, she was out and sprinting. Caroline Jewell, infuriatingly invited to the party because Finn would be there, drove up to the house and got out of the car. She turned just as Sarah launched herself onto her, crying out in surprise as the 2 women tumbled to the ground. She tried to grab Sarah's hands as the smaller woman wailed on her, cussing and shouting. You damn tramp. I know it was you, you piece of human trash. George and Finn hauled Sarah off, arms hooked under her shoulders. Caroline got up, grinning maniacally despite the blood pouring from her nose. Sarah struggled against her captor's grasp. Sarah? George's sharp voice finally broke through the madness, and Sarah calmed herself, never taking her eyes off Caroline. George, I know she's the one who gave them all that, she trailed off as Caroline laughed again. Prove it, psycho, she wiped her nose with her hand. Ain't nothing people didn't already know anyways. Finn nodded to George, who locked his arms around Sarah, as Finn stepped over to Caroline. He picked her bag up, shoving it at her. Is it true? Caroline sneered at him, brushing the dirt from her pants. I couldn't say. Nothing to do with me where they get their stories from. Like I said, everyone knows she's trash. As far as I'm concerned, the bugler's just saying it runs in the family. That's enough, said Finn, and Caroline quelled under his hard stare. Those photos were police property. If I find out they were stolen. Caroline gave up her simpering. Like I said, prove it. What the hell is going on? They all started and turned. Isaac was standing behind George, Sarah, and Finn. A man, who had to be Isaac's brother, and a tall, elegant Asian woman stood by his side, looking wide-eyed and concerned. In the car behind them, 2 children stared out at them. Sarah started to tremble. Isaac raised his arms towards Sarah, and she went straight into them. He held her close and looked up at Finn. What's going on? Caroline smiled nastily. I don't think we've met. I don't give care who you are. I asked what was going on. His voice was like ice, and Caroline balked. She scowled. I'll tell you. Sarah Bailey, got all chopped up by her moho MMY, she sang out of tune and cackled. Sarah lost her temper again, and they all reached for her. Caroline turned towards her home. Lock her up. Oh, actually, she swung around again and spoke directly to Finn. I'd like to press charges. Assault charges. Molly gave a squeak of disgusted alarm, but Finn winked at her. For what? He said calmly, looking at Caroline. Caroline waved at Sarah. She attacked me, of course. Geez, how did I pick someone this stupid for my husband? Finn looked at her steadily. Attack you? I didn't see anything of the sort. He turned to the others. You? Various shakes of the head and murmurs greeted his question. Finn stared his wife down. Go home, Caroline, no one wants you here. Caroline huffed in irritation, getting back into the car. George sighed and turned to Sarah, still locked in Isaac's arms. You okay, Bubs? She nodded, a strange expression in her eyes. I'm fine, Pops. She extricated herself from Isaac's embrace. Thanks, baby. George saw Isaac smile down at her. Anytime. Now, you going to tell me what's going on? Sarah looked out at the people on her lawn, in her barn. She could see Saul, Isaac's brother, chatting with Finn, his kids, Christopher and Rosie, running around with Molly's kids, Becky and Mike Jr. Molly and Micah were chatting and laughing at the food table, George playing host. They're basically doing my job for me, she fretted, but Isaac drew her into his arms. They're okay, baby. Now, do you want to tell me what happened? She looked at him, a sad smile on her face. I come from a very different background to you, Isaac. There was no family estate, no happy family. I grew up in a trailer park just south of the city. My mother was a prostitute. She was an illegal immigrant from Shanghai. Barely spoke English, didn't bother to learn. I spoke Mandarin until I was 5. Never knew who my father was, could have been any one of her clients. What happened to your mother? Sarah sighed. When I was 6, I came home from school and found her happy. Believe me, it was unusual. She barely even noticed me anymore. But this one day, she seemed almost giddy. She had made dinner, just sandwiches and juice. We ate together. I started to feel odd. She was watching me, smiling all the time. I couldn't keep my eyes open. Just before I fell asleep, I felt her take my arms. There was a stinging pain I didn't recognize, and then nothing. When I woke up, she was lying next to me. Dead. She had cut her wrists. And mine? What she hadn't realized was that by giving me a sedative, it had slowed down my pulse, and the cuts on my arms weren't deep enough. I crawled through all the blood and got help. Isaac didn't say anything, just kept watching her. She looked away, over the field to the school. George was the one who found me. He was the police chief at the time. Because of his age, his marital status, and his profession, they wouldn't let him adopt me formally. So I went to live in the children's home. No one wanted to adopt a damaged mixed-race kid. Not with that history. The children's home was okay, food and lodgings. But lonely, George came most days and would take me out when he could. Sarah was matter of fact. Then when I was 13, a family moved next door. She grinned at Isaac. You can guess who? Molly and Finn? She nodded. It was the family I never had. They were funny and loud and argumentative. But the love, Isaac, man, I never knew what it was until the Jewell family came into my life. They taught me to trust again. Everyone except myself. It all caught up with me when I went to college. I went through some pretty tough times. Isaac blew out a long breath, his arms tightening around her, his lips against her hair. Geez, Sarah. I'm so sorry. What a messed up start to life. It does explain one thing, though. How I ended up trusting Dan? Because he said all the right things? Isaac looked down to see her smiling at him, and he grinned good-naturedly. Yep. Her face clouded over. It doesn't change things between us, I mean. He looked surprised, then upset. Gosh, no, why would it? She smiled, but pulled away from him a little. We can't be naive. You're a pretty high-profile guy. When it gets out, the press will eat it up. The billionaire and his psycho-crazy girlfriend. Isaac frowned. You are not crazy, or a psycho or anything I could ever be ashamed of. I love you. I'm in love with you, Sarah, the for better or for worse kind of love, the till death do us part love. Sarah froze. What? There was a pause. You heard me. Are you asking? Isaac sighed. No. Not yet. Not like this. But I will ask you that someday. Someday that's happy and without all this stress. Someday when you'll believe it's out of love and not out of sympathy. She smiled daily. You know me so well already. Isaac reached for her. We're meant to be together, I know that. She tilted her head up to kiss him. I know that too, and later I'm going to show you how much. He grinned. You bet your cute little butt you will. Now before my trousers become something tent-like, let's go meet my family. Molly sidled up to Isaac as he sat back, relaxed in the porch swing. The party had died down, the sun was beginning to set. His brother and his family had left 10 minutes previously, hugging their new friends. Saul had taken Isaac aside. Sarah's lovely, bro. I'm so happy for you. Isaac was grateful to his brother for not holding the earlier drama against Sarah, but he knew he'd have to explain it to him Monday morning at the office. He smiled at Molly now, as she slunk into the chair next to him. So? She grinned. I may have a huge girl crush on your sister-in-law. Isaac laughed. Fair enough, but don't tell Sarah you're cheating on her. Molly mimed, zipping her mouth, then her smile faded. She okay? She nodded towards Sarah, who admitted was being corralled by Becky and Mike Jr., who were clambering all over her. Isaac nodded. I think so. She tell you about her mom? Crazy, huh? Isaac nodded grimly. I can't even imagine. She studied him. You get the picket fence? Isaac shrugged. Not always, but a lifetime better than what Sarah got. Our parents pretty much hated each other, but they both loved us. I cannot imagine why a parent would do that to a child. Not every parent loves their kids, but no, me either. How far she's come is amazing to me. How far who's come? A breathless Sarah staggered up to the porch, carrying a child under each arm. They collapsed in a giggling pile on the porch. Hillary Clinton, said Molly smoothly. She got up and dragged her kids of Sarah. Right, you monsters, go wash your hands and find your dad. George? She called over to the older man, who was tidying the food table. Can we give you a ride into town? George hesitated, but Sarah waved him over. Pops, leave that, I'll clear up. An hour later, Sarah and Isaac were alone and lazing in her tub. Sarah lay back against his solid chest and closed her eyes as Isaac's fingertips drifted lazily up and down her stomach. Did you have a good time today? Isaac's deep voice, low and sensual, rumbled through his chest, his lips at her ear. Sarah nodded slowly. Despite everything, yes. I really liked Saul and Micah, and the kids are adorable. They thought the same of you. We'll get together with them again soon. Good. They lay in silence for a long time before Sarah sat up and turned around in the bath, managing to straddle him. Isaac slid his hands around her waist and smiled at her. Hey, beautiful. She searched his eyes for a second. Isaac, I want you to be honest with me. If everything that's been going on with me is more than you signed up for, I'll understand. He frowned. Are you kidding me? Do you honestly think that little of me that I'd run at the slightest hint of baggage? She shook her head. No, I didn't mean that. At all. You are the best thing that's ever happened to me. I just don't want you to feel obligated to manage my problems. He kissed her fiercely. I'm all in, Sarah, whatever comes our way. She relaxed. Thank you. She slid her hands down between his legs, but he grabbed her hands, made her look at him. Is anything scaring you? About the story? About the letters? Because you can tell me, no matter what it is. Sarah considered. Actually, all I'm concerned with is how this affects you. Now that I know it was Caroline who sold the story, I'm convinced she's the one sending the letters. Yeah, it's upsetting, but no, I'm not scared. He released her hands and pulled her close, fingers tangling in the nape of her neck as he kissed her slowly, deeply, savoring the feel of her. Sarah sighed into the kiss, pressing closer. Isaac nuzzled her neck, then whispered in her ear, his voice low and warm. Let's get out of the tub, sweetheart, because tonight it's all about us." Sarah laughed at the sparkle in his eyes, and in a flash, they tumbled from the tub, splashing water everywhere, landing on the wooden bathroom floor. He held her close, their bodies pressed together, exploring one another with gentle, teasing touches. Fingers traced arms and shoulders, hands cupping and brushing, lips lingering over skin. Sarah shivered under his touch, sighing happily, her laughter mingling with his. Every kiss, every caress made them ache to be closer, to feel the other's warmth. They rolled together on the floor, tangled and laughing, hearts racing, caught in the joy of the moment. "I love being with you like this," Sarah murmured, her face glowing. Isaac grinned down at her, brushing a damp lock of hair from her forehead. "Me too. I could stay right here forever." Sarah woke in the morning feeling so sick that she had to scramble to the bathroom to throw up. Afterward, she brushed her teeth and washed her face. Looking in the mirror, she saw the dark circles etched around her eyes, her skin yellow and sickly in the deep crease of stress between her eyebrows. Her eyes, usually so expressive, were dead and flat. "Hey you. Are you okay?" Isaac, just in his boxers, stood at the door frowning. Then, when he saw her wan face, he stepped into the room and swept a hand onto her forehead. "Geez, you're burning up." He made her get back into bed despite her protestations, and brought her tea and aspirin. Despite herself, Sarah fell asleep for half an hour. When she woke, she heard Isaac on the phone. "No, surely someone else can deal with this? I need to be at home today." "Saul, yes, okay." She heard him end the call. "Gosh. Is everything okay?" She tried to sit up, but Isaac pushed her gently back down. "You need to rest, beautiful. Look, I have to go into the city for a meeting. I tried to cancel it, but Saul's being a hard ass." "It's okay, go. I'll be fine here. I'm not working today anyway." Isaac hesitated, then nodded. "Okay, look, I'll be a couple of hours tops. You need anything, you call me or Molly, promise?" After he'd left, Sarah fell back asleep, her head pounding. She was so soundly asleep that she didn't even hear the front door open and the creak of the stairs outside her bedroom. He looked down at her, so still, so beautiful. Her skin looked damp, a flush of heat in her cheeks. "Fever." He smiled. "An easy reaction to manufacture, if you knew the right illicit substances to hide in her vitamin supplements." Now though, he needed to make sure she stayed unconscious. He flicked the plastic cover of the syringe he had in his pocket and eased the needle into the vein in her neck. She stirred at the quick pain but then settled. He waited 5 minutes before drawing back the covers. It all took less than a minute to snap the photos of her glorious body, so vulnerable. He smiled to himself. Let them know that they couldn't stop him, that he would get to her whatever they did. He pulled the covers back over her body and left the bedroom. His next task would take a lot longer. Sarah woke just after 3, just as Isaac's helicopter landed outside. She heard him taking the stairs 2 at a time, and then he was there. She smiled at him. Isaac sat next to her. "How are you feeling?" She sat up in bed. "Much better, although pretty sweaty and gross." "Are you hungry?" Isaac started to take his tie off. "I'll make you some eggs if you like." Suddenly, she was starving. "Gosh, yes please. I'm just going to take a shower, change the bed sheets." He leaned over to kiss her. "See you downstairs." After a blissful shower, she pulled the bedsheets from the bed and gathered them into a ball to take downstairs. She heard something fall from the comforter and bent to see what it was. She frowned as she picked up the small plastic cap. A syringe cover? She scanned her memory. She didn't think she'd ever used a syringe in her life. "Yo beautiful, your meal awaits." She grinned at Isaac yelling up the stairs, then shrugging, she threw the cap into the trash and went downstairs. Finn had fallen into a routine of sleeping in his office at home, showering when Caroline was still asleep, and then only emerging for meals and to change for work. Caroline didn't object. They avoided each other, being together only led to rows. He could hear her watching a dumb soap in the living room. He dressed for work and went into the kitchen. Caroline was making herself some lunch. "Do you want some?" She indicated the sandwich fixings. He shook his head. "No thanks." He grabbed his keys. "Finn?" He turned. Caroline gave him a half smile. "Have a good day." He blinked. This Caroline he hadn't seen for years. Conciliatory. Friendly. "Thanks?" He returned her smile. "You too." She nodded and turned back to her sandwich. Finn walked around the block to the station but changed his mind at the last moment and headed over to the coffee house. In the Varsity, Molly was on her own. She looked up, grinned, and waved him over. "Sup, sis?" He hugged her and immediately reached for the coffee pot. She rolled her eyes and pushed the plate of muffins towards him. "Nothing fancy, just at Hank's. I know Caroline doesn't drink, maybe they'll have Virgin Marys, hey?" She could finally, legitimately, have the blood of the pure-hearted. Molly pretended to think for a second, then nodded. "I'm out." "Well?" Finn picked at a muffin. "Yeah, sure. As far as I know, Caroline's free. I'll have to check." "What's the deal?" "You mean apart from spending time with me, your wonderful sister? And the fact we finally have a babysitter we trust, not to lead the kids down a path of devil worship and Taylor Swift fandom?" Finn rolled his eyes at his sister. "You are certifiable, you know that?" Molly grinned, but then her expression sobered. "Look, I figure if we at least try to be pleasant to Caroline, she might lay off Sarah." Finn shrugged. "Worth a shot." Molly grimaced. Mike's idea. Do-gooder. But she grinned. Finn got up, shaking his head in amusement. "So you'll come?" She called after him. Yeah, what time?" 8. "See you there?" Molly watched her brother cross the street to the police station. It has been the first time that she had seen him smile in quite a while. His face was drawn, his pallor pale, clammy. He looked so much older than a few months ago, she realized with a pang. Maybe tonight he'd relax, have some fun. A nub of guilt settled in her chest. She knew why Mike wanted this evening, this get-together, to make peace between them all. She'd happily gone along with it, and now she questioned herself. Finn was her family, and Caroline made him miserable. Still, if it helped, shrugging, Molly sighed and went back to work. The evening sun faded, and was about to drop below the horizon. After a light supper, they sat outside talking, listening to the quiet evening, the faint lapping of water from the beach at the bottom of the garden. Sarah, her feet in Isaac's lap as he rubbed them, studied him. At work in his exquisite suits, he looked every inch the powerful billionaire businessman, but here, sitting on her porch swing, in his artfully faded t-shirt and his long legs in blue jeans, he looked at home. She told him that, and he smiled. "I feel at home, babe. Anywhere with you would feel like home." She flushed with pleasure, stroked a finger down his cheek. "Maybe we should talk about where we go from here." She suddenly got nervous, but Isaac leaned over to kiss her. "Sarah, would you be as kind as to move in with me?" He said in a formal English accent that made her giggle. "Sir, I would be delighted," she replied, waving her hand in a flourish. "That's the worst accent I've ever heard," he teased. She stuck her tongue out at him. "So we're doing this then?" He pulled her onto his lap. "Hell yes we are. I can't wait any longer. We just have to work out the logistics, but that can wait for later. Right now, I think we should celebrate." And he swung her up into his arms and went inside. He stood back from the tree line as Isaac carried Sarah into the house. He had watched them for the last few minutes, talking, being so easy and relaxed with each other. It made his rage threaten to burst out of him. Now he backtracked through the wood to his car and drove back across the island. He had somewhere he needed to be. The bar was crowded and noisy, so Molly bent her head, her mouth next to Mike's ear. "I'm going to get rid of her. I'm going to hang her entrails from a tree and dress her corpse up like a goat. With sprinkles." Mike snorted with laughter. Inventive. He couldn't blame Molly. He was regretting extending the drinks invitation to Caroline Jewell. The evening had begun promising enough. Finn and Molly were a tag team, busting each other's chops, making Mike laugh. Soon enough, though, Caroline had tired of them hogging the spotlight and had butted in. Mike felt Molly tense beside him immediately, watched Finn's shoulders slump. Caroline appeared oblivious, and worse, was fawning over both Finn and himself. Mike was reminded of a faded small-town pageant queen, once glossy and used to male attention. He wasn't fooled by Caroline, any more than Molly or Finn or anyone else was. Caroline was telling about her plans to have a baby. Mike caught Molly rolling her eyes at him, and he grinned. Finn shifted in his chair. "I can see us having a whole bunch of kids," Caroline was saying. "Half human, half spawn of Beelzebub," Molly muttered under her breath. Mike grinned. Finn was looking at Caroline, a strange expression on his face. "A whole bunch?" Caroline smiled and patted his knee. "Of course. I want at least 4. Finn threw back his drink. "You never mentioned 4. His voice was tired, defeated. Caroline's face fell the tiniest amount, but then a nasty smile started to form around her mouth. "Well, I do. I want us to be a family. You know, you could be more enthusiastic. I thought we were trying." Finn shrugged, but this time Molly couldn't hold back. She grinned wickedly. "You're always trying, Caroline." Caroline bristled, Finn smirked, and Mike put a warning hand on Molly's knee. "I wouldn't expect you to understand," Caroline narrowed her eyes at Molly, "but I was born to be a mother." "One word, couple of syllables missing from the end of that," Molly shot back with a syrupy smile. Mike couldn't help the bark of laughter that escaped him then, and even Finn chuckled. Caroline's face set with spite, and she turned back to Finn. "Anyways, my point is, you should be grateful that you're with someone who can provide you with an heir. A legacy." Molly rolled her eyes then. "Yeah, 'cause anything getting half its DNA from you." "Molly." Finn's warning was soft and low. She grinned, shrugged. Caroline's nose went in the air. "Any DNA from me is surely better than the fetid gene pool that spat out that half-bred tramp." "Shut up." Finn stood up suddenly, slamming his chair back. He looked down at his wife, oblivious to the alarmed looks of his sister and her husband. "You don't say one more word about Sarah, you understand?" Caroline laughed. "It's not my fault you still get weak every time she walks into a room." Mike started to stand as Finn stepped towards his wife. "You don't get to talk about her like that. Ever. Do you understand me? She's worth 1,000,000 of you, Caroline. Don't forget it." His voice was rigid with anger, with contempt. Caroline made a disgusted noise, pushed her old chair back and stalked out. Finn struggled to get control of his temper. Molly stood and tried to put her hand on his arm, but he shook it off. After a moment, he reached into his pockets, pulled a couple of bills out and dropped them on the table. "I'm sorry." He didn't look at them again before walking out. Mike blew out a long breath and drew Molly in for a hug. He could feel her trembling. "I'm sorry I started that," she muttered into his shoulder. He tightened his arms around her and stared out of the window, watching as Finn's car disappeared from view. "Light the touch paper," he thought, unease curling his stomach. He looked down at Molly, kissed her gently. "Want to get out of here?" At the small hotel set at the corner of the island's golf course, he threw down his keys and looked around. Everything he owned was in this room. He smiled, he liked his compact way of living. The apartment on the island was perfect. He'd already figured out he could see into the coffee house from the large picture window. Even better, that there was a network of alleyways behind both buildings that would come in handy. He booted up the laptop and pulled the camera feeds across the screen. Kitchen. Living room. Hallway. Bedroom. He watched them live, the small domestic moments made unbearable by the knowledge that he was the only unseen observer. Isaac had his arm around Sarah. They moved together, laughed quietly, closed like two islands joined. The sight felt like a punch to the chest. A single word, one he'd seen once before, flashed in his mind, then faded. The image of it on her wall returned, like a smear he couldn't wash away. Watching them should have stung, instead it lit something darker inside him. A low, impatient heat pooled under his ribs. He found himself studying everything: the line of her profile, the way her hair fell, the curve of her shoulders. He catalogued it all, as if filing evidence. Later he watched them sleep, two bodies tangled on her bed, peaceful and unguarded. He stared until his eyes blurred. She looked so small, so ordinary in sleep, so achingly human. A cold fury and a raw, aching longing braided together, until he could no longer tell one from the other. He leaned back and let his hands drop to his knees. There was the other problem too, the rival who'd moved in on what he felt should have been his alone. That man's ease with Sarah made bile rise at the back of his throat. His thoughts turned inward, away from the image on the screen and toward the one person he could use, Caroline. She'd been useful, easily led, eager for attention, quick to act when flattered. He'd pulled the strings before, he could do it again. The memory made him smile in a small, ugly way. Packing was mechanical. He shoved his equipment into cases, the motion steady and cold. He told himself he needed to leave town for a while, that distance would sharpen his thinking. But before he closed the door on that place for good, he paused over one last item, an old canvas roll. He unzipped it, and for a moment the past and the present blurred, tools of his craft, pieces that reminded him how carefully he could shape a scene, how easily perception could be bent. He did not dwell on explicit images. Instead he imagined consequences, how he could unsettle them, how a well-timed rumor, a planted doubt, an unexpected visit could crack the brittle shell of their peace. It made his chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with desire, and everything to do with control. He stepped into the shower to clear his head, letting the hot water drum on his shoulders. He avoided the fantasies that had tempted him, images that would have crossed a line he refused to cross aloud. Instead he thought in small, precise moves, where to go, what to say, who to use. If he couldn't have what he wanted, he decided, he would make them notice him again, on his terms. When he finally dressed and walked out the door, his face had the blank calm of someone who had rehearsed 1,000 unhurried, careful steps. He was a man with a plan. Not violent, but relentless. And sometimes, he told himself, relentless was enough. And he knew just what to do. A week later, Sarah didn't see Isaac when he came into the coffee house. Her head was down, concentrating on the account books. He smiled to himself, picked a flower out of the arrangement on one of the tables. She was sitting facing away from him. He touched the flower to her neck, the lightest touch. She didn't turn, just swatted at herself, distracted. He grinned and ran the bloom down her skin. She turned and smiled delightedly. She moved around the counter into his arms and he kissed her. "Hey you, I wasn't expecting to see you until later. You playing hooky again?" "Yep. You're a terrible influence." He grinned and bopped her nose with the flower. "Your corsage, ma'am." He stuck the flower in her hair. She laughed. "You want coffee?" "Always." He sat down and studied her as she grabbed the coffee pot. He'd been away on a business for the last 2 days, and now he drank in the sight of her. "Is it possible you got more beautiful than ever since I last saw you?" She made a face and made him laugh. He reached over to take her hand. "I missed you," he said, grinning at her. "This working thing is really inconvenient. What are you up to later?" "I have to drop some paperwork off at George's place. He still refuses to join the technology age and get a computer, so I had to print some stuff off for him. After that, I'm free for whatever you want." She grinned lasciviously, and he smiled. An hour later, Isaac nodded and turned the car around, heading out of town. He glanced over at her. "So what do you feel like doing after?" "You? Damn, you keep talking like that, we're never going to get to George's place." "Hey, not to ruin the moment, but any new letters or anything weird?" She shook her head. "Nothing. Maybe Caroline's finally got the message. Finn must have threatened her with arrest for stealing the crime scene photos to get her to stop. I think she's done, the stupid idiot." Isaac sighed. "She has definitely lived up my first impression of her." He looked over at her and smiled. "Remember that? Our first date at George's restaurant?" Her eyes were soft. Of course I do. Gosh, was there ever a time when I didn't know and love you? He pulled her hand up to his mouth and kissed it. I know what you mean, sweetheart. They drove in silence, and a few minutes later Isaac drew the car up to the sidewalk outside George's house. Sarah started to open the door, but Isaac stopped her. Are you mine forever? He whispered. For all time. She answered simply, and when she looked up at him, he could see the love in her eyes. He smiled. Guess I better go make nice with my future father-in-law. She laughed slightly as she got out of the car. One thing at a time, buddy. Besides, she gave him a sly smile, I need to be wooed first. He laughed out loud. Wooed? Hell yes. She rummaged in her purse for the key and opened the door. As she was stepping into the house, Isaac's phone buzzed. I'll be right behind you, darling. The downstairs was dark, drapes drawn. For a moment she thought she smelled cooking, something ordinary, and called out, Hey Pops. No answer. She moved into the kitchen and froze. The blinds were shut and the room felt wrong, heavy with a smell that made her stomach turn. Her heart kicked into a frantic rhythm. She groped toward the window, nearly slipping on something wet underfoot. Hands trembling, she shoved the blinds up and sunlight poured in. Then the world tilted. All the breath left her. Her knees buckled. A sound tore from her throat, half scream, half sob, raw and animal. She hit the floor, the cold shock of the room searing into her. The smell hit her again, and she gagged as panic took over. Instinct drove her to the door. She crawled to it and somehow managed to push it open, dragging herself across the lawn before collapsing into the grass. Isaac reached her first. He took in the scene, her covered and shaking, and his face went white. He scooped her into his arms, as if she were the only thing that mattered. Her mind was blank. She clung to the sliver of warmth he offered. Sarah, what happened? Isaac's voice sounded small in the open air. She was too far gone to answer. Finn burst out of the house, his face drained of color. He intercepted the paramedics, arguing quietly with them while Isaac stayed with Sarah. Eventually, Isaac followed Finn back inside. The kitchen made him stop. He covered his mouth and backtracked a step, the room closing in. Something terrible had happened here, something that no one should ever find in a home. He forced himself forward until Finn pointed to the far wall. A collage covered it, dozens, maybe hundreds of photographs, taped and layered until only images showed. Sarah at work. Sarah laughing with friends. Sarah walking across campus. Many photos looked taken from a distance, others intimate and unaware. Images of Isaac and Sarah together, casual and warm, holding hands, sharing a joke, the two of them ordinary and alive. Then Isaac's blood ran cold. Toward the center of the display someone had placed manipulated images. Sarah's face superimposed on photographs that suggested violence. Even without the clarity of the edit, the intent was unmistakable. Finn's voice was barely a whisper. There's a message for her. He pointed, and Isaac's eyes followed to dark writing smeared across the wall in contrasting strokes. You are next. The words landed like a blow. The house, already filled with the aftermath of something unspeakable, suddenly felt smaller and more dangerous. Isaac tasted copper in his mouth and knew with a terrible certainty that nothing would ever be the same.
Here today, then.
The smell hit him first. Heavy. Sweet. Wrong. His stomach tightened as recognition settled in. He didn't need to see anything to know what he'd find, but he forced himself forward anyway. The trailer was dark. Air still. The faint buzz of flies pulsed in the silence. He clicked on his flashlight and rested his hand on his holstered weapon out of instinct. A woman sat slumped in a chair at the far end of the room. The light moved carefully across her, bare skin, long dark hair hanging limp over her shoulders, and the deep red staining everything around her. The table, the floor, the worn cushions. A long-handled razor lay near her feet. Behind him, the neighbor who had called it in hovered in the doorway. You see anything? He ignored the question, eyes scanning slowly. The woman had been young. Beautiful. His chest tightened. A life cut short, however it had happened, was still a life lost. He continued to sweep his light across the room. The countertops were cluttered. On the floor, some of her hair brushed the tiles, dark and tangled. Behind him, the bedroom door stood open. He leaned just far enough to look inside without disturbing the scene. Bed unmade, nightstand cluttered. A few items confirmed what the neighbor had suspected about her work. He exhaled through his nose. It didn't matter. She was a person. She deserved better than this. He turned back into the main room and let his light drift across a small table near the wall. 2 plates. Half-eaten sandwiches. A glass. A bottle. An open pill case. And a sippy cup. The breath left his lungs. He froze, listening. Something, so faint he wasn't sure he heard it at first. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. He spun, dropping his light toward the floor, until it caught on a tiny foot tucked beneath the table. He went down to his knees instantly, not caring what he knelt in. The beam illuminated a small girl, no more than 5, pressed tight into the corner beneath the wood. Her eyes were wide and wet, her little chest shaking with soft hiccuping breaths. Hey, he said gently, voice low, warm, like talking to something breakable. Hey sweetheart, it's all right? I've got you. She didn't move. She just stared. He extended a hand, slow as breath. I'm here to help. You're safe now. I promise. She hesitated, then barely, her fingers lifted from her chest. It's okay, honey. I'm a police officer. Do you know what that is? Still staring at him, she nodded slowly. Then his heart gave a lurching twist as he saw her arms. Slashes at her tiny wrists. Every emotion came then, anger, rage, heartbreak. Tenderness. He smiled at her again. Will you come out for me, sweet girl? Come let me see your hands, make them all better? He didn't know why she came, but she did. She crawled, albeit slowly, towards him, and didn't protest when he swung her up into his arms. She was a tiny little thing, dark brown hair, skin lighter than the dead woman's. He would have bet the farm that the father was long gone if the woman had even known who he was. The girl stared up at him, his dark brown skin shining in the torchlight. She touched his face, as if she couldn't believe he was really there. What's your name, sweet girl? Her mouth moved, but he didn't hear anything. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Would it help if I told you my name? He wasn't sure if she understood him now. He pulled his identification card from his pocket and showed it to her. She touched the picture, then his face, and he nodded, smiling. That's right, that's me. My name is George, George. George. My last name is Madrigal, like the song. Do you know your name, sweet girl? She nodded slowly, bent to his ear and whispered. George smiled at her. I'm very glad to meet you. He brushed some hair out of her eyes. Very glad indeed, my sweet girl Sarah. Now? When Sarah closed her eyes, he was still there. The kitchen. The stillness. The awful, heavy silence. Her mind replayed it no matter how hard she tried to push it away. George's body where it should never have been, the sharp smell of iron in the air, the sense that the world had tilted and would never be right again. Now, in the quiet room of the funeral home, he lay covered to the chest with a white sheet. His face had been carefully tended, smoothed by the mortician into something peaceful. Almost like sleep. Almost. He still looked like George. Just gone. Sarah stepped closer. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead. She had insisted on being the one to identify him, so no one else she loved would have to see what she had seen. This was her burden. She leaned in until her lips were near his ear. I'm so sorry, she whispered, voice trembling. It was the only thing she could think to say. Sorry for not being there. Sorry for every moment she hadn't known he needed her. A warm hand touched her back. Sweetheart? She turned. Isaac's face was drawn with worry and grief of his own. He pulled her into his arms, holding her close, steadying her when her legs felt too weak to stand. She didn't cry, she couldn't. Her eyes were sore and swollen, her throat raw from everything that had come before. But she let herself exist in the warmth of him, the safety. He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "Let's go home," he murmured. "Come on, baby. I've got you." She nodded. Later, in the quiet of his apartment, he ran her a warm bath and sat with her while the steam rose around her. When she finally lay in bed, he slipped in beside her, one arm draped around her waist, the other gently stroking her hair. His touch never rushed, never demanding. Just there. Constant. Solid. A place to rest. And finally, just barely, Sarah slept. The Mariners were losing. Finn shifted in his seat, wishing he could concentrate on the game. He and a couple of his colleagues from the city were off getting hot dogs and beer, the Safeco crowd at capacity. Finn pulled his cap over his eyes. He couldn't stop thinking about Sarah. She had been so hurt, so devastated it twisted in his gut when he thought about it. He just wanted to hold her and make it all okay for her, but Isaac had been there, and it hadn't seemed appropriate. Weird how that worked. Sarah was his sister, his family, and now there was someone in her life who filled every role for her. As long as she was happy, Finn shrugged and let out a long breath. Besides, now he had his own family to think of. After he'd gotten home from the long hours of work after George's murder, Caroline had been smiling, almost giddy. Pregnant. Geez, how the hell did that happen? He'd slept with Caroline twice in the last year. Both times he had too much to drink. Geez. Finn swore under his breath. He just wasn't ready for a kid yet, not like this, not with her. Pregnant. Did he believe the baby was his? Not really. And he didn't care if Caroline was unfaithful, he knew for a fact that she had been many, many times. Still, he couldn't walk away knowing the child could be his. It wasn't in his blood to abandon family. Damn it. He leaned forward, trying to stop the bottomless ache in his heart. A copy of the Seattle Times was wedged under the seat in front of him. A photo caught his eye. He yanked it free. A headline. Brutal slaying of Seattle undergrad. Finn read the story quickly, but his eyes kept being drawn back to the photo. Dark eyes, dark hair. She looked just like Sarah. Finn felt a wave of nausea. You're losing it, man. But he tore the page from the rest of the newspaper and shoved it into his pocket. The nightmare scene at George's place, the smeared blood on the walls. You are next. Someone was targeting Sarah, and he was damned if he'd let anything happen to her. Dude, you sleeping? Hank, one of the city cops, banged his shoulder. You're getting old, man. Finn gave him a wry smile and took the beer he offered. The whole community turned out for George's funeral a week later. Sarah held the wake at the house. Kept busy with the catering and tending to the guests, it wasn't until late that she managed to get a moment to herself. She snuck out the back door and, kicking off her shoes, sat on the steps of the porch. She leaned against the railing and shut her eyes. The pounding grief made her chest ache. The last few days had been horrific. George's home had been cordoned off, and crime scene investigators were everywhere. The Varsity had been full of customers wanting to know what happened, all well-meaning but wary. A few times, she had hidden out in the back room while Molly dealt with some of more emotional ones. From inside, she heard Isaac asking Molly if she had seen Sarah and smiled. Out here, baby. He'd been her rock, her protector this last week, through the constant questioning of the homicide detectives. Do you know any reason why someone would want to kill George Madrigal? Would want to kill you? Why didn't you report the letters? She thought about that now, staring over at the trees that led down to the cove, the dark boathouse at the edge of the water. So much loss. She brushed a tear away. Isaac sat down next to her, pulled his tie apart and undid his collar. He winked at her, reaching out and running his hand lightly down the back of her head. She leaned into his touch. How are you holding up, darling? She nodded again. Okay. What about you? Same. He gave her a sad smile. You did well though, lovely service, nice wake. Least I could do. Her voice had a catch in it. Isaac frowned and leaned his face closer to hers. Hey. She looked at him. He put his head on the side and smiled. It's not your fault. He slid his hand onto the back of her neck. There were tears in her eyes. She brushed them away as they dropped down her cheeks. Isaac pressed his lips against her temple. I love you. She leaned into him for a moment. And I you. She looked at Isaac, sleek in his dark suit, and smiled. You look handsome in a suit. He grinned cocky. Oh, I know. They both laughed softly, then he pressed his lips to hers. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I can't imagine what this has been like for you. I wish I had gotten to know George a little better. Sarah smiled. He was the sweetest man, the sweetest person I ever met. Honestly, you won't find anyone with a bad word to say. You would have loved him too, Isaac. There wasn't anyone he wouldn't have helped or tried to make their lives better. Her expression turned somber. I can't begin to imagine how much you miss him. Isaac's hand on her arm. I do miss him. Every day. She turned to him, her eyes serious. I just wish I had reported the letters, but they seemed like such a petty little thing. I didn't want to make a fuss. Tears filled her eyes and she shook her head. And I hate myself every day for that. It's just, she sighed heavily, it's not fair, he should still be here. Isaac studied her face for a long moment. You think you should have been the one to die, instead of him? She nodded. Isaac shifted across the step and put his arm around her shoulders. There's only one person to blame, and that's the psycho who's doing this. She smiled weakly. What I don't get is, why not just kill me? If I'm the one he or she is after, just kill me. Isaac blanched at her words. I don't ever want to hear you say that again, Sarah. Ever. Geez. He pulled away from her and got up. She watched as he paced around the porch, then looked down at her. Do you honestly think I could go on without you? You are my love, Sarah, my life. Nothing is going to happen to you. He drew in a steady breath, then extended his hands toward her. She placed her palms in his, letting him pull her back to her feet. Promise me, Isaac said quietly, his voice rough with emotion, that we're in this together. We face all of this side by side. She leaned forward and kissed him, soft and certain. I promise. I love you, Isaac. He held her close for a long moment before they left the island that night. Sarah had admitted she needed distance from the place, from the memories and the shadows clinging to it, and Molly agreed that the varsity should close for a week. Sarah insisted on paying Molly double to cover the time off, but Molly simply shook her head. No way, Chuckles. This is family time. We take care of each other. When the elevator began its rise to the penthouse, the quiet between Sarah and Isaac grew warm. Their lips brushed, tentative at first, then slow and deep, grounding and healing at the same time. By the time they stepped inside the apartment, Sarah's fingers were at the buttons of his shirt, her breath catching. Isaac caught her hands, not stopping her but searching her face. Are you sure? Sarah rose up on her toes, meeting his mouth with confidence, with wanting. Make tonight about us, she whispered. About love. About being alive. About being here. She didn't need to finish the thought. Isaac answered with a quiet sound from deep in his chest, gathering her against him, kissing her with an intensity that was all devotion and relief. Clothes fell away, and he lifted her easily, carrying her to the bedroom where the world could not reach them. Finn sat near the front window, gaze drifting unfocused over the view. His mood tightened further when he saw Caroline cross the yard and get into her car. Probably off to meet someone else again. Go on then, he muttered. I don't want anything from you. He watched her car disappear across the island, then let his eyes fall shut. The past weeks had been relentless, fear for Sarah, the shock of George's death. Who could do something like that? And why would anyone want to hurt Sarah, of all people? Sarah, who carried kindness like a habit. Sarah, who had finally found someone who truly loved her, who saw her. Finn liked Isaac Quinn. He liked the way Isaac had stepped in, steady and unshakable when Sarah had needed him most. The way they had worked together after Sarah found George, holding her up, protecting her, doing whatever had to be done to get her safe. So why was someone trying to tear her life apart? A thought flickered, thin and sharp. He pushed it away at first, but it returned. He reached into his coat and pulled out the newspaper clipping he'd torn out earlier. A young woman, smiling in the photograph. Bright eyes. College sweatshirt. She had been found in Seattle, no motive, no clear explanation. The officials called it a random act, senseless and cruel. Finn knew he was grasping at threads, and still he opened his laptop. He'd done this hundreds of times since Dan vanished, searching, digging, chasing any trace. Always nothing. But he kept hoping. He hesitated, then typed. Cases involving stalking. Violence. Disappearances. Then, after a long pause. Murders. Maybe it was unreasonable. Maybe it was bitterness. Maybe it was fear. But he searched anyway. Because if there was even a chance Dan had come back, he needed to know. Victim profile, female 20 to 35, petite build, long brown hair, brown eyes. Asian American. He set the search going and reached for the phone. Time to start at the beginning. Dan was from Louisiana, according to what he'd told Sarah anyway. Tapping out the number, he waited. New Orleans Police Department, how may I direct your call? She felt his fingertips drifted gently down her spine and smiled. She opened her eyes to see Isaac beside her, propped up on his elbow, smiling down at her. She rolled onto her side, stretching her aching limbs before leaning over to kiss him. You okay? His voice was so full of love that she luxuriated in it a second before answering. As long as you're near, I always will be. He traced a line around her lips with his finger. Sarah, love, can we talk about our future? Seriously? I'm trying to hold back from dragging you to City Hall right this minute and marrying you. He grinned as he said that, and she laughed, but I do want us to move forward now. I love you, and I would like it if we lived together. Sarah smiled and burrowed into the crook of his arm. I would like that too. Even after this short time, this feels right, doesn't it? Isaac smiled. Hell yes. So, geography. I obviously have to have a base here, but I'm happy to live on the island, really anywhere is fine. They talked for most of the morning without ever deciding anything concrete, but that didn't matter. Between exhilarating lovemaking and talking, it was nearly 3 o'clock before they got dressed. How about we go into the city, grab the late editions, and commandeer a table at this bar I know? Gosh, that sounds perfect. Isaac high-fived her. Then later we'll go find some dark alleys and... You are such a dirty boy, Sarah giggled as he caught her by the waist and spun her around. Come on, Don Juan, let's go drink ourselves silly. The call to New Orleans had yielded nothing, but the guy on the phone had promised to ask around. Finn sat down heavily at his desk. Damn it. The screensaver on his computer had activated, and he flicked the mouse in irritation. And saw the results of his search. A sense of dread, of certainty, settled over him as he read down the screen. The breath froze in his lungs. San Francisco. Auburn. Wilmington. Colorado Springs. A dozen more places across the country. All of them looked like the dead girl in the city. Like Sarah. Finn could feel his heartbeat pounding, the blood roaring in his ears. There was no proof, no logical reason to think Dan would have had anything to do with the killings, that he was any kind of criminal at all. But Finn stared at the crime scene photos of the dead girls. Almond-shaped eyes, long dark hair, and luminous golden skin. But even that wasn't the reason Finn felt his whole body weaken with shock. He'd seen this before, the horror, the savage way these women died. He'd seen it in the home of his good friend, George Madrigal. Finn almost made it to the bathroom before he threw up. Molly was exhausted by the time she'd herded the kids to bed. Mike, her ever-reliable husband, had helped out but was now slumped into his armchair, the game on the TV, but Mike was snoring gently. Molly smiled fondly and closed the door to the living room. For the first time in days, she had time to herself, but all she could think of was sleeping. Every bone in her body ached. She got up to make herself hot chocolate and glanced out of the window, across the street to the silent varsity. "Shoot," she said softly. One of the windows to the back room was open. How the hell had they missed that? Molly, muttering to herself, pulled on her sneakers and headed out of the door. At the varsity, she quickly shut the offending window and turned to go back home when she heard it, or rather felt it. A rolling, a vibration beneath her feet. Molly frowned. Earthquake? No, she thought, as she glanced again out of the window. She didn't think anything else was shaking. Something was definitely making the floor tremble. She padded over to the kitchen door, unlocked it, and went into the dark coffee house. The espresso machine was juddering and spilling dark brown liquid onto the floor. Molly switched on a lamp and cursed to herself. She pulled the power cord out of the wall and grabbed a cloth, dropping it into the puddle of coffee and soaking it up. How in the hell had coffee machine had been left on? Molly rinsed the cloth and cleaned the floor. From the other end of the coffee house, the sound of a table scraping across the stone floor made her heart stop. Molly's head shot up, and she stared into the murky darkness. Chest thumping, she squinted towards the sound. Through her fear, she couldn't tell if she was imagining someone else breathing, or whether it was just her own shaky, nervous gasps. Then she heard it. A low laugh. The table moved again, and she was running, slamming the door behind her. She darted up the stairs, then cursed when she realized her door had locked behind her. She looked back down the stairs. There was no lock between the back room door and her stairs. She crept back down and unlocked the back door. As she slid out, she thought she heard the back room door open. She didn't look behind her as she ran, half slipping in the freezing snow. She ran down the alleyway at the back of the varsity, skidding to a halt when she saw a shadow pass along the end. Her breath was coming in sobs now, as she considered what to do. Turning back along the alley would mean she was out of sight of Main Street for longer, as the alley passed along the back of the coffee house and its neighbors. But then she could see clear space at the end, and at least it was well lit. Molly, barefoot and freezing, skittered back along the alley. She was almost at the end when he caught her. They'd settled in the little bar on 2nd Avenue. The bar was full, but they'd managed to get a couch in the window. It had started to rain hard outside, a typical Seattle autumn. Inside the bar buzzed with a low hum, people chatting, laughing. Sarah had directed Isaac rather bossily to the couch, then went to the bar to get them some drinks. Thanking the barman, Sarah sashayed back to a grinning Isaac. "What you got behind your back there, beautiful?" She winked at him and handed him the bottle. "Tiffin." He started to snigger. "I don't believe you. My friend Josh over there is gonna make you that cocktail." She swung away and took the bottle back to the bar. Finn shook his head, laughing. He couldn't believe she'd remember his joke from the day they had met. When she returned, he grinned at her. "How would you remember what was it in?" Sarah flopped into the couch next to him. "I looked it up." Isaac bugged at her. "You looked it up? Why?" She flushed and grinned. "Because. Some of that mushy stuff." "Yep." He pulled her onto his lap and kissed her. "Anyone tell you you're totally adorable?" Josh, a tall, gangly man with long blonde hair and a goatee, grinned at them as he brought over 2 glasses and set them down in front of Sarah and Isaac. "Good luck with that," he shook his head, amused. "There's a lot of alcohol there." Sarah and Isaac picked up their glasses and cast doubtful glances at each other. "I don't know, it looks gross?" "Yeah. After 3. 1, 2, 3. They both took a swig, and both made the same face. "Geez," Isaac swallowed and stuck his tongue out. "That's disgusting." Sarah nodded. "Yeah, where did you get this recipe?" "Google." "Do me a favor? Next time just stick to adult entertainment." Josh brought them some beers, snickering at the half-full cocktail glasses as he bore them away. Sarah snuggled into Isaac's arms as they sat on the couch, watching the rain. She felt a peace she hadn't felt since George's death, not scratch that since Dan had gone. It was him, Isaac. His presence in her life was steadying, comforting, and more than that, she trusted him. She stroked her hand over the hard plane of his chest, and he turned to smile down at her. "I want to know more about you," she told him. "I feel like all the drama that's been going on has overshadowed my getting to know you." He tugged a strand of her hair gently, smiling. "What would you like to know?" "Anything. How did you start your business? What did you want to be when you were a kid? Your dating history." She grinned at this last as his eyebrows shot up. "Oh, it's that stage of our relationship, is it? The private files? Like Mulder and Scully, but dirtier. Come on, gimme deets, gimme. Isaac tweaked her nose fondly. "Okay, but quid pro quo. Who was your first boyfriend?" She pretended to think. "Jiminy Billy Bob." No. Wise ass. "Okay, to sweeten the deal, my first girlfriend was Becky Mayberg. We went to junior prom together, then she left me for a mathlete." "Burn?" "Yup. Your turn." Sarah grinned. "My first boyfriend was Simon LeBone." "No, really. Not the famous one, of course. This one was 7. We went out for a whole afternoon. True love. The truest. After that, and feel free to mock, my next boyfriend was Dan." Isaac stared at her. "No way. Have you seen you?" Sarah shrugged good-naturedly. "Dating just didn't interest me. I mean, I went out on dates before Dan, but nothing ever came of them." "Why was Dan different?" Sarah was quiet for a while. "You know what? I don't think I know, it just was." He didn't press the subject. "I was engaged for a while." Her eyebrows shot up. "Really? What happened?" Isaac smiled. "She married my brother." Sarah, who had been sipping her beer, had to cover her mouth as she choked on her drink. "What? You were engaged to Micah?" Isaac laughed at her and she scowled at him. "Oh, you're just teasing me again." Isaac shook his head, still grinning. "No, really. I dated Micah in college, got engaged, but then we went home for the holidays to my parents and Saul was there. It was obvious to everyone they were meant for each other." Sarah was gaping at him. "And you just..." Isaac shrugged. "Can you imagine being married to someone who is in love with someone else? Who were so destined for each other? I loved Micah, yes, but until I met you, I didn't realize what in love meant. Totally different." Sarah sighed. "Damn. What? You are perfect. So annoying." Isaac laughed out loud at that. "Believe me, I'm not. But I think I'm perfect for you. I want to be perfect for you." Sarah pressed her lips to his, hard, fierce, her eyes filled with tears. "I love you." He caught her head in his hands and held it, kissing her deeply, totally oblivious to the amused stares of the other people in the bar. Her feet slid out from beneath her, and they tumbled to the cold ground. Molly flipped herself around and used her fists, her feet, to pummel her attacker's body as he tried to grab her wrists. She saw the glint of metal in his hand, and her stomach constricted. She caught him squarely in the mouth, felt his teeth grate along her skin of her knuckles, and he jerked his head back. She slammed the blade of her hand into his nose, and he tumbled away from her. She scrambled to her feet and skidded back along the alley, hearing his roar. As she got to the door of the varsity, she felt a sharp sting across her back, and she cried out in pain. She threw herself into the door as he grabbed at her, pulling at her sweater. She put all her weight against the door as he tried to break it down, throwing his immense bulk against it. Molly gasped with the effort, but inside knew it was hopeless. He was far too strong. She yelped in terror as the knife was slammed through the wood of the door, narrowly missing her head. Then the shots rang out. Shouting. The pressure against the door ceased. Molly stepped back, not lowering her guard, waiting for the attack to recommence. Then a pounding, and to her relief, a voice she recognized. Steve, one of the island's police deputies, a friend of Finn. Molly? Hey Molly, it's Steve, are you okay? She pulled open the door, and the mere sight of his gentle face made her break down. She fell into his arms. He was going to kill me, her words were barely audible amidst her sobs. Steve patted her back, and then exclaimed as his hand met a warm dampness. You're bleeding. Looks, let's get inside in the warm. He's gone now, I promise. I'm sorry. Finn wasn't sure he'd heard correctly. He sat up from his prone position on the couch and looked at Caroline. He hadn't even heard her return from wherever she had gone. After leaving work, he'd come straight home, relieved to be alone. She was standing in the doorway, the light behind her casting her in shadow. He stared at her blankly. She moved into the room, sat in the armchair across from him, her face serious. She leaned forward, searching his face. I mean it, I'm sorry. You've been having a hard time lately, and my dislike of Sarah doesn't help. I'm sorry I ruined our evening with your sister and Mike. Finn was taken aback. Caroline, her face free of makeup, her red hair pulled back in a ponytail, seemed genuine in her contrition, but Finn knew her too well. His eyes narrowed. Thank you, he said cautiously. She saw his reticence and smiled sheepishly. I get it, Finn. Things between us haven't been good for a while. Even she had to laugh at her understatement. Finn smiled thinly. Caroline, I don't know. How are we going to make this work? We can barely stand to be in the same room. Caroline got up and sat next to him. We weren't always like this. Not always. In the beginning, we had so much fun, we enjoyed being around each other. You mean we enjoyed sleeping with each other? She winced, and he was immediately sorry for his words. Caroline shook herself, took a deep breath in. That was part of it, yes. But we also had plans, Finn. We planned our family, our future. It was only when Sarah came back to the island with Danny that we started to grow apart. She put a hand on his arm. I understand she was your best friend, and I know you've said over and over that you and she are just friends. Family. But she's so beautiful and, I hate to admit this, a good, kind person. And I think you think I went with you to spite her. She stroked her hand down his face. I didn't, she said softly, that wasn't the reason. I wanted you. Finn didn't move as she kissed him lightly, closing his eyes as her lips moved against his. He tried to do what he always did when he was intimate with his wife, conjure up the pretense it was Sarah he was kissing, but this time was different. The images would not come. He opened his eyes. Caroline smiled at him. Please, Finn. Let's try and get back to what we had. Please, for us, for our child, she breathed as she kissed him again, and this time he kissed her back. She took his hand and pulled him to his feet, leading him to their bedroom. Finn realized how long it had been since he'd sleep in here. Caroline dropped her robe, slid her hands under his t-shirt. He opened his mouth to speak, but she shook her head. No. Don't. Not tonight. Tonight is just you and me, Finn, just you and me. Someone began banging on the front door just as Finn started to relax. Leave it, Caroline snapped as he pulled his t-shirt back down, but he moved away. Can't. Finn pulled open the door to see his brother-in-law, pale-faced and shaking. Finn's stomach dropped. Gosh, no. Please come, said Mike, his voice breaking, please come. Gosh, Finn, it's Molly. And he began to sob. Finn burst into the police station to see Molly, shaken, pale, and shivering although she was wrapped in a blanket. Steve was handing her a steaming hot mug of tea. Mike went to her side, wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Molly smiled weakly at her brother, who felt his heart pounding out of his chest. Steve explained he'd heard her scream in the quiet night and had come running from the police station. He'd come around the corner and seen the hooded attacker trying to batter down the door. Steve had shouted, fired warning shots, but the guy disappeared into the blackness of the forest behind the varsity. Steve had hesitated, but decided to stay with Molly. He couldn't risk getting lost in the forest and possibly letting her attacker double back and kill her. Finn raked a hand through his hair, staring at his sister. Geez, did you recognize him, Moles? Molly shook her head. I don't think so, except… What? His build, the way he sounded. She stared at her brother, and he suddenly realized who she was thinking of. Dan Bailey. His voice was flat, dead. Mike and Steve looked shocked. What the hell? What are you talking about? Molly pulled the blanket tighter around her. A few weeks ago, I thought I saw Dan Bailey in the street. It was less than a second, but I could have sworn it was him. Then tonight, she sighed, slumping down in her chair. I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into this. It could have just been someone breaking into the varsity. She rubbed a hand across her eyes. I'd really like to go home. She stood and Mike to her hand. He looked at Finn. We'll talk about this in the morning. His eyes were fierce, angry, and Finn nodded. Of course, look, sis. He went to her, hugged her tightly. You're right, it probably was just an intruder. Leave me the keys, and I'll get the crime scene's people out. You can come make a statement tomorrow when you've had some rest. After Mike and Molly had left, Finn sat down at his desk, Steve leaning against it. You okay, boss? At 32, Steve Hannigan had been Finn's deputy for just over 2 years, had transferred to the island from the city. He and Finn had gotten along from the first day, enjoyed working together. Steve had never been a man to socialize particularly, and so their friendship was confined to work. Lately, though, he'd watched as his boss had become increasingly depressed. He seemed like a broken man, Steve thought. On an island like this, everyone knew everyone else's business. With George's murder and now this, their usually quiet island had become a hub for gossip, for nosy journalists, and the island's police, really just Finn and his 2 deputies, had become stretched to the limit. And then there was Finn's wife, Caroline. He'd always disliked the spiteful redhead. He'd not warmed to her the first time Finn had introduced them, her spoiled princess petulance, her inept flirting with him, seemingly designed to humiliate Finn. Finn nodded. Look. Go home. I'll tape off the varsity until the morning. Steve hesitated. You think it could be Dan Bailey? Finn shook his head. I doubt it. I am beat, I'm going home. After Steve had left, Finn pulled out his phone, quickly shooting off a text. He laid the phone down on the table and waited. Call me. Don't tell Sarah. Finn. Isaac squinted at his phone, bemused. He looked up to see Sarah weaving her way back to him from the bathroom. She looked decidedly drunk, and as she reached him, she stumbled and almost fell onto him. Oops, she grinned up at him. He laughed and kissed her. I think I had better get you home, come on. Outside it was still pouring rain, great big drops hitting the asphalt. Isaac parked Sarah under an awning and tugged the collar of his coat up. Stay there, he ordered with a grin. I'll go get us a cab. Sarah leaned back against the wall, letting the pleasant feeling of being drunk wash over her. It felt good to let go, kick back with my boo, she grinned to herself. She saw Isaac, soaked to the skin, trying to hail a cab, his phone pressed to his ear. A wave of dizziness hit her, and she closed her eyes for a long moment. She felt people passing by her then, as in slow motion. She felt someone move too close, too near, and a finger being trailed lightly across her stomach. A familiar smell of pine soap. She opened her eyes to see a man, the hood of his sweatshirt pulled up over his head. His face was in shadow, half turned away, but her heart dropped into her feet. Dan. It was the briefest glance, and the man turned away, was gone, and was at the end of the block before she could form the word, say his name out loud. Then Isaac was grabbing her hand, pulling her into the warmth of a cab. Sarah blinked twice. Did that just happen? She twisted around in the cab as it began to pull away from the curb. She could see the guy standing at the end of the block, staring at the cab. From this distance, she couldn't see his face, just felt the intensity as he stared at the car. Isaac touched her face, his eyes concerned. Hey, you okay? She turned back to him, her mind a whirlwind of emotions, of confusion, of fear. She didn't want it to be Dan. She truly didn't. You're just drunk woman, seeing ghosts. She smiled at Isaac. a falsely bright smile that she knew he would see through. Fine. Just a bit woozy. Isaac leaned his forehead against hers. His hair was wet from the rain, and the cool water felt good against her skin. We can get some food when we get home, sober you up. Then something to make your blood pump harder, get the alcohol burned off. Wonder what we could do. Sarah smiled at him. I wonder. But she felt cold inside. The shock of seeing that face, the walk, even she thought now, the smell of the pine soap of his skin. No? She pushed the idea away, and burrowed into the warmth of Isaac's arms. This was what was real, not some drunken projection. She didn't have to look far to guess the reason for it. Ever since she had been with Isaac, she had been waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for something to spoil her happiness. She hated feeling like this. Forget it, just enjoy this wonderful man in your arms. Pushing every other thought away, she tightened her grip on Isaac and thought of nothing else the whole ride home. Later, when Sarah had fallen asleep, Isaac slipped quietly from the bed and went to the living room, grabbing his cell phone from his jacket, discarded earlier with the rest of his clothes, as they had stumbled, laughing and kissing, to the bedroom. He checked the time, just after midnight. He sent a text. You still up? His cell phone buzzed, and he pressed the accept button. Hey Finn, what's up? Hey man, look, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I figured you'd want to know this. Molly was attacked tonight, in the varsity. Isaac was shocked. Oh crap, no, is she okay? Finn sighed. Yeah, she says she's fine, but I figured you should know. And you didn't want Sarah to know. She needs time, man, this will just, look, I don't know how much she's told you about her past. I know about her mom. Okay, good. Well, Sarah's had some issues, mental health issues probably stemming from her childhood. Bouts of pretty bad depression. With George's death and now this. Isaac cleared his throat, swallowing the lump of sorrow that had formed there. I get it and thanks, I appreciate you being honest with me. Although, I don't know how we're going to keep it from her if only 4 of us know. 5 including you. I'm not saying don't tell her ever, just don't tell her yet. When she's stronger. Isaac shook his head and sighed. She won't like it. I know, but Isaac, there's something else. Molly swears blind that she saw Dan Bailey on the island a few weeks ago. It was just a second, but she's adamant it was him. And the guy tonight. I think she's convinced it was Dan. Isaac was quiet for a long time. Then definitely don't tell Sarah. Agreed? Look man, I'm sorry to bother you with this, but let's try and figure this out without worrying Sarah any more than she needs to be. Why would Dan attack Molly? Finn laughed, a hollow sound. Why would he leave without saying anything? Why would he leave Sarah? Who knows how that son of a gun operates? Isaac noticed Finn's attitude to Dan Bailey was all-out hatred now. It made his chest tighten with dread. Fear for Sarah's safety. After ending the call, Isaac slipped back into the bedroom and eased down beside Sarah. She slept deeply, curled slightly toward him. Even in sleep, a faint crease tightened between her brows. Worry. Stress. He smoothed it gently with his thumb. She sighed and pressed closer, her lips brushing the warm skin of his neck. Hey you, she murmured. I'm sorry, he whispered. Didn't mean to wake you. She opened her eyes, still hazy with sleep, and smiled. That soft, trusting smile made something in his chest twist almost painfully. You can always wake me. Can't sleep? He shook his head. She kissed him once, slow and tender. Then let me help. She slid down his body, her touch warm and familiar. Isaac exhaled sharply as her mouth closed around him, her tongue slow and teasing. The sensation was almost unbearable in its sweetness. Nothing rushed, nothing demanding, just love and heat, and the way she always seemed to understand exactly what he needed. He threaded his fingers in her hair, his breathing ragged, and she only smiled against him, urging him to let go. When his pleasure crested, she held him gently through it, kissing his hip before climbing up to straddle him. He rested his hands on her waist, marveling, as he always did, at the wonder of her. You're beautiful, he murmured. Sarah smiled softly, one of those small, sincere smiles she rarely gave anyone. "I love when you say it." She sank down onto him, slow and sure, a quiet gasp escaping both of them. They moved together easily, unhurried, her hands resting atop his chest, his thumb tracing the gentle dip of her navel. She shivered, leaning down to kiss him, their breaths mingling, their bodies fitting together like something inevitable. The world blurred into warmth and closeness then. Isaac didn't know when the dream began. One moment she was above him, laughing softly, hair tumbling down her shoulders, and the next her expression shifted, her smile flickering, fading. Her skin went pale. The room dimmed. His body felt heavy, unmoving, as though someone else's hands controlled him. He tried to speak, but his voice wouldn't come. Sarah reached for him, confusion in her eyes, and his chest filled with a cold, sinking terror he couldn't name. And then he was awake. He jolted upright with a ragged breath. Sarah slept beside him, warm and very much alive, her head resting on his arm. Relief flooded him so quickly he almost felt dizzy. Gosh. Just a dream. Just a dream. He brushed a hand down her back and she murmured softly. He smiled in spite of himself, until she spoke again. One small breathy word, barely audible. A name. Not his. Isaac froze. Dan. Sarah had been uncomfortable all morning. For lunch, they'd had chowder in one of the little seafood restaurants along the waterfront, but Sarah hadn't been able to keep up her end of the conversation. She'd asked Isaac if he was okay 1,000,000 times. In the end, he'd almost snapped at her. She felt guilty, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Dan was watching her even now. She kept thinking back to outside the bar last night. The feeling she had that Dan had moved past her was playing with her. The dream she'd had didn't help. Dan, standing in her kitchen, telling her still loved her, but she had to die so they could be together. She kept thinking of the day she'd found George. The look on his face. Terror. Her stomach roiled with unease. "Are you okay?" His voice broke through her reverie. "Sorry, it's just," she coughed, embarrassed. "I had a dream last night and it's unsettled me." "About what?" She hesitated and he glanced at her. "Sarah?" A nerve twitched in his jaw. "I can't really remember it." "Try." The atmosphere had changed. She felt a ball of tension lodge in her chest as he stared at her, his eyes searching. "I really can't remember." She glanced down at her hands, trying to hide the lie. Isaac was mad at her, but she didn't know why. "Did I do something?" she asked him now, feeling tears prickle her eyes. Isaac shook his head but stayed silent. Suddenly she couldn't stand the tension and pushed back her chair. "Excuse me," she choked out and stumbled, half blind with tears, to the restroom. She locked herself in a stall and silently sobbed. It was the first time she'd seen this side of Isaac, brooding, angry. Someone knocked at the stall door. "You okay, miss?" Sarah gulped back. "I'm fine." Her voice sounded strangled. "Okay." The voice didn't sound convinced. "Are you Sarah? Your boyfriend asked me to come see if you were okay. He asked me to tell you he's sorry, and he loves you." Sarah drew in a shaky breath. "Thank you, please tell him I'll be out in a minute." "Thanks again." The voice was warm. "You're welcome, sweetie." Sarah calmed herself down and unlocked the stall door. At the sink, she splashed some water on her face. There was a middle-aged woman with blonde hair waiting outside the door, who smiled kindly at her. "Sorry, honey, looks like he left." Sarah felt a sharp jolt of pain and stepped into the main restaurant. She relaxed immediately. Isaac was seated at the table. He looked up and smiled, worry creasing his face. She turned to the woman. "No, it's okay, he's there." The woman looked at Isaac and shook her head. "No, sweetheart, that's not the guy who gave me the message." "The guy they first spoke to was blonde?" "About 6 foot, blonde, curly hair, blue eyes?" Sarah's voice was flat, dead. The woman nodded, obviously worried now, but Sarah simply moved away and went back to awaiting Isaac. "I want to get out of here. Now." Outside, she stalked in front of him, wanting to get away from the restaurant. He gripped her arm and stopped her. What? What's wrong? She whirled on him. Oh, now you want to talk? Had enough of giving me the silent treatment? Isaac's shoulders slumped, and she could see the shame in his eyes. I'm sorry. I was upset about something. Gosh, you only said it in your sleep. It could mean anything but. What was it? Her voice was hard. It sounds so ridiculous when I think about it now, but you said Dan in your sleep. It upset me. I know, it's stupid, but after everything that's happened, what? What is it? Sarah suddenly started to laugh, but there was no humor in the sound. Believe me, if I said Dan's name in my sleep, it would be because I was having a nightmare. And if that woman in there is to be believed, a nightmare that's about to come true. Isaac shook his head, confused. I don't get it. She told him about the message. He stared at her. She must have got the wrong Sarah. Sarah's body sagged. Yeah, you're probably right. But when she looked up, she saw the same uncertainty in his eyes that she felt in her bones. Neither of them spoke on the way home. Okay, I have to ask, Isaac said finally, after a long evening where they had both stared at the television without seeing or absorbing anything that was on it. They were on his couch, but for the first time, there was space between them, physical and psychological. Isaac felt it keenly. If Dan is back, what does it mean for us? Sarah looked up, startled, and her eyes softened when she saw the hurt in his eyes. Isaac, you are the love, the absolute irrevocable love of my life. If Dan does come back, well, that part of my life is over. As far as I'm concerned, you are my future. Isaac visibly relaxed. That's all I needed to hear. Gosh, he lay down and put his head in her lap. She smiled down at him, smoothing his short hair with her hand. What a wild ride we've had. Sarah grinned. Because your life was so boring before. She looked pointedly around the apartment. High ceilings, perfectly decorated, priceless art on the walls. Isaac laughed and sat up. They're just things. He stroked her cheek. This is what's real? I'm not saying I'm not a lucky SOB, because clearly I am. Well, you worked hard for it, and your talent is in being a huge nerd boy. Geekdom is very lucrative, Sarah was grinning at him. Everything I'm good at isn't unless you get very lucky. Not that I'm complaining. You're right, things are just things. Hey now, come on, you have your own business, that's a big thing. He grinned at her. Sarah rolled her eyes. What I'm saying is, I may never be on an equal financial footing with you, but that kind of thing doesn't matter to me if it doesn't to you. I don't want diamonds and pearls and fur coats, not that I'd wear them. All I want from you is your time. I can match you on that. Isaac nodded thoughtfully. I get it. Can I ask one favor? Go for it. Isaac gestured around the room. Look, I can't pretend I'm not disgustingly rich, but I hate flaunting it. You know me by now, I'd still do the same job if it paid peanuts. But let's be real, I do have a lot of money, and just occasionally I'd like to spoil you. No, listen, he said hurriedly, seeing the doubtful expression on her face. I don't mean with material things. Maybe I could spring for a luxury vacation, maybe I could replace your truck when it finally falls apart, as a present. But more, I'm thinking, our kids could go to college without worrying about debt, you could go back to school if you wanted. We could build schools, or help the community on the island. Sarah tangled her fingers in his hair. Haven't we already discussed that you being perfect is really irritating? But she grinned. Building schools, now that kind of spending spree I can get on board with. She leaned over and kissed him. Also, a dungeon would be nice. Isaac laughed loudly. You wouldn't need to ask me twice on that. You like a bit of kink? He shrugged. Who doesn't? She crawled onto his lap. Well, Mr. Quinn, I'll try anything once, and if I like it more than once. He trailed his fingers across her cheeks. I'll hold you to that. I'm counting on it. Hank's bar was full with the Sunday night football crowd. Finn and Mike sat at a corner booth. Hank, an ex-city cop and the owner of both the bar and an oversized mustache that made him look like a walrus, had offered them a free beer and busted their chops for a time before turning his attention to the game. The 49ers were getting a mauling from the Seahawks, and the bar was raucous with their support. Finn and Mike stared at the screen blankly for 20 minutes, until an ad break afforded them the quiet to talk. So Mike took a slug of beer. "What's going on with you and Caroline?" He cleared his throat, embarrassed. Finn grinned at Mike's expression. "Dude, relax. That's not the advice I wanted." Mike looked relieved. "What then?" "Dan Bailey. Molly says she saw him. I'm not convinced." "Okay. So?" Finn shifted in his chair. "I checked him out. And came up with nothing." Mike waited. Finn held his hands out. "Don't you think that's weird? No tickets, no medical records, nothing?" Mike shrugged. "Man, I don't know. Maybe he had a reason to stay under the radar. If you've got a gut feeling, do a little digging. Where did he come from?" "New Orleans." "So he said." "Well, there must be someone down there who knew him." Finn shrugged. Mike rolled his eyes. "Have you talked to the NOLA Police Department?" "No." "Is that because you're worried you might find something out, or that you're worried you won't?" Finn sighed. "I honestly couldn't tell you." Mike finished his soda. "Dude, just talk to somebody. Get this, whatever it is, out of your head and move on. At the end of the day, does it matter? Dan Bailey's long gone. Come on, bro, I hate leaving moles alone at night, especially now." She had been away from the island for days and now, at last, she was back. He watched her get out of Quinn's car and go into the varsity, saw Molly exclaim in delight and wrap her arms around her friend. Sarah looked beautiful. Her dark hair was pulled into a loose knot at the nape of her neck, and she wore her usual jeans and a simple tee, effortless, natural, entirely herself. Quinn sat in his car across the street, watching her through the coffeehouse window. She was smiling at something, sunlight catching the soft edges of her face, and for a moment his heart twisted painfully. Then he saw him. Isaac Quinn. Tall. Confident. The kind of man who seemed to take up space without even trying. He crossed the street toward her, his stride relaxed, the picture of someone who had found something he cared about and wasn't planning to let go. Quinn studied him, feeling the familiar pulse of heat rise under his skin. He understood the appeal, anyone with eyes would. Isaac was strong, self-assured, magnetic in a way that couldn't be ignored. And Sarah? Sarah looked at him like he was the sun. The thought of them together, the closeness, the intimacy, the quiet late-night whispers, made Quinn's hands curl into fists at his sides. A slow, hot anger unfurled in his chest, steady and consuming. He forced himself to breathe. To keep his expression neutral. To wait. But inside, something dark and determined had already taken root. He was still staring out of the window at them when Caroline arrived. Following his gaze, she made a disgusted sound. "Geez. That dude can't keep away from that tramp, can he?" He turned to her and the expression on his face made her blood freeze. He walked away from the window, lit a cigarette and sat down. She followed him and tried to smile. "Did you want something, Caroline?" Her posture became seductive. "Only what I always want from you, baby." His nose turned up in a sneer. "And you call Sarah a tramp?" Caroline flinched but smoothed out her expression and smiled at him. "I just want to make you happy. Baby, you want me to make you feel better?" He shook his head, and she sat down on the bed opposite him. When he had not said anything for a few minutes, she shifted uneasily. "Look." He focused on her for the first time. "Caroline, if you could have anything you wanted, what would it be?" She thought about it. "You?" He smirked. "Apart from that." She thought about it, and her face settled into a grim smile. "I want her gone. For good. Not just someplace else, I want her dead." Caroline nodded. "In the most painful way you could imagine. Worse than George." She got up, and walked over to the window. I wish I had the nerve to do it myself. I should have just put a bullet in her years ago. He smirked. Caroline, I doubt you would even know how to take the safety off. She turned to scowl at him. There are other ways. I could have poisoned her, stuck some acid in one of her cupcakes. Snuck up on her when she was swimming, drowned her. She laughed to herself. Is that you were going to do that day? The day you watched her swim then killed her dog? He smiled bleakly. No. I just wanted to watch her. Caroline stared at him in disgust. You still want her? He got up then, and went to her. I want her dead as much as you do, Caroline. But I want to make her life a misery first, watch her suffer. You can understand that, right? Sarah Bailey will be slaughtered, eviscerated, and she will feel every moment of unimaginable agony before she succumbs. He got up and headed towards the bedroom. When she didn't follow him, he turned to her. She looked at him, wary, nervous. He moved over and put his arms around her. Are you frightened of me, Caroline? She nodded with tears in her eyes. You have no reason to be. He smiled and kissed her, felt her relax. Okay, now. She nodded and he kissed her, sliding a hand over her belly. And then there's this, our child. Caroline. She pulled him down onto the bed with her, kissing him deeply. This was what she had always wanted, real love, a man whose mind matched her own. She had loved him since the first moment she had seen him. And yes, she had disappointed him over the years, but now no more. He would get rid of Sarah, and then he would finally be free of the obsession. Sarah was already missing Isaac. He'd insisted on taking her back to the island himself, before returning to the city and to work. The coffee house had been busy, so busy she hadn't yet had a chance to talk to Molly. She'd noticed her friend was subdued, and more concerning was the faint and fading pattern of bruising on her cheek. She finally got a chance to corral Molly into the kitchen to take a break when Nancy, the part-time barista, came to work just after 4. Molly protested, but Sarah, having already spoken to Nancy, threw her a grateful glance and scooted Molly out of the door before she could protest. Sarah took them around the side of the old movie theater, where they kept several benches, deck chairs, mostly for the smokers. The afternoon was cool, and there was only one man out there now, a regular, reading a book, chewing on a cheroot. He raised the book, a salute, a greeting, and Sarah saw he was reading Catch-22. Sarah and Molly chatted with him for a few minutes before grabbing their own table. Having settled, Nancy brought them hamburgers, fries, and 2 Cokes. They sipped their sodas for a few minutes in silence before Sarah nodded at her friend. So, you going to tell me what's wrong with you or not? I know there's something. I saw the bruises, moles, what's going on? Please don't be Mike, she thought to herself, please not that. Molly sighed, running her hand through her hair. It was really nothing. Someone broke into the varsity while you were away, and... What the hell? Sarah's head shot up and she stared at her friend. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Molly sighed. Finn and Isaac said not to, that it was too soon after George and... Isaac knew. Sarah's voice rose in disbelief. Angry now, she tugged out her cell phone from her jeans pocket and dialed. Molly held up a hand. No, wait, stop. Isaac. Call me back. We need to talk. Sarah didn't hide her irritation. Molly shook her head. It's not his fault, really. Damn it, I shouldn't have said anything, she fretted. It's just with the Dan thing, they thought I was making too much of it and... What Dan thing? Interrupted Sarah, feeling the blood drain from her face, and her heart began to thump uncomfortably against her ribs. Molly looked upset. A few weeks ago, I could have sworn I saw him. It was just for a second, and it was dark, but... And then, the other night in the varsity, I went to shut a window we'd left open, or so I thought. Someone was inside and attacked me. I don't know, Sarah. More than likely it was a petty crook taking a chance, looking to steal from the register. But there was a moment, I can't describe it, a feeling. The guy's build, the way he moved, he smelled of... Pine soap, said Sarah in a flat voice. She bent at the waist, trying to quell the panic nausea that was rising in her throat. Dan was back. A million thoughts flooded through her mind. Why was he back? What did he want? And why hadn't he just approached her instead of playing games? Are you okay? Molly's voice was small, and Sarah shook her head. No. I think I've seen him too. Gosh, why now? Molly looked at her friend with sympathy. Maybe he knows about Isaac? I just don't know. What are you going to do? For now, go home, call Isaac, and have a discussion with him on what he tells me and what he doesn't. Then nothing. If Dan comes back, I'll hear him out if he wants to explain himself, but that's as far it goes. I don't want him in my life. Molly was quiet for a time, then said softly. What if Dan sees things differently? What if he wants you back? Sarah looked at her friend evenly. I'm in love with Isaac. He is my future, Dan is my past. He lost the right to want me when he left without explanation. Molly, I'm going to say this once to you. Dan Bailey is not the guy they first married, and I'm not sure he ever was. A mile from home still, she heard only the spatter of rain against the tree canopy, its beat rhythmic and soothing. Sarah had begun to regret the decision to walk home after her shift at the coffee house. The rain had permeated her clothes, her hair, and was now dripping unpleasantly down the back of her neck. The lichen of the forest floor was slippery. The spike moss that hung from the maples and Sitka spruces were drenched and heavy. Since her conversation with Molly, her mind had been a whirlwind of emotion. Sadness, trepidation, fear. Why was she afraid? That's what she didn't get, why the hell she was so afraid of Dan coming back. It wasn't that she doubted herself, her love for Isaac, it was the nagging feeling that Dan meant her harm. No suspects had been found in George's murder, and no motive. Sarah herself was the recipient of George's will, so if anyone was suspect, and she'd gone through hours of questioning, despite Isaac giving her all the alibi she needed. She hadn't wanted to know about the will, and the lawyer had graciously acquiesced to her request to postpone the reading of George's will. He had no other family, and she didn't want that finality of his death confirmed because of any money or land or whatever. She didn't want his money, and she would give anything just to have him back in her life. The trail led through the old trailer park, and Sarah kept to its well-worn path. The mobile home her mom used to own was over to the left side, a shell now burned out, no longer anything to gawp at for curious eyes. Sarah looked at it as she always had, out of the corner of her eye. She reasoned that counted. She'd only been to it once, with George on his urging. You need closure. She'd needed a paper bag. The panic attack that followed scared even the unflappable George. He hadn't encouraged any further excursions. Since his death, though, she wanted to at least try, for him. She gave the skeleton of the trailer a wide berth and sped up, eager to get home now. She scooted past the trailer belonging to the island's shipwright, Buddy Hart, a sour-faced misanthrope who hated everyone, especially people of color. Sarah despised the old man and avoided him, but they'd often come to words when Sarah had seen him abusing people in the town square. She walked past, then stopped, her heart thudding. She heard a man's voice singing, low and discordant. It wasn't the singing which made her stomach twist, her breath freeze in her lungs. It was the song her mother sang to her when she was attempting to kill her. I got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Her breath hitched, her skin aflame with a creeping horror. Sarah turned and stared into the dark window of the trailer. Something banged against the window, and she skittered backward. Someone laughed. It was the same laugh she'd heard a few nights ago outside her house. The horror curdled into cold, hard anger. She swallowed and walked to the door, fingers trembling as she knocked until the sound cut the silence. Get out here now. Now. I got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart, 'cause I'm a hooker like my dear old ma. He was singing now, cackling to himself. Red spots of rage in her eyes, Sarah yanked at the locked door, kicking at it wildly. You bastard. She was screaming now, pummeling the trailer's door, its walls. Come out and face me, you creep. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she realized a switch had been flipped in her. Sarah stopped, breathing heavily, calming herself. "Buddy Hart, come out here and face me, you coward." Something heavy crashed against the inside of the trailer, making her jump. Suddenly there was silence, stillness. All Sarah could hear was her own breathing. She heard him laugh softly to himself. "Run, run, pretty baby girl, before I stick my knife in your belly. Before I gut you. Go now." At his roar, Sarah skittered back and ran. She ran until she felt her lungs would explode, and then, as she stopped and bent double, dragging air into her lungs, she listened for a pursuer. Silence. Utter silence. A swishing, a crackling of bracken underfoot. Something moving in the trees. With a shock, Sarah stopped, her eyes raking the tree line for movement. She felt every nerve in her body jangle, her limbs felt like formless, without strength. Whatever it was had stopped too, but she felt eyes on her, imagined she could hear breathing. She turned and started to walk again, her ears alert. She heard the sound again and swung around, catching the movement out of the corner of her eye. A flash of something that jarred against the woody colors of the forest. A figure in gray. Sarah started to run, trying to catch her breath as she sprinted towards home. Every second she expected hands grabbing her, pulling her down, a knife slicing into her skin. Almost home, she snagged her foot in a tree root and fell, slamming her ear hard against a rock, slicing into it. She could feel the blood pouring down the side of her neck as she pulled herself up. She sobbed with relief as her home came into view. She'd skittered up the porch stairs before she realized her bag was gone. Casting panicked glances around her, she scrambled around to the back of the house, running her hands over the top of the back door. The key she kept there was gone. Sarah rammed her elbow repeatedly into the glass of the window, ignoring the searing pain. The glass shattered finally, and as she let herself in, she could feel blood dripping down her arm. She dragged the heavy oak table over and wedged the door shut, bracing herself back against it as she grabbed her cell phone and called Finn. Finn arrived with Steve and a very worried Molly in tow. She let them in and, still trembling, offered them coffee. Finn made her sit down, his dark eyes concerned. Molly used around Sarah, cleaning up her ear and her elbow. "Bubba, what happened?" "Buddy." She couldn't breathe. "Buddy did this?" Molly and Finn exchanged a worried look. "No," Sarah said, "I fell. Buddy, he screamed at me, he was insane. He was singing," her voice trailed off as she met Finn's gaze. "He was singing, 'Down in My Heart.'" She quickly told them the rest of the story. "He threatened you?" She nodded. "I know he doesn't like me, he was Dan's friend, but he never liked me. But Steve, he's never been aggressive or, I cannot believe what just happened." She looked dazed. Finn turned to Steve, spoke in a soft undertone. "Buddy's a nut job, but I doubt he means what he says." Steve's eyes narrowed. "Still, it's technically assault, in the state's eyes anyway." He and Finn followed as Molly took Sarah back to the varsity. Molly made Sarah sit on one of the couches. "Don't move. I'll get you some ice for that ear." Steve sat down next to Sarah. "Sarah, do you want to press charges?" She shook her head. No, I think he was probably drunk and I may have riled him up." She coughed, flushing. "I got pretty mad at him." She looked at Finn, relaxed at his reassuring smile. "I don't blame you, kiddo. Why don't you let Steve have a word with him, see what his problem was?" Sarah looked at Steve. "Would you?" He smiled at her. "Of course." He nodded at Finn. "I'll stay with Sarah," Molly interrupted, appearing from the back room holding a dishcloth filled with ice. She handed it to Sarah. "I just tried to call him." Finn patted Sarah gently on the shoulder. "Feel better, Bubba. Don't worry, we got this." Isaac Quinn looked up from his laptop when someone knocked on his office door. It was his private detective, Stan. Isaac motioned for him to sit. "What have you got for me?" The detective pulled out a bunch of photos from a folder. "Stills from the restaurant CCTV, like you asked. They were surprisingly accommodating when I told them who they were for." Isaac studied the photos. In a few he saw himself and Sarah at their table, Sarah looked upset, and he cursed himself for the way he had behaved that day. In the next photo, he was alone. It was the photo after that gave him pause. A tall, blonde-haired male talking to the waitress. Isaac's jaw clenched. The photo was fuzzy, but he could see who it was. Without a doubt, he was looking at the very much alive face of Daniel Bailey. Son of a gun. He looked up at Stan. You get anything else on this joker? Is he following Sarah? Stan shook his head. Not that I'm aware of, anyways. He is being intimate with a woman. She comes to the city twice a week, and they hole up in a motel together. What do you want me to do? Try and find out who the woman is if you can. Apart from that, as long as he's no threat to Sarah, just keep an eye on him. After Stan had left, Isaac couldn't concentrate on anything, just sat in his office staring at the photo of Dan Bailey. What do you want? Was all Isaac could think, but he pushed the thought away because he already knew the answer. He already knew the reason Dan Bailey had returned to Seattle. The woman you love. Here, let me. Molly took the tube of antiseptic ointment from Sarah, smoothing some on her battered ear. Her touch was cool and soft, and Sarah felt herself relaxing into it. She closed her eyes, her head throbbing with pain. All done here. I'll get you some painkillers. Where? In the bathroom cabinet upstairs. Her eyes still closed, she felt the swish of air as Molly passed her heading for the stairs. She laid her head down onto the cool surface of the table. What the hell is that matter with me? She felt completely out of it. Molly was back. She heard her fill a glass from the faucet. Here. Sarah sat up and took the glass and the pills from her, throwing them back quickly and draining the glass. She smiled wryly at her friend. Sorry, I'm not much company, am I? Molly looked contrite. With what you've gone through lately, it's not surprising. Just relax. Towering fatigue swept over Sarah, and she put her head down on the table again, closing her eyes. She felt Molly's hand stroke her hair, the smooth soft rhythm lulling her already tired brain. She found sleep then, unexpectedly. Sweet oblivion. A car door slamming shocked her awake. Molly was up then, heading toward the front door. She tried to gather herself. What was she thinking falling asleep like that? She heard them talking, hushed tones she couldn't make out. She went over to the sink and cranked the faucet, splashing the cold water on her face. Bubba? She turned to see Steve, ahead of Molly and Finn, coming into the kitchen. His face was drawn, sickened. Her gaze slid to Finn, who looked equally shocked. Hey, she hugged Finn, felt his arms tighten around her. What happened with Buddy? Steve looked at Finn, who cleared his throat, and shifted from foot to foot. Sarah? Buddy's dead. For a second it didn't register, then she let out a shaky breath. I don't. She looked at Steve's stricken face. Of course, she thought, of course. She turned back to Finn, her voice stronger now. Did he have an accident? Did he kill himself? There was silence, then Finn spoke, his voice harder than she'd heard it before. No. She looked between all three of her friends. I don't understand. He was murdered, Sarah. Buddy was stabbed. She felt her knees give way and sat down hard. Oh my gosh, but it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. She looked at Finn, a horrific idea flooding into the front of her mind. Finn, you don't think I did it, do you? I swear he was alive when I ran away. I promise I'll do whatever you need, DNA evidence, lie detector. Her voice, rising, was on the edge of panic, and both Finn and Molly reached for her. Finn sat next to her, took her hands in his. Molly sat on the edge of the table, his hand on the back of her neck. Steve's face softened. Finn hugged her tightly. Sarah, as police officers, we have to suspect everyone, and I would appreciate if you would come in to answer some questions, but at the moment, there is nothing to worry about. We're just trying to establish what happened. The thing is, your encounter with Buddy this afternoon, well, we're having trouble. He looked at Steve, suddenly awkward. Steve squeezed Sarah's hand. Sweet girl, we think you may be confused about what exactly happened. There was a silence while Sarah digested this. She felt the hot flame of embarrassment redden her face, but she shook her head. No, what I told you is what happened. I don't understand. Why do you think I'm lying? Not lying, honey, confused. This was Finn. He needed her shoulders. She pulled away and stood. I'm not confused. I know what happened, I was there. Why are you saying this? She looked between Steve, Molly, and Finn, seeing their concern, feeling their pity. Humiliation washed over her. Steve looked at Finn, who nodded. Steve cleared his throat. Sarah, it couldn't have happened the way you said it did. Honey, Buddy's been dead for at least 3 days. Isaac was about to leave the office when Saul stopped him. His brother wore a serious expression as he motioned for Isaac to sit down. Isaac, we need to talk. Look, I really like Sarah and God knows I owe you, but I'm beginning to struggle with the workload. Bud, you've been letting things slide for a while now. I'm working all hours to catch up, but... Gosh, Saul, I'm so sorry. Horrified, Isaac realized that he'd been so wrapped up in Sarah, he hadn't even noticed that his brother looked exhausted. The weight of guilt pressed down on him. I'm sorry, I am. Look, it all changes now. I'm here, I'm present. For the next hour they talked business, then Isaac sent his brother home to Micah and the kids. Geez, how had his life turned into this? He looked through a stack of notes that his assistant had given him. Invitations to social events. Maybe it would Sarah's mind off things to go and schmooze with Seattle's A-list. He smiled to himself. She would be the most beautiful woman in the room. He allowed himself to feel pride at that. The most beautiful woman in the world, at least to him, loved him. He realized his cell phone was switched off and quickly fired it up. 17 voicemails. The first one made his chest clench. Sarah's voice, hard, angry. Isaac. Call me back. We need to talk. Sarah felt drained. After Finn and Steve had left, Molly had stayed a little while longer, but she desperately wanted to be alone. She needed time to process what they had told her, the implications and the insinuation in their voices. She went upstairs and laid on her bed, pulling her knees up to her chest, plumping the pillow underneath her head to get comfortable. Okay, she said out loud, let's go through this. In her head, she recalled every part of the incident, the trailer park, the singing, the threats, the way he'd hissed at her. Had she imagined it? She tried to step back and look at it dispassionately, but eventually shook her head. I know what I saw, what I heard. If it wasn't Buddy threatening her, then it had been someone else. The person who had been stalking her. You know who it is. The thought made her stomach roil. Sirens keened in the distance, thin and urgent. Her mouth went dry and her heart hammered. Images flashed, her mother's frightened cries, the echo of a voice that wanted to humiliate and hurt. The words weren't the same, but the intent was, a cold, sneering taunt tossed at her like a stone. Go beg the deputy, it seemed to hiss, cruel and casual. A childish, mocking jingle bubbled up after it, disturbingly bright against the raw edges of her fear. The sound made her skin crawl. Sarah pulled the pillow over her head and began to sob, so much so that when the front doorbell rang, she didn't hear it at first. When finally the sound got through to her, she stumbled down the stairs and yanked the door open. Finn was there, his face wan. Sweetheart, I need you to come found to the station. We need you to answer some questions. Isaac almost groaned when the first person he saw as he drew up to the coffee house was Caroline Jewell. She was standing outside smoking, and when she saw him she pushed away from the wall and came over to him. Isaac didn't greet her or smile. He had no time for this wretch of a human. Her smile was unpleasant, mocking as she walked toward him. He sighed and turned to leave. I just saw your girlfriend. Isaac's shoulders tensed. So? On her way into the police station. Kind of seemed like she was under arrest. Isaac stared at her in disbelief. Man, you have some imagination. His talk with Saul had made him feel guilty and stressed out, and now he could do without Caroline's spite. It's true. I could have sworn she was cuffed. You don't believe me, go see for yourself. Isaac stopped, stared at her. Caroline grinned widely, knowing she had him. What you see in that woman is beyond me. Isaac's lip curled in distaste. You really are a nasty pain, you know that? Caroline mocked curtsied. Still, you get tired of Asian women, you come see me. Yeah, hold your breath, Isaac muttered as he walked away from the cackling redhead. He made a mental note to ask Finn again why the hell he'd married such an evil woman. He walked the block to the station and into the office. The office was empty, but one of the two interview rooms was occupied, and he slipped into the adjoining room to look through the one-way glass. Sarah was facing him, sitting across the table from Finn and another detective he didn't recognize. She looked calm but tired and stressed. Her elbow was bandaged and he could see her ear was swollen and bloody. He watched as she wiped a tear from her cheek. Isaac cursed and went to bang on the interview room door. Jewel, get out here. Finn came to the door immediately and shut it behind him. Isaac caught a glimpse of Sarah's shocked face before the door closed. Finn pushed him into the other room. Keep it down, Isaac. What the hell is going on, Finn? Why is Sarah in there? Finn waited until Isaac had calmed down before speaking. Buddy Hart was murdered. She was the last person to apparently talk to Buddy Hart. Although we don't think it was Sarah who killed him, we still have questions for her. You know how it is, Isaac. I don't need to tell you this. Isaac chewed his lip, rocked back on his heels a little. Is she okay? He said finally, his voice softer now. Was she hurt? Finn nodded. But just superficial wounds from falling and from having to break into her house. She's fine. She's helping us, answering everything she's being asked. We're waiting for a female doctor to come do some swabs. Isaac narrowed his eyes. You cuff her? Finn put his hand on his deputy's shoulder. No, Isaac. She's not under arrest, she's just helping us out. She's very cooperative, very open. Trust me, there's nothing to worry about. Isaac shook his head. You can't honestly think she had anything to do with this? And who is that speaking with her? Finn hesitated for a moment. I think you should go home, Isaac. I'll see you in the morning. Isaac stood up. I want to see her. Wait. I'll see what I can do, but in the meantime, calm down. Finn clapped Isaac on the shoulder. Look man, she's fine, she's good. Just hang on for a few, let us finish up. Cabot Marin, the detective from the city, studied her. Sarah, we have reason to believe that Buddy was killed by the same person who has murdered young women in the city. The young Asian American woman. I'm sorry to have to tell you that the victim resembled you to an undeniable degree. Realization dawned, then horror. Oh gosh. She felt sick. Cabot nodded. Obviously, we can't be 100% sure. We'll have to wait on forensics, but if we're right, we need to take samples. A sense of dread, of inevitability, hung over her. So I am a suspect. It would be irresponsible of us to rule out anyone at this point, you understand? Whilst we're pretty sure the killer is a male, and a lot taller than yourself, no offense, we can't afford any missteps. Cabot smiled kindly at her. Sarah, do you want to stop for a while? You're not under arrest, you're free to go. We can start again in the morning. Sarah rubbed her eyes and shook her head. I'd rather get it all done. Could I have some tea or water though, please? Of course. Cabot got up to leave, and Finn opened the door. Sarah, Isaac's here, you want to see him? She nodded and smiled when Isaac came into the room. He hugged her and kissed her forehead. They treating you okay? Of course. You don't mind waiting? I might be a while, I don't know. He tightened his arms and smiled down at her. I'd wait all night. There was something in his expression she couldn't read, but the comfort of his arms was too soothing for her to consider it. Cabot returned with a cup of tea, and Sarah saw now the female doctor from the medical center who smiled at her. Isaac winked at her as he went out of the room. Cabot waited while the doctor took her swabs and samples, then saw the doctor out. Sarah took a sip of the hot tea, feeling the warmth spread through her body. Her hands felt icy cold, her chest tight. Cabot returned and took a seat across the table from her. Mr. Quinn seems like a nice guy. Finn tells me you've only just met him? Sarah nodded. Just a few months ago. When did your husband disappear? Cabot asked as Finn returned. She told him and he exchanged a glance, a nod with Finn. Cabot cleared his throat. Sarah, I want to give you a couple of dates over the past couple of years, and I'd like you to tell me where you were on the evenings of those dates. If you can't remember, don't worry, this is just to follow up a line of investigation. Okay. She frowned, looking between the two men. Finn passed Cabot a piece of paper, gave Sarah a reassuring smile. Cabot read through the list and nodded. Okay then. December 30th? She relaxed immediately, her shoulders slumping with the relief. Oh, that's easy. That's my birthday. I was here with Molly having a girls' night. We started out at Hank's bar. Nancy and George dropped by as well. Her chest was loosening up now, and she let out a shaky but grateful sigh. Finn smiled back at her. July 3rd? A look of pain crossed her face. I don't remember. She looked away from Finn's gaze. Sarah? What is it? There was a long silence. July 3rd is the anniversary of my mom's death. Cabot cleared his throat. Finn leaned across the table and put his hand over Sarah's. One more, then I'll let Isaac take you home. He looked at Cabot, who nodded. Okay, Sarah, last one. May 16th. Sarah shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. I don't understand, what are these dates? Finn reached over and took her hand. Sarah, honey. There have been other murders of women across the country, starting within the last 2 years. Sweetheart, they all look like you, not just because they were of Asian background, but they actually could almost be your siblings. They were all gutted. Sorry, he said as Sarah flinched. Cabot cleared his throat. Sarah? May 16th? Please? Hot tears dropped down her cheeks. May 16th, 8 years ago. I wore a little white dress, and Dan wore jeans with a bow tie over a blue button-down. May 16th was our wedding anniversary. So what did she do? Did she cut Buddy up? It does run in the family, after all. Slicey dicey Sarah Bailey. Finn finally had enough and whirled around. Ever since he'd gotten home, Caroline had been at him to tell her what happened, not bothering to conceal her enjoyment of Sarah's pain. He stared now at the redhead in front of him. You know what, Caroline? Go to hell. You've lived a life of hatred, and spite and malevolence, and now all that ugliness has written itself all over your face. You know why your parents rarely come to see you? Because they hate you. Your own parents. I know this because I talk to them all the time, on the phone via email. You broke their hearts a long time ago. Now I'm going to sleep on the couch. Then I'm moving out as soon as I can find somewhere else. We are done. And he walked out of the room, leaving a dumbstruck Caroline to stare after him. Isaac greeted Stan as he arrived at the small diner. Stan, a tall, broad African-American, smiled at him. Hey, Mr. Quinn, good to see you. Isaac shook his hand. You too, Stan. You ordered yet? Just coffee. As Isaac removed his jacket, a punk waitress came over. Her name tag said Yo. Isaac grinned at her. Seriously? She grinned, showing very even white teeth, except for one gold incisor. Nah. It's just what everyone calls me, the nickname kinda stuck. What can I get you, handsome fellas? After they ordered, Stan gave him a knowing smile and pulled a file from his briefcase. You wanted me to check out who Dan Bailey was being intimate with. Well, I got it and it's a doozy. I'll let the photos speak for themselves. Yo was back with their coffee, and for a moment they chatted easily with her, the file burning a hole in Isaac's hand. When finally they were alone, Isaac opened the file. He looked through the photos in silence, then looked up at an expectant Stan. Is it possible to be both astonished and not at all surprised at the same time? Stan nodded. Yep. The woman in the pictures, the woman who was sleeping with Daniel Bailey, was Caroline Jewell. The week since Buddy's body had been found had been a nightmare. She'd gone over and over and over her story with Finn and Isaac, then with Cabot Marin, had been so kind to her. As far as she knew, she was in the clear, but there were the stares, the whispers, the secretive nudges. Word had spread across the island, and she knew people were looking at her, and in her reasonable mind, she knew it was ridiculous, nothing new to her. She'd had that all her life. The daughter with the murderous mother, who'd blame her if she flipped out. But she could feel her peace of mind slipping, her trust and her stability. Everything she'd ever fought for, worked for. Paranoia was creeping in, and she didn't know how to stop it. The dates that corresponded to the murders of the girls in the city. Cabot and Mike had reassured her she wasn't a suspect, her swabs and prints had come back clean, but still a sense of dread remained. Perhaps, they'd suggested, the killer had returned to the scene of the crime, and had verbally abused her to evade detection. She'd wanted to believe that, wanted to so much. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Her mommy singing in broken English. So sleepy, seeing her mommy's tears, feeling the sharp, quick pain in her wrists, her mommy screaming, and the awful sudden silence. Sarah stopped, trying not to throw up. No, she thought, I am not insane. I heard the song. Whoever it was in that trailer knew me. She waited for the nausea to pass, forcing her mind to focus on something else. It wasn't just that. Isaac had been working later and later at the office, and she wondered if he'd finally reached his limit of her drama. Sarah didn't feel worthy of him. She wouldn't blame him if he walked away. Gosh. She stopped, almost bent double with the pain of the idea of losing Isaac. Whatever happened, she would not let that happen. But every day, her paranoia had increased, the sense that somehow something malevolent was coming and she couldn't stop it. Even here at home, she didn't feel safe. Anger raced through her. No. This was her home, her island. Suddenly, she remembered something. Scampering up the stairs, she pulled down the ladder from the attic room and climbed up into the dusty room. She flicked on the overhead light, the bare bulb swinging, disorientating her. So many shadows. She ignored the dark corners. Instead, she went to the huge trunks of Dan's stuff that George had packed up for her when Dan went missing. She opened the first one. It had Dan's old books, yearbooks, and she flicked through them. That was weird. Dan had the yearbook for his senior year in high school, but he was nowhere in it. Sarah frowned. Why would he keep a yearbook like that? She poked deeper in the box and found a few more. All the yearbooks were from the same year, but from schools all over the country. The envelope was at the bottom of the pile. Her heart leapt as she read the address. Mr. Raymond Peterson, it was their home address. She frowned. Who the hell was Raymond Peterson? She pulled out the letter and unfolded it. It was a thick, heavy cream paper, good quality, and at the top, the header was in an elaborate cursive. William Corcoran and Associates, Family Attorneys. New Orleans, she noted as she read the note. Raymond. I have tried to contact you numerous times since we last met. If you don't call me by Friday, I shall be forced to come to Seattle to see you. I will also place a hold on your father's estate, until such time as you inform that you have contacted me and your brother. I hope these measures will not necessary. William. Raymond Peterson? Brother? All the breath was knocked from her lungs, her legs trembled and she gripped the wall to steady herself. Surely Dan hadn't lied about who he was, on top of everything else. No, please. She moaned, then shook herself. Think. A lawyer. A connection to Danny's past. Sarah dug in the trunk and found a pen, scribbling the lawyer's name and number down on her palm. She would call him, get this straightened out. She opened another trunk. More yearbooks, and as she pulled them out, a stack of photographs fell into her lap. She looked through them. At first, they seemed to be normal family photos, then she realized that Dan wasn't in any of them. They were all of her, and most of them had obviously been taken without her knowledge. Sarah felt her skin start to prickle. You damn creep, Raymond. At that moment, any residual love for Dan left her. All that was left now was a burning hatred. Who the hell was this man that she'd lived and loved and slept with all those years? The last photo was hidden inside a notebook. The notebook was blank except for 2 words, Sarah when? She frowned at that, then turned her attention to the photo. She was wearing an old t-shirt, jeans, hair was down, flying around her face, and she was laughing at something just out of the picture, but her face looked a lot younger, fuller. An innocuous shot. Another photo she hadn't known was being taken. She squinted at it, trying to remember where she had been that day. It wasn't on the island, she could see that, but she shook her head. She squinted at the background. Something so familiar, and yet... She sighed in frustration, shoved the picture into her pocket. She didn't know how long she studied the photos, moments of her life stolen. Then a thump from downstairs. She froze. Another thump. Her stomach lurched. It could be a branch. It could be a branch hitting the outside of the house. She steadied her breath, trying to remain calm. She went to the window, peering out into the gloom of the early evening, expecting to see the trees bending and swaying. But the evening was still. Nothing. A door slammed and the house shook with the impact. The fear was a stabbing knife in her gut. She crept to the top of the stairs and paused, listening. Someone was in the house. Isaac stared out of the ferry boat's window. The skies were dark, the water choppy. He loved his hometown, but damn, he needed to get away. He wondered if he could persuade Sarah to go away with him. It wasn't like she didn't need the break too, but would she leave Molly again so soon after her attack? Selfishly, he wished she'd get someone in to run the business for her. Then he remonstrated with himself. What are you, a caveman? He thought about that night, after Sarah had called him to say they needed to talk. After he'd brought her home from the police station, they had sat at her kitchen table, drinking scotch from china mugs and talking. Why did you hide what happened to Molly from me? Her earlier anger had dissipated, and now she was merely curious. Isaac sighed, running a hand through his short dark curls. It was a clumsy move at protecting you. Finn had told me that you had some depression after, well, because of what happened when you were a kid. Both he and I thought, especially after George, that this was something that could wait. Sarah stared out of the window for a long moment. You know, that wasn't either yours or Finn's decision to make. Isaac nodded. I do know, and I'm sorry. I need to feel I have agency in my own life, she said. No, scratch that, I do have agency in my own life. I spent years thinking I wasn't able to make my own decisions. Dan was partially responsible for that. So no, as much as I love you, you don't get to make those kinds of decisions for me. Isaac put his hands up. I'm right there with you. Sarah visibly relaxed, then rubbed her eyes. Man, what a day. Too many of these kinds of days lately. She got up and went to him, and he pulled her onto his lap, burying his face in her hair. She wound her arms around his neck. We're good though, right? He bunched her hair in his fist and kissed her deeply. Always. She nuzzled his ear. Take me to bed, Isaac Quinn. He had been watching them. From the shadowed corner of the attic, he saw Sarah and Quinn in the soft bedroom light below. The way she looked at Quinn, open, unguarded, full of quiet wonder, was unmistakable. She touched his face, as though she'd waited years to do so. Quinn held her gently, reverently, as if she were something precious. The watcher couldn't look away. When Quinn lowered her to the bed and leaned over her, she smiled up at him like there was no one else in the world. Their movements were slow, tender, full of a closeness the watcher had never been able to claim. A raw ache tore through him. He felt shut out of something he believed had been his. He pressed his fist against his mouth to stop the sound building in his throat. The jealousy, the longing, the fury, it all rose at once, overwhelming. His whole body shook. Tears leaked hot down his face, but he didn't wipe them away. Because soon she would be gone. And he would be the last person to have seen her like this, alive, unafraid, radiant. His. Sarah climbed down from the attic carefully, her heartbeat hammering hard enough she felt it in her teeth. She gripped the tire iron tighter. Her palms were slick, fingers trembling. Something didn't feel right. The house didn't feel empty anymore. A floorboard creaked below her. She froze. There, at the foot of the stairs, stood a figure. Broad-shouldered. Wrapped in black. Hood up. Head lowered. Her breath stopped. Then, without warning, he threw his head back and let out a roar of pure, unrestrained rage. The walls vibrated with it. Sarah fled. Her footsteps slipped on the wooden floors as she raced down the hallway. She darted into the last room, the guest bathroom, slammed the door and locked it. The door shuddered as he threw his weight against it. Her lungs burned. The window, too high. Too far. But she left it open anyway, desperate to create the illusion of escape. She scanned the small room, every corner shrinking around her. She forced her shaking body into the laundry hamper, tucking her knees to her chest, making herself small as she tried to quiet her gasping breath. The door burst open. Silence. She could hear him breathing, a slow, deliberate inhale, as if he were listening for her. Seconds dragged. Finally, the breathing shifted, and the sound of his steps moved down the hall. Sarah eased the lid open just enough to see. The bathroom was empty. She slipped out soundlessly, tiptoeing down the stairs. Her fingers closed around the front door handle. A shout echoed behind her. "Where do you think you're going?" She wrenched open the door and ran. "Vampires here." Molly nodded over to Caroline. Finn nodded. Caroline sat at a table at the far end of the coffee house. The rest of the place was empty. It had been a week since he'd walked out on her, and seeing her now, he knew he'd made the right decision. "So I see. Can you grab me a coffee?" "Of course, bro. I'll bring over some fresh blood for the vamp." Molly stuck her tongue in her cheek and grinned at him. He walked over and sat down at Caroline's table. She smirked at him. "See, you're busy at work, officer." Their détente hadn't lasted. For weeks now they had been sniping at each other, and now Finn had reached his limit. He wanted out. For good. He'd spent the last couple of nights sleeping on Molly's couch, after long talks with his sister lasting into the night. She'd even brought him coffee past midnight when he was alone, working a night shift at the station. He'd looked up as his sister came into the office. Molly raised the coffee cup, her expression both irritated and amused. "Your order, master. I hath come as thee summoned me." She gave up with a shrug and a smile. "What do you want?" "I had to sneak out while Mike's making like a walrus on the couch. It's quite a sight, his yawns. Sometimes I throw grapes, trying to get them in." Finn grinned. "How'd that work out for you?" "Once I hit his eye, the other time I got it in his mouth and nearly choked him. He was pretty pissed, but I figure, hey, at least I scored twice." "Sounds like your intimate life in college." "Oh ha ha ha, comedy king, and you dude, I'm your sister." She glanced at his empty desk. "What did you really want?" Finn hesitated. "I gotta tell you, sis, I'm thinking of quitting." "No, seriously," he added as she rolled her eyes. "I hear this, what, every 6 months? You'll never quit. Aren't you gonna give me the whole 'it's in your blood' speech?" Finn looked disappointed and she grinned. "Anyways," he added, "this time it's different." His sister raised her eyebrows. "Oh yes? You finally going to make some changes, get divorced, meet someone human?" Finn chewed on his lip and didn't reply. Molly didn't yet know about the baby. If she did, gosh, he didn't want to think about that. He knew how she would react, horror that Caroline had trapped him. She squinted at him. "Well?" He shrugged and she sighed. "Yep, I thought so. Pukark." "What is pukark?" "It's a chicken noise. Chickens go bok bok. Not pukark. And I'm not a chicken. I'm respectful of the sanctity of marriage." Molly snorted. "Firstly, it doesn't count when you're married to a ring wraith, and secondly, that'll really get the girls hot. Oh Finn, respect me hard, respect me real good." "I'm really not comfortable with those words coming out of your mouth." He laughed but then sighed and tilted his chair back, leaning against the wall. I don't know, sis. Molly growled. For the love of God, Finn, doesn't this drive you crazy? This constant, God, I don't even know what to call it. Everything is telling you to leave Caroline. She makes you miserable. That doesn't even begin to cover it. I want you to be happy, to find the one person who brings you joy. Stop fooling around. Do something. The one thing I will say is this: you won't find her while you're still married to, or at least living with, Count Slutula. She's changed you, written her spite and her hurt all over you. So before anything else, you have to decide what to do. You, no one else. And soon? Finn nodded. Yeah. You're right. He sniggered. Count Slutula? Molly grinned wickedly and Finn laughed. He drained his coffee, then looked at his sister suspiciously. When did you get so smart? Around about the time I was born. They had a lot of brains left over from you. Funny. Molly grinned at him, but her eyes were serious. You have nothing to lose, Finn. Nothing. Now he sat opposite his smirking, hateful wife of 5 years, and saw nothing in her he could ever love again. Nothing. Finn stared at her in dislike. What do you want, Caroline? Isn't this more about what you want, Finn? He sighed. Yes. Let's not drag this out. I want a divorce. You can't be surprised. No. But she was smiling. She lit a cigarette. Molly walked past and snatched it away from her. No smoking, are you an idiot? Caroline shrugged and sipped her coffee. Well, one good thing about getting a divorce would be never having to see you again, you tramp. The feeling's entirely mutual. Caroline stood up and reached past Molly to grab a cupcake from the stand. When are you going to get a life, Molly, instead of acting as pimp-in-chief to my husband? Molly groaned. At some point, this relentless bitchery must surely get exhausting for you. She brushed past Caroline a little too hard, but Caroline just stayed smiling. Why are you so happy anyway? I mean, apart from making my brother's life miserable, that is. Molly. Finn shook his head at his sister. Caroline laughed. I am happy, and you know what? Do you sell champagne in this pissant little hole? Molly looked confused. What? Shut up, Caroline. Finn hissed the words, his gaze locked on his wife. Caroline looked between the two siblings and started to laugh. Oh my gosh, she doesn't know, does she? Molly scowled at her. Know what? Finn? Finn buried his head in his hands as Caroline crowed triumphantly. We need to celebrate, my husband and I. We're going to have a baby. Sarah reacted before she understood. Instinct, terror, motion. She sprinted toward her truck. She didn't make it. A hand clamped around the back of her neck and slammed her head into the window. The glass rattled. Her vision sparked white. She staggered, tried to twist free, but he was already driving her to the ground. The breath rushed from her lungs as he pinned her, his knee digging into her lower back, the dirt cold beneath her cheek. She fought, wild, frantic, but his weight held her fast. He leaned down, his voice a whisper meant for her alone. You really thought you could outrun me? Hot breath. Cold tone. A laugh with no warmth in it. Tell your fairy tale prince this, he murmured. I can take everything from him. And I can take everything from you. She felt his fingers tighten at her throat. Her vision swam. Panic surged like fire in her chest. She clawed at the ground, at his arm, desperate for air. A sharp, heavy blow landed at the base of her skull. The world blurred, lights, sound, sensation dissolving, until there was nothing at all. Isaac Quinn had back-to-back meetings, his own design, to make up for the work he had handed off to Saul these last 3 months. To all outward appearances, he seemed engaged, alert, but his brain was working overtime. Daniel Bailey, supposedly dead or missing, was sleeping with Caroline Jewell. Was Caroline the reason he was back in Seattle, and hadn't contacted Sarah? In his mind, Isaac had painted Dan as a menacing force, but maybe he was just a coward. Maybe he didn't want to face the questions. Sarah had told him she suspected Dan was having an affair before he went missing. Caroline was the obvious suspect, and Stan's investigations proved she was indeed Bailey's mistress. He couldn't help the feeling of relief he felt. But then who had killed George? Buddy Hart, the shipwright? If the killer was, as the police thought, the same person killing young Asian American women, why hadn't he simply murdered Sarah instead of those around her? Isaac winced at the thought. When he went back to his office, just after 8, his assistant Maggie told him to his relief that his final meeting was cancelled. "Maggie, it's late, go home. You already do more than enough. Take tomorrow off on me." Maggie smiled and thanked him. After she'd gone, Isaac called Sarah's cell. It went to voicemail, but he knew she was due to go into work that evening to do a stock take with Molly. He had no idea whether he should speak to Finn, tell him about Caroline's infidelity. It would open up a can of worms, that was for sure. And he couldn't tell Sarah either. She was so fiery and loathed Caroline and loved Finn in such equal measure that she would undoubtedly go straight to Finn if she didn't kill Caroline first. "No, I'm sorry, baby. This is one secret I have to keep. Until Dan Bailey made himself known to her, if ever, then he might decide differently." Isaac was satisfied he made the right decision. He tried to call Sarah again. Voicemail. He smiled. "Hey beautiful, I'm just finishing up, I'll be home in an hour. I love you so much. See you soon." Bracing herself against the cool tiled wall, Molly pulled her knees up to her chest and sobbed quietly. They sat there for a while in silence, then a soft knock at the kitchen door. Molly stood and opened it a crack. "Finn." He smiled at his sister. "Can I come in?" His voice was soft. "It's okay." Molly's voice was gruff. She put her head on her knees, feeling him sit down in front of her. He slid his hand under her chin and lifted her face to his. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "You haven't got anything to apologize for. I haven't any right to feel like this." "None?" She sighed. There was a silence. "Yes," he spoke softly, "you have. You have every right." She put her head on her knees again, and he stroked her hair, feeling helpless. "It might not be mine." Molly looked up then, the tears flowing again, and gave him a sad smile. "Might?" And he knew what she meant. He closed his eyes and rubbed his hands over his face. They looked at each other for the longest time. "You never stood a chance, did you? The moment she got your ring on her finger, she made your life miserable. And now she'll do that forever." She sighed and looked away. "I don't have to stay with her." "You do, Finn. I know you, you're not like Pa, you won't walk away from a child that might be yours. So stay. At least until your child can understand why their mother is such a succubus." Finn smiled gently and Molly wiped her eyes. Finn pulled his sister to her feet and then looked around. "Aren't you supposed to be doing a stock take with Sarah tonight?" Molly glanced at the clock. "Geez, I totally forgot. Where the hell is she?" She tried to call Sarah, and when she got no answer, she shared a look with Finn, and in spoken concern. She quickly dialed Isaac. "Hey, Isaac. Is Sarah with you?" The look on his sister's face told Finn everything he needed to know. He grabbed his car keys. "Let's go." Isaac pulled the car off the ferry and sped through the night, breaking every speed limit in his rush to get to Sarah's house. When Molly had called, and he'd heard the worry in her voice, every nerve ending in his body seemed to flame. He didn't even try to talk himself out of the fear. Not being able to get hold of Sarah when he thought she was with Molly was one thing, but please, please, please be okay, be okay. He hissed out the words between gritted teeth. Halfway to Sarah's house, he saw brake lights in front of him. He sped up to see Finn's police cruiser in front of him. They pulled up to Sarah's house at the same time, and everyone almost fell out of their vehicles. "Where is she?" Isaac found himself screaming at the pale, terrified faces of Molly and Finn, but he didn't care. He leapt onto the porch, saw the front door open and burst into the house. Sarah? Sarah? Soon all three of them were screaming through the house, calling her name over and over, but they were greeted only by silence and emptiness. They met back in the hallway. Molly was openly sobbing now. Finn put his hand on Isaac's shoulder. Isaac, almost deranged with fear, stared blankly at him. Isaac breathed. Let's do a sweep outside. Moles, do you know if Sarah has any flashlights? Molly nodded, and went to the cupboard under the stairs, pulling out 2 flashlights and handing them to the men. Moles, stay inside, turn on the lights. Call 911 if we're not back in 10 minutes. The 2 men plunged into the dark grounds. Finn scooted immediately the boathouse and searched, whilst Isaac moved toward Sarah's truck. He saw the driver's side door was slightly open. Then, with a shock, he saw blood on the cracked window. He swept his flashlight around the ground. The dirt was disturbed, signs of a fight, a scuffle then, and his heart began to beat erratically, the obvious signs of a body being dragged into the woods. Gosh, no, please. Isaac followed the tracks, sweeping the light wide over the dense trees. The trail wasn't hard to follow, the bracken and plants snapped and broken. The flashlight shook in his hands, the light bouncing around the trees. He found her less than a minute later. She was on her back, her arm thrown above her head. Her beautiful face was smeared with mud and blood, and her eyes were closed. Isaac, yelling for Finn, dropped to his knees beside her. Sarah? Honey? He couldn't breathe, his chest constricted tightly. She gave a low moan, and that sound was like music to him. Sarah, sweetheart, open your eyes, darling. Sarah opened her eyes, and stared up at the dark canopy above her. Her mouth moved just a little, but no sound came out. As Finn crashed into the wood behind him, Isaac held her face, willing her to focus on him. Oh gosh, Isaac, is she okay? Baby? Oh my gosh, please Sarah, promise me. Stay awake, please, please. She looked at him, focused for a second. She reached up and touched his face, gave a small smile, then her eyes closed again and her hand fell away limp. Isaac panicked, pressed his fingers to her neck. A pulse weak but there. He slid his hands under her and picked her up, a stunned Finn at his elbow. He carried Sarah back towards the house, Finn behind them calling for the air ambulance, calling in the emergency. Inside, Isaac wrapped her in a blanket, kept pressure on her wounds, Molly at his side, holding her friend's cold hand. Isaac checked her for other injuries. He found her bleeding from a deep cut on the back of her head, multiple cuts and bruises. He took her cold face between his palms. Sarah? Honey, can you open your eyes for me? But she didn't, and his heart clenched and shuddered. He wondered what it took to bludgeon a woman like this. The damn coward, he hissed under his breath as he cradled his unconscious romantic partner. Molly put her arm around his shoulder, her face deathly pale, her eyes red. She'll be okay, Isaac, she has to be. Finn came in, looking as wretched as them. Air ambulance is on its way. Geez, is she okay? There was a silence then, in a broken voice, Isaac shook his head, never taking his eyes off the woman he loved, lying so still in his arms. No. No, Finn, she's not all right. Not even one little bit. Oh gosh, Sarah, please, stay with me. The hospital was too quiet. In the small relative's room, Isaac and Molly waited. Sarah had been in surgery for 7 hours. When they brought her in, the look of concern on the emergency room doctor's face scared them all. She was in a bad way, the surgeon had told them. The head injury serious, but they were going to do absolutely everything to save her. They sat in the small room, watching every movement outside. At one point they saw a doctor run past, his arms full of blood bags, and Isaac was terrified they were for Sarah. He leaned his forehead against the cool window and shut his eyes. He tried to tell himself she might not make it, she might die, so that if it did happen he'd be prepared. But even the thought of Sarah dying was enough to make him want to scream and never stop. He heard a quiet knock behind him and turned. Finn. He'd stayed behind on the island to help the investigation. Molly got up and went into his arms. Hey sweetheart. You okay? He looked over to Isaac. Isaac nodded, not trusting himself to speak. She's still in surgery, Molly said, letting Finn go and sitting back down. We don't know if. Molly's face crumpled and she let out a sob. Finn put his hand on her shoulder. Look, we have to think that she's going to be okay. He looked at Isaac. Dude, I'm here for you. We have officers fine combing around Sarah's house, inside it. There'll be some clue. Isaac sighed and stood. Look, I just found out that Daniel Bailey is back in Seattle. He has been for a while. Molly gave a strangled gasp. Oh gosh, he did this, didn't he? I don't know for sure, but he's the only person with any motive. Finn's face was like stone and Isaac turned to him. Finn, I just found out too that he's been sleeping with someone. Someone who knew he was back before any of us. Finn gave a humorless laugh. Caroline. Isaac nodded. Finn sighed. Well, I hate to admit it, but it's kind of a relief. Another reason not to feel guilty about leaving her. I wish you had told us before though, Isaac. Isaac half smiled. Another bad decision on my part. His face clouded over. I did this. I got her hurt. No, Molly stood and hugged him. This is not your fault. It's the jerk who did this. Whether it was Dan or not, I don't know. They all looked up as the surgeon knocked on the door and came in. He was smiling at them, and the sense of relief was palpable in the room. She'll be fine. She has a serious concussion, and she suffered a small bleed on the brain, but we removed the clot. It'll take her a while to get back to normal, but we'll keep her in for a few days for observation. You can see her in a while. Finn and Molly crept into Sarah's room. She was turned onto her side, away from them. Isaac was sitting, holding her hand, his eyes never leaving her face. Finn moved around the bed. Her face, bruised, swollen and crisscrossed with butterfly stitches, was creased with stress. Finn pulled a chair close to the bed and sat down, his hand on her hair. Molly watched them for a while. Has she woken at all yet? Isaac shook his head. Doc said they had to sedate her for surgery, so she'll be out for a few hours. Her skin tone is better though, don't you think? Molly couldn't see it, but she nodded to reassure Isaac. The tall man seemed shattered. This was one problem all the money in the world wouldn't touch. Finn cleared his throat. Police want to talk to you, Isaac, and to Sarah when she's up to it. I told them where to find Dan, and they've gone to question him. Isaac looked at him. I wish you hadn't done that. Why? Isaac's face hardened. Because I wanted to deal with him myself. Finn shifted. Look man, as your friend, as Sarah's friend, I feel you. But as a cop, don't let me hear you say that out loud again. Please. Isaac gave him a half smile. Sorry. Finn moved back into the hallway, Molly following him. He hugged his sister, feeling drained and exhausted. And there was something else in the back of his mind too. Something he couldn't tell anyone. Something he realized when he'd seen Sarah's broken and bloody body in that wood, seen the bruises on her face, been terrified that she might be dead or dying. Something he'd denied for nearly his entire life. He was in love with her. Sarah drifted in a hazy world of half-formed shapes and muffled sound, the kind of darkness that felt endless. Somewhere deep inside it, pain pulsed, heavy, echoing like distant thunder. As her body edged toward consciousness, fragments of sensation from the assault broke through, sharp and merciless. She flinched inside the dream, and suddenly the darkness shifted. She was no longer hurting. She was in a memory. Or maybe a wish. Isaac stood before her, barefoot, sun-warm, and smiling in that way that had once made her feel safe without even thinking. He wore only worn blue jeans, and the ease of familiarity. He stepped forward, gathered her into his arms, and the pain dissolved as though carried off by wind. I love you, he whispered over and over, the words like a blanket around her spirit. His touch was gentle, reverent, as though he were reminding her piece by piece that she was still whole. He kissed her softly, her shoulders, her throat, her lips, each kiss smoothing out another ache. Warmth spread through her, loosening what had been knotted tight inside her for so long. When he held her, she felt her breathing return to her body. When he moved with her, she felt herself belonging again. There was no urgency, only a slow, aching sweetness, the kind that made a sound escape her, soft and trembling, something like relief and sorrow and longing all at once. She clung to him in the dream, unwilling to let go of the safety, the love, the way he made her feel alive again. And the moment stretched, bright, golden, endless. She opened her eyes. Isaac looked exhausted, worn down. The way his eyes lit up when he saw Sarah was awake made her stomach hurt, but she couldn't look away. "Hi." His voice was gravelly. He leaned forward and smoothed a cool hand over her forehead. "How are you feeling, sweetheart?" "I love you," she croaked out, suddenly feeling her tender, dry throat crack. Isaac smiled, and she could see the tears in his eyes. "Gosh, Sarah, I thought I'd lost you." He helped her take a drink of water, then pressed his lips to hers. "I love you so much. Thank God you're okay." His hand was stroking her hair now, and she enjoyed the sensation, relaxing. "I have a good reason to live." She smiled at him, and he bent down to kiss her again. When they broke apart, she sighed happily. "That's even better than the morphine." He grinned. "You got the good stuff, hey?" Sarah nodded, feeling her head swim a little. She put a hand up to the bandage on her head. "Am I bald?" Isaac laughed then, softly. "No. They managed to shave under your hair to operate. You won't even need one of those cones to stop your scratching." Sarah grinned, a genuine smile of amusement. "Gosh, I do love you, Isaac Quinn." He leaned in again, rubbed his nose against hers. "Marry me," he whispered, and Sarah smiled. "Hell yes." "You will?" Isaac's eyes lit up. "Of course I will, you doofus. But do me a favor? Ask me again when I get out of here, when I'm fully awake." As soon as she said awake, she yawned loudly. Isaac grinned. "You've got a deal. Now I'm going to find the doctor, tell him you're awake." Before he'd even got to the door, she'd fallen asleep again. The receptionist looked up at him. "Can I help you?" The man smiled. "I'm looking for my wife. I was informed she was brought in here a few days ago with a head injury. Please, I'm very anxious to see her. I've been out of the country for quite a while." Molly could hear Finn's voice, talking to someone in the coffee shop. She looked at her reflection in the bathroom mirror and made a face. She looked worn and exhausted. Hardly surprising with what had gone on around here, she splashed her face with water, then went out to the front. Finn was talking to a regular at the other end of the coffee house. "Hey sis." Finn smiled at her as he came to the counter, then pulled her into a hug. He seemed in a strange mood, almost jubilant. "What's going on? You're giddy." Despite herself, Molly smiled. It was good to see Finn happy, but on closer inspection, as she looked into his eyes, she saw something else. Anger. "Finn." Finn leaned over the counter and grabbed the coffee pot. "Just wait a minute, sis. Something's about to happen that I think you might enjoy." As if summoned, Caroline walked into the varsity with Serena, one of her nervous minions, in tow. "Oh my, the cunt of Monte Cristo is here," Molly pronounced loudly. The few customers that were in the coffee house choked with laughter, and Finn grinned widely. Caroline's nose went in the air. "I don't know why you're laughing. Your perfect, happy little lives are about to fall apart and you don't even know it." Finn sighed. "Is that so, Caroline?" Caroline smirked. "How's the Chinese tramp? Still breathing? That's a shame, but at least you'll have someone to jerk off over in the shower." To Molly's astonishment, she saw Finn color, his eyes flare up, and waves of anger roll off him. Hurriedly, Molly scooted around the counter and put herself between the two of them. "Your jealousy of Sarah is quite something, really very pathetic," she said, her own eyes burrowing into Caroline's. "Well, she's welcome to him, useless loser. Call yourself a man?" She spat in Finn's face. "You couldn't even get me pregnant. This baby isn't yours, Finn." Finn wiped his face calmly. "Honey, honestly, I never thought it was." Caroline stared at him in disbelief. "You don't even care why I told you it was?" Molly rolled her eyes. To keep Finn locked in your miserable web of crap? To mess with all of us? Tough one, let me think. Shut up, tramp. Molly laughed at her. She turned on him. You're a good-for-nothing, Finn, and she's nothing more than a cheap tramp. Are you happy now? Finn smirked. Yes, Caroline, if it helps get through to you how unbelievably happy I am. Yes, I am over the moon I've left you. The thing is, the thing you never realized, is that Sarah isn't a possession to be passed from person to person. She's a self-made woman. A beautiful, amazing wonder of a woman, and the fact that she chooses to be friends, the very best of friends, with me makes me the luckiest person in the world. I feel sad for you that you were too stupid, too jealous to realize what you had when you had it. We were happy once, we could have been happy forever, but you decided to choose jealousy and hatred over love. So you lose, you absolute horror of a human being. You lose. Molly looked at him in admiring astonishment. Finn looked straight at Caroline, unwavering. Caroline, stunned, tried to save face. Every day you were here, sniffing around her like a lost dog. I don't get it. What is it about her that's so special? That perfect face? Finn went very silent then, and it seemed to Molly that the whole coffee shop held its breath. How long, Caroline? Caroline looked confused, and Finn smiled. How long have you been sleeping with Daniel Bailey? The very much alive Daniel Bailey? To Molly's surprise, Caroline smirked. Long enough. So you knew he was back? You talked to him about his intentions? She was cocky now. We are honest with each other. Making plans together? Another smirk. Is it any of your business anymore? Finn nodded calmly. Okay, then how about I put it like this? He grabbed Caroline and slammed her down onto a table, cuffing her and jerking her back up by her arms, not caring if he hurt her. Caroline Jewel, I'm arresting you on suspicion of criminal conspiracy in the assault and attempted murder of Sarah Bailey. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you do say will be taken down and could be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand these rights I have explained to you, you piece of crap? Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now, for instance, tell me everything Daniel Bailey has told you? No? Thought not. He was mocking her, and she started screaming, kicking out at him, but he was too strong. You're a joke, Finn. Your precious Sarah is in love with that damn billionaire. She doesn't want you. Her screams faded as Finn dragged her across the street and into the police station. A second later, he walked back to the coffee shop. As he entered the shop, Finn's face was alive with anger. He turned, closed the door, and locked it. As he came toward her, Molly looked at her brother in admiration. Dude, was all she said, but Finn nodded gratefully at her. I don't know if the charges will stick, but it means we can keep her ass in jail for a few hours. Molly sighed. She turned to Serena, who seemed frozen as she stood, looking like a lost little girl, someone who had just lost her queen bee. Molly tried to smile at her, feeling sorry for her. Serena, go home. You're free, you can do what you want. Go tell the rest of your friends they're free too. She said this with a smirk, and was surprised to see Serena tentatively return her smile. Yes. Yes, she said, not without a little relief. I will. Thank you, Molly. Finn. After she'd gone, Molly and Finn stared at each other for a long moment, then burst into laughter. Wiping her eyes, Molly punched her brother on the shoulder. Dude, you might just be a genius. Gosh, she'll never get over that humiliation. So worth it. She studied her brother. So what now? Finn smiled sadly. I try and get over the woman I never realized I loved. The sound broke through her sleep. Sarah opened her eyes and strained to identify it. A steady stream of water, someone singing. Someone was in the bathroom. It was a male voice. Isaac. Smiling, she slid from the bed and padded across the room, then stopped. She could tell now it wasn't Isaac's voice. She glanced at the clock. 11 a.m. No, it couldn't be. She'd been in the hospital for over a week, and she'd made him promise to go back to work. Trembling, she walked slowly towards it and then yelped in shock. The man in her kitchen turned and smiled at her. Hey, sleepyhead, I was wondering when you'd wake up. Sarah felt her head swirl, her stomach roil, and black spots appear at the corners of her eyes, and in the second before she passed out, she heard him say, "I've missed you so much, my darling." It was Dan. Maggie brought Isaac a steaming cup of coffee and a handful of messages. "The press," she said, rolling her eyes, "they've gotten hold of your and Sarah's story. They want to know, and I'm quoting, so don't shoot the messenger, they want to know, who tried to kill the billionaire's beauty? I swear 5 of them said those exact words to me." Damn, Isaac sighed and sat back in his chair. Well, it was only a matter of time. They won't get anything from me, though, except a blanket thanks for your concern, this matter is private. Maggie looked skeptical. Yeah, that'll calm them down. Isaac grinned at her sarcasm. Haven't I fired you already today? Maggie laughed. Twice. But seriously, boss. Isaac leaned back in his chair and gave a frustrated hiss. Let me talk to Sarah. For now, if you can, just tell them there'll be a statement, but stress this is a private matter. Gotcha. When she'd gone back to her desk, Isaac spun his chair and gazed out of the window. The city was gray with rain, sheets of it falling, a low rumble of thunder. Thank God he'd paid for a private room for Sarah. They were well versed in keeping the press out. He wondered if he should hire security for her room, then pushed the thought away. She'd be mortified at the fuss, and anyway, with any luck, she'd be released from the hospital soon. Later, walking back to the parking garage, he swung past a jeweler's and looked at the engagement rings. He knew Sarah wouldn't care about a ring, but he did. He wanted something unusual, something as beautiful as she was. He'd bring her here and they'd choose together. Soon, he thought, soon. Finn shifted with irritation. He wanted to get out of this house, away from this woman. He wanted to call Isaac, find out how Sarah was. Caroline took her time reading the divorce papers. She looked up at him in surprise. You're admitting adultery? He nodded. Caroline, I don't care who takes the blame, I just want out. I don't care that you were intimate with Dan Bailey. He added as her head shot up. She composed herself and smirked. I was being intimate with him long before he disappeared, too. She muttered. Oh, I know. Finn's face was set with a grim smile. He leaned down to study her face. I've always known. But the truth is, I cheated long before that. Before we even got married. Not physically, no. But emotionally. I realize now I've been in love with Sarah since the day I met her, and I never stopped. Not for one heartbeat. Caroline sneered. You think I don't know that? But I don't believe you didn't sleep with her all those years. Finn's face was cold. Believe what you want. I was too blind to realize it, then too stupid to do anything about it. This is how adults are supposed to act, Caroline. Sometimes we don't get a happy ending, or rather, we get a different one to the one we planned. Mine will be leaving you and finally being free of your disgusting presence. Sign the papers. Caroline got up and got a cold beer from the fridge. She cracked it open and took a swig. What if I don't? You will. Because if you don't, I'm going to arrest you for criminal conspiracy. Caroline blanched and Finn smiled. What? He moved so he could look down on her. She had fear in her eyes as she registered his anger. I said, I will spend every waking hour proving that you were a co-conspirator to Sarah's attack. That you stole police property when you sold that story to the papers. Until my last breath, Caroline, I will make sure you pay for what you did to her. Finn managed to control his temper, but his voice was low and furious. Caroline swallowed another gulp of beer and moved around him. She was shaking. Sitting down, she scrawled her signature where Finn had indicated. She handed him back the papers. Finn nodded. Thank you. He turned to leave. Caroline's eyes filled with tears. Did you ever love me? She asked in a whisper. Finn didn't hesitate. No. Caroline stared at him for a long minute. Finn? What now? He didn't look at her. We sell the house, split the profit. You get the hell off my island. I never want to see or speak to you again. Finn? Her voice shook. He looked at her then, disgust, contempt in his eyes. Goodbye, Caroline. And he walked out in the afternoon, a free man. Sarah backed away from the ex-husband, her breath hitching and catching in her throat. His smile was friendly enough, but his eyes were flat and dead. He looked changed. Harder. His once slim face was pudgy, and his hair was thinning. He stepped toward her, placing his hands lightly on her shoulders. When she tried to pull away, his grip tightened, gentle but unyielding. Don't be frightened, Sarah, he murmured. His voice was soft, almost tender, and that softness was what terrified her most. She could smell the faint pine of his soap, the scent that used to be familiar. It's only me. Her pulse hammered. Dan, what do you want? Her voice shook despite her efforts. He leaned in and brushed a kiss across her mouth before she could turn her head. The touch was light, affectionate, wrong. He traced a finger down her cheek. Isn't it obvious, my darling? I want you back. A chill ran through her. No, she breathed, shaking her head, unable to step back because the wall was already behind her. No, Dan. His eyes changed, sharp, flat, emptied of warmth. We are husband and wife, Sarah. She tore herself loose and reached for the phone. We are divorced. I divorced you after you staged your death and disappeared. You need to leave. Now. Or I'll call security. He moved quickly, closing the distance. His body boxed her in, his hand braced beside her head. She could feel his breath, steady and calm. Sarah, please, she whispered. Shish, he breathed, as if soothing a child. Let's not pretend. I can forgive the time you spent with him. But now it's over. He smiled, and the expression chilled her. There was no joy in it, only possession. You belong with me, he murmured. You always have. And I won't let anyone take you from me. Not now. Not ever. He leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. And this time she turned her head sharply, breaking the contact. Don't, she said. The word was barely audible, but it was firm. For a heartbeat, they were still. His eyes flicked to hers, dark, unreadable, and something in the air shifted. That was the moment Sarah understood. He hadn't come to talk. He had come to take.
Gone tomorrow.
Sarah backed away from her ex-husband, her breath hitching and catching in her throat. His smile was friendly enough, but his eyes were flat and dead. He looked changed. Harder. His once slim face was pudgy, and his hair was thinning. He stepped toward her and placed his hands on her shoulders. When she tried to pull away, his fingers tightened, not painfully, but with a quiet insistence that made her heart lurch. Don't be frightened, Sarah, he murmured. It's only me. His voice was too soft, too gentle. That softness was the part that chilled her. And the scent of pine soap on his skin, familiar once, now nauseating, made the room feel smaller. Dan, what do you want? The question slipped out before she could stop it. What do you want with me now? He leaned in and brushed a slow kiss across her mouth before she could turn her head. One fingertip traced the line of her cheek. Isn't it obvious, my darling? I want you back. Sarah jerked away, staring at him, at the familiar face twisted into something colder. No. No? His smile thinned, flattening into something sharp. We are husband and wife. She tore herself from his grip and reached for the call button. We are divorced, Dan. I divorced you after you faked your death and disappeared. You need to leave. Now. Or I'll call security. He moved at once, pressing her back against the wall with the solid weight of his body. His breath was close, his presence suffocating. Dan, please. Shish, he whispered as though soothing a child. Let's not pretend. I can forgive your time with him. But that's over now. The smile he gave her was gentle and terrifying all at once. You belong to me, Sarah. Not to him. Not to anyone but me. And I will not let you go. Then he kissed her. Sarah shoved him back, the revulsion in her chest sparking a surge of strength. Don't touch me again. Her voice was low, shaking, but unbroken. She met his eyes. And don't call me that. Your name is Raymond? The smile that bloomed across his face was slow and amused. So you've been doing a little digging. He sat on the edge of the bed, relaxed, as though they were simply talking over breakfast. Well, I suppose the truth was bound to come out eventually. I don't care who you are, Sarah said. The words came out hollow, but steady. Our life together was a lie. A lie I will never go back to. He stood again, his expression unexpectedly calm. I can see you're emotional. I'll come back when you've had time to clear your head. Don't bother. My fiancé will be here soon. His eyes flickered. His jaw twitched. Oh yes. The wealthy savior. His voice curled with disdain. How convenient. Her hand flew before she realized she'd moved. The slap cracked through the room. He caught her wrist at once, his expression shifting into something razor-sharp. Careful, he said softly. Everyone has limits. Get out. The words trembled, but they carried steel. He released her. Slowly. At the door he paused and looked her over, assessing, claiming, memorizing. For now, he said. But we will talk. There is so much left between us. When the door clicked shut behind him, Sarah's knees gave way. She collapsed onto the bed, chest tight, lungs refusing to fill. Her hand fumbled for the call button as the panic rose, fast and choking. And then everything went white. Isaac was listening to the accountants drone on when Maggie, her face tense and worried, knocked on the door. Isaac excused himself and walked out into the corridor with her. Without a word, Maggie handed him a copy of an email. He read it through twice before looking back at her. Damn, he breathed. This is the last thing I need right now. I know. Isaac, listen, there's something else. The hospital called a few minutes ago. Sarah's had a little setback. Now don't panic, she just got upset about something, but she won't say what. They're not sure if something happened, or it's a result of her concussion. They said there's no need to worry and she's okay now, but they thought you ought to know. Isaac felt his stomach clench, and he looked back at his colleagues waiting expectantly for him. He couldn't ditch yet another meeting. He sighed. Look, I need to get back in there. Cancel the meeting with the marketing guys, that can wait, and as for this. He screwed up the email. I'm all for ignoring it. He could see Maggie's lips pursed with disapproval, but she nodded and went back to her office. Isaac moved to return to his meeting, but at the door he paused for a moment. Damn it, damn it. Not now, he thought, not while all this crap is going on. The email would haunt him, he knew that, but as long as only he knew about the contents of it, everything would be fine. He told himself that was true, took a deep breath and went back into the meeting. Despite her panic attack, Sarah was discharged from hospital the following week. She hadn't told Isaac about Dan yet. She wanted to be at home with him when she did. She was scared of him blowing up and making things worse. All she wanted for the moment was for his arms to be around her, to feel his skin on her skin, for the rest of the world to go away. Isaac took her back to his apartment. Our apartment, he insisted with a smile, and she'd spent a blissful couple of weeks recovering, reading, chatting with the visiting Molly and Finn. Now Isaac and Sarah were in his vast bathtub, candles guttering on the windowsill. She lay back against his solid chest, feeling it rise and fall with his breathing, his cool lips at her temple. Her bruises were healing, and her head felt clear. Only an occasional dizzy spell reminded her of the attack, but now, with Isaac's arms around her, she felt better than in weeks. She turned her head up to kiss him. Your arms feel so good wrapped around me, but I think your hands need to be busier. Isaac gave a throaty chuckle. You do, huh? Like this? He traced a circle gently around her belly, and she shivered. Yes, just like that. Maybe your other hand could go a little lower? Mexico, he teased, tracing a line along her side as she shivered with pleasure. Or were you thinking more of Peru? He brushed a hand along her thigh, making her giggle and shift closer to him. Sarah, are you sure you're up to this? He asked softly. She caught her breath and nodded. Very sure, she murmured, leaning into him. He kissed the side of her neck, low and slow, making her sigh. You feel amazing, he whispered. I want to hold you close, feel you all over. Can you feel that? She nodded, almost as excited by his words as she was by his touch. Good, he said with a grin. Now turn around, sweetheart. I want to hold you while we stay close. Heart-thumping, cheeks flushed, Sarah shifted, leaning against him as he wrapped his arms around her. They moved together slowly, savoring the closeness, the heat, the laughter that bubbled up as they teased and tickled one another. Sarah curled an arm around his neck, fingers tangling in his hair, laughing as they leaned into each other. Isaac pressed a soft kiss to her shoulder, then her cheek, their faces close. They held each other, bodies pressed together, feeling the warmth and comfort of being so connected. Finally, they collapsed side by side on the floor, bodies tangled in a cozy embrace, laughing at themselves and sighing contentedly. Isaac stroked a finger down her cheek. You know what, he said softly. I was going to plan something fancy to ask you to marry me, but I've decided the only way to do it is right here, with you, like this. Sarah grinned, brushing her hair back from her face. If there was a way we could stay like this all day, I'd be very happy. Isaac laughed. How would that even work? We'd walk like crabs, she teased. And wear a big sheet with holes for our heads, he added. They both laughed until they were breathless. Sarah sighed happily, nuzzling into him. This was real. She and him. Him and her. Isaac and Sarah. That was their story from now on. Later, when Isaac was asleep, Sarah stared up at the ceiling and wondered if it would be easier just to leave the island. Leave everything behind. Even the coffee house. It wasn't as if she couldn't afford to start again. She had finally consented to hearing George's will read. She had inherited everything, his house, his business, and the small fortune he had left her. That had been the biggest shock. She'd walked out of the lawyer's office, if not quite a millionaire, then very close to it. A generous offer had been made on the restaurant, and she'd accepted it, somehow wanting to be rid of the extra commitment it gave her. She'd discussed selling the coffee house to Molly before, when Dan had first gone missing. She had wanted to run away from the stares and gossip. Now though, she thought, with George's money, she had other plans that had formulated over her time in the hospital. Isaac had asked her to move into this apartment with him, and she'd agreed, on condition that she paid half of everything. Isaac had rolled his eyes, and she knew somehow he'd wriggle out of that one. But now, after the attack, she didn't care about anything but getting away, starting over. She would give the coffee house to Molly. Her friend deserved every bit of good fortune that came her way. As for the house, if Dan kicked up a fuss about the divorce settlement, she would tell him he could have it. She never wanted to be back there again. If Dan didn't want it, then she'd sell it. Finn could have George's home if he wanted it. At the moment, he was living in the cramped apartment above the coffee house where they kept the supplies. Sarah smiled to herself. He was free of crapoline at last. About damn time, she whispered. Finn had come to visit her in the hospital, and already he was looking happier, healthier. Except, there was something different about the way he looked at her. The way he had held her hand. It had made her not uncomfortable but confused. He looked at her like he wanted to say something to her, something that would change their relationship forever, and Sarah hoped beyond hope that it wasn't what she thought it might be. She had no doubt of her love for Isaac, and she stole a quick glance at his sleeping face now and smiled, but Finn, she loved him for sure, but anything more than that? No. When they were teenagers together, they would occasionally flirt jokingly, and they even experimented once to find out what kissing would be like. They'd agreed. They both went through periods of having crushes on the other as they were growing up, courtesy mostly, of raging teenage hormones. When they ended up going to the same college, however, they dated other people, Finn more than her. Their friendship had deepened so that they could talk to each other about intimacy without being embarrassed, and Sarah had come to rely on Finn as the one person she could trust above everyone else, until that terrible night in the autumn of their senior year. She could remember everything about that day. She had known that Caroline had been sniffing around Finn since the beginning of the semester. For some horrible reason, Caroline had followed them to college and had been complaining and sniping at her for the last couple of years. Around Finn, however, she was almost coquettish, and Sarah told Finn, "She wants you." Finn had laughed off her concerns. "As if I would ever go with that tramp." And she'd believed him. One day, having gotten a well-deserved A on a piece of work she had struggled with, she was smiling for the first time in days as she pushed open the door to his room. They never knocked on each other's doors. And then the smile froze on her face. Finn was on the couch, Caroline leaning close, their laughter mingling, arms wrapped around each other in a way that made Sarah's stomach twist. Caroline turned as she saw Sarah standing there, Finn following her gaze. They both stared at her as she froze, every atom in her body screaming with the sting of betrayal. Caroline smiled knowingly. Sarah let the door close behind her and stumbled down the hallway, hiding in the ladies' bathroom for the rest of the night. She heard her friends calling for her, but she didn't respond. By morning, she had thrown her things into a bag and rushed down to the admissions office. She transferred out of the college, changed her phone number and email. She couldn't bear it, her best friend, her confidant Finn, giving his attention to her worst enemy. Caroline, who had tormented her since childhood, who thought her family's money could buy anything, had won. It had taken years for Sarah and Finn to reconcile to the point where they were best friends again. And now? Sarah pushed the thought away. Of all her problems, that was one she could and should ignore. If Finn was indeed crushing on her again, it would pass, and as for anything else, well, she would make sure she dealt with Dan once and for all. She turned over and snuggled into the warm burrow of Isaac's arms. He was such a big man, she always felt tiny and cared for in his arms. Isaac was love. Her love. No one could take her away from him. He had the desperate thirst to feel blood on his hands. To feel her blood on his hands, but locked up in Quinn's ivory tower, she was safe from him. For now. Instead, he chose another woman who looked like her, young, Asian American, beautiful. He followed her home, and to his delight, found she lived on the island, an apartment on the street running parallel to Main Street. It was only after she was dead that he realized he knew her. That only made him more gleeful. She drove off the ferry into the city, trying to shake off the morning fog and focus on the day ahead. Isaac had left her a note on the kitchen table, "See you later, love of mine. Can't wait." She smiled at the memory of their morning together, feeling a flutter of warmth as she thought of him, even as she tried to concentrate on the road. Main Street was unusually crowded. People were gathered on the sidewalks, murmuring, looking anxious and curious. Sarah parked her truck and pushed her way toward the commotion. Cops lined the street, yellow tape cordoning off a small apartment building on Hammond Street. She spotted Finn talking to someone in a suit near a medical examiner's van and felt a sudden tightening in her chest. "What's going on?" Sarah asked Molly as she passed, balancing a tray of coffee for the officers. "Lindsay Chung, she's dead," Molly said quietly, her face pale. "Can you believe it?" Sarah's stomach dropped. She had known Lindsay for years, they were the same age. Her heart ached at the thought of Lindsay's husband, Tom, who often visited the coffee house. She moved almost automatically toward the back room, setting her bag down on the counter. Nancy, their barista, came in, face drawn and serious, and hugged her. "Terrible news, huh?" Nancy said. Sarah followed her back out into the coffee house. What happened?" Nancy shook her head. "I don't know all the details, but she was killed in her apartment. Tom found her this morning when he returned from the medical center. It's awful. He's devastated." Sarah felt like she'd been punched in the chest. "Poor Tom. I can't imagine." Nancy nodded. It's just awful. There are so many cops here. Finn's gone to see their boss, see if he can be of any help. Sarah stood in stunned silence, her thoughts whirling. The city felt heavier somehow, the familiar streets filled with the shock of something she couldn't have prepared for. They both went to serve customers then, the coffee house becoming busier by the minute. Every conversation Sarah overheard was about the killing, and she hoped beyond hope that most of the speculation was exaggerated. That hope disappeared when she saw Finn's face, as the young chief made an appearance later in the morning. Molly hugged her brother and he smiled gratefully, his face stricken and tired. Sarah poured him a large coffee and made him a sandwich. Finn smiled his thanks. They waited until he had eaten, until the coffee house had emptied out a little. Finn wiped his mouth with a napkin and sighed. I can't tell you much, but it's bad. The homicide cop from the city, he looked at Sarah, you've met Cabot, told me the feds are getting involved. The victim worked for the state legislature. Also, they're finally taking the racial thing seriously. Nancy and Sarah exchanged a look. Sarah cleared her throat. So they think. Finn nodded. Yeah. Do me a favor, the both of you? Don't go out at night on your own. Sarah half smiled. As if Isaac would let me. Gosh, the sisterhood would kill me for that remark. Sorry, she said when the others flinched. Bad choice of words. No, Finn said, it's okay. Look, there's something I've been meaning to tell you all. Sarah, when Buddy died, remember we told you that there had been murders of other Asian American women countrywide? She nodded, but the others gaped at them both. What the hell? Molly flushed red. Why the hell didn't you tell us? Because I had no proof of who I think might be behind the murders. I still don't. Sarah was silent for a moment, then nodded at Finn. Tell them. He took a deep breath in. The murders in the city. On the islands. Lindsay. He put a piece of paper down on the counter. There were more over the 2 years. All over the country. 17 women of Asian descent. Murdered. Over the last 2 years, during the time where no one knew where Dan was, what he was doing. All of them stabbed repeatedly in the stomach, some of them disemboweled. Like George. Like Buddy. All the women look like Sarah. I think he wants to kill her. Oh my gosh. Molly clamped her hands over her mouth. I don't believe it. Why? Sarah shook her head. He's not who we all thought he was, Moles. The Dan Bailey I married changed at the end, so much. I kept a lot of it from you. I know he could be controlling and arrogant, but why the hell would he disappear for 2 years, kill a bunch of people, and then decide all along it's his wife he wants to murder? Why not just kill Sarah then? Mike put his hand up to soften his words. Listen, Molly was shaking her head. We don't know if Dan even wants to communicate with Sarah, let alone kill her. As far as we know, all he's doing here is getting in bed with that snake you were married to. She fixed her brother with a steely eye. Sarah sighed. Dan is back. He came to the hospital to see me, made it pretty clear he wants me back. I didn't give him a chance to explain where he's been, or what he's been doing. I wanted him away from me. I hate to admit it, but he scared me. There's something not right about him. That's not to say we're not all jumping to conclusions. Dan hasn't a good reason to want to hurt me, unless he's gone full psycho. Molly snorted. Well, he did sleep with Caroline. Thanks a lot, sis. Finn rolled his eyes and Sarah grinned. Finn was studying her. You tell Isaac this? Sarah shook her head. No. I was going to, but things have been so much better for me living there. I feel safer. Which brings me to what I was going to talk to you about. She glanced out of the window at the cops milling around. Actually, more important things are going on today, it can wait. There was another reason she felt safer. The tiny .22 gun she had in her purse. Isaac had insisted she carry it, had all the legal stuff dealt with, and he'd taken her to the gun range to teach her how to use it. She hated that she felt better now she had it with her, but she realized that it was a safeguard. She had honestly meant to talk to Isaac about Dan, but the time they'd spent alone at his apartment had been so heavenly, she couldn't bear to spoil the mood. Now, as she stared out of the window to the melee outside, she shivered. When it came down to it, did she believe Dan capable of murder? The old Dan, the one she met, fell in love with, or so she thought, wouldn't have been capable. No way. He might have been arrogant, but he had a good heart. The Dan she had confronted in her hospital room, the one who scared her, did she think it was possible he could kill someone? Yes, but was that really his endgame? She shook her head and sighed. She was in the kitchen of the Varsity, making some fresh muffins. The homicide cops, as well as Finn and his deputies, had cleaned out the place. She dumped 2 cups of flour into a mixing bowl and grabbed some eggs. She left the kitchen door open slightly, so she could hear if Molly needed help. As she worked the mixture, a calm settled over her. This was her world, her little space where she could bake and think. She heard Molly coming back the counter, her voice icy. "You really are a walking piece of crap, you know that? Seeing as you are no longer my brother's wife, plus you are sleeping with my best friend's ex-husband, I don't feel a need to be polite to you, Caroline, even if you are a paying customer, so kindly buzz off." Sarah sniggered and listened to Caroline, her whiny voice rising in annoyance as she attempted to save face. "You know something, Molly? I always thought you and Finn were too close, if you get my meaning." Sarah shot out from the kitchen immediately. She stepped in between her friend and the redhead. "Time for you to go now, Caroline." Caroline, sneering, looked her up and down. "Hello, Sarah. I can see your aureole through that shirt. Getting the goods out again? Guess the hooker gene runs deep, huh?" Sarah smiled, used to this particular line of Caroline's. "And the skank is showing through, whatever it is you're wearing, Caroline." "What is that?" She pretended to look confused, turned to Molly, her hands spread wide. Molly pretended to consider. "Something from Hose Bags R Us?" Sarah tutted. "No, I'm sure it's designer, Michael Kors." Molly snorted. "Hodarte? Giorgio Armani. Nice. Hukai." Caroline looked between them. "You think you're so funny?" Sarah and Molly nodded in unison. "Yep, pretty much." "Yes, we do." Caroline hesitated, huffed, turned on her heel and left. "Sorry about that, Saz. I set her off." Sarah snorted with laughter. "Honey, don't worry, she is strong in that one." Still she flexed and stretched, busting her chops is like squeezing a stress ball. Good for the soul. Molly nodded in agreement. Chicken soup indeed. Sarah grinned at her and went back to the kitchen. She finished the muffins and slid the tray into the oven. Fixing the timer, she washed her hands and returned to the shop. What was she talking about anyway? Molly hesitated, not looking at her friend. Sarah bent to catch her eye. "What?" Another silence. "Millie, Molly, Mandy?" "Don't call me that." But she smiled. "Come on then, out with it." Molly bit her lip. She was crowing about being pregnant with Dan's baby. Sarah winced. A wrecking ball through the chest would hurt less. Good for her. Molly squeezed her hand. Ignore the tramp. Would you really want to be pregnant with Dan's kid? Sarah sighed, the ache in her chest still pounding at her. No. But it would have been nice to have Isaac's kids one day. She'd never forget the day her gynecologist had told her she would never carry children. At the time, she'd been upset but not devastated. It had been after Dan went missing, and the only other person who knew was Molly. Sarah had been resigned, and it was only when she'd met Isaac that the regret really hit her. Have you talked about it? Sarah shook her head. Not really. Maybe we should. If he wants children of his own, then. All he wants is you, Molly said confidently. Don't worry about it. Isaac just wants you. Isaac repeated what Molly said, almost word for word. Sarah, sweetheart, as far as I'm concerned, if we decide to have kids, and I'm honestly right down the middle of whether we do or don't, we have options. There are thousands of kids out there who would love you as their mother. He was sitting at one of the tables in the now-closed varsity, watching her as Sarah moved around the room, switching on the Tiffany lamps, turning down the overhead lights. She loved this time of day, the sensuality of dusk when the coffee house would glow with a soft warmth, the rush would ease, and she could relax. She returned behind the counter, slipping a disc into the shop's sound system, and a second later, Billie Holiday filled the room with sweet music. Just when you are near, when I hold you fast, then my dreams will whisper, you're too lovely to last. She'd asked Molly and Finn to join them for a quick supper, where she intended to tell Isaac about Dan. She wanted Finn and Molly there for moral support, and to rein in Isaac's anger when he found out. Molly had disappeared somewhere. Finn was due any minute, so Sarah had taken advantage of their privacy to tell him about her inability to get pregnant. He had taken it well, expressing sympathy, but she could tell, as she gazed into his soft green eyes, that it made no difference to how he felt about her. He drew her onto his lap and kissed her slow and warm, his arms secure around her. You and me, Sarah, he murmured against her mouth. That's all I want. She kissed him again, sinking into the safety and heat of him. Then she felt him harden beneath her and arched an eyebrow, amusement flickering across her face. Ambitious soldier. But my unofficial siblings will be here any minute, and I'm pretty sure they don't need a front row seat to this. Isaac laughed softly. Just wait until we get home. You're going to pay for this. She grinned. Isn't that only a problem if we stop altogether? And I doubt that's ever happening. He tipped his head back, pretending to suffer. Still feels unfair. I'm, let's just say, very ready for you. She laughed, pressing her forehead to his. That was possibly the worst metaphor you've ever attempted. Give me time, he said. I'll top it. She slid off his lap, her hand brushing over him in the process, and the sound he made was half groan, half plea. Sarah, he breathed, you are trying to destroy me. She was just debating whether they could sneak into the back room for 90 seconds of stolen heaven, when a knock sounded on the locked front door. Finn stood outside, smiling. Sarah flushed, then crossed the café to let him in. Hey stranger, she said lightly. Finn ruffled her cheek affectionately as he passed. He greeted Isaac with a nod, Isaac returning it easily, though Sarah noticed he had tugged his sweater down strategically. She caught his eye and they shared a private look, mischief, longing, and the kind of quiet promise that made her whole chest feel warm, just as Molly emerged from the back room. All amusement had left Isaac's face a half-hour later after she'd told him about Dan's visit to the hospital. He'd got up from the table, paced around, obviously trying to calm himself before speaking. The three of them watched him in silence. He sat down and took Sarah's hands. Okay, I'm going to let the fact you didn't tell me right away slide. I kind of get why you didn't, but still. What did he want? Sarah took a deep breath in. Me, apparently. He wanted to come back and be my husband again. I shut him down. He wouldn't be in any doubt that I meant it too. I might have slapped him when he tried to kiss me. Isaac gave a low growl and she squeezed his hands. All I felt was utter revulsion. I don't know that man, he is a stranger to me. He searched her eyes. Do you think he means you harm? She sighed. I honestly don't know. He did say he wouldn't let anyone else have me, take that as you will. Is it macho posturing, or a threat? Finn cleared his throat, reminding the couple there were two other people in the room. Look guys, as far as the police are concerned, Dan chose to leave. He staged his disappearance, sure, but since it wasn't to commit fraud or avoid charges, technically he hasn't broken any laws. He gave a dry, humorless laugh. Maybe the motivation was simply that he was having an affair with my wife. Then why didn't she leave too? Molly cut in, lifting her brows. Honestly, that would have saved all of us a lot of trouble. She said it with such deadpan seriousness that Sarah and Finn couldn't help it. Both of them snorted and laughed. Molly smirked in satisfaction. Isaac sighed heavily. But then who attacked Sarah? And why? If Dan didn't kill those women and George and Buddy, then why wouldn't the killer just He couldn't finish, just looked at Sarah, her lovely face, those kind, warm, deep brown eyes. Why would anyone want to hurt you? His voice was almost a broken whisper, and it made tears spring into her eyes. She leaned her forehead against his. I'm still here. It's okay. Molly surreptitiously wiped a tear away. So what do we do? Sarah looked at Isaac. I have a final meeting with Dan. Here, publicly. I tell him that we are no longer in each other's lives. I wish him the best, but I want him to stay away from me, you, Molly, Finn. If he wants any property, he can have it. She turned to Molly. Except the varsity. As from Friday, Moles, you are the sole owner of this coffee house. Molly gaped. What the hell? Sarah smiled. I've been thinking a lot about new opportunities. I want to go back to school. I have my MBA, but I want to do something I'm really passionate about. Literature, art, music. Maybe even start my architectural degree again. So I decided. You have done so much for me, and you deserve something good, so it's my gift to you, Molly. The varsity is yours. Molly had tears on her face. Sarah, no, come on, let me buy it. Sarah shook her head. No way. It's yours. I just hope you don't feel I'm dumping it on you then running. I'll stay on until you are fully staffed. And then there's this. I'm moving in with Isaac, permanently. She grinned across at her love, who had visibly relaxed now, hearing her talk about their future. In fact, although we haven't made it official. I asked Sarah to marry me, Isaac said proudly and then chuckled. Twice, actually. Sarah laughed too as Molly started to grin. Once I was on morphine, so he had to ask again. She met Isaac's eyes, and without a word they both knew what the other was thinking. Those moments tangled together, skin on skin, breath shared, hearts pressed close. The memory of it pulsed between them, warm and vivid. Finn half smiled. His cheeks were flushed pink, and his eyes were flat, but he congratulated them genuinely. Sarah smiled at him, ignoring the look in his eyes. Pain. She shoved the wave of sadness that came over her away. Finn, I have something for you too. She grabbed her purse and dug out a set of keys, throwing them to him. George's house. Now I know that, well, you may not want to live in that because of, but the land is good. You could finally build that house you've always dreamed of building. Finn was shaking his head. I can't accept it, Sarah, it's too much. Sarah clamped her hands over her ears. Can't hear you, la 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 la. Look, I'm starving, I'm going to order pizza. Who is in? Molly grinned. I'd love to, but Mike's waiting. We have a night off from the kids for once, and we're going to enjoy it. Sarah hugged her. Okay then, happy humping. Molly grinned as Finn groaned and Isaac laughed. She waved and left the coffee house. Outside the streetlights were on, their sodium glow throwing the buildings into relief. A bunch of high school kids, giddy from the summer heat, and the idea of another week of vacation, danced and shoved each other around, their laughter echoing down the purple-shadowed alleys and passageways leading off Main Street. One of them danced like a court jester, flailing his arms around and making the girls screech. Sarah sighed, tired but relieved. After all her planning, finally, the people she loved most knew what she was doing. It made it real. She smiled to herself and got up. Coffee, anyone? She took their orders and went to the bar. Isaac was making a call. Finn followed her. Hey. She turned and grinned at him. Hey yourself. Finn came behind the bar and hugged her. That was an incredible thing to do for Molly. Thank you. She flushed, easing herself gently out of his arms but patting him on the chest to soften the rejection. She deserves it. You too. Please take the house, the land, Finn. It really is the least I could do. Finn hesitated, then glanced back at Isaac, who was deep in conversation with whoever he was on the phone with. Finn looked at Sarah. Look, there's something, he choked off. No, I'm sorry, I just needed to say, you ever need me, I'm there. Forever, Sarah. You can always count on me. Sarah, terrified he was about to declare his love, patted his chest, putting that barrier between them. "Finn, you are my brother," she said gently. "I trust you to know that I care deeply about you, and I always will." Their eyes met and Finn nodded his understanding. Sarah hated the pain she saw in his eyes, but he smiled. "Look, I'm pretty beat. Rain check on the pizza?" She hated feeling that she'd hurt him. "You bet." Isaac lifted a hand in farewell as Finn stepped out. The door clicked shut, and Sarah turned the lock. When she looked back at Isaac, she smiled, soft, almost shy, and leaned her back against the door. He was watching her. Not casually. Not like a man glancing at someone he knew. He looked at her, as though he had just remembered how to breathe. A warmth fluttered low in her stomach. Isaac ended his call without breaking eye contact. He crossed the room to the tall windows and lowered the shades slowly, one after another, until the afternoon light softened and the room felt closed off from the world. "Come here," he said, his voice deep, roughened with something she felt more than heard. She pushed away from the door and walked to him. He cupped her face in both hands as if she were something precious, his thumbs brushing gently along her jaw as he studied her. "Do you remember when we met?" he asked quietly. "Right here. You were standing by that counter and he exhaled, almost a laugh. "I didn't stand a chance. I knew it. I knew right then I was gone." Her breath hitched, her chest tightening in that way it always did when he spoke like that, honestly, openly, as though he didn't know how to love her in halves. Sarah smiled up at him, her eyes bright. "I remember. Every second. And I love you, Isaac. I've never loved anyone the way I love you." His expression softened, then deepened, like something in him had just settled firmly into place. He leaned his forehead to hers, his hand still cradling her face, as though he needed the contact to prove she was real. "Good," he whispered. "Because I don't know who I am without you." Isaac gently lifted her chin, so she would look right at him. "Then I suppose," he murmured, a smile tugging at his mouth, "I should do this properly." He bent down on one knee and wobbled instantly. Sarah burst into laughter as he nearly tipped sideways. Isaac laughed too, and pulled her down with him so they ended up tangled together on the floor. "Apparently," he said, breathless with laughter, "I am incapable of being traditional. So, Sarah Bailey, for the third and absolutely final time, will you marry me?" She cupped his face, kissing him through her laughter. "Yes. Definitely yes." Their laughter softened into slow, lingering kisses, hands roaming out of pure affection rather than urgency. Isaac held her close, her legs wrapping around him as they sank into each other, warm, breathless, deeply in love. The world outside disappeared as they moved together, not rushed this time, but with a quiet, overwhelming tenderness that felt like forever. It was nearly 3 a.m. before they made it back to his apartment in the city. Sarah fell asleep almost immediately, but Isaac, making sure she was deeply out, slipped from the bed and went into the living room. He sat at his desk, his head in his hands. For all the drama with Dan Bailey, there was something else that was bugging him. No, scratch that, it was bigger than that, something he should have dealt with months ago. Hell, he did deal with it, or so he thought. He fired up his laptop, and there was another email. He scanned through the contents quickly, then glanced at the clock. 3:15 in Seattle, 8:15 in New York. He picked up the phone. Sarah banged on Caroline's door, fidgeting, her skin itchy from irritation at having to be there. Caroline opened the door, her eyes popping out slightly when she saw Sarah there. "Well, look, if it isn't the high and mighty." Caroline clamped a hand over her mouth, as if she was a naughty child. "Excuse my manners, please." Sarah, her eyes cold, didn't react. "Can you get a message to Dan?" Caroline's eyes shone with both curiosity and glee. "You bet I can." Sarah had the urge to punch the other woman. "Good. Tell him I want to arrange a meeting. At the house. I'll be there all day today. If he wants to meet, tell him to be there. If not, I'll assume," now she grinned at the smirking Caroline, "I'll assume he's changed his mind about wanting me back." She was rewarded by Caroline's face, all mirth wiped out. "I'll tell him, but I wouldn't hold your breath." Caroline's tone had dropped to ice cold, which just made Sarah smile wider. "Oh, I don't think I'll be the one holding my breath. Later." She turned and walked away, hearing Caroline hiss a curse after her. Without turning, she raised her middle finger behind her, grinning. Dan called the varsity less than an hour later. "Sarah?" His voice was warm, friendly. Sarah blew out a breath. "Will you come by the house later? We need to talk." "Of course. I can't give you an exact time. I have some business in the city, but I promise I'll be there today, my darling." Isaac called her at lunchtime. "Hey you, how's it going?" Sarah looked around the living room of her house. "It's weird being back." "Not good weird either." "You sure you want to do this? I could cancel my trip to Frisco, you know." "Nah, don't. It's only one night, and as soon as I've done here, I'm heading to Molly's." "You know what's weird, what I realized coming back here?" "What's that, beautiful?" She gave a sad sigh. "I don't belong here anymore. I'm not sure I ever did." "Why don't you pack all your stuff up? Just move out. We can put stuff in storage if we can't get it all in here." She sighed. "Good idea. Honestly, at this point, I want to take my clothes, my books, my records, and the rest can be sold with the house. A new start." Isaac laughed softly. "You and me both, baby." There was something in his voice she couldn't understand, a sadness. "What is it, Isaac?" He hesitated. "Nothing. Just some crap I'm dealing with, nothing for you to worry about." She wasn't convinced, but didn't push it. "I wish Dan would hurry up and get here, the sooner this is all resolved. I hate that you're out there alone." "I'll be fine. I want to get it done. Besides, I had the locks changed." "You have your gun with you?" "I do. Hopefully it won't come to that. I've been thinking. Maybe we're all just a little too paranoid about this whole thing. I'll call you later if anything happens." "Call me anyway. I mean it, even if you just get spooked. And get Finn over there too." "I will. I love you." "Me too, darling. Always." It took her longer to clean up the house than she'd planned. In the room she seldom used, especially since Dan had left, a thick layer of dust lay across the furniture. Moving from room to room, she dusted, tidied, and removed anything she wanted to keep. There wasn't much, she realized, and felt a pang of regret. Is this what her life added up to? In the kitchen she set out boxes, loading them with her books, her records, her CDs. She looked out of the window to the porch where she'd sat with Dan so many evenings. She tried to reconcile that man with the one who'd left her and returned as whatever he was now. Had there been signs? Trying to shrug off the feeling of unease, she finished her packing upstairs, throwing all her clothes into 2 suitcases, sweeping all her toiletries and makeup into Ziploc bags. She grinned when she thought of Molly and her vast clothing collection. She would pass out if she saw how Sarah had thrown together her suitcase. Still grinning, she lugged the cases downstairs and out to her truck. She was aware the daylight had begun to fade, and hurriedly carried the rest of the boxes to the truck. She went back into the house to wait for Dan, looking around the silent house. I will never sleep here again, and she knew with certainty the truth of her thought. She checked each room for anything she'd forgotten. In the music room, she sat down at the piano, tapping out a little tune, sadness welling up in her chest. For a while with Dan, it had seemed like they'd built a good life here. That life seemed a million miles away now. She went into the kitchen to make coffee, and checked her phone. Be with you as soon as I can. She hated that he had her cell phone number. She'd ditch it after all this was over. Isaac went to the restaurant just after noon. He'd chosen a low-key, out-of-the-way place, and changed from his suit to a casual jeans and tee, stuck a baseball cap over his dark curls. The waitress led him to an empty table at the back of the room, and took his order. A scotch straight up. He fidgeted in his chair, checking his phone. Isaac. He looked up into the face of the blonde woman. Her blue eyes were large and innocent, long eyelashes sweeping down to her cheeks. False, he guessed. Her long blonde hair was swept up into a graceful chignon, her clothes simple but expensive. He should know, he thought, half smiling, he paid for them. She smiled down at him warmly. It's so wonderful to see you again. He stood to kiss her cheek. Claire. He pulled out her chair for her. Always such a gentleman. She sat down opposite him and placed her hand on his. He gently moved his hand away and sat back. Claire, you look good. She smiled coquettishly. Thank you. Although I pale in comparison to your new girlfriend. She's a rare beauty. Very exotic, very different from me. So she knew about Sarah. Isaac sighed. Claire, what is it you want? Claire smiled. I came because I wanted us to be friends, to be in each other's lives. We left things so unfinished. Isaac raised his eyebrows. Claire, to me, they were totally finished. Her ice blue eyes narrowed. You send me divorce papers while I'm supposed to be at my mother's funeral? The key word there being supposed, his voice hardened. Did you really think I didn't know about the other men? Funny how your mother's funeral, and I'm glad to hear she's doing just kind, by the way. Funny how it coincided with Sebastian Gaspard being at the Cannes Film Festival, don't you think? Claire smiled, and this time there was no warmth to it. What did you expect? You were absent, Isaac, all the time. You were working all hours. She studied him for a long moment. Do you make time for her, Isaac? He looked back at her evenly. I'd give up the business for her. Is that what you wanted to hear? Claire flinched. Does she know about me? Isaac hesitated a beat too long, and Claire grinned. Oh, you bad man. She giggled. Well, I suppose you don't want her to know about your little secret. The threat was implicit. Isaac's chin lifted. I haven't told her because there's nothing to tell. Our marriage lasted less than 6 months, Claire. As far as I'm concerned, it wasn't anything close to resembling a marriage. And don't forget, I pay you a very generous alimony to stay away. Claire nodded her head in assent. You do, I won't deny that. But Isaac, do you really want to start your new life with her with a lie? Isaac sighed, pulled out his wallet and threw some money on the table. Try anything and see how fast your good life disappears, Claire. No, do us both a favor. Go back to New York and enjoy the lifestyle my money pays for. He stood. Goodbye, Claire. And he stalked out of the restaurant. No. Isaac walked back to his office, his mind racing. Well, this was easily solved. He ruled out his cell phone and called Sarah. Hey, babe. Her voice made warmth flood through him. Hey yourself, gorgeous. Dan showed up yet? He heard her frustrated sigh. Nope. Asshole is playing a power game. He won't win. I'm determined to wait him out, however late he may turn up. Isaac frowned. Sarah, I mean it. I don't like you out there all alone. Don't worry, sweetheart, the cavalry's outside. Finn's parked in the woods like a blonde ninja. God forbid any actual crime happens on the island today. She sounded amused, and Isaac relaxed a little. Look, sweetheart, we need to talk about a couple of things, and this isn't the ideal time to tell you this, but, and keep in mind that it has no bearing on us, I used to be married. There it was out quick, brutal. Isaac waited for her hang up or yell or cry. Okay. He blinked. Okay. Sarah laughed softly. Okay. Like you said, it has no bearing on us now. You're divorced, right? For a long time. It was a huge mistake from the beginning, and it lasted less than 6 months. She cheated practically from the moment the vows were said. Sarah made a disgusted noise. What an idiot, I mean, have you seen you? I do have one question. Why tell me now? Isaac sighed. Because she just got in touch. I just met with her in public, and I'm still none the wiser why she got in touch now except she knows about you. Maybe she just wanted to make trouble. You know what, Is? I'm getting real tired of ex-spouses. But there was humor in her voice, and Isaac, relief flooding through him, laughed. Me too. The sooner we are married, the better, I think. Show the world it's you and me forever. You had me at forever. We'll talk about it tomorrow when you get back. You'll be at the coffee house? All day. I love you. Stay safe, beautiful, and kick your ex's ass. Sarah laughed. I will. Enjoy San Francisco, I'll miss you. When she opened the door, Dan was smiling. He held out a bottle of champagne. A peace offering. For my visit to the hospital. I didn't mean to upset you, truly. Sarah took it warily. Thank you. She glanced at the clock. 11:30 p.m. She'd been asleep on the couch when she heard Dan's car pull up. For a second she thought about ignoring his knock, but he'd knocked on the window, waved at her. Creep? He'd waited until they'd given up for the day. She'd sent Finn home. Stupid, stupid. Dan smiled at her. May I come in? She narrowed her eyes. Dan, it's almost midnight. He put a hand on her arm. Sarah, please. Let me come and apologize properly. Wanting to deal with this situation won out over irritation, so she stepped aside to let him in, and followed him into the kitchen. She shoved the table against the back door, still not trusting it to hold after she'd broken in the day Buddy had died. The boxes she'd packed were already safely in her truck. All she wanted was to get this over and done with, leave this place forever. Dan immediately pulled the table away from the door, into the exact position it had been when he'd lived there, his smile almost a rictus. He sat down and looked at her expectantly. Awkward, this table being like that. What happened? He smirked. Sarah felt her stomach twist with irritation. I lost my key. I had to break in. Look, Dan, I'm tired, let's get this over with. He held his hands up. Of course I'm sorry. She studied him, his easy manner seeming to jar with the self-satisfaction in his eyes. Dan, we are over. You must know that. We were over the minute you left. Do you want to know why I left? She sighed. Do I want to know? You tell me. Was it something I did? Dan smiled. Sarah, please sit down with me. Just want to clear the air between us. She sat down reluctantly. Sarah, I left because, well, you obviously found the letter from my family's lawyer. I left because of that. My real name is Ray Peterson. I was estranged from my family for many years because of the abuse they subjected me to when I was a child. As soon as I could, I left, changed my name, made a new life for myself. Met the most beautiful girl. He smiled, his face soft. Married her, made a good life here in this wonderful place. Sarah listened in silence, trying to read his eyes. For some reason, she believed him. Why did you leave? Her voice cracked, and she felt all the old feelings of sadness flood through her. Why did you change so much, become so controlling? He looked at her with a steady gaze. Because I panicked. They'd found me. I thought if I could get you to understand. And you thought that I wouldn't? With my past? She was incredulous. Dan put his hand over hers. It was because of your past. I didn't think that you'd want to be a part of another horrific situation. I thought you'd leave me. And I was jealous of your relationship with Finn Jewell. She threw up her hands. Geez, Finn and I are friends. We have always been just friends. Always? She hesitated, and he leapt on it. See? It was the reason I had an affair with Finn's wife. Gosh, that's so messed up, but I was angry, jealous. She was angry now. So you leaving me was my fault? Gosh, no, that's not what I meant. Gosh, I'm not explaining myself very well. What it came down to was I was terrified you'd leave me. When it became apparent my family wouldn't leave me alone, then I reasoned, and it seems madness now, I'd rather you grieved for me than hated me. Dan's eyes were sad now, and Sarah felt a sad shift in her, a sympathy. Dan, Ray, whatever your name is, it's all in the past now. I've moved on, you need to as well. Although preferably not with Caroline Jewell. She gave him a small grin and he smiled back. Sarah, do me a favor, for you, I'm always Dan. Ray is part of my past I'd rather forget. Sarah studied him. Fine, Dan. But you must realize we can't go back. Even if I weren't with Isaac, you would still be about to have a child with the woman I hate. He grimaced but smoothed out his expression when she frowned at him. I know, it's not the kid's fault. You made your bed. Yep. They sat in silence for long moments, then Sarah took a deep breath in. Look, Dan, I have to know, and these questions might seem, I don't know, outrageous or unbelievable, but things seem too coincidental. Events that have happened leading up to you coming back, so I need to know the truth. Dan nodded, his eyes serious. I understand. Just ask me anything, darl Sarah, he amended, and earned a grateful smile. She hesitated. Did you have anything to do with George's murder? Buddy? Lindsay Chung? Was it you who attacked me here? Molly? No. Gosh, no. I was very fond of George. I'm so terribly sorry about what happened to him. Buddy was a friend, if you could call Buddy someone who would have had a friend. And Lindsay, gosh, Sarah, she was so young. It's heartbreaking. And no, Sarah, I could never hurt you, not physically. He held her gaze, and she searched for any flicker that might betray a lie, but there was nothing. I get why you'd think it, he said, his voice low, steady. The way I acted. The way I left. You had every reason to turn me into something worse. Something monstrous. He shook his head, breath trembling. I know I messed up. Geez, I am so good at messing up. But I'm not a murderer, Sarah. I swear to you. I'm not that man. Sarah thought about his words for a long time, staring out at the darkness outside the window. Sarah? She turned back to him. Do you want this house? I don't want it, it's all yours if you want it. It would be a good place to raise a kid. She hated the idea of Caroline Jewell living here, but now she just wanted to move on. Dan looked surprised. No, I couldn't. Yes, you could. In fact, she got up and grabbed her purse, pulling out a large manila envelope. I've got the deeds already written up. Sign them and the house is yours. Dan took the envelope from her, skimmed through the contents. A small smile played on his lips as he reached the notes at the end. On condition I never contact you again. She nodded. Closure. Finally. Dan shoved the papers back into the envelope. I'll think about it. She sighed inwardly, but then gave him a smile. Anything to keep things civil. Of course. She walked him to the door. He looked around the darkened hallway. You staying here tonight? She shook her head. No, I'm going to Molly's. Can I give you a ride? At that moment he so reminded her of the Dan she first met, that her heart ached. No thanks, I have the truck. She watched him drive away, acknowledging the whole meeting had left her feeling confused. Dan was right, she had built him up to be a monster, but he was the only person in her life who she felt was capable of doing such horrific things. She closed her eyes and leaned against the doorframe. Thank God that was over. She was dog-tired now, not realizing how stuffed and achy her body felt from the release of anxiousness. She grabbed her purse and keys and locked the house behind her. She got in her truck and drove away from the house she and Dan had shared without ever glancing backward. Doesn't it all feel a little too convenient, he murmured. 3 days later, they were tangled together, skin to skin, the room still thick with the heat of them. Sarah lay sprawled on top of Isaac, her cheek pressed to his chest, both of them still slick with sweat and satisfaction. Isaac lifted a brow. Well? She let out a loose, contented laugh. You realize you're asking me to think like a functioning adult when you just turned my brain into warm pudding? Give me a second before I remember how to use words. His answering smile was slow, almost smug, the kind that crinkled the corners of his eyes. I love when you talk like that. Sarah shifted just enough to make his breath catch, something wicked sparking behind her own eyes. You love it when I talk like anything right now. Also true, he murmured, voice still rough with affection and afterglow. She rested her chin on his chest, looking up at him through messy lashes, expression softening. "So," she said quietly, "you're talking about our delightful ex-spouses?" "I am." She traced a lazy circle over his sternum with her fingertip. "Forget them. They're behind us. They can't reach what we have." Isaac brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. His touch was gentle, reverent. "Then I'd like to do this right," he said, voice dropping low, not teasing this time but true. "How soon can we get married?" Her breath caught in surprise and joy. Her smile was slow and real. "Whenever you want." Isaac's face lit with something unguarded and boyish. "Then, Miss Bailey, I propose we do it soon." She raised an eyebrow. "Define soon." He tightened his arms around her, like the answer was obvious. "What are you doing this Friday?" Sarah blinked, then laughed, bright and incredulous. "You're serious?" "Completely." She kissed him once, then again, unable to stop smiling. "Then my answer is yes. 1,000 times yes." The day was cool, late September. Sarah put her arms around Isaac as he prepared to leave for the day. "Okay, baby. Just be careful. Call me when you can." He nodded and kissed her. "I love you." She smiled, worry in her eyes. "I love you too, baby." She watched as he pulled away, went back into the house and made some tea. As the kettle boiled, she kept wandering out of the back door to breathe in the cool air. As the water reached boiling point, the kettle whistled, and she turned to go back into the house. And the pain hit. A sharp, burning pain tore through her lower back. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as her body instinctively arched, trying to escape it. She stumbled, gripping the edge of the counter, confusion flooding her mind. What? What just happened? She tried to inhale, but her lungs refused to work. The kitchen spun. Her hand reached behind her, seeking the source of the pain, and came away warm and wet. Her knees buckled. The floor rose to meet her. She tried again to breathe, shallow gasps that barely pulled in air. Her vision wavered. The room felt distant, unreal, as though she were watching herself from somewhere outside her body. She pressed her hand to her back again, and felt it. A small, ragged puncture. The warmth spreading beneath her. A bullet. She'd been shot. No. No, no, no. She sank onto her side, the cool floor against her cheek, her pulse thundering in her ears. Her fingers trembled as they left smeared fingerprints along the tile. Isaac. Her voice was barely sound. Her lips moved more than the word came out. The edges of her sight darkened. Then footsteps. She forced her eyes open. Dan stood over her. Calm. Composed. A gun in his hand, fitted with a silencer. As if this were all something planned, rehearsed, inevitable. "Hello, Sarah." His voice was disturbingly gentle. He almost sounded pleased. He raised the gun again. Sarah's world narrowed to the barrel pointed at her. Her hands lifted instinctively, uselessly, her fingers shaking. "No, please." The words broke apart on her tongue. Tears streaked down her face. Her breath hitched. "Please." Daniel Bailey sighed, victorious, and pulled the trigger. Sarah woke, screaming, clawing the air. Isaac leapt out of bed, shocked awake only to realize she was reaching out to him, her face apologetic. "Sorry, gosh, sorry, it was just a nightmare." She was trying to catch her breath as he went to her, wrapped his arms around her. Sweat was sticking her hair to her hot forehead, and he brushed it away. "It's okay, sweetheart." She leaned against him. Gosh, the dream had been so visceral, so real. She could almost still feel the pain of the bullet smashing into her. Geez. Was she really that fragile? Even now. She felt Isaac's lips against her temple. "Do you want to tell me about it?" It was so silly I feel embarrassed saying it out loud. "Just forget it." She leaned back against the pillows, attempting a soft smile as if to wave the moment away. "I'd rather just not think for a while." He studied her for a moment, then shifted closer, his touch gentle as his fingertips traced a slow line from her collarbone to her waist, the familiar warmth of him easing some of the tension in her chest. "Then I'll help you forget," he murmured. His hand slipped to her side, steady and sure, drawing her toward him. She exhaled, the tension melting as he kissed her, slow at first, then deeper, the kind of kiss that filled her lungs more than air did. He eased her into him, their bodies aligning as naturally as breathing. Her hand slid around his shoulders, holding him closer. The world outside the room, the worry, the heaviness, everything went distant. "Is this enough of a distraction?" he whispered against her skin, his voice warm, almost smiling. She nodded, breath unsteady, her eyes closed as she felt herself soften completely into him. "Yes," she whispered. "More than enough." Sarah Bailey became Sarah Quinn in a 15-minute ceremony at Seattle's City Hall. At her request, they'd kept it low-key, and only Saul and Micah, Molly, Mike, and Finn were present as they said their vows. It was formal, quick, but when it was over, and the way Isaac kissed his new wife was anything but. They held the tiny reception back at the coffee house. Molly and Nancy had gone to town and covered the whole place in tiny white twinkle lights. Sarah could barely recognize the place. A few friends from the island completed the party. Sarah tried to help Molly and Nancy out, but kept getting shooed away from the food preparations. Eventually, she gave up. Her new sister-in-law, Micah, grinned at her as she escaped from the kitchen. She held her hand out. "Come sit with me. We never get to talk, just us. Our husbands," she grinned and nodded over to where Isaac and Saul were laughing and talking, "are busy being boys so we can catch up." Sarah suddenly felt shy. Micah was very tall, very elegant, but she soon discovered had a wicked sense of humor and an inherent warmth, which made Sarah feel less like the clumsy kid she felt she was. "Isaac told me that he told you the tale of us," Micah said, "so selfishly I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for making him happy. I've always felt guilty about what happened, but as you know yourself now, when the right person comes along. I get it, believe me. I never knew this was what love is." "You were married before, yes?" Sarah nodded. "And I don't want to give the impression that it was a bad marriage. At least not at first, but my ex-husband is a stranger to me now." Micah nodded, her eyes sympathetic. "Isaac told us the whole story. What do you think has been going on?" Sarah shook her head. "I honestly don't know. I was half convinced it was Dan. That his already huge ego had gotten out of all control. That he was capable, but now I just don't know." She rubbed her face, suddenly weary, and Micah put a hand on her arm. "Sorry, I'm being far too inquisitive and it's not the right time." "No, it's okay. But let's change the subject anyway." Sarah smiled at her, noticing for the first time how much they resembled each other, dark-haired, dusky skin, dark brown eyes. The Quinn brothers had a type, she grinned to herself. "So, what are you going to do now? Isaac tells me you're leaving this coffee house." Sarah nodded. "Going back to school, I think." "Didn't you go to college?" "I did, but I did an MBA. I'm talking about doing something I'm passionate about. Before I was a coffee house owner, I wanted to be an architect. I even got a ways to putting together a portfolio, took evening classes, but I ended up doing this instead." Micah looked both surprised and impressed. "Wow. Well, I say go for it, before the kids come along. It's hard having it all, no matter what they say." Sarah swallowed and said nothing. She dreaded having to tell all the expectant relatives that they would not be having children of their own, and to be honest, it had been bugging her a lot lately. All she could think of was a boy with Isaac's curls, maybe her brown eyes, dimples in his cheeks. It made her heart thud with sadness. She looked over at him, so handsome, so tall and broad, his finely angled face softened by his laughter. She could see the joy on his face and was floored, amazed that it was she, normal old Sarah Bailey, who made his eyes light up like that. From the trailer to the penthouse, she thought. The press had gotten hold of her story, but she was surprised that it hadn't upset her. The story was already out there, and it made no difference to her life as it was now. Some of the less friendly press had speculated about how such a woman had snagged Isaac Quinn, but she just brushed it off. The people she cared about knew the whole truth of her story. Even Dan had stayed away from her. He texted and called a couple of times, told her that he would buy her out of the house. She'd rather he'd had left the area, but it was better than nothing. Their détente seemed to be genuine, and she reasoned she would soon be in the city full-time. She doubted she would see him much, even if he stayed. But the mystery of the murders, of the attacks on both Sarah and Molly, remained, and everyone was uneasy. It was better to know the enemy than for he or she to be hidden. Subtly, they had all become more vigilant, less trusting of strangers. But not today. Today was about love and family and joy. Isaac, her husband, she grinned to herself, came over and claimed her for their first dance. "Never Let Me Go," sang Florence and the Machine, and as they danced, Sarah was never sure that she was exactly where she was supposed to be. He watched them through the side window of the coffeehouse's kitchen, the rage twisting in his gut. Gosh, she looked radiant, glowing, every cliché of how a bride should look on her wedding day. Sarah, his Sarah, was now Sarah Quinn. She would not bear her new name long. He would make her pay for this betrayal. Later, Isaac went to find Sarah, finally locating her outside, catching some evening air. He stood back for a moment, drinking her in. Her hair, which had been pulled up into a bun at the nape of her neck for the wedding, was escaping, long dark tendrils tumbling down her back. The simple white dress she had worn skimmed over her body, hugging her curves. Her face, eyes closed, was turned up to the night sky. Isaac smiled. "Hey, Mrs. Quinn," he said softly, not wanting to startle her. She opened her eyes and turned towards him, a radiant smile on her beautiful face. He moved to her side and took her in his arms. She looked up at him. "We did it." He grinned, nodding. "We really did." He pressed his lips to hers, feeling her respond, pressing her body to his. "So, now are you going to tell me where you're whisking me off to?" That had been his part of the low-key deal. She got the minimum fuss, he got to pick the honeymoon and keep it a surprise. He shook his head. "You haven't guessed yet?" She pretended to consider. "The wee Scottish island of Auchtermuchty." "Nope. Also not an island." "How do you know?" "I know things. Auchtermuchty is near Fife on the Scottish mainland." Sarah grumbled, muttering something that sounded a lot like "damn smart-ass Magellan." He laughed and kissed her. "You're amazing," he murmured. She blushed. "You bet your sweet ass I am," she joked, batting away his compliment. He laughed. "Okay, you want to know where we're going?" "Hell yeah." "Okay, so we're going to, oh no." He pretended to choke, clutching his throat. Can't get words out. She skipped away from him in annoyance. "Oh ha ha. Jerqueed." She flung her hair back and skittered away from him. He could see she was trying not to laugh, as he pursued her into the back room of the coffee house. "Seriously," he laughed. "Did you just flounce?" He started laughing in earnest, and she tried to ignore him but failed, his mirth infectious. "Come on, please." She wheedled, and Isaac shook his head. "Nope." He pushed her up against the wall, trapping her in the cage of his arms. She stuck her tongue out at him. "Double jerqueed, with extra jerqueed and jerqueed sauce." "Live with it, woman." He grinned at her and she snickered, not able to keep the pretense up. "Jerqueed sprinkles." He silenced her with his mouth, kissing her until she had to pull away and catch her breath. "Okay, I give in. Take me where you will. I'll take you right up against this wall. Isaac Quinn, we have a room full of guests out there. Spoil sport. Come on, let's get back before you get me so hot, I can't function." Laughing, they went back to the party, never realizing Finn Jewel was sitting alone in the darkness of the back room, watching them, his eyes hooded and dark. Molly was in tears, of course. She wrapped her arms around Sarah and sobbed. "I'm so happy for you, so happy." Sarah chuckled, squeezing her friend, her sister, tightly. "I love you, Molly. Thank you for a perfect day." She looked over at Isaac, hugging his brother, and smiled. "Family." At last, Molly mumbled something into her shoulder, and Sarah tickled her. Yes, I mush you through. Molly stepped back, wiping her eyes and giggling. Sarah looked around. Where's your brother? Right here. She turned and saw Finn leaning against the corner of the varsity, watching them. She went over to him. Hey. Hey. I guess this is goodbye, for a while at least. He gave her a wry smile, and she took his hand. Not for long. 2 weeks is all. When I get back, we'll have to talk about getting things moving on your house. Finn lifted his chin towards Micah. The lady says you're going back to do your architectural degree. About damn time. Maybe you can design me a house, and I'll build it. Sarah beamed at him. You've got a deal. Finn gazed at her for a long moment, then, swiftly, pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. I want you to know, he whispered, his lips next to her ear, that I will always be there for you. I'll always, damn it. His voice broke and he released her, blinking the tears away. Sarah swallowed hard, smoothed an errant curl back from his ear and made him look at her. You know, right? He said in a low voice, and she nodded. I know. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. Next lifetime, hey? Finn balled his hands into fists but smiled at her. Congratulations, baby. Sarah couldn't help the tears then, they dropped down her cheeks unchecked. Why do I feel like this is goodbye? Finn shook his head. It's not. I promised I'd be there. I won't let you down again. Ever. Sarah was still thinking about the conversation in the car, on the way to SeaTac Airport. Isaac was driving them, not wanting their privacy broken by a driver. He reached over and took her hand, as the car slid smoothly out of the city. Hey wifey, he grinned at her. Sarah flushed with pleasure. Hey hubby. So you know what? What? I don't even want to know where we're going now. I want it to be a total surprise. Isaac grinned. Good. Won't I find out at the airport? Nope. We're taking my jet. Sarah's eyebrows shot up. You have a jet? Of course you have a jet, she chided herself, grinning. She studied him. I forget, you know, that you're a billionaire. That word means nothing to me. I can't fathom that much money. Isaac smiled. I don't like to flash it around like some do, but this is a special occasion. Do you remember when I told you that sometimes I wanted to spoil you? She nodded. I do. And I have to say, I'm looking forward to it, on the proviso, of course, that you're naked a good 90% of the time. He considered. I think I can agree to that. Are you flying the plane? She was half joking, half serious. He laughed. Sort of. I'm flying below it, holding it up, making sure my cape doesn't get caught in the engines. Funny boy. She laughed at his mock indignation. Gosh, I love you so much. You are my world, beautiful. At the airport, he drove straight onto the runway, then held her hand as they boarded his jet. Sarah's eyes were wide with astonishment at the luxurious airplane, the sumptuous leather seats, each big enough for 2 people, the deep soft carpeting. Isaac introduced Sarah to the captain and the flight attendant, then they were left alone. Sarah kicked off her shoes while Isaac popped open a bottle of champagne. He handed her a flute, as she curled up into one of the seats, moaning with pleasure at the luxury. He sat down next to her, grinning. She peered at him over her glass. You are enjoying this, aren't you? Impressing me? Isaac smiled and tapped her glass with his. Of course. There are some perks to being me. She giggled as he leaned over and fastened her seatbelt. Oops, sorry. Are you drunk already? I'm a lightweight. I had all that champagne at the reception. Isaac shook his head, amused. Did you eat anything? Sarah squinted, trying to remember. You know what? No, I didn't. Why, have you got a 16-starred Michelin chef on board? Better. You'll see. She did. As soon as they were in the air, Isaac unbuckled and got up, going to what looked like a drinks cabinet. When he opened it, however, she could see steam rising from it, and Isaac pulled out two very familiar-looking boxes. She laughed when he flipped them open, presenting the contents to her with a flourish. She grinned at him, her eyes shining. "Pizza? Gosh, you are a genius." "I know my woman," he said rather smugly. "Another thing, there's a bedroom in the back." Sarah gave a cheer. "With a TV?" "I was kind of hoping for a different kind of entertainment, but whatever you want." Isaac was chuckling at her excitement. She got up and went to him, brushing her lips against his, looking up at him from beneath her eyelashes. "Pizza, TV, and a bed on a plane. Oh, you'll be getting some tonight, mister. Take me to your bed." Isaac handed her the pizza boxes. "Hold these." "What?" Sarah shrieked with laughter as he swept her up into his arms and carried her to bed. Molly paid the babysitter and thanked her, waved her off as Mike brought the car around. Molly looked in on the kids. Dead to the world. Molly yawned and went into her own bedroom, stripping off her clothes and slipping into the shorts and t-shirt she wore to bed. She was tired, but she felt today had erased some of the horrors of the past few months. Sarah was happy, safe. Married, Molly thought with a grin. Now, if only she could find a way to make her brother happy. She hadn't missed the heartbreak in Finn's eyes today, as the woman he loved married someone else. Did it make it worse that Finn genuinely liked and admired Isaac? Would it be better if he'd hated him as much as he'd loathed Dan Bailey? Dan Bailey. Amazing, she thought. You don't see it at the time, the toxicity of some couples, the wrongness of their unions. Since Sarah had met with him, no one else had heard anything from him. Even Caroline had been flying under the radar, thank God. At 10:30, she heard the screech of tires and looked out of her bedroom window to Main Street. She saw Dan Bailey park outside the Varsity. For a moment, Molly's heart pounded as she wondered if Caroline was with him. But Dan got out alone. She saw him stare into the window of the darkened coffee house. His demeanor was disturbing. He stood ramrod straight, his back to Molly. Molly snuck downstairs and quietly opened the front door and stepped outside, watching him. Dan didn't see her. Molly stepped away from the streetlight outside her home, out of the way so she couldn't be spotted but where she could see Dan's face. Suddenly she saw Nancy walking around the corner with her dog. She too had stopped and was watching Dan, her face a picture of astonishment. Molly looked back towards Sarah's ex-husband. And her blood froze. Dan was screaming, his mouth wide, his face contorted with rage. Screaming without making a sound, screaming into the silence of the empty coffee house. Isaac smiled down at his wife as they approached the airport in Seattle. Her head was on his chest, her eyes closed, her breathing even and steady as she slept. It had been 2 weeks of utter bliss. He'd taken her to Paris for a week, then down to the south of France for the remainder of their honeymoon. He'd known she wouldn't have been happy just lazing around on a beach. Instead, they visited places of interest, museums, galleries, landmarks. In Saint-Tropez, the weather, hot and stifling, meant they spent a great deal of time in their air-conditioned hotel room making love and making plans for their future. The events of the past few months seemed a million miles away. They both felt untouchable now. Isaac stroked her silky hair and pushed away the thought that maybe, just maybe, they were being too complacent. The lingering specter of their ex-spouses still haunted him. What the hell did they want? Hopefully, the wedding would have put paid to that nonsense. If money was what Claire wanted, she could have it. She could have every damn penny. He didn't care. All he wanted was Sarah. Dan Bailey was a different pony altogether. He couldn't blame him for wanting Sarah back, but surely now he must realize that wasn't going to happen. You gave her up when you left her, Isaac thought, his mouth setting in a grim line. Too bad, buddy, you lose. His cell phone beeped. A text from Molly. All set for tomorrow. She really has no idea. Isaac smiled. The surprise party he and Molly had planned for when they got back to the island, they'd cooked it up at the reception. Molly wanted to thank Sarah for giving her the coffee house. None. Thank you for organizing it. Look forward to seeing you all. Sarah stirred and opened her eyes. She sat up and stretched, peeking out of the window. They were flying into a bright Seattle morning, and as the plane flew over Washington state, the sun glittered on the water of the Pacific, and the city came into view. Sarah grinned at Isaac, kissed him. "Did you sleep?" "Some. I'll catch up at home. I never could sleep much on planes." She stroked his face. "We're home. It's the start of our new life together." Isaac nodded. "Yup, sure is. I can't wait." Molly flipped the sign and unlocked the door to the coffee house. It was already hot outside, even this early, and she decided to open the huge windows of the building, let the air circulate. She didn't see Dan follow her in, and started violently when she turned and saw him behind her. He smiled at her. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." "Hello, Molly, it's been a while." She put a hand on her chest to still her frantically beating heart. "That's an understatement. How are you, Daniel?" Her tone was hard, but Dan grinned back at her guilelessly. "I'm good. A little sad. I hear Sarah got remarried." Molly felt irritation snake through her. Damn Caroline. Yes, she did, and for once, she is truly happy. Isaac is the perfect fit for her. She knew she was being mean, but she didn't care. Now he was close, she was even more convinced that it had been Dan who attacked her here, in this very coffee shop. His presence, his build, his smell, her body reacted subconsciously, shrinking back from him. She surreptitiously glanced out of the window to make sure that other people were around, people she could call on if he attacked. To her dismay, there was no one on the street outside the coffee house, no one to come to her aid. Dan smiled at her, obviously enjoying her discomfort. "Bastard. May I please have an Americano, Molly? I remember you were always such a good barista." It should have been a compliment, but in Dan's flat tone it sounded like an insult. Molly was determined not to let him get to her, at least not to show it. Of course. She switched on the machines and got to work, always hyper-aware of where he was. Where did the billionaire take Sarah for their honeymoon? "I don't know, it was a surprise for Sarah. And I wouldn't tell you anyway." She handed him a steaming cup of coffee. "Drink it and go, please." She faked a smile. "You'd know all about surprising Sarah, wouldn't you?" Dan smirked but didn't rise to her taunt. "So Dan, are you going to live in Sarah's house? She told me you wanted to buy her out of it. I assumed you wouldn't want to live somewhere with so many sad memories." Dan inclined his head. "I have a child on the way, right here in Washington state, on this very island. I don't run away from my responsibilities. Maybe you should ask yourself if Isaac Quinn is the same." An incredulous bark of laughter escaped her then. "Are you kidding me?" Dan put a great show of being offended, but she saw right through it. He's enjoying this. "Molly, come on now. We were always such great friends." "Were we?" "Yes, we were." His tone had taken on a hard tone. She didn't back off. "Right up until the point where you tried to kill my best friend?" His expression was sorrowful. "I heard I was the suspect in the attack. It's ridiculous, Molly. Why would I want to hurt Sarah?" She made a disgusted sound, her eyes sweeping over the coffee shop. They were alone. Dan followed her gaze and smirked. He stepped closer to her. "All I've ever wanted was to protect Sarah, to love her. To be there for her. And ever since I came back, everybody has tried to insinuate my motives are less than pure. Without any other reason than jealousy. I'm sure your brother was the one pouring poison into Sarah's ears for the 2 years I was away." "Away? Is that what you call it, you coward?" Dan's eyes went dark with anger. "Just like your brother, full of hatred and jealousy. You always wanted Sarah and Finn to be together. I'm surprised you embraced Quinn so readily." Molly walked around the counter and got in Dan's face. "You are a dirtbag, a bully and a liar. Don't come here and try to plead your case with me. And don't try to intimidate me because you will never ever succeed. I'm not as nice as Sarah. She gave you far too many chances. You don't get any more with me. Leave this island, Dan. Go far, far away and never come back. She stepped even closer to him, and Dan looked amused. She sneered at him. You realize, don't you, that now she's married to one of the richest men in America, Sarah will be the most protected person in the history of this city? You won't get near her. Molly, why does everyone assume I want to kill Sarah? Molly froze. I didn't say kill. Dan smirked. My mistake. I thought that's what you meant. He moved away from her and sat down and studied her. You know, I've been wondering something. I couldn't possibly be interested. Please leave. Molly started to walk away. Are you in love with Sarah? Is that it? She turned, an incredulous smile on her face. What are you talking about? Dan's smile thinned. You've always had it out for me. For Caroline. Long before I left. And yet here you are, brilliant, capable, and still choosing to work in a coffee shop. His gaze flicked to Sarah behind the counter. Why is that, I wonder? Maybe because it keeps you close to her. Every day. All the time. Molly's jaw tightened. Stop. He leaned in, voice lowering. You spent so much time pretending she's like family to you. But maybe that's the only way you can stand how badly you want someone you know you can't have. Molly stared at him, stunned. You're unbelievable. She turned to walk away, but he stepped beside her, too close. His breath brushed her ear. Does it get to you? He murmured. When she brushes past you? When she smiles at you, like you're the only one who understands her. Do you ever wonder what it would be like if she chose you? Molly tried to move, but his arm came up, caging her against the wall. Or, he added quietly, does it bother you that she chose Finn instead? Her hand reacted before her mind did, crack. Her palm met his cheek hard enough to turn his head. Get out, she said, voice shaking but steady. Now? For a heartbeat, Dan's expression twisted, rage, sharp and startling. Molly felt her stomach lurch. Then she saw Finn, leaning in the doorway of the police station across the street, watching. Solid. Unmoving. Their eyes met. You okay? His nod asked. The smallest nod back. Yes. Dan followed her gaze, and his expression shifted again, mocking now. He stepped back, collected his coffee, and downed the last of it in one swallow. You'll be seeing more of me around here, he said lightly. It would be nice if we could keep things civil. He walked out. Only then did Molly let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Finn was inside a second later, eyes scanning her face. You okay? Yeah, she said, forcing a small smile. It takes more than that to get to me. He's just good grief creepy. She glanced up at Finn, expression wry. You remember him being like that? Finn gave her a look that said, oh yes. Finn sighed. That's why I kept my distance unless you needed me. Every time I see that smug face of his, I just want to blow the creep's head off. Good move. Although I think you scared him off. Dan is just like any other bully, a coward. Maybe it's just women he likes to try to intimidate. The idiot thinks we're the weaker sex. Finn smiled at his sister. He's a fool if he thinks that. Molly was indignant for a second longer, then she met her brother's gaze and she faltered. Sarah is safe now, right? Isaac can keep her protected? Finn hugged his sister. I hope so. Neither of them believed it. Sarah groaned as Isaac woke her, and he chuckled at her rumpled form staggering to the bathroom. She looked utterly adorable as she came back, her toothbrush stuck in her mouth, her hair tangled up, her divine curves in a crop top and shorts. Isaac, bare-chested, lounged on the bed. She waved her toothbrush at him. See, her mouth was full of toothpaste foam. You woke me up and now you're not even getting dressed. She glanced at the clock and scowled. We don't even have to be at the coffee house until noon. Isaac, entirely unbothered, only shrugged with a crooked grin. We have some very important, quality time scheduled before then. She rolled her eyes, though her smile gave her away. You are relentless. Come on then, shower. He laughed as he followed her, still glowing from the moment before. I do love that mouth of yours, he teased. Then come kiss it, husband, she fired back, tugging him under the warm spray with her. Steam curled around them, water gliding over skin. Isaac's hand slid around her waist, drawing her close. Sarah tipped her head back, letting the heat soak into her bones, and he kissed her slowly at first, like he had all the time in the world. She pressed herself against him, her laugh soft when he lifted her off her feet and she wrapped her legs around his waist. They kissed like they hadn't kissed in years, even though it had only been minutes. At some point they lost their balance and slipped, landing in a heap on the shower floor, both of them laughing, soaked and breathless. Isaac scooped her up without hesitation, water still dripping off both of them, and carried her back to the bedroom. They tumbled onto the bed in a warm, tangled mess of limbs and kisses, and whispered I love yous, not caring at all about the drenched sheets beneath them. They spent the rest of the morning wrapped up in each other, talking, laughing, kissing, drifting into quiet moments and back out again. It felt like the world had paused just for them. One long private exhale. Tomorrow would return them to their ordinary lives, Isaac to work, Sarah only temporarily until Molly could hire and train new staff for the varsity. But today wasn't tomorrow. Today was theirs. And neither of them was in any hurry to let it end. On the way to the island, Sarah looked at Isaac with suspicion. You're up to something, I know you. What is it? Nothing. He insisted, but his wide grin belied him and she giggled. Dude, you have the worst poker face. Isaac looked over at her. Didn't figure out where we were going on honeymoon though, did you? Sarah muttered, conceding he'd won that one. Paris was like a dream. I can imagine living there, hanging out in one of the cafes until late at night, walking along the Seine on rainy Sunday mornings. There's no reason why we can't go live there, even if it's just for a while. I can work from home. Sarah smiled. Whilst that might seem like heaven, you'd get bored of me. Would never happen. Isaac pulled the car off the gangway to the ferry and headed to Main Street. Sarah felt strange coming back. She realized that with her marriage she'd said goodbye to this place in more ways than one. She frowned when she saw the shades of the varsity drawn. That's weird. Is it closed? Isaac peered out of the car window. Nope, I see people moving around in there. Sarah grinned. Have you got X-ray vision? But she got out of the car. Isaac held out his hand to her, and together they went into the varsity. Surprise! The cacophony of cheers made Sarah skitter backward into Isaac's solid body, her hand clutched to her chest. Damn! She exclaimed to the laughter of the gathered crowd. What the hell is this? She started to smile as she recognized her friends from the island, her family. Molly came forward to hug her. It's your surprise thank you party. For the varsity. Sarah was touched beyond words. You shouldn't have. But Molly and Isaac shared a look. They knew she was delighted. Sarah looked around. Where's Finn? Molly looked awkward. He's working, sweetie. Sends his love. Sarah smiled, her heart aching for her absent friend, but soon she was chatting to everybody, getting the gossip, enjoying herself. Isaac watched her with a smile on his face. Damn, you're a lucky man, Quinn. Molly gave him a friendly poke in the side, and he turned to her, smiling. Good honeymooning, soldier? Isaac laughed. The best. How have things been here? Molly's smile faded, and she pulled him away from the throng of people. Dan still hanging around? No, don't worry, nothing's happened, it's just, he scares me. He just reminds me of someone who hasn't finished what he came here to do, who hasn't let go of the past, of Sarah. She told him about the strange scene the night of the wedding. Dan screaming silently into the empty coffee house. Isaac frowned. That's messed up. Right? A part of me is so glad that Sarah's going to live in the city with you and your very helpful security team. Although I'll miss her, I'm happy that she'll be away from him. Isaac considered in silence. Do you think it's worth trying to pay him off? Getting him to leave? Would that work? I don't think money is his endgame. Isaac looked over to Sarah. She looked so happy, so much more than in recent months. Isaac turned back to Molly. I'll have him followed. If he comes anywhere near her, I'll deal with it. Molly nodded unhappily. Please, she said in a low voice. I don't want any more violence, but keep her safe. Whatever it takes. The party was in full swing when Caroline Jewell appeared. Sarah saw her before Molly did, and gently caught Molly's arm when she moved to intercept. Don't, Sarah said, calm and almost bored. I'm not wasting energy on her anymore. She made her choices. It took 15 minutes before Caroline finally made her way over. Her eyes were slightly red, her expression sharp as she looked Sarah up and down. I keep trying to understand it, Caroline said, voice thin with strain. What everyone seems to see in you. You're billionaire Dan, Finn. Is there some secret I'm missing? Before Sarah could answer, she noticed Isaac behind Caroline, watching the interaction with a steady, unreadable expression. Sarah smiled pleasantly. Maybe I'm just easy to love. Ever considered that? Caroline blinked, thrown for a moment. She regrouped quickly, narrowing her eyes. You gone soft, Bailey? Sarah shook her head, her tone gentling in a way that made the words land harder. No. I'm just tired of fighting battles that never mattered. You and Finn didn't make each other happy. That had nothing to do with me. I don't want to carry that with me anymore, and I don't want you to either. We can just stop. For a beat, Caroline looked almost unsure. Then her hand dropped to the curve of her stomach. Well, she said with a brittle sort of triumph, at least I have something to look forward to. She met Sarah's gaze directly. Shame about you, though. Must be difficult. Not being able to give him the one thing people like him care about most. Sarah went pale. Isaac stepped in instantly, placing himself between them. That's enough. It's time for you to go, Caroline. Caroline lifted her chin, addressing him instead now almost eagerly. Oh, come on. You can't tell me you've never thought about it. The heir. The legacy. Men like you always do. Isaac didn't raise his voice, didn't flinch. His tone was level and unwavering. Not that it's any of your concern, but I haven't built a life for myself to pass it on to a name. I built it so I could choose who I stand with. And I choose Sarah. That's all. Caroline's expression faltered just for a second, before she turned and walked away. Sarah exhaled slowly, her fingers brushing Isaac's. His hand closed around hers, warm and sure. I've got you, he murmured. And she believed him. Really? Isaac took hold of Caroline's arm and propelled her towards the door. Caroline dug her heels in. Tell her, Isaac. Isaac ignored her, so Caroline raised her voice above the noise of the party. Tell her. Tell your barren wife about your son. Her screech brought a halt to the party chatter. Isaac was looking at Caroline in abject horror. What the hell are you talking about? He asked in a low voice. Caroline looked directly at a frozen Sarah. Your son, Isaac. The one you abandoned when you met Sarah. Sarah gasped, a broken-hearted sound. Isaac closed his eyes. The room was utterly silent for a moment before Sarah finally spoke, her voice broken. Isaac. Before Isaac could answer her, Caroline, laughing, clapped her hands together. You know what I've always loved? Reunions. Isaac stepped towards her, but Caroline darted to the door and pushed it open. You can come in now. Sarah's heart was failing, her breath coming in short, shocked gasps. A blonde woman stepped into the coffee house carrying a baby boy, not older than a year. He had dark brown curls and wide, curious green eyes. There was no doubt whose son he was. Sarah looked finally at her husband, tried to formulate the questions she had whirling through her mind, but nothing would come out. He'd said it had been years, and not once had he ever mentioned his child. His child. Isaac, barely acknowledging the blonde woman, turned to Sarah, desperation in his eyes. Sarah? He reached for her, but she pushed his hands away. Finally she spoke, a low growl filled with hurt, betrayal, pain. "You bastard! Get away from me!" She stumbled backward and pushed her way through the party guests, all standing around in awkward silence. Sarah almost threw herself into the back room and locked the door behind her. So many feelings swirled in her that she couldn't process them all. Instead, she just concentrated on the one realization that was breaking her heart. Isaac was a liar. In the coffee house, Molly finally sprang into action. She pushed Isaac towards the blonde woman and his child. "You go. You deal with that, I'll see to Sarah. Go." Dumbly, pain etched on his face, Isaac obeyed, leading the blonde woman outside. Molly hesitated for a moment before turning on Caroline. "You damn tramp," she said, not caring what other people thought. "You low-down piece of human scum. You couldn't do it, could you? You couldn't let her be happy. What the hell is wrong with you?" Caroline smirked and Molly stepped towards her. Mike darted forward and locked his arms around his wife. "You," he snarled at Caroline, "get out of here and don't come back." Caroline glanced around the room, her smile fading when she saw the hatred on the faces of Sarah's loved ones and friends. Her chin lifted. She got what she deserved, at least for now. The moment Caroline was gone, Molly darted to the kitchen. "Sarah? Sweetheart?" No answer. She turned to look at Mike. "Call Finn," she said of her absent brother. "I'll go around the back." People were starting to drift out now, embarrassed by the way the party had ended. Molly pushed her way through them to the street outside. Isaac and the woman and child were nowhere to be seen. Molly went around the back of the varsity to the back door, and stopped. It was open. She instantly knew what she would find when she went into the back room. Sarah was gone. Sarah had run out into the rain, sobbing, blind with pain. She kept walking, not caring that she was soaked to the skin, not paying any attention to where she was going. She felt her reason, her peace of mind, her sanity slipping. A darkness came over her. If I keep walking, I can just disappear and then there won't be any pain. After a few minutes, she heard a car approach from behind. Please don't be Isaac, she prayed. She turned to face the car as it pulled alongside her, the window whirring down. You're soaked. Dan got out of the car and pulled his jacket off. He wrapped it around her, and she let him steer her into the passenger seat. He said nothing more as he drove to her home, their old home. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and opened the door. The house echoed with emptiness. Dan grabbed a blanket from the dryer and wrapped it around her. Go upstairs and get out of those clothes. There's a robe hanging in the bathroom. We'll dry your clothes down here. I'll make you some hot chocolate and we'll sit and talk, like we used to, remember? Like an automaton, she obeyed, almost catatonic with grief and shock. She barely registered that it was Dan looking after her, Dan being kind. She trudged upstairs, stripped down to her underwear and pulled the robe around herself. It smelled of pine soap. Dan met her at the bottom of the stairs. Now she tried focusing on his face, dragging her mind back from Isaac. Gosh, even thinking his name was painful. Dan was smiling, his eyes kind, holding a mug of steaming chocolate. She let him tuck her into the corner of the couch, hand her the drink. The warm sweetness felt good in her hollow stomach. Dan sat opposite, not crowding her, not touching her. She wondered why he didn't ask her what had happened, then she remembered. Caroline must have called him to gloat. Did you know she was going to do that? Dan shook his head. She called me after. When I saw you on the road, I knew I had to help. You look so lost. Sarah looked away from him, sipped her drink. How strange it was being back here with Dan. It was as if the last few years had melted away. Except for the platinum wedding ring that shone on her finger. She was married. To Isaac, the man she loved, the man who had lied to her about something monumental, something so extraordinarily important, she couldn't see past that lie. I don't know what to do. Dan raised his eyebrows. About what? She gave a short laugh. About anything. Everything I was so sure about this morning has gone. Ended. I was so sure. Her face crumpled, and she turned away from him. He watched her shoulders shaking for a moment, then got up, sat down next to her and took her in his arms. SSH. It's all right, baby girl. He tightened his arms. She sobbed quietly into his chest, and then took a deep breath in. I'm sorry, Dan. I don't mean to burden you with all of this. It's not your job to listen to my problems anymore. He smiled down at her. We'll always be family, Sarah, of course it's my job. It's the least I could do after what I put you through. He brushed her hair away from her face, swept the tears from her cheeks with his big thumbs. He gazed down at her and smiled. Sarah leaned against him for a moment. Dan bent his head and for a second, she thought he was going to kiss her. Panic streamed through her. Please no, I don't want this. She let out a breath when Dan merely brushed his lips against her forehead. Okay now. His voice was soft. Yes. Thank you. She pulled away from him and grabbed a tissue. Dan moved away again, sat back in his chair. Tell me what you need, Sarah. Anything. I'm here now. Let me look after you. A wave of exhaustion flooded over her. She looked out of the window. It was only early evening, but the sky was dark with rain clouds. Her head swam and she closed her eyes. Are you okay? So tired. So tired. I think I. Her voice drifted away. She felt him drape a blanket over her, settle her head on a pillow. From outside, she thought she heard a car roaring away down the dirt road to her house. Dan's voice echoed in her ears. Sleep, darling. You've had a terrible day. Just rest, baby girl, rest. His voice sounded a million miles away. Finally, Sarah let go and let the darkness come. Isaac drove until he was almost at her house, and then killed the lights. He sat in the car for a moment, arguing with himself. This is so messed up. He dropped his head into his hands, but after a beat, got out of the car and walked the half-mile or so to Sarah's old house. When one of the coffeehouse regulars had told him that he saw Dan pick her up and drive off in the direction of the house, his heart had clenched with every emotion. There were no lights on at the front of the house, but he could see light spilling out from the back door. The muscles in Isaac's jaw clenched. He walked slowly around the side of the house, but stopped when he saw the light in the living room. Dan was there with Sarah. He couldn't see her face, but from Dan's reaction she was talking to him. About you, schmuck, he told himself. Isaac swallowed down the anger in him, but couldn't tear his eyes away. Gosh, what he would give to turn back the clock, to tell Sarah about the kid right at the start. When Claire had told him she was pregnant, he had been straight with her. He would pay generously for the child's support, give him a substantial trust fund, give Claire money for herself, but he didn't want to be a part of her or the child's life. When he saw the child, Billy, today, all he could think was, you should be Sarah's child, Sarah's and mine. The look on Sarah's face when she realized the truth he would never forget. He'd broken her heart, her fragile trust. He gazed at her through the window, her back to him, the dark hair tangled down her back, the slumped shoulders telling him she was crying. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Then Dan seemed to look straight at him. Isaac's stomach lurched as he watched Sarah's ex-husband smirk, reach out and stroke Sarah's cheek tenderly, possessively. Isaac wanted to beat the crap out of him right there, but the next moment his heart cracked open, as Sarah lay down and Dan followed her, covering her body with his. Isaac lurched away from the scene, but not before he saw Dan's hands in her hair, his mouth against her skin. Isaac stumbled back to his car and sped back into town, blinded by pain. He stopped the car outside the Varsity and let the grief take over. He sobbed into his hands, not caring if anyone saw him. Dan could have laughed out loud. The dumb billionaire had been sneaking around outside the window, watching them, and then the drug kicked in, and Sarah had passed out into his arms. What it must have looked like. He'd played it up, kissing her, hiding the fact she was out cold. The anguish on Isaac's face. Dan smiled. He listened to the faint sound of Isaac's car starting and speeding away. Sarah was limp in his arms. He picked her up, kissing her gently, and carried her up to his bed. For a time, he just sat with her, watching her, then he returned to the living room. He picked up Sarah's half-empty mug of hot chocolate and took it into the kitchen. He washed it carefully, making sure the residue of the drug was gone. Ketamine. He smiled to himself. Everything had gone perfectly. It had been such a finely balanced plan, but one he knew that if they pulled it off, it would feel victorious. It did. He grabbed his cell phone and texted Caroline. "You did well. I won't forget it." A second later. "What now?" So impatient, but Dan grinned. "Now I give you your greatest wish." He couldn't wait for the next part. Caroline let the drape fall back over the window. She'd heard his car screech to a halt outside the varsity. She watched Isaac Quinn sob and smiled. "Enjoy your misery, you bastard." She rubbed her belly. The baby hadn't been part of her plan, but now it was coming. Caroline Jewel wasn't used to feeling like this for someone else. Her baby. Dan's baby. And the added bonus of the look on that tramp's face when she'd announced her beloved husband's love child to the whole coffee shop. The look on Quinn's face. It had been almost as if she could hear his heart breaking. Caroline went into the kitchen and grabbed the bowl of popcorn from the microwave. She put a kernel in her mouth, rolling her tongue around the salt, feeling the nausea of pregnancy fade. Walking back into the living room, she pulled the curtain back again, sat down on the sill and watched as Isaac Quinn wept for his lost love. The incessant beeping of her cell phone broke through the heavy veil of sleep. Sarah, eyes closed, pawed about the bed trying to locate it, and closed her hand around her purse. She opened her eyes and stared up at the familiar ceiling. For a second, she was discombobulated, then she remembered, and the pain flooded back. To distract herself, she flicked her phone on. Big mistake. Every text was from either Isaac, begging her to talk to him, or Molly, frantic, asking her if she was okay. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and pulled the robe on over her underwear. Sarah went downstairs and into the kitchen. Her eyes were wary when she saw Dan sitting at the table, reading the paper. He looked up and smiled. "Hey, look who's up." He stood and kissed her cheek. "How are you feeling?" She gave him a small smile. "Better." "Dan, I don't understand what time is it?" She looked out of the window at the dusk. He laughed and glanced at his watch. "It's nearly 9 p.m. Wednesday." She sat down with a bump, astonished. "Wednesday?" He smiled and got up to pour her some coffee. "You were exhausted, and I think you caught a virus. You threw up a few times. You didn't want me to call a doctor, so I just stayed here and looked after you." She sipped the hot coffee. "Thank you, that was very kind. I don't remember any of this." She didn't see the smirk on Dan's face. When she looked up, his expression was one of concern. She tried to smile at him. "Dan, this is wrong. I shouldn't be here. Of all places, I shouldn't be here. I need to talk to Isaac. Need to sort this out, one way or another." Dan nodded. "As you wish." She studied him, trying to gauge whether he was being genuine or not. He smiled at her. "Can I ask one favor?" "Of course." He took a deep breath in. "Get well first, get strong. Spend the next couple of days with me. We'll just talk things out. End things between us the way I should have handled it 2 years ago. I need closure, Sarah. Then go back and try and sort out what you want." Sarah was bemused. This Dan, she'd never seen him like this. His wild swings in personality should concern her, she knew, but at this particular moment, she'd take this conciliatory, friendly version. It was one less battle to fight. "Okay," she said slowly. "Deal? But I need to phone Isaac at least. And Molly. She's probably going crazy. Gosh, my clothes." Dan smiled. "There's some boxes with your stuff that you must have forgotten in your haste to get away from me, I mean the house. They're in the guest room." She stood. "I guess I'll go shower." She hesitated before leaving the kitchen. "Thanks, Dan. I mean it, thanks for being a friend." He raised his coffee mug to her and she smiled. Upstairs, she found her clothes in the guest room and saw that the bed was rumpled. So Dan had slept here. Sarah let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God. She had been so out of it that she didn't know how she got to bed, and if he had slept beside her. She was touched he hadn't crossed that line. She showered, changed into an oversized t-shirt and washed out her underwear in the sink. Going into her old bedroom, she shut the door and grabbed her phone. Molly answered straight away. "Are you okay?" Even hearing her voice made Sarah want to cry. "I'm okay, I just got sick. Needed some space." Molly let out a long breath. "Isaac's staying here with us. He's a wreck, Sarah." The tears did fall then. "Moles, A sob escaped. "Oh, sweetheart." Molly sounded upset. Sarah took a deep breath in. "Am I making too big a deal of this? The fact your husband chose not to mention the child he had with his ex-wife? The child that's still in diapers?" Her voice had a hard tone even though she'd lowered it. "No, Sarah, you have every right to be angry. After everything you've been through in your life, you thought Isaac was the steady rock you needed. But," Sarah finished for her. "But yes, you need to talk. Don't get me wrong, I want you two to sort out your problems, and I might be mad as hell at Isaac, but I do love him. Because I know he loves you. Avoiding the issue isn't helping. And Sarah, what the hell are you thinking staying with Dan of all people?" "Geez." Molly bit off her words. Sarah waited a moment before speaking softly. "Moles, Dan's been kind. Really kind." Molly half laughed. "Sure we're talking about the same Dan Bailey?" Sarah had to chuckle about that. "I know. He's like how he was when we met." Molly sighed. "That Dan didn't last that long, remember? Just be careful. Look, I think I need to come see you, and then we can work on getting you and Isaac in the same room. You need some time alone." She lowered her voice again. "There's a billionaire on my couch. Mike says that's the start of a really bad reality TV show." Sarah laughed. "I love you. Yes, come in the morning. I can't wait to see you. What shall I tell Isaac?" The mere sound of his name made her want to cry. "Tell him we'll talk soon. I can't say more than that." "That's enough for now, sweetie. He'll be glad to hear anything." Sarah squeezed her eyes shut. "I love him, Moles. I just don't know if I can forgive him." Getting into bed a few minutes later, she heard Dan come up the stairs. She heard him pause outside her room, saw the shadow of his feet in the strip of light under the door. A second later the light went out, and she heard the door to his room close. She let out the breath she'd been holding, realizing she'd been so tense all evening, her whole body ached. She stared up the ceiling trying to clear her mind. Molly's words came back to her. "You need some time alone." She realized then the feeling of release those words had given her. She loved Isaac, and whatever their problems, they would sort them out. Tomorrow, she decided, tomorrow she would begin to change her life, to get back to who she wanted to be, not who everyone thought she was or thought she should be. What she was scared of becoming, terrified of becoming. A woman who ran away from her problems. A woman like her mother. She pushed that thought away, as she let the hammering rain lull her into sleep. "He wouldn't let me see her," Molly said the moment she pulled back into the driveway. She'd gone straight to Sarah's house after Mike left for work, and had come back almost immediately, her frustration clear in the tight set of her jaw and the sharp edge in her voice. "What?" Isaac, drawn, exhausted, wasn't paying attention to what she was saying. He hadn't slept at all. Molly had seen him sobbing in his car outside the varsity, and had come to him, leading him gently into the house. She could think of nothing to say that would comfort him. He'd apologized over and over to her, told her the whole story, and berated himself for screwing up so badly. He'd lain on her couch for the last few nights, not wanting to go back to the apartment in the city, not without Sarah. He kept picturing Dan Bailey touching her, and wanted to go back and punch the crap out of him. When he came into the kitchen that first morning, Mike and Molly had made him welcome, kept the talk light in front of their kids who stared at Isaac as if he were an alien. He knew he must look scary, he felt like crap. Mike had taken the kids with him when he left for work, and Molly had volunteered to go talk to Sarah. Isaac got up, pushed the chair back. I'm going over there. Molly's body blocked him. No. That's a mistake. Sarah's not ready to see you. Isaac threw up his hands. Then tell me what to do. I don't know anymore. The one thing I want in this world is to see her, apologize and get her back. Get back to our lives. Saul is covering for me again at work. Then go back to work. Make that part of your life run normally. Don't mope. You're Isaac Quinn, for the love of God. Let Sarah see that you're keeping the fabric of your lives together. She'll feel more inclined to come back to a life that hasn't fallen into tatters. Isaac gave her a warm smile. Molly, I wish you had been my sister. She rolled her eyes, flushing. Gosh, I don't need another brother. Where's Finn? I haven't seen him since our wed. He broke off. Molly rubbed his arm. Finn's regrouping. As should you. Go get out of here. It'll be okay in the end. You think? I know. Sarah called Isaac 3 days later. They talked in halting voices, both scared to say what they really felt. They arranged to meet a day later in the city, at a bar they both loved. When she saw him, so handsome in his dark suit, her stomach hurt. He looked tired, exhausted, and she wanted to run into his arms. His smile when he saw her was wary, but still the most beautiful thing to her. Hey, she said as he stood to greet her. Without speaking, he wrapped his arms around her and held her. Gosh, it felt so good to be in his arms, but Sarah made herself step out of the embrace. She smiled to soften the slight. Let's sit and talk is. She almost cried when his eyes lit up as she called him by her nickname for him. It had slipped out, but it had felt right. He was her is, her partner, her love. He was a million miles from the billionaire businessman portrayed in the papers. I missed you, she said, and I know I have no right to say that because I ran away. I'm sorry I didn't give a chance to explain about the child. Isaac took her hand. You don't have to apologize for anything. It was my screw-up. Yes, the child Billy is mine. Claire didn't tell me that she was pregnant until after he was born. I took a paternity test to confirm it. I told her I would support her and the child, but that I had no intention of being in her life. It sounds heartless, but I had just met you. If I was going to have kids, I wanted them to be with you. I was selfish and stupid. Sarah, before you came along and showed me what was really important, I lived the life of a billionaire. Any problems went away with enough money thrown at them. Claire was one. Sarah sucked in a deep breath. I guess there's a ton of stuff we didn't know about each other. Isaac smiled wryly. Not true. You were always very open with me, about some painful, horrific stuff too. You deserved better. She nodded. You screwed up. I did, and I'm sorry. Me too. There was a long silence. Isaac looked down at his hands. Sarah, are you and Dan? Gosh, no, she interrupted, her tone one of horror. No, definitely not. Isaac, I swear. Nothing happened between me and Dan. She saw his shoulders relax and he smiled a little, but still he frowned. Sarah, I have to ask. What the hell are you doing back there with him? After everything that's happened? Sarah shrugged. I needed to be away. He was kind. Then it hit her, the ridiculousness of her staying with her ex-husband, the same ex-husband who only weeks ago she'd thought wanted to hurt her. She started to grin. What am I doing? She shook her head. Gosh, what a mess. He laughed. Look, I've been an idiot most of my life. Time to grow up. Same here. Geez. She made a face and he laughed. He held her hand to his cheek and closed his eyes. Sarah, for the next minute, I'm gonna say what I feel, no holds barred, because it's killing me. I need to say it. Screw the consequences. He opened his eyes and met hers. She nodded, trembling. Okay. Isaac sighed. I love you. I love you so much. Gosh, I'm so sorry for everything that I've done, that's happened, because in a world that's fair we should be together, and hell, Sarah, I'd never let you go again. Ever. I'd spend every day trying to make you happy. So, he faltered. I don't know any more ways I can express how much you mean to me. I could tell you I love you 1,000,000 times, and it wouldn't come close. She had tears in her eyes as she took his face in her hands. You are the reason my heart beats, the reason I breathe in and out every day. You have been since the day you came into the varsity. She laughed, but her eyes were serious. Whatever's has gone on between us before this moment, right here, right now, I want you to know that I love you. I have always loved you, even when I've been so mad at you I could spit. They both laughed then. I'm serious, these past few months have been damn horrifying, sickening. But when I think of what we have all lost, I won't lose you, especially not over past mistakes. Please just never lie to me about anything again, even if you think it will hurt or scare or anger me. Please. Promise me that and I'm yours. Gosh, yes, I promise, Sarah, I promise. He kissed her then, pouring every ounce of longing into the embrace. She pulled him closer, wanting to sink into him, never let him go. Finally, gasping for breath, they broke apart. For the longest moment, they just stared at each other. Come home, Isaac said softly. Please? Let's fix this together. She shook her head. Not yet. A couple more days. I don't want to crap all over Dan's goodwill, and you need to see your kid. She nodded. You do. Meet him, see if you want him in your life. If you do, I will be there 100%. It's not his fault. For me, please. I know what it is to have a parent reject you. And I need to close things out with Dan. I know we're living here now, but I'd rather have him on my side than not. I still have to go to the island and see Molly. She put her hand on his chest. I will come back to you, Isaac, I will. But please, just for a few days, leave me to sort everything out here, tie up the loose ends. Go see your kid. You'll hate yourself if you don't. Then come back and I'll be waiting. I have a gift for you, Dan said later, before she could say anything. He had been hyperactive since she had gotten back to his house, and it was with frustration that she now sat in his kitchen, waiting for him to give her an opening. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small black velvet box. He put it down on the table. This is well, it's the only thing I own which means anything to me. Open it. Sarah sat down at the table, but didn't touch the box. Dan laughed, frustration obvious on his face, and grabbed the box. He opened it and handed it to her. Inside, a pendant, a teardrop-shaped ruby the size of a dime hung from a delicate gold chain. Sarah admired it despite herself. It's beautiful, Dan. She peered at it closely. Is it antique? He nodded. It was my mother's. The only thing I have of hers. It's lovely. Dan smiled and topped up her champagne. I want you to have it. Absolutely not. She was horrified, but Dan reached across the table. I don't mean as a token of my affection, for want of a better word. I mean it as something to remember me by, something from my real mother. And there is no one who deserves it more. I mean, I can hardly wear it, can I? Sarah took a deep breath in. Dan, I appreciate that sentiment, I really do, but I can't accept. Dan's eyes tightened, but he inclined his head. As you wish. His tone was mocking, but Sarah was relieved all the same. Dan nodded towards her champagne. Drink up and I'll leave you alone. Isaac waited for Claire to open the door, shifting from foot to foot. She had been amazed when he'd called, asked to see the boy. Now he stood outside her hotel room door. She opened the door carrying the child, and for the first time, Isaac stared down at his son. The little boy gazed back, and reached out with a chubby hand towards him. Isaac let him wrap his tiny fingers around his thumb. Claire beamed. Hey Billy boy, she said softly, this is your daddy. Say hello. The child's face suddenly lit up, and he grinned at Isaac, who felt a shift inside his soul at the boy's innocent smiles. This was his son. His boy. And finally, Isaac began to smile. It was happening again. The fog in her mind descending, the exhaustion dragging her down. But this time Sarah made the connection, the reason, the cause of the blackness. It was too coincidental. How the hell didn't I realize this before? She looked over to the bottle, frowning, then back to the man across the table. She saw it in his eyes then, saw the anger at work in him. She tried to keep her body taut upright, but she could feel her head starting to whirl and spin. Dan sat in silence watching her, sipping his drink, his jaw shifting as he ground his teeth. Sarah swallowed, cleared her throat, trying to push the fear aside. Dan, did you? I know you were with him. Today. I saw you. I saw him. He was touching you. Sarah felt her face burn. She stood up, swayed, and gripped the kitchen counter. She felt Dan's hands on her waist, guiding her back to her chair. He put his hands on the arms of the chair, leaned in so his face was close to hers. I don't understand, Sarah. I don't understand your obsession with that man. He's hurt you so many times, yet you return to him again and again. He glanced at the necklace on the table. I wonder if Isaac had given you such a gift, would you refuse it? I don't think you would. His voice was low, tender, but her chest twisted with terror. He was stroking her face, her neck. He moved his hands lower, his thumbs brushed her chest through her dress. She tried to stand, to escape the cage of his arms, but he put his fingers against her stomach and pushed her back into the chair. All she could hear was her blood pounding in her ears, her breath shaking. Dan smiled, brushed his lips against hers once, twice. Don't fight me, baby girl. Please. Don't make me. He trailed off and touched her face again. So pretty. She didn't want to ask, didn't want to contemplate the consequences if her fears were realized. It was so horrific, the mere thought of it. She asked him the question anyway. Dan, did you put something in my drink? Dan said nothing, just smiled. You're tired. Let me take you to bed. He pulled Sarah to her feet and walked her out to the hallway. At the foot of the stairs, he moved her so they were reflected in the huge antique mirror she'd left behind when she left. He stood behind her, forcing her to look at herself. His lips were at her ear. Look how beautiful you are. His voice floated beside her ear, soft and almost reverent. His arms slid around her, guiding her upright. Her body didn't respond, heavy, uncooperative, distant. She felt like she was drifting outside herself, watching someone else's nightmare. Dan's hands moved over her ribs, her collarbone, slow claiming. Sarah tried to lift her arms, to push him away, but they barely twitched. Her head lolled back against his shoulder. Her pendant caught the light in the mirror, deep red, gleaming like fresh paint. See, he whispered. The color of blood. It was made for you, my darling. Their eyes met in the reflection. His expression was almost tender. That terrified her more than anything. Her dress slipped from her shoulders, pooling at her feet. The cold air licked at her skin. She shivered, but her body still wouldn't move. He touched her stomach, her sides, holding her upright as if she were a doll. Please don't. The words barely made it past her lips, weak and slurred. A tear slid down her cheek. Dan pressed his face into her hair. His arms tightened. She could feel the tremor of his breath, hear the ragged edge of it, too close, too hungry. Her vision blurred. The room tilted. Darkness was closing fast. Just as it swallowed her, she heard him murmur, low and fervent. I had to have you, Sarah. You were always mine. Sarah sat in a shallow pool of seawater, the surface tinted a faint reddish hue that shimmered as the wind whipped around her. The ocean crashed and surged below the cliff, a wild living thing. Her breath came out in ragged broken bursts, a raw disbelieving sound almost carried away by the storm. She flinched at a hand on her shoulder. Isaac stood behind her. But not Isaac as she knew him. His mouth was curved in a smile, gentle, familiar, yet his eyes were dark, empty, as if the warmth had been scooped out and replaced with something cold and knowing. You can't be saved, Sarah, he said softly. He tilted his head toward the sky. Can you hear it? At first it was only the wind. But slowly beneath it, a melody began to form, thin, hollow, echoing as though rising from beneath the sea. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. No. Sarah's voice cracked. No, no. The song grew louder, layered with whispers. She pressed her hands to her ears, but the sound was inside her, behind her eyes, under her skin. She turned, and her mother was there. Not bloody. Not mutilated. Just as she remembered her, pale, gentle, smiling, but wrong in a way Sarah could feel rather than see. The smile was too soft. Too calm. Too knowing. Mom? Sarah's voice was barely breath. Her mother stepped closer, reaching for her. Sarah tried to move, but her body would not respond. A terrible stillness held her in place, as if the air itself had hardened around her. Isaac stepped in front of her. His familiar face flickered, grief, tenderness, something like love, and then all of it drained away, replaced by a hollow expression she couldn't recognize. You're slipping away, he whispered. There's no coming back. Sarah tried to speak. Tried to breathe. Tried to wake up. Her hand moved instinctively to her stomach, protective, desperate. Please, she whispered. The baby. Please. For a moment, the world stopped. The ocean stilled. The wind quieted. Even the song held its breath. Her mother's face softened, almost kind. And then? Everything shattered. The song rushed back, louder, overwhelming, crashing through her mind like a wave swallowing shore. Sarah woke with a choking gasp. The room was dark. Too dark. She stumbled from the bed, falling to the floor, her hands pressed to her ears as the song continued, not fading like a dream should. It was here. In the walls. In the air. Everywhere. I've got the joy, 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 joy. Stop, stop, please stop, Sarah's voice was a hoarse panic cry. Her stomach clenched with stabbing pain. She collapsed to the cold tile of the bathroom floor, shaking, the sound rising and rising until she thought her mind might break. Dan burst into the room. Hey Sarah, look at me, I'm right here, his voice was steady, grounding, but she could barely see him through the tears and terror. She saw his mouth moving. She saw his hands on her shoulders. But she heard nothing except the song. The voice that should have been gone. Her mother's voice. Sarah screamed. Can't you hear it? Can't you hear it? Her voice was a desperate shriek of panic. Dan frowned, shaking his head. What? She saw him mouth at her, hear what? Then all at once it stopped. She could only hear his even breathing, her panicked gasps, and the relentless rain outside. His arms tightened around her. Can I hear what, baby girl? What? Confusion. She was losing her mind. She started to cry, heartbroken sobs of pain, of despair. He began to rock her gently. She cried herself out, leaning into the protection of his arms, his lips against her temple. Her tears shuddered to a stop. I'm sorry, she whispered. He brushed the dampness from her cheeks. She met his gaze, saw something in his eyes she couldn't identify. He held her gaze as he lowered his head and covered her mouth with his. She closed her eyes as the kiss deepened. She felt him lift her into his arms, carry her into the bedroom. She felt untethered from her own body, floating heavy, numb. For a moment, the haze played a cruel trick on her. She thought it was Isaac beside her, his familiar warmth, that crooked smile she knew by heart. Fingers brushed her hip, and her mind reached for the memory of safety. But something was wrong. The touch was too rough. The breath too hot. The weight too heavy. She opened her eyes. Dan. Her blood iced. No, Dan, stop. Stop. Her voice came out thin, weak. She pushed at him, but her limbs felt slow, distant, like they belonged to someone else. Dan's hands closed around her wrists, pinning them easily above her head. I know you want me, he murmured, and the smile he gave her made her stomach turn. She shook her head. No, Dan, please. But he didn't hear her. Or he refused to. He kissed her hard, crushing her protests beneath him. She twisted her face away, but he followed, whispering into her skin, It's okay. I'm here. I love you. This is supposed to happen. Her mind tried to scream, but her body wouldn't respond. Shock pressed down like ice water, numbing everything. She shut her eyes. Not to give in, but to survive. She felt him pull at her clothes. Felt the cool air on her skin. Felt herself slipping further and further away, as if she were watching from somewhere just behind her own shoulder. Her voice wouldn't come. Her hands wouldn't move. Her body was no longer hers. He pushed her legs apart and forced himself inside her. Sarah gasped, a sound of pain, not desire. His movements were hard, rhythmic, claiming. His face was exultant, triumphant, as though he believed this was love. She drifted. Not present. Not here. A place without sound. Without feeling. A place where she didn't have to be in her body. He groaned her name when he finished, like some twisted prayer. She kept her eyes shut until she heard him get up, padding to the bathroom, humming softly as though this were any other night. When the water ran, she finally breathed. It shuddered out of her like a sob, but she swallowed the sound. She rolled away. Pulled on a nightshirt. A sweater. Anything to feel covered. She went downstairs on quiet feet. In the pantry, she curled into the corner, phone shaking in her hand. She pressed speed dial. Her voice was barely a whisper, broken and small. Please answer. Hello, Molly's voice was sleepy, somewhat annoyed. Sarah opened her mouth to speak, but instead the tears came again, and she sobbed quietly into the phone. Honey. Molly's voice was softer now, concerned. Sweetheart, are you okay? Sarah gathered herself. The pantry had a small window, high up, and outside she could see the light from the crescent moon distorted through the rain on the glass. No, she managed eventually. No. I'm not okay. I made a mistake, Molly. I made a terrible mistake, and I don't know what to do. Gosh, Molly, what the hell do I tell Isaac? How the hell do I tell him this? Oh gosh. Her own words hit her, and she started to cry again, as on the other end of the line, Molly frantically called her name.
Now forever.
What have I done? She couldn't look at him, couldn't get the roiling in her belly to stop. Sarah picked up the glass of orange juice Dan had placed in front of her, the plate of scrambled eggs untouched. Aren't you hungry, darling? She shook her head, not trusting herself to speak. If she opened her mouth, she was scared she would scream and scream. She had cheated on Isaac. She had slept with Dan. The man who had abandoned her, who might be the man who attacked her, attacked Molly, killed George. Who might still kill her. Since her frantic call to Molly, she had sat outside on the porch, trying to make sense of what had happened. She had heard that terrible song screeching through the house, had been driven mad, so mad that when Dan made his move she was totally unprepared. She had pushed the memory of the intimacy to the back of her mind. It made her want to throw up. Sarah? She looked at Dan finally. He was smiling, but in his eyes she saw something else. Triumph. You made me a very happy man last night. Sublimely so. His voice was a caress, his eyes soft. Sarah looked away from their intensity. He took her hand. Sarah, you cannot be in any doubt about the way I feel about you. Ever since I first saw you again, I've wanted you back so badly it was making me crazy. So crazy, I really wasn't sure what I was going to do. What I was capable of. All said through the widest smile, but his words made fear curl through her. His words from his hospital visit came back to her. You are mine, Sarah, mine forever. I won't let anyone else have you, my darling, not ever. He raised her hand towards his mouth, pressed his lips against the skin of her wrist. She flushed, tried to pull her hand away, but he held it fast. I know you must have reservations, and I don't blame you, but I just need you to understand. Sarah, I'm in love with you. No, he stopped her as she was about to speak. Don't say it back. Think it over. I want to take care of you, Sarah. I want us to build a future together. I know we can't have children of our own, but... How do you know that? She interrupted him then. That particular fact had been bothering her ever since a crowing Caroline had announced her sterility to the entire varsity. Did Caroline tell you that? How does she know? Dan looked surprised. No, darling, don't you remember? Before I went away, we were trying. Sarah shook her head and snatched her hand away from him. No, Dan. I didn't find out until after you left me. Dan winced. Please, Sarah, don't remind me of how foolish I was. I'm sure I've known since we married. Does it matter? Yes, it does. It's private. Sarah looked away from his gaze. Dan, I'm married to Isaac. I'm in love with Isaac. Dan laughed, a humorless sound. Well, you certainly forgot that when you were screaming my name last night. Was he insane? Every second of last night was clear in her mind. At no point, she thought, did I ever scream your name except to try and get you to stop. But you didn't stop, did you? Dan, I was upset last night. I wasn't thinking. I asked you stop. More than once. He looked up sharply. Sarah, what are you accusing me of? She swallowed, the anger was rolling off him. I'm just asking if you heard me. He shrugged. I've already answered you, Sarah. Now can we eat? The food was delicious, but she felt her throat closing every time she started to swallow. She felt him watching her. She put her fork down and wiped her mouth. Dan, last night was a mistake. I don't want to upset you, but it was. He ignored her gaze. You're just confused, Sarah. That will pass. Eat your breakfast. She shook her head in disbelief. Are you even going to listen to me? Dan slammed his fist down on the table, stood and swept the plates from it. They shattered against the counters, food spattering everywhere. Sarah jumped up in shock, her heart thumping. Dan's face was red, his eyes bulging out at her, fists clenched. Why must you always question me? He stepped towards her, backed her up until she was pressed against the refrigerator, feeling its handle dig into her back. She couldn't catch her breath in the face of his overwhelming anger. He twisted a handful of her hair in his fingers, yanking on it. She gasped at the quick pain. Don't you know how much I've done for you? Don't you appreciate anything? His mouth was close to her ear now. I own you, you ungrateful little tramp. Sarah was frozen. Then, just as sudden as his temper flashed, it was gone. He released her hair, blinked, and his expression registered shock. Oh my gosh, Sarah, I'm so sorry, so sorry. He gathered her to him, but she stayed tensed as he rocked her gently. I didn't mean any of that. Please forgive me. I'm just so concerned for you. I'm just trying to do what's right. His remorse seemed so real she almost believed it, almost. But Sarah's body stayed rigid, every muscle locked. She couldn't move. He kissed her softly, as if gentleness could erase everything. She didn't respond. She couldn't. Sarah, please, he murmured. Come to bed. Let me make this right. Let me show you how much I care. His voice was coaxing, warm, the same tone he used to use when he wanted her pliant and quiet. His hand slid around her waist, too familiar. Too practiced. He pressed his face to her neck, brushing kisses along her skin, moving toward her ear. She felt it then, his body against hers, his intent unmistakable. A cold wave rolled through her, sharp and deep. Her stomach lurched. Not love. Not remorse. Possession. The room tilted. Her breath came thin and fast. Dan, stop. The words scraped out of her, barely sound at all. Her hands rose between them, pushing, not forcefully, not enough to shove him back, just enough to create space. Enough to say no. No. No, Dan, stop. She pushed him away, hands flat against his chest. He stepped back, and she felt a pang of guilt at the hurt in his eyes. I'm sorry, I just can't. Not with you, I'm sorry. She turned away from him, breathed deeply. After a moment, he spoke. Is this still about Isaac Quinn? The man who hurt you? Because last night I seemed to do my part, or have you already forgotten? Am I just one of many? She whirled around then, angry. So now I'm a tramp? I didn't say that. She threw up her hands. Well, go right ahead. Everyone else thinks I'm a tramp, just like my dear old mama. I don't think you're a tramp. I just think you used me. His words, spoken in a gentle manner, stopped her. I used you? He nodded. I know you were upset last night. Was I just the nearest warm body? She sighed, exhausted. Dan, I'm sorry, but I love Isaac. If he'll want me after this, I don't know, but I do know one thing. There is no future for you and me, Dan. He stared at her for a few moments, then stalked out. She heard the front door slam, shaking the whole house. She let out the breath she had been holding. The house echoed with silence again. Sarah cleaned up, moving around the kitchen slowly, grabbing the broom from the pantry, thinking about Dan's words. You used me. You used me. Did I? She pressed her fingers to her temples, trying to force the memory into focus. That night had been a blur of panic and exhaustion, her thoughts running wild, her heart breaking open. Had she reached for him first? Had she been so desperate to feel safe, to feel held, that she had let him close? No. She could accept responsibility for her confusion, her fear, her longing for comfort, but Dan had known exactly what he was doing. And he had taken advantage of it. The memory flickered, his weight, his closeness, his breath, and a bolt of nausea shot through her so violently she dropped the broom where she stood. She barely made it up the stairs before she fell to her knees in the bathroom. She vomited until there was nothing left. Until her body was empty and shaking. When the retching finally eased, she pushed herself upright, gripping the edge of the sink. The woman in the mirror looked pale, hollow-eyed, unfamiliar. Who are you? She whispered. The reflection didn't answer. It only stared back at her, just as lost. Isaac ran the gauntlet of the press that had been camped outside his office building for the last week. The gutter press had had a field day with the news, helpfully delivered to them by Caroline Jewell, that he and Sarah had split. Gleeful headlines like Secret Love Child Smashes Quinn Marriage After 2 Weeks and Beauty and the Betrayer, how Isaac Quinn lost the love of his life. That last one had hit him hard. At home in the apartment, with Sarah's clothes still hanging alongside his in the closet, her perfume bottle on the nightstand, her books mingled with his on the bookshelves, her absence seemed to echo around the apartment. He knew Molly had been right when she told him to make sure the foundation of their marriage was stable enough for Sarah to come back to, but the reality was, he still wasn't sure she would come back. If she did, how would she ever trust him again? Maggie, his assistant, met him at the elevator, her eyes huge. You okay, boss? Gosh, they're like vultures. She squinted at him as they walked to his office. You do look better, though. Has Sarah been in touch? Isaac smiled at her. We've talked. We're working things out, she's just taking a few days. Maggie patted his shoulder. That's good news. At his desk, Isaac called Sarah's number as soon as he sat down. He reasoned she hadn't said anything about not calling her. The call, however, went straight to voicemail. He left a message. Just checking in, baby. Call me anytime, I love you. He sat at his desk, flicking through his emails without much interest, when Saul came into the office, shutting the door behind him. He sat down opposite his younger brother, eyeing him. Well, the prodigal son, etc., etc. His tone was hard and Isaac nodded. Yup. He didn't know what else to say. Saul was obviously pissed, rightly so. What now? Saul narrowed his eyes. Another divorce? You've run roughshod over that girl's life and now this? What the hell are you talking about? Isaac's annoyance flared. Yeah, I should have told her about the kid, but apart from that. You've been assuming the threats and attacks were coming from Sarah's side, Saul said, but what if someone's targeting you instead? Isaac frowned. Saul, it was Caroline Jewell who set up the meeting with Claire. She and Sarah have hated each other since childhood. Caroline, who's been involved with Dan Bailey, has been around him for months. Saul nodded slowly. Sure, but why does that mean the two things are connected? Isaac shook his head. I don't follow. Saul sighed, frustration creeping into his voice. Isaac, I'm talking about Claire. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but she's been seen over the past year, showing up at events where you were, sometimes with Sarah, sometimes without her. The first time she saw you with Sarah was at the Friedling benefit at the Seattle Center a couple of months ago. And 3 days later, Sarah was attacked. Didn't her attacker tell her he'd make you watch while it happened? Exactly, he. It was a man. Saul's jaw clenched. Who just could have easily been hired by Claire. Isaac stared at his brother for a long moment. Have you any other reason to suspect Claire than that? Saul shrugged. You were always blind to who she really was. She thought by getting pregnant, she could trap you into marriage, but you didn't take the bait. Maybe she thought she could scare Sarah off. Isaac rolled his shoulders and stood. Saul, I think you're reaching. What about the attack on Molly? George's murder? His brother sighed. Look, I'm just saying you're so focused on the ex-husband, I think you're overlooking another avenue of investigation. Isaac? What? Claire threatened Micah once. What the hell? Isaac was stunned. When? A little over 2 months into your relationship. I assume you told Claire the story of you and Micah? Isaac laughed without mirth. I thought it best. For some reason back then, I didn't keep secrets. Saul nodded. Well, it was when you and Claire came to dinner. Micah told me what she said, word for word, when they were talking together alone. Which was what? I'm quoting, I want us to be close, Micah, like sisters, so I'll say this only once. Don't ever mess with my man again. I play dirty. Geez. Isaac put his head in his hands. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Saul smiled. Because Micah asked me not to. She was worried that you'd think she was a jinx on your love life. By the way, she says if you don't get Sarah back, you're a fool and she'll kick your ass. Isaac chuckled, sighing, shaking his head. She's well within her rights, I was an idiot. Look, thanks Saul, I mean it. I had no idea Claire was so unstable. Oh gosh, I don't know, talk to her. Might be worth mentioning to your cop friend. Anywho, glad you're here, buddy. We got a big year coming up, and I need your head in the game. Isaac nodded, distracted, as his brother left his office. He had been stuck in the headspace of Dan Bailey is a psycho, that he never considered that the actual threat could be coming from his life. He resisted the urge to call Sarah again, although the need to hear her voice was killing him. Instead, he called the head of Quinn Corp Security and asked him to come to his office. If there was one thing he could do, was enlist an entire fleet of detectives and find out once and for all who was threatening the life of the woman he loved. She walked slowly across the park to the beach, sitting on one of the large pieces of driftwood. The water, unusually calm, was an emerald mirror. A large Labrador bounded gleefully into it, chasing a ball, and Sarah smiled sadly, missing Wilson, the way he used to stick his muzzle into her hand when he wanted a fuss or wanted her to throw one of his tennis balls. She moved down onto the sand, leaning against the wood, tucking her legs up under her chin, leaning her cheek on her knees. She felt hollow, drained. How the hell had it come to this? A week ago she was happy, married to the love of her life, ready to face head-on any problem, any threat. How had she been so stupid? Hey, funny face. She looked up to see Finn smiling down at her. He eased down onto the sand next to her and bumped her shoulder with his. Thanks for coming, Finn. I needed to talk to someone, and I couldn't think of anyone else. I need to tell you something I did, and I need to talk it out with you. Finn leaned against her then, balancing his chin on her arm. You're my boo, Sazzle. You can tell me anything. She studied him, suddenly unsure. Can I? Or am I using you too? He looked confused. Huh? To her horror, the tears came then and she started to sob, great desiccating sobs of heartbreak. Finn wrapped his arms around her and held her, saying nothing. As her tears turned to gulps, she told him in halting words what had happened. Finn listened as she stammered out her fears, her desperation. When she finally stopped speaking, Finn gave her a minute before he spoke. Darlin', the thing you've never allowed yourself is that you're a human, a fallible human being who makes mistakes. You think that if you're good and perfect 24/7, then people will love you. Here's the secret, people love you anyway. You can mess up if you want. Yeah, sleeping with Mr. Charm was a mistake, he grinned at her. But gosh, the mistakes I've made that your Isaac has made, it's okay, Sarah. I'm pissed that Dan took advantage, but... No, don't do that. I'm an adult, I've got to take responsibility. It's just, oh gosh, Finn, how the hell do I tell Isaac? Finn took a deep breath in. Just say the words. It happened. He'll have to deal. He looked out to the ocean. Maybe I'm not the right person to advise you on that point. Finn, I wish I could make you happy. I wish I could give you what you think you want. But I love Isaac and I won't lose you. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, nothing, he said fiercely. I just should have figured out how I felt earlier. Isaac's a good man, he is the one for you. I have to move on, I will move on, and yes, I'm not losing you either. You are my family. Sarah leaned over and kissed his cheek. I do love you, you know. Finn smiled, and she was glad to see the smile reached his eyes. Only a trace of pain remained. Love you too, shorty. Now, how about I give you a ride into the city? Isaac was distracted when he pushed open the door to the apartment that evening. He dumped his bag in the hallway, scooped up some mail from the floor, and was flipping through it as he walked into his living room. He didn't see her until she spoke. Isaac. Sarah was standing in the middle of the room, her hands twisting nervously at the hem of her shirt, her dark hair tumbling down her shoulders, her dark eyes full of tears. Isaac dropped everything and went to her, pulling her to him and kissing her, pouring every ounce of his love into the embrace, feeling her soft lips part and respond to him, then her hands on his chest pushing him away. No, Isaac, don't, please, I can't. She choked back a sob and his heart flipped, heartbreak and fear screaming through his body. He tried to touch her, but she backed away. What? What is it, love? Whatever it is, you can tell me. Sarah started to sob in earnest, and Isaac felt his heart go out to her, such was her distress. Isaac, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She was leaving him. Gosh, no. Suddenly the big man felt his legs liquefying. No, no, please, Sarah, don't leave me, I love you so much. She shook her head, trying to quell the tears. No, it's not that. I don't want to leave you, not ever, but what I did, could you ever forgive me? And then he knew. He stared at her, his expression shutting down. You have to say it. Say the words, Sarah, or I won't believe it. Say it. His voice was like ice. Sarah drew in a deep breath, and when she looked into his eyes, he could see the bottomless grief in hers, the warm brown color, usually so alive and happy, now sorrowful. I slept with Dan. Last night. Her voice was flat, dead. It was a mistake. I was having a panic attack, but it happened. Isaac felt his heart crack wide open, and then anger, rage, jealousy flooded his veins. Isaac turned and punched the wall. Hard. Sarah jumped, gave a small cry. She heard the cracking of bones, the tearing of skin. Isaac cursed, shaking out his hand. The door burst open, and Isaac's security guard stood in the door. Sir? I'm fine. Go. Sir, Get out. Isaac's roar shook the windows, and after shooting a concerned glance at a frozen Sarah, the guard left hurriedly. Isaac closed his eyes and breathed hard. The thought of Dan being with Bailey, putting his hands on her, wouldn't believe that Sarah had been a willing partner to it. Why? Isaac. Why were you upset? Sarah hesitated before speaking. Her fingers twisted in her lap, and for a moment she could barely find her voice. But then the words came, halting at first, then spilling out in a quiet, trembling current. She told him everything. Isaac listened in complete stillness, his gaze fixed somewhere far beyond her. Not once did he interrupt. When she finished, the silence in the room felt heavy enough to crush her. So, Isaac said finally, his voice low, controlled, too controlled. You asked him to stop? Yes, she whispered. Then it was assault. He turned his eyes to her at last, and she felt the weight of that gaze. She shook her head quickly. No. Isaac, I should have resisted more, I should have, her voice trembled. I was exhausted, I was scared, I wasn't thinking clearly. It happened fast. She pressed her hands to her stomach as if trying to hold herself together. I feel sick even telling you this. But I didn't want it. I didn't choose it. I would never betray you. I know how terrible that sounds now, but I swear it. Isaac's jaw tightened. He looked away again. And you're sure, he said slowly, you heard singing? Your mother's voice? I thought I did, she said. She let out a small, broken laugh. But I know how that sounds. I must be unraveling. Another long silence. Isaac bowed his head, closing his eyes as though something inside him hurt too deeply for words. I want to forgive you, he managed. His voice was rough, frayed. I want to. Because I have made mistakes too. I know that. But he swallowed hard. Every time I think of him touching you, his breath shuddered. Of him inside you. He broke off, pressing the heel of his hand to his eyes. Sarah wiped at her own tears, though they kept coming. I should go, she whispered. Isaac nodded once, slow, heavy, final. I think you should. She stood. She didn't touch him, she could see that touch would only shatter them both. She stepped to the door, opened it quietly, and left. The latch clicked shut behind her. And only then did Isaac Quinn allow himself to break. Sarah made it back to the house before she fell apart. She dropped her bag and slid down onto the floor against the front door. She dragged huge breaths in, trying to alleviate the crushing grief. And failed. It was all over. Isaac would never look at her the same. They could never go back to what they had been. Sarah? Dan, obviously having come in the back door, stood in the doorway to the kitchen. She stared at him with hatred and scrambled to her feet. She pushed past him into the kitchen. I'm just getting my things together, Dan. I have to leave, you understand that, right? Dan was silent, and she turned to face him. The moronic, knowing grin on his face made her shoulders tense, irritation mixed with dread. You went to see him. Sarah froze. She turned slowly to face him. Are you following me? Yes. The bluntness of it made her stagger back a half step. What is wrong with you? Dan took a measured step forward. I need to know where my wife is. Dan, she said sharply. I am not your wife. I am married to Isaac. You understand that, or have you finally lost your grip? His expression brightened at that, almost delighted. But he doesn't want you anymore, Sarah. Not after last night. After you let me touch you. Sarah's hands curled into fists. I was not with you. I was terrified and I was not in my right mind. It was a mistake. And it will never happen again. He blinked, and the last of the pretense fell away. There was no warmth there now, only a hollow, hungry madness. We are married, he said softly. We are happy. If we weren't, then what would be the point of anything? Her voice lowered to a whisper. You're sick. Dan smiled, pleasant, polite, chilling. Take your underwear off. Dan, stop. Take them off. He leaned his weight into her, caging her against the counter. Or I'll do it. His hand slid toward her hip. She shoved it away. Don't touch me. For a moment, something ugly flickered in his eyes. He pinned her against the counter with one smooth motion. No need to pretend, he murmured. I know you want this. I always know. She closed her eyes, not in surrender but to steady herself. Survive this moment. Stay in control. He tugged at the waistband of her underwear. Sarah forced herself to breathe. Then, calculating, controlled, she opened her eyes and smiled at him. You want proof? Fine. She kissed him, cold, mechanical, weapon, not affection. He lifted her onto the counter, his hands moving greedily. And then he stopped. His expression shifted, triumph, mockery, cruelty blooming in his smile. No, he said. You don't get to give it. I don't need your pity. He tossed her underwear at her. Humiliation burned hot across her skin. She got down from the counter, chin high, stuffing the garment into her pocket with shaking hands. Dan watched her amused. A cat watching a bird that can't quite fly. She moved toward the table, keeping space between them. She placed the small jewelry box down, her ruby necklace glinting like dried blood. I'm done, she said quietly. I don't want anything of yours. He didn't look at the necklace. He looked at her. In a blink, his hand clamped around her arm. His pupils were pinpoints, his stare unblinking and hungry. You know something, he murmured, leaning close enough for his breath to touch her skin. I could break you, baby girl. Sarah's hand slid behind her, fingers searching, finding the knife handle in the block. She pulled it free, gripped tight. Dan laughed under his breath. He placed his hand over hers, guiding the blade away as easily as if she were a child. If it came to a fight, he whispered, who do you think ends up bleeding? You or me? His fingertip pressed into her navel hard, forcing a gasp from her. He smiled, tilting his head. Shall we find out? He lifted the knife. For a heartbeat, her fear burned white-hot. Then it inverted. Rage? White and blinding. Do it, she hissed. Kill me. I would rather die than ever let you touch me again. You disgust me. His eyes darkened. The blade kissed her skin, cold, sharp, drawing a thin thread of blood. She didn't flinch. Go on, she whispered. Finish it. Time held still. Then Dan laughed and tossed the knife aside. You want me to slip, he said lightly. You want proof. Evidence. Timing is everything, Sarah. He leaned close, his voice silk-wrapped venom. And I'll choose the moment. Sarah pushed him away and Dan laughed. Dan, that's enough. I want you to leave this house, the island. I don't want to see you, talk to you. I don't think I'll be going anywhere, Sarah. Not unless you come with me. You don't honestly think I'm going to leave you here, do you? Not alive. In spoken words in the air. Anger, white-hot burning anger, overwhelmed any fear she had felt. She smiled mirthlessly, looking around at the house she had shared with this man. It had been their home. She had married him willingly, happily. That was another lifetime. She reached behind her and opened the door. Goodbye, Dan. Sarah, wait. Gritting her teeth, she turned back to face him and gasped. Dan was on top of her, making it impossible for her to move. She groaned in terror as he rammed his body against hers, burying his head in her hair. His teeth nipped painfully on her earlobe as he whispered in her ear. You have no idea what I'm capable of, baby girl. But I promise you this, you're going to find out. Then abruptly, he was gone. She moved, still half-winded, and practically threw herself against the door and locked it. She darted around the house, making sure all of the windows and doors were locked, and wondered how many times recently she had felt safe. Not many. It wasn't until she was sure the place was secure that she gave in to the shock, the fear, and the utter relief of being free of him. At least she knew something for sure now. Dan wanted to kill her. He had made that clear, but not in any way she could prove. Damn it. Sarah lay on the floor of the kitchen, wanting to feel the slate tiles beneath her cool her body and calming her mind. Her plans, her life, her marriage was in tatters, and now she knew it was time to regroup. Pushing the thought of Isaac to the back of her mind, she went through the house methodically, scrubbing every trace of herself from it. She wanted out of that life for good. She knew she could stay with Molly until she figured out what to do. Maybe she'd leave the state for a while, go down to Portland, Oregon, San Francisco. There wasn't much of her stuff left. She was clearing some photos of her from the living room when she saw it, leaning against a dark corner of the room. Her portfolio from college, from the first failed attempt when she had been studying architecture. College. Her plans for her new start had been so far from her mind lately. She picked up the portfolio and opened it, smiling to herself at the sketches and diagrams. Maybe when this was all over she'd get back on track, take up her place at college. She zipped up the portfolio again, and then stopped. She reached into the corner, and pulled out a cardboard tube. Pulling out the paper, she unfurled it across the top of the piano. It was the blueprint of the house. She looked it over, remembering why she loved architecture so much, the structure, the details of each corner and nook, and when the thought came to her, it hit her full force. Her body started to tremble, and she ran into the kitchen, flicking on the lights to the basement and pulling open the door to her cupboard. Hesitating a second, she grabbed a flashlight and headed down the stairs. The basement itself was brightly lit and had a slight smell of damp. She rarely came down here, but it wasn't a dingy space. But she headed for the far wall and pulled the cupboard away from it. The door to the crawlspace was loose. She tugged it off and shone the flashlight into it, listening carefully. Nothing. She stepped into the partition. The house had crawlspaces in the walls, running all over the house. She and Dan had discussed blocking them up, for insulation more than anything, but had never gotten around to it. Now she shone the flashlight around the space. It was wide enough for her, even wide enough for a large man like Dan. She was still shaking, and the light danced along the dark wall. She moved through the passageways. It was in the space behind the living room. She found it. A sleeping bag. Newspapers. An empty Scotch bottle. She let out her breath in a rush, her heart thudding. Dan hadn't been missing at all. His paranoia and controlling had been worse than she could ever have imagined. This was worse than she could even fathom. He'd been living in the walls of the house. Isaac pushed his way through the throng of reporters outside the apartment building, and let out an annoyed growl, as he finally managed to shake them off. He walked, he didn't know where he was headed, but he just walked, the rain-slicked streets of Seattle mostly empty of people. Damn. He shouldn't have let Sarah go like that. Let her walk out of the door. It was just the thought of her being screwed by Dan Bailey that she'd gone along with it, even under those circumstances. She was scared of Dan, he reasoned. It would have been easier to go along with it, especially if she were upset or, as she thought, was drugged. Isaac stopped, realized he was down on the waterfront. He walked slowly along to one of the piers with seating and sat down. Twilight had fallen over the city, and the restaurants along the boardwalk were getting full. Across the water, he could see the lights of the island. Had she gone back there? He could call Molly, but then, if Sarah hadn't gone back, she'd be worried. Geez, man, you're a billionaire, an expert businessman, and yet you can't figure this out. It's easy. Forgive. Go get your girl and keep her safe. Isaac stood and went to the sidewalk to hail a cab. Just get this done. Stop messing around. Go get her back and never let her go. Nausea screeched up inside her, and Sarah swallowed, trying to stop from throwing up. Fear. Anger. Horror. The sheer violation of her private space, her life. She whispered under her breath, unbelievable. She knelt and gathered the scattered papers. Different dates, all over the past 2 years. Geez, she muttered, shaking her head. She clambered out of the crawlspace into the basement, and moved swiftly around, gathering every flashlight, hurricane lamp, anything she could find that would light up the passageways. She moved through the space, placing a light wherever she could. Then she went back into the main house, and switched off every ceiling light, table lamp she'd put on earlier, and stood back. The evening had settled in now, and it was pitch black. Except the thin streams of light that flowed from the peepholes Dan had drilled in every wall. They were all bored in such a way that a casual observer wouldn't see them. Sarah, anger having completely overtaken any fear she felt, moved from room to room, the rage at the abuse of her privacy, every scenario Dan could have witnessed running through her mind. The kitchen where she spent the most of her time, the living room. The bathroom where she bathed, where she was at her most vulnerable. The bedroom where she and Isaac had made love all so many times. She went back into the bathroom, and this time she did throw up. Throwing the switches on around the house, she grabbed her phone and went back to the crawl spaces, taking photos as best she could, before lugging everything she'd found to the kitchen. Underneath the sleeping bag, she found an MP3 player and frowned. She scanned the walls and saw wires leading up to the wall behind her bedroom. She switched the MP3 player on, smiling grimly, already knowing what she was about to hear. I got the joy down in my heart. Damn it all, she screamed, her fury blazing. She kicked at anything within reach, raging blindly, her frustration pouring out with every movement. Dan had deliberately tried to make her feel like she had been going crazy. Sarah shook her head, catching her breath. She wondered how far he'd gone. She knew the answer, of course. Drawing in a great lungful of breath, she carried the rest of his camp to the kitchen. She pulled her cell phone from her pocket just as it rang. Finn. She told him everything she'd found and heard his angry hiss. Darlin', we're on our way. Stay inside the house. Isaac pulled the car off of the ferry and headed into town. As he pulled up to the Varsity, he saw Finn's police cruiser outside, and inside, Molly and Finn stood, listening to whatever Sarah was saying. Gosh, look at her. His stomach disappeared when suddenly Molly noticed his car and pointed it out to Sarah. She turned and their eyes locked. Like a robot, Isaac got out of the car and walked to the coffee house door, pushing it open. Sarah stood, and now he noticed she was trembling. She didn't move as he walked towards the trio. He nodded at Molly, who smiled, and Finn, who nodded stiffly. Then he looked down at Sarah. Her dark hair was messy, clouding around her head, falling down her back in chestnut waves. Her big dark eyes were swimming with tears, her face flushed pink. He reached out and placed his palm against her cheek, and she leaned into it. You and me forever, he said softly, and pulled her into his arms as she began to sob. She related everything she'd told Molly and Finn to an incredulous Isaac, and afterward they all sat in silence. Finn sighed and ran his hands through his hair, frustrated. Geez. I just want to arrest the son of a gun and throw in jail. Sarah took a deep breath in. You can't, Finn. We can't prove anything, he's too careful. There's no way he'll risk exposure. Unless... Isaac, his arm locked around Sarah's waist, looked as confused as Molly and Finn. Unless what, sweetheart? Unless he's provoked. No. We are not going to use you as bait. No way, Sarah, not gonna happen. Several of the customers looked over as Isaac banged his fist on the table. Sarah jumped. Isaac looked around, his face grim. He spoke again, lowering his voice so only she could hear him. Do you honestly think I or Finn or Molly would let that happen? No. Agreed. Finn was stone-faced. Geez, Sarah. He put his head in his hands. Sarah reached over to grab his arm. Okay, I'm sorry. Finn gripped her hand for a second, then let go. Dumb idea. Dumbest I ever heard. I know. Isaac laughed softly, and they all looked at him in disbelief. He smiled, holding his hand up. Sorry, it's just, Saul was trying to sell me on the theory that Claire was somehow responsible for all of this. Guess this blows that idea out of the water. Sarah put her head on his shoulder. Guess so? Molly had been silent, watching them, her eyes hooded and tired. Sarah looked over at her. You okay, Moles? Molly tried to smile. I'll just be glad when all this crap is over. In the motel room, Caroline lay in Dan's bed, smoking and sated from an evening of intimacy. Dan was in the shower. She sat up and checked he was still in the bathroom, then darted over to his closet. She opened the door and rifled through his stuff. She found his gun, his wallet. Her eyes lit up when she saw the amount of cash in there, and a plane ticket. A plane ticket. Single. Find what you were looking for? She started, but then anger took over. Going somewhere? She waved the ticket at him. He smirked. No, Caroline, I thought, after I kill Sarah, I'd stay and enjoy the fishing. Maybe take up golf. He took the ticket from her and shoved it back into his jacket. She gaped at him. What about me? What about us? Us? He looked bored. Us. I love you. He gave her an incredulous look. Caroline, I doubt you've ever loved anyone but yourself. Bastard. She started to hit him. He laughed and easily pulled her off of him. She started to cry. What about our child? He shrugged. I don't know that it's mine. She changed tactics. She put her hands on his chest. Dan, I do. I love you. And I had thought, especially after everything I've done for you, that I'd earned your trust. Your love. Dan was silent, studying her for a long moment. She was beginning to feel uneasy when he smiled, his whole face softening. You're right. Of course, forgive me, darling, I was thoughtless. He pulled her down onto the bed with him and kissed her. Listen, he said, you once told me that you'd do anything for me, help me hurt Sarah for betraying me. Did you mean that? Caroline beamed at him. I did. So what are you waiting for? Finish her and we can get out of here. Wait for our child to be born free of this damn place. Dan smiled. Patience. It'll all be over soon. Molly had gone home by the time Sarah locked the varsity. Isaac and Finn were still talking. Sarah joined them and Isaac took her hand. Come home, he said simply, and she nodded. Finn smiled at her. I'll see you later, Bubba. Isaac. He shook Isaac's hand, and then they were alone. Isaac wrapped his arms around her. Sweetheart, let's go home and for a few hours just think about us. You and me. Deal? The doorman smiled at them both as they returned to the apartment building. In the elevator to the penthouse, they didn't speak, just held each other. Inside, they went straight to the bedroom and undressed each other slowly. Sarah was hesitant at first, not knowing how Isaac would react, knowing that only 24 hours earlier she had been sleeping with Dan. Gosh. Even the thought of it made her feel sick. Isaac tilted her face up to his and searched her eyes, his own green eyes soft. I know what you're thinking, don't worry about it. You and me, that's what matters here, whatever has happened. I love you. He lowered his lips to hers and kissed her softly at first. As her fears melted away, the kiss deepened and his hands found her shoulders and gently tangled in her hair, holding her close. A shiver ran through her as Isaac traced light teasing touches down her arm and neck. He lifted her effortlessly and carried her to the bed, setting her down with care. Sarah pressed herself against him, feeling the warmth and strength of his body, comforted and safe in his embrace. He cupped her face, rushing his lips against hers, and she rested against him, breathing deeply, letting the connection between them ground her. Their hearts raced in unison, each moment charged with desire and trust. She whispered his name, feeling the pulse of their closeness, the protective strength in his gaze, and the calm certainty of being with someone who cared for her so completely. Molly's legs pumped hard as she ran through the forest, lungs burning, cheeks flushed with effort. Metallica blared through her MP3 player as the ground sloped upward, and she pushed herself, smiling as endorphins kicked in. Dan stepped out of the shadow of the big pine ahead of her. She skidded to a stop, breathing hard, sweat glinting on her skin. He ran his eyes over her, noting the determination in her stance and the strength of her movement. Molly crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes, unamused by his scrutiny. What do you want? Dan's smile disappeared. Where is she, Molly? Molly could feel her heart thump unpleasantly against her ribs, but she kept her expression hard. What's it to do with you? Dan gave a little laugh, as if she was an annoying child. Molly. I ask you a question. Sarah's still not home. I simply want to see her, is that too much to ask? Molly rolled her eyes. Get the message, Bailey? She's married to Isaac now, she loves him. She tried to step past him, but he put his arm out. Molly stopped and turned to him, anger rippling across her face. Bailey, what do you think you're doing? Do you think you're scaring me? Her raised voice echoed around the empty forest. It was only at the end her voice broke, giving her away. She cursed and turned around, but his hand was on her shoulder, pulling her back. She spun around and punched him as hard as she could, but he just laughed at her. He pushed her against the tree, ramming his body against hers. She struggled, but his hands were clamped like steel to her arms. He stared down at her. Where is Sarah? He pressed his face against hers, his lips at her ears. "Where is she, Molly?" "Get off me, you psycho." "I know what you are, Bailey." Anger made her careless, and she saw the look in his eyes and cursed her own stupidity. His smile was without humor. "You know what I am?" "What is that exactly, Molly?" Dan pressed his body against hers until it was painful, the breath being squeezed out of her lungs, her ribs being crushed by his body weight. Molly gasped for air, trying not to let the terror break through. She smelled his body, cologne mixed with sweat, his breath stank of stale coffee and cigarette smoke. "I asked you a question." His voice was flat, hard. "Where is she?" The pressure was beginning to get unbearable. Molly couldn't breathe, but it wasn't that which terrified her. "Leave her alone." She gasped as unbelievably Dan increased the pressure on her. Just as suddenly, he let her go. She bent double, trying to drag oxygen into her lungs. Dan watched her, a sneer on his face. "I'll find Sarah whether you want me to or not. Whether either of you wants me to." He bent his head to Molly's ear, nuzzled it. His voice dropped low, sensual. "She belongs to me, Molly. You remember that. Tell Quinn that. And if you know what I am, why would you want to piss me off? Why on earth? Think about that." And he barked out a laugh and was gone. Molly didn't hesitate. She sprinted out of the wood and home. Slamming the door of her house behind her and double-locking the door, she curled up on the couch, shivering and cursing her own stupid bravado. She shouldn't have antagonized him. The look in his eyes made her stomach curl. Obsession. Even the way he said Sarah's name, dread and worse, a sense of inevitability, filled Molly as she thought about that. An image flashed into her mind before she could stop it, and it made Molly want to scream, want to howl her terror. Isaac, sobbing, curved around the body of the woman he loved. Sarah, her dark eyes open but unseeing, limp in his arms, her blood covering them both, and Dan Bailey, demonic, standing above them, laughing. When she saw Finn arrive back at the police station, Molly gave a cry and ran out of her house into his arms. Finn, astonished, picked up the sobbing woman and carried her into the warmth of the station. "What is it, honey?" Molly couldn't speak for a few minutes, and he let her cry herself out, not used to seeing the normally feisty Molly so vulnerable. It scared him a little. Finally she calmed down enough to choke out, "He attacked me, Dan." His face grim, Finn found a blanket and wrapped it around her. "Okay, honey, breathe. Tell me what happened." He grabbed the coffee pot and poured a cup for her. Molly took a few deep breaths and told him, including what had happened in the woods that afternoon. Finn listened, nodding his head, his big hands holding hers. She wiped her eyes. "Finn, he's obsessed. I mean, seriously obsessed." Finn chewed this over. "Where's Sarah now?" Molly looked exhausted. "She's in the city with Isaac. She called me this morning, and I told her not to come back, just to take the day with Isaac. She sounds happier." "Good." "Hey," Finn's phone buzzed and he glanced at the screen. "This is her." "Hey," he said into the phone, "you okay?" For a long moment he just listened, his face set, his jaw clenching. "Yeah, that's a good idea, but wait, no, Sarah, I think I..." He frowned, rubbing his hand over his eyes, and Molly felt her fear return. She waited for her brother to speak. "Okay, well, let's hope you can persuade him to tell us what he knows. Isaac there with you? Good." He looked at Molly and mouthed, "Should I tell her?" Molly shook her head vehemently, and Finn nodded. "Okay then, yeah, call me later, Bubba." He ended the call. "Damn." "What?" Finn sighed and Molly balked at the worry in his face. "I think Sarah's gone magnum PI on us. She's remembered the name of the lawyer. She's going to call him and see if she can find out anything." "Well, that's good, isn't it?" Finn sighed. "I don't know. I just don't want to give Dan any reason to escalate. A phone call won't hurt." Finn looked at his sister, his eyes tired. "That depends on what she finds out." Sarah ended the call to Finn and immediately dialed Corcoran's number. Her fingers tapped impatiently on the table as she waited. Ever since she'd woken and remembered about the lawyer, she'd wanted to get in touch with him, find something they could use to get rid of Dan. She told Isaac about the layer as they showered together, and he'd been encouraged. "Call him," he'd said as he dressed, then fixed her with a look. "But no heroics. If you find anything out, don't go challenging Dan by yourself. He's dangerous, Sarah." She tried to smile. "You don't have to remind me, baby." He'd kissed her as he left for work. "You need anything, call. Jay and Flynn will be outside that door. No one's getting in unless you want them to." At least if I have to be locked up for my own protection, she thought now, waiting for the call to connect, at least she could do something. "Corcoran and Associates, how may I help you?" The woman's southern accent was warm, friendly. "May I speak with Mr. Corcoran, please?" "Mr. Corcoran is on vacation at present, but I can leave him a message to call you back." "Whom may I say is calling?" Sarah hesitated for a moment. "My name is Sarah Bailey Quinn. My ex-husband's birth family was the Petersons and—" The woman interrupted. "Oh, Mrs. Quinn, yes, Mr. Corcoran has mentioned you." Sarah was astonished. "Excuse me?" "Mr. Corcoran told me that if, on the off chance you or Mr. Bailey were to contact this office, that he wished to know straight away. He's currently on vacation with his grandchildren in Hawaii, but I will contact him there and ask him to call you as soon as he can." Sarah was speechless. "Mrs. Quinn?" "Yes, sorry, I'm here, he knows who I am?" "Yes, dear." A pause. "Well then, yes, please, if you could ask him to call. I'll give you my number." She gave it, and the woman repeated it back to her. Sarah, still bemused, thanked her. "You're very welcome, honey. You have a good day." "Thank you, you too." Sarah hung up. William Corcoran knew who she was? She'd expect him to know who Dan was, she supposed, so it wasn't a great leap, but the woman on the phone had given the impression that Corcoran was expecting her call. Which meant what? She didn't want to think that it meant that he knew something was wrong with Dan, that he'd already thought about contacting her. Had Dan told the lawyer he was married? To distract herself, she called Finn back and told him what she'd just learned. Finn listened to her, then sighed. "That doesn't sound good, honey, I gotta say." "I know. Gosh, Finn, what a mess." "You got that right. Hey, everything okay there? You guys doing better?" Sarah felt awkward talking to Finn about Isaac. "We are, truly." "Good." She hesitated, then asked in a gentle voice. "Really?" Finn gave a low chuckle. "Darlin', as long as you're happy, I'm all good." His kindness, his friendship made tears spring into her eyes. "You're the best. I love you." "Love you too, sweet cheeks, and hey, look, if they perfect cloning in the near future, I'll expect you to give up some of your DNA." Sarah burst out laughing, feeling the weight in her chest lift. "You've got a deal." The next day, Sarah was driven to the island by Isaac's two massive security guards, Jay and Flynn. They were friendly but very professional, and she sat in a vehicle that could only be described as a fortress on wheels. "I bet it's even got bulletproof windows," she'd moaned as an unrepentant Isaac grinned at her. He'd come down to the parking garage in the basement of his building, wanting to make sure she was in the car and safe before he left for work. "Stop whining, woman, it's your tank. It's the price you pay for me letting you go to work." She grinned. "Oh, you're letting me go to work?" Isaac kissed her, then steered her into the back seat. "You are a pain in my ass. Go to work." But he was smiling. Molly squinted at her friend as she walked into the coffee shop an hour later. "Are you walking funny?" "Yes, you are, definitely. Those legs have been bent back in quite unnatural ways, I can tell." Sarah snorted with laughter. "You bet your sweet ass they have." Molly laughed and hugged her, then studied her. "Really? Everything good?" Sarah nodded, and Molly hugged her. "I'm so happy for you. Truly. Thank you, honey. For everything. I don't know how I would have got through these last few months without you." Molly grinned, but then pushed her away. I suppose both of you will be revoltingly loved up now, all love notes and secret smiles." Yup. Molly rolled her eyes, but Sarah could tell she was delighted. Where's your errant brother? Molly rolled her eyes. Lord knows. He was supposed to come in earlier, but I expect he got called out. To an actual crime? Sarah grinned at her, and Molly laughed. She peered out of the window at the huge black car parked next to the sidewalk. Think I should take them coffee? Sarah smiled. I'll do it. She took the steaming drinks out to the car. I'm sorry you guys got landed with this duty, must suck to just hang around all day. Jay, an African American with distractingly blue eyes, smiled. It's our jobs, Mrs. Quinn. Sarah rolled her eyes. Sarah? Flynn chuckled. You sure you don't want us in there with you, Sarah? She shook her head. I think customers might feel a bit intimidated. Plus, you two would take up all the room. Well, okay, but holler if. I will. Molly was at the market, Sarah alone in the coffee shop when she heard the door open. She looked up and her stomach disappeared. Hello, Sarah. Dan's face was friendly, his manner relaxed. She reached underneath the counter, made sure her purse was there, the gun within easy reach. She glanced out to the tank, saw Jay rolling down the window. She gave him a slight shake of the head. No need for this to escalate yet. Dan. How are you? You look so much better than when I saw you last. You mean when you threatened me? Yes, Dan, I'm much better. He laughed. Oh, come on, that's a little dramatic, don't you think? Threatened. I see you have that covered anyway, or at least your husband does. He gave Jay a sarcastic wave. Jay stared back at him stone-faced. Sarah would have laughed if she weren't so nauseous. He smiled, but his eyes were dead. May I have some coffee, please, Sarah? I've missed your particular flavor. Sarah hated that she trembled as she poured out the coffee from the pot. He steadied her hand with his, she snatched it away. He laughed. Honestly, Sarah, what is it you think I'm going to do to you? He sipped his drink. From the corner of her eye, she could see Jay and Flynn get out of the car outside. They didn't come in, but both of them leaned back against the car, facing into the coffee house, watching Dan's every move. They both had their jackets tucked behind their holsters, their guns within easy reach. It made her relax a little, made her a little braver. Dan smiled at her. How does it feel to have those goons at your beck and call? The phone rang, and she snatched it up gratefully. Hello? She knew who it was as soon as he spoke. Mrs. Quinn? Corcoran. A rush of adrenaline. She flushed bright red and turned away from Dan. She was sure he had caught her flustered reaction, and she struggled to make her voice sound as normal as possible. She could feel his stare on the back of her neck. Oh, hi. How are you? How are Joe and the kids? Corcoran caught on. Raymond, I'm sorry, Daniel, is he there? Oh yes, kids can be a handful. She cringed to herself, she sounded like a Stepford wife. Mrs. Quinn, just answer me a question, yes or no, would you please? Are you in any immediate danger? The question hit Sarah like a sledgehammer, and she hesitated. No. Her voice cracked. No, I'm fine. The break in her voice had attracted Dan's attention, and she indicated she was going to take the call in the kitchen. She didn't want Dan finding out she was talking to the lawyer, didn't want to put him in any danger. Even through the wall she felt Dan's presence, a sensation she knew was heightened by her fear. She realized Corcoran was talking. Obviously, Mrs. Quinn, we can't talk freely now. Perhaps you can call me back on this number unless you need me urgently. Of course. Honestly, there is no hurry. She chose her words carefully to maintain her facade. Corcoran hesitated. If you are sure. Mrs. Quinn, one don't wish to concern you, but please, may I beg a favor? Sarah started as Dan came out into the kitchen, turned and smiled at her. He pointed to the bathroom and went into it. She heard the lock click. I'm sorry, yes, of course, anything. There was a pause. Try to be vigilant, he sighed. May I speak frankly? Of course. Be careful of Daniel, Mrs. Quinn, he is troubled. He is dangerous. Try not to antagonize him. I will wait to hear from you, but please know I will come to Seattle, or wherever you need. You need to know about Daniel, Mrs. Quinn. You need to know about his history. His words sent icy chills through her body. Memories of the violence that crackled in the air around Dan. She shivered. I understand. They said goodbye, and Sarah tried to compose herself before Dan emerged from the bathroom. She went back out to the coffee house to see Jay and Flynn had come inside and were tensed. She gave them a grateful look. Dan followed her a few seconds later, smirking at the men and raising an eyebrow at her. His smile was terrifying. He knows. Sarah couldn't breathe. She moved closer to the counter and slipped her hand around the gun. Dan sat back down opposite her, smiled and finished his drink. Hey. Jay moved to her side, his eyes riveted on Dan. Everything okay in here? Sarah nodded at him, gave him a grateful smile. Dan smirked. Of course. Just visiting with my wife. Although she might say different. He turned and looked at Sarah, his eyes cold. She may have a good reason for having a gun pointed at me under the counter, but I couldn't say what that reason might be. Sarah turned red and dropped the pistol back into her purse. Jay looked over at her and smiled, a reassurance. Well now, I'm sure Sarah doesn't have anything to worry about, does she? Of course not. Perhaps, if you're making her uncomfortable, then you should leave, Mr. Bailey. Dan stared at him with contempt. What a wonderful idea. Molly walked in behind Flynn, a grocery bag in her arms. She winked at Jay as she passed him and, dumping the bag on the counter, went to stand beside Sarah. She linked her fingers with her friend, feeling her tremble. In fact, I think you should leave the island, let alone the coffee house. Dan was amused. Really? Yep. So, in addition to being an exemplary muffin peddler, you're also a travel agent? Well, who knew? May I please have a refill, Sarah? He held his cup out to her. Molly took it. No, you may not. Please leave. Dan smirked. Flynn cleared his throat. You heard her, Bailey. Dan stood. Molly sneered. And considered this a lifetime ban. Dan laughed. My lifetime or yours? Jerk. Dan sighed, still grinning. He looked at Sarah. Careful with that gun, Sarah. I wouldn't want you to have an unfortunate accident. He ran his eyes over her body. Sarah cringed. Get him out, Molly stepped in front of Sarah. Flynn and Jay stepped forward, but Dan held his hands up. I'm going. What's it come to when a man can't express his concern for his wife's safety? He walked out of the door. Sarah breathed again and Molly hugged her. She looked at Jay and Flynn gratefully. Thanks, dudes. That could have gotten really nasty without you here. Jay shook his head. He's damn, I don't know what he is. Sarah felt sick. A few minutes was all it took to make her feel so vulnerable, unprotected. Useless. Even with two enormous bodyguards. She rubbed her face, trying to disguise her distress. Her heart was pounding, her stomach twisted. Hopelessness flooded through her. He's going to kill me, and no one can stop him. She felt so weak. Sarah turned away from her friends, the easy tears coming again. Damn it. Molly slid her arm around her waist, studied her face, and guessed what she was thinking. You did okay, Sarah. If I had been you, I probably would have blown his head off the second he walked in here. Jay rolled his eyes and grinned. Because that's the way to go. Not that I'd blame you. He added quickly, seeing the expression on Molly's face. She thawed. You deserve a hug. She wrapped her arms around the blushing security guard. Sarah smiled, but then she caught sight of Dan watching them from the other side of the street. He grinned when he saw her watching him. She walked over to the window and let the shade down. She turned to Molly and the two men who were watching her. I don't want you two saying anything about this to Finn. Her voice was firm and they gaped at her. Why the hell not? Molly's eyes were huge with disbelief. Sarah shook her head at them. Because I don't want to make any mistakes because of Dan's goading. We don't react, he has no power. But Finn is, well, you both know how he is. Shoot first, ask questions, yada yada, guys. We can tell Isaac, but not until later, okay? Neither Jay nor Flynn looked happy, but she knew they worked for her and would respect her wishes. Molly, she wasn't so sure of. Almost on cue, Molly shook her head. I don't like this. Sarah tried to smile. Moles, we have these two Sasquatches here. We're fine. Molly looked doubtful. I don't know. Sarah sighed and sat down. It's going to be hard, but we need to hang back, give him enough rope. She rubbed her eyes wearily. I mean it. No missteps. I get it. Jay was nodding, ignoring the little dig Molly gave his ribs. And I agree. Steady does it. Sarah got up and moved to the counter. Thank you both. She sighed and rolled her shoulders. Jay squeezed Molly's hand and turned to go back to the car outside. He stopped when he heard Sarah speak. Jay? The word you were looking for is monster. Her face was pale, haunted as Jay stared at her, but her voice was hard. Daniel Bailey is a monster. Sarah lay awake next to Isaac. He'd been home when she came back from the coffee shop, and had greeted her in such a good mood that she was glad she had made the guys promise not to tell him about Dan's visit. She did tell him about Corcoran's call, though. She'd called the lawyer back as soon as she was able, and he said he would be in Seattle the day after tomorrow. She'd mentioned a restaurant and had agreed to meet him there. She didn't want him on the island, not where Dan could see him. She'd made it clear to Finn, Molly, and Isaac that the last thing she wanted was to ramp up Dan's campaign by antagonizing him or by putting Corcoran in any danger. If Dan was backed into a corner, he would be lethal, and she wanted more time to be able to get something real, something that would stick, put him away forever. And above all, she wanted to keep the people she loved safe. She thought back to when Finn had told her about the other women, the ones who had been murdered. The ones who looked like her. She made him tell her everything, every detail. Finn had balked, but she had insisted. She needed to know what Dan had planned for her, needed to retain some control over her fear. They still had absolutely nothing to tie Dan to those killings, but she knew he had killed before. George. The girls across the country. The poor girl in Seattle. Finn had shown her the cutting from the Times. Sarah couldn't get the dead woman's face out of her mind. Her chest ached for her family. I won't let him hurt anyone else. Sarah saw him as soon as she entered the restaurant. He sat straight-backed, an air of old-fashioned gentility about him, an oasis of calm amongst the chatter, the noise of a Seattle eatery on a fall day. Excitable kids and curious tourists. A heavy glass of sour mash sat in front of him, hardly touched. He studied the menu, distracted, uneasy. She approached him. Mr. Corcoran? He looked up, blinked twice. Mrs. Quinn? He stood and shook hands with her, pulled out her chair, waited until she sat. Thank you, she smiled at him. He stared at her as he sat, his expression troubled. After a beat, Sarah felt herself flush, embarrassed at the scrutiny. I'm sorry, Mrs. Quinn, it's that you remind me of someone. He shook his head. I'm sorry, it is a pleasure to meet you. He offered her the menu. Can I order you a drink? Just an orange juice, please. He waved at the waitress, politely requested the drink. There was an awkward pause. Mrs. Quinn, I'm sorry to have frightened you like that on the phone. I didn't mean. Mr. Corcoran, please don't apologize. If you have any information about Dan Bailey or Ray Peterson, I want to hear it. Good or bad? Good or bad, Mr. Corcoran? Her gaze was steady, and he nodded. He cleared his throat. Mrs. Q. Sarah? Sarah? Please call me William. Sarah, I can give you some concrete information about Raymond. Other than that, I'm afraid all I can give you are my thoughts, my opinions based mostly on instinct. Sarah shifted in her seat as he paused. The waitress had returned with her drink. Are you ready to order? Hurriedly, they both made the same choice, and the waitress left. Sarah leaned toward the elderly lawyer. Please go on. How did you become his lawyer? His mother Amelia was the daughter of a rich man who had high expectations. She married Jan when she was just 19, and her child Raymond was her world. I mean, the whole world revolved around that little boy. He was doted on by his entire family, but Amelia and he shared a bond like none I have ever seen. Raymond was prone to fits of rage, especially when his mother's attention was diverted from him. He would scream, even bite her sometimes, until she tended to him. Amelia, at first, didn't see that his behavior was extreme. His father soon grew tired of being ignored and began to punish his son, never with violence, just by restricting his access to his mother. They started to find animals, dead animals, on the estate. At first, no one suspected. Raymond was only 5 years old at this point. No one suspected that he could have killed them. Until he brought home a cat that he had killed. Brought it right into the parlor. Amelia was sickened, of course, and punished the boy, but Raymond didn't care about the punishment. He had his mother's attention. He started to set small fires on the estate. Nothing was damaged, really, but they were numerous, and occasionally their neighbors would complain and Raymond would be punished. In response to the punishments, he would deliberately wet the bed, mostly his own, but on several occasions the beds of his family and their staff. Their overnight guests. He seemed to revel in their discomfort. William sighed, deep in the memory. Amelia was increasingly distraught. She had adored her son, and now he was behaving in such a profoundly disturbing manner. Amelia came to recognize that her son was a monster. Sarah whispered. William nodded sadly. She was destroyed. You loved her. Sarah studied the elderly man's face, watched as it creased with pain. With all my heart. Jan was a cold man, a cold man. She was lonely and I was weak. Sarah reached across the table, took his hand. I understand, William, believe me. She gave a little laugh and shook her head. You wouldn't believe how much I understand. William squeezed her hand gratefully. She was an extraordinary woman, warm, brilliant. Beautiful. Forgive me for saying so, Sarah, but you remind me so much of her. You appear to share many of her qualities. She flushed and William smiled kindly at her. Raymond, she corrected for his benefit. Raymond told me that his was an abusive childhood, and that's why he was sent away. William sighed. That's not true. Yes, Jan was not an affectionate father and could be a harsh disciplinarian, but no, Raymond wasn't abused. For a time, in fact, when he was 6, he seemed to change, behave well. A new family came to live in the estate next to theirs, Chinese immigrants. A young family, with an infant daughter. She would have been 4 or 5 at the time. They weren't as rich as the Petersons, but Amelia and the girl's mother Suyin often would visit with each other, and Suyin would bring the little girl to play with Raymond. The two children would play on the grounds of the estate, making a den out of a little boathouse on the bayou. Raymond's behavior seemed to improve, and for Amelia the relief was palpable. William coughed quietly, and as he brought his coffee to his mouth his hands shook. Sarah's stomach began to roil with unease. William put his cup down slowly. One day, they were playing out in the den when Raymond came back to the house, alone. He was covered in blood. Oh my gosh. Sarah covered her mouth with her hands, horror sweeping through her, ice in her veins. William nodded. Jan came running from his study when he heard Amelia's screams. Later he would tell me that Raymond just stood there, smiling, and blood dripping from his little hands. He had killed the girl, Hotaru, I think her name was, with a knife he had stolen from the kitchen. When they found her, she had been disemboweled. Sarah felt the bile rise up into her throat, her head shook from side to side, not wanting but needing to hear the rest. George. The other women. Of course, it was all hushed up. The other family was paid off, a huge amount, and Raymond was sent away to boarding school. Amelia refused to ever see him again, and killed herself shortly afterward. As for Raymond, his father visited occasionally, but even that tailed off. Eventually, when Raymond left school, they lost contact. He had given him a lump sum allowance that he withdrew from his account on his 18th birthday, but he never saw or spoke to him again. Jan died just over 2 years ago. Where was Raymond? Sarah's voice was gruff, her throat dry. William shrugged. No one knows. It was only after the notice of Jan's death appeared that he contacted my office. Where he was, or what he was doing, is anybody's guess. Sarah remembered what Finn had said. The invisible man. William Corcoran was watching her, his face sympathetic. He cleared his throat. Sarah, should I have told you all this? She nodded, vehement. Yes, William, yes. It's better to be informed. Then, all her bravado disappeared and her shoulders slumped. Do you think he's killed since? I couldn't even begin to. He sighed. There's no evidence. But you think so? Yes. Sarah, Raymond Peterson is a malignant narcissist, a bully, a sadist. He enjoys inflicting pain, both physically and mentally. I imagine his victims are legion. Her face drained of color. William looked at her, worry etched on his kind face. She murmured something and he frowned. I'm sorry, my dear, I didn't catch that. She looked up at him then. I said he's going to kill me. William paled. My dear? It's okay, William. It helps to say it out loud, believe it or not. Otherwise, it would be too easy to pretend all this wasn't happening, that it was some insane nightmare. She sighed. Corcoran finished his drink and signaled to the waitress for another. He leaned across the table, his face serious. Sarah, tell me everything. I met him in college. He was charming, friendly, loving. I saw nothing in him then that would point to who he became. It was after we married and moved back to the island that he changed. My friends, my family really, always had reservations, but I was blind to them. I had a bad childhood, and here was someone who told me he would take care of me. I feel so stupid now. He became possessive, verbally abusive. Then he disappeared and, I can admit finally, it was more a relief than a sadness. She shook her head. I can't believe I just said that. Of course I was upset, it was such a shock, but after a while I just got angry. I divorced him in absentia. And then, last year, I met Isaac and I finally knew what real love was. I was happy, and then my father figure was murdered, just like that poor little girl, and things fell apart. I was beaten pretty badly, my life threatened, my best friend Molly was attacked. And then Dan came back, and it's been a living nightmare ever since. She could feel the curious glances of the other diners on her. William looked appalled. After a moment, she brushed the tears from her face. I'm sorry, William. My dear, there's no need to apologize. I'm just so sorry. I should have gone to the police with my suspicions. But you haven't any proof, so, she almost gagged on the words, and William reached across the table. How are we going to stop him when? Her voice trailed off, and she couldn't finish the thought. William squeezed her hand. You married again? Is he a good man? Yes, she said without hesitation. He's a proud man, he loves me, and this is killing him. I see. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Sarah, Raymond is a very dangerous man, and if he's already assaulted you, my dear, forgive me, but when I saw you, you look so much like her. Like little Hotaru. For an old man's peace of mind, please be vigilant. Don't be alone with him. Don't get into any situation where he could harm you. I promise I won't take any unnecessary risks, William. And thank you. She smiled at him, and he returned it with just a little hesitation. He bent down and pulled a folder from his case. I have something for you. He slid the folder over to her. Curious, she opened it and gasped. I took this photograph just a few moments before Raymond was taken away. Sarah stared at the photograph. Amelia, her soft dark hair curling down to her shoulders, her ruby pendant crimson at her throat, gazed down at her son with abject horror in her eyes. The tears poured down her face as she looked at the unbearable, searing grief on the face of a mother who knew her son was an abomination. Isaac stood and shook the hand of QuinnCorp's new client, showed her out, then called in at his brother's office. "Hey." Saul smiled. "How'd it go?" "In the bag. Look, I'm done for the day. You going soon?" Saul pulled his tie down. "Hell yes. Micah's mom has the kids for the weekend." Isaac grinned. "Damn." Saul laughed. "Yeah, we've been married a long time, Is. Our idea of a sexy time is watching crap TV in bed and eating ourselves into a carb coma. Wait till you and Sarah are married as long, you'll see." "I gotta say," Isaac dropped into the chair opposite his brother, "I think Sarah would go for that now." Saul snorted. "I knew I liked that girl for a reason." "How is she?" "Better. She's meeting with the lawyer from New Orleans today. Maybe he can tell us something we can use." "You didn't want to go with her?" Isaac smiled wryly. "I was forbidden." "Whipped?" "And happy with it. Anywho, I'm going. Have a good weekend." "Let's hope so." Sarah stepped out of the restaurant, into a world that was altered. She remembered feeling like this once after she, Finn and Molly had seen a violent movie when they were teenagers. A film crew becoming entangled with a serial killer. They'd left the theater, eyeing everybody suspiciously, and raced back home, feeling foolish and giggling to themselves. But this wasn't a movie. Outside, despite the sultry weather, she felt chilled to the core. She walked slowly along the waterfront, wanting to scream, to cry, to anything. Anything but this, she thought to herself. This numbness. She let Flynn and Jay, following her at a discreet distance, steer her back to the car. Sitting in the back seat, she hugged her arms around her, trying to get some warmth back into her bones. Her thoughts were like scattershot in her brain, nothing coherent but each one like a spike of terror stabbing at her. She didn't even realize she was crying, until Jay asked her if she was okay. At 7, Molly left the varsity in Nancy's hands and wandered over to the police station. Steve, the deputy who had saved her from the attacker, smiled at her. "Hey you, what's going on?" She half smiled. "Have you seen Finn?" Steve looked blank. "Is he at work today?" Dread started to tighten her chest. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since yesterday." Steve looked confused. "Hang on." She watched Steve with frightened eyes as he punched out some numbers on the office phone. Molly tugged out her cell and tried to call Finn. Finn's voicemail clicked in. "Finn, please." Molly's voice broke. "Call me as soon as you get this." "Where are you, honey?" "We're worried." She hung up, then looked at Steve. "I'm going to check his apartment." Steve, phone pressed to his ear, nodded. "I'm calling in help." "We'll find him, Moles, don't worry." William Corcoran walked slowly, his brow furrowed. His intention had been to walk to the Space Needle, take the glass lift to see the city at night. His hotel wasn't more than a few blocks from Seattle's most famous attraction, and a once keen photographer, he couldn't resist the chance to capture the city's beauty from on high. He bought his ticket and rode up to the viewing platform, only half listening to the guide's oft-repeated speech about the '62 World Fair. The view didn't disappoint. The water, Puget Sound, Elliott Bay, Lake Washington, glistening with the lights from the city, the downtown rising like the turrets of a castle. The hills, Queen Anne and Capitol. In the distance he could see the planes taking off from SeaTac Airport, and there, just to the left, the snow-capped Mount Rainier rising like a dream from the violet twilight. Corcoran sighed. So much beauty. He thought of Sarah. His heart had broken for her, for the fear and sadness in her eyes. He had warmed to the young woman, her grace and femininity, and felt only remorse and sorrow for the horror that had entered her life. That he, William Corcoran, had brought to her life. He berated himself. Why hadn't he warned someone about Dan when he'd seen him reappear 2 years ago? And now this lovely young woman. Corcoran felt, with every bone in his body, that Sarah Quinn was in terrible, terrible danger. Would his telling her about Dan help her? He couldn't answer that. He gave a frustrated grunt, startling an elderly woman next to him. Her little jump brought him back to the present. The evening was cooling. A breeze started to whip around the viewing platform and he joined the queue of people heading back down. In the gift shop, he treated himself to a tiny pewter replica of the attraction, and while the clerk was counting out his change, he asked him how to get down to the waterfront. The clerk gave him directions. "My advice is to walk down, sure, but take a cab back, buddy. Those hills are a killer." Isaac opened the door, his face set and stressed. Jay had called him from the car to warn him that Sarah was, in his words, out of it. He saw her face now, and knew that whatever the lawyer Corcoran had told her, it was bad. Sarah finally focused on his face, after he'd shut the door and taken her into his arms. For a long time he held her, saying nothing. She didn't cry, she didn't shake. She was just still, rigid in his arms. Finally, he looked down at her. "Is it bad?" Sarah looked back at him, with eyes that were full of horror and defeat. She opened her mouth to speak, but all she could do was nod. Her body slumped, and then her legs gave way and they were falling to the floor. Sarah dragged air into her lungs whilst Isaac, shaken to his core, whispered over and over to her. "Don't give up, please, don't give up." Molly skittered back to the varsity and told Nancy what was happening. Then she ran up the stairs to the apartments above the varsity. The door to Finn's apartment was closed but unlocked, and Molly walked in, calling her brother's name. No answer. Nothing was out of place, it was even tidy, she grinned to herself. So unlike her scruffy brother. She checked the bedroom, the bathroom, nothing. She gave a frustrated huff and stepped back into the hallway. The apartment opposite Finn's had stood empty for years. Sarah had sold it a few years ago, but no one had ever lived in it, and Molly only gave it a passing glance now. Then she froze. A shadow moved across the strip of light under the door. The new owner? She hadn't seen anyone move in. She stepped closer to the door, pressed her ear against it. From within she could hear low mumbling, a man's voice maybe, or a radio? She chewed her lip, considered for a moment, then knocked. The murmuring stopped. The breath caught in her throat. She knocked again. "Hello?" Nothing happened. She waited, but couldn't hear anything else. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she dropped to her knees and peered under the door. She couldn't see anything. No one there. She pushed the door, and it opened. William found himself at a parking lot of a hotel, on a pier. He studied the map the hotel concierge had given him, and saw he was at the far end, away from most of the nightlife. A seafood place was the nearest restaurant, and he hesitated, deciding to look around before eating. He wandered over to the water's edge and looked across the bay. Even at night, the ferries continued to sail, and he toyed with the idea of taking a ride for the hell of it. It looked like a peaceful way to spend an evening. He heard the step behind him a fraction of a second too late. A strong hand gripped the back of his neck, and he felt the hot breath of his assailant on his face. "Hello, William?" "Dan." Corcoran struggled against the big man's grip to no avail. With a swift, merciless movement, Dan smashed William's head against the corner of the hotel's wall. A blinding explosion of pain ripped through the elderly man, and Dan jerked the lawyer's head back against him and jammed his mouth against his ear. Telling tales out of school. Smash. Blood pouring into his eyes. "You should think yourself lucky, William." Smash. Pain screaming through him. "For you, this will be quick." Smash. The synapses in his brain began to misfire. He saw Amelia, she smiled at him, held out her hand to him. The dying man felt Dan pull him even closer, heard him breathing in the metallic smell of his blood. "But when I kill her." Smash. The very edge of consciousness, of life. Through a throat full of blood, gathering all of his remaining strength, William Corcoran choked out his final words. "Leave her alone." A gurgled plea. Dan laughed. "When I kill her," he repeated, "when I murder my beautiful ex-wife," his voice dropped to a sensual whisper, "I'm gonna do it very, very slowly." Smash. Skin, bone, muscle connected with the unyielding concrete, and with a final bright white burst of pain, William Corcoran's head split open. The window to the apartment was wide open, the cotton drapes blowing out into the room. But Molly wasn't looking at the window. Her attention was riveted on the floor of the apartment. Plastic sheeting, or at least a corner of it, sticking out from a trunk set in the center of the floor. And on it, blood. There was more blood, seeping out between the slats of the wood. The smell of blood and death was everywhere. Molly gagged, her entire body ice. Slowly, carefully, she tucked her fingers under the lid of the trunk and opened it. Oh gosh, no, no, no. She fell to her knees. Finn's abdomen had been almost completely hollowed out, his face stretched in an agonized eternal scream. His skin, his teeth, his clothes were stained, his hair sodden with congealed blood. Molly reeled away from her brother's body, screaming, "Dear God, please help me, please help me." She almost fell down the stairs, delirium in her head, incoherent now as she staggered over to her home and burst into the kitchen, where her husband and their children were eating at the table. She was gibbering with grief and mania as Mike dashed to her side and her children started to scream. Saul arrived just after 3 a.m., a scared-looking Micah beside him. Isaac hugged them both. "Where is she?" Micah asked softly. Isaac nodded towards the bedroom, and Micah, squeezing his arm, went into the darkened room. Saul steered Isaac to an armchair and poured him a scotch. What happened? Isaac could barely make sense of it. Finn Jewell was dead. Murdered. When Mike had called Sarah an hour ago, she had dropped the phone and curled up on the floor. Isaac had rushed to her side, but she wouldn't look at him, wouldn't respond to his touch. He'd picked up the phone and Mike had told him that Finn was dead, and Molly was in the hospital. She'd found her beloved brother's body. "We'll come," Isaac said immediately, but Mike had refused his help. "Keep Sarah away from the island. Molly's being transferred to Seattle. I don't want anyone I love in this hellhole." Mike sounded angry, beyond angry. "If the cops don't find Dan Bailey first, I'm gonna kill that good-for-nothing." Finn was dead. Isaac couldn't process that information. Even though he'd known the blonde-haired cop was in love with Sarah, he'd still liked him, respected him, and knew how important he was to Sarah. And Molly, gosh. Sudden rage flooded through him, and he grabbed his phone, calling his head of security. "Hire every detective you can find. Find this idiot." He barked off instructions as ideas came to him, but the message was crystal clear. Find Dan Bailey, and when they did, put a bullet in his brain. Saul watched his younger brother, a growing dread inside him. When he got off the phone, Saul got up and put a hand on Isaac's shoulder. "Calm down." Isaac rounded on his brother. "Don't tell me to calm down. He's killing people I care about. He wants to kill the woman I love. He wants to gut her like he did to George Madrigal, to Finn Jewell, to countless women." He stopped, was silent for a moment, looking over to the closed bedroom door, checking to see that Sarah couldn't hear him. "I can't lose her," he whispered, his voice cracking. "If he kills her, oh gosh." The pain bent him double. Saul didn't know what to say, didn't know how to comfort him. He wanted to tell him that everything would be okay, but he couldn't lie. Micah came out of Sarah's bedroom then, and Isaac stood. Micah tried to smile. "She's asleep." Isaac nodded. "Listen, thanks for coming over, you guys. I just didn't know what to. Of course. Look, I think you should get some sleep. We'll stay in the guest room." Sarah stared out of the window at the dark sky. Finn. Gone. The pain was so raw it made her want to scream and never stop. Micah had been kind, but all Sarah wanted to do was be alone. She had pretended to fall asleep, and when she felt Micah get up off the bed, she waited until the door closed before opening her eyes. She heard Isaac come in, the bed dip as he climbed on beside her. He curled his body around hers, his big arms enveloping her. She sank into the warmth of his body and turned to face him. "Are you okay?" He said it, even though he knew how meaningless the question was. Sarah met his eyes. There was no answer for that kind of pain. She leaned in and pressed her lips to his. Soft at first, then deeper, seeking anything that didn't hurt. He responded, his hand coming up to cradle the back of her head, but when her fingers slipped beneath his shirt, he pulled back just slightly, confusion flickering through his eyes. "Sarah? Please," she whispered. Her voice was thin, breaking. "Please, I need to feel something other than this. I need to remember that I'm alive. I need love. I need you." The words cracked him. A sound, half sigh, half ache, escaped him as he pulled her into his arms. She climbed onto his lap, pressing close, and he held her as though letting go would shatter her into pieces. They moved together in quiet desperation, not seeking passion but escape, grounding, proof that they were still here. There was no rush, no heat. Only grief. And when her breath hitched and her body trembled, not with pleasure but something far deeper, she broke. The sobs came hard, raw and shaking, her forehead pressed to his shoulder as the dam gave way. Isaac wrapped his arms around her, holding her as tightly as he dared. He didn't tell her it would be okay. He didn't promise healing. He just held her, silent and steady, while her grief poured out of her in great wrenching waves. And when she finally quieted, his cheek rested against her hair, he still couldn't speak, because he was breaking too. Later, still wrapped in Isaac's arms, she felt her cell phone vibrate on the nightstand. She checked it and her heart began to pound. A text message from an unknown caller. 10 words. "You know how to end this. Molly's kids are next." Outside, it had started to snow. "I want to go visit Molly," she said when they woke, stiff and cold, both of them looking drained. Micah fussed around the pair of them, making breakfast that neither of them barely touched. Isaac, his eyes heavy and tired, nodded. "Okay. I'll get Jay and Flynn to take us." Sarah sighed, her face drawn and wan. "Do we need them to take us to the hospital, really? I hardly think Molly needs to see our protection when her brother was just murdered." The words came out harder than she intended, and she put her hand on his, tried to smile. Isaac didn't smile back. "They'll wait outside in the car, but you're not going anywhere without them." Sarah removed her hand and tried to eat some more food. "Fine." Micah and Saul glanced at each other. The atmosphere was thick with sadness, tension. Sarah saw the look and turned to Micah. "I'm sorry for all this, you've been wonderful, thank you." Micah rubbed her arm. "It's the least we could do, but I think," and she looked to her husband for affirmation, "you need some time alone to process this. I think seeing Molly is a great idea. Start the grieving process. Saul and I will always be here for you if you need us." Sarah's eyes filled with tears and she smiled through them. "I hit the family jackpot when I married Isaac. Thank you." They left shortly after, and Isaac and Sarah went to shower. The tension between them had dissipated, and afterward, Isaac held out his arms and Sarah, wrapped in a towel, went into them. Isaac buried his face in her hair and breathed her in. "I wish to God this was all over." He felt her nod, then pull away, gaze up at him. "Me too, baby." Her eyes were intense on him, but he found it hard to look at the bottomless sorrow in them. He stroked the hair away from her face, instead concentrating on the soft apples of her cheeks, the shape of her rose-pink mouth. She caught his chin, made him look her in the eye. "I love you, Isaac Quinn. You have given me what I never thought possible, true, untamed, and unbridled love. You made me come alive. No matter what happens from now on, I want you to know that." Isaac stared down at her. "Sarah Quinn, you are my life. I would give up everything for you. Everything. I am so in love with you, so in love." She pressed her body into his. "Show me." He pulled the towel from her and let it fall, then lowered himself to his knees. He pressed slow, reverent kisses along her stomach, his hands warm on her hips. Sarah let out a quiet breath as he guided her gently back onto the bed, his mouth moving lower in a way that made her whole body tighten with anticipation. His touch was patient, intentional, every stroke and brush of his lips designed to make her feel cherished. Sarah gripped the headboard, her breath catching in her throat, her body trembling as waves of pleasure rolled through her, one after another. She felt like she was floating, anchored only by the warmth of his hands and the quiet intensity in his gaze when he lifted his head to look at her. When he moved over her, she wrapped her arms around him instinctively, as though her body already knew where he belonged. Their bodies aligned, slow and seamless, and Sarah let out a soft sound at the feeling of him, close, deep, familiar. They moved together in a quiet rhythm, breaths mingling, foreheads brushing. She opened her eyes when he whispered, "Look at me." She met his gaze. And there it was, everything. Love, fear, longing. A promise. A plea. A home. Their connection held her together as the pleasure crested again, her body tightening around him, her fingers digging into his shoulders. He held her close through it, his face against her cheek, breathing her name like a prayer. When the world finally stilled, he didn't let her go. He stayed folded around her, as though letting even an inch of space open between them would hurt. "Never let me go," he whispered, his voice unsteady. "Promise me you won't give up. Promise me, Sarah. Please." Her heart squeezed painfully. She cupped his face, kissed him softly, tenderly, as if her lips alone could soothe everything neither of them could say aloud. "I promise," she whispered. But even as she spoke the words, they both felt the fracture inside them. They both knew she wasn't sure she could keep it. Molly took one look at Sarah and burst into tears. Sarah went to her side and wrapped her arms around her, and Molly clung on as she cried. Tears were pouring silently down Sarah's face and she closed her eyes. Isaac went to Mike's side. "Hey man." Mike tried to smile. "Thanks for coming. How is she?" Mike just shook his head, and Isaac could see he was trying to hold it together. He put a hand on the other man's shoulder. "Where are the kids?" "My mom's." Mike rubbed his eyes. "They don't know what's going on, they're scared. I don't know what to do." Isaac motioned for Mike to follow him into the corridor. Nurses and assistants bustled past them as they spoke. The noise of the hospital, machinery beeping, announcements and pages, people talking, was a constant hum in the background. "How long will Molly be here?" "They said she could go home today, but..." "Listen, anything you need, just ask. I can have somewhere rented for you within the hour, wherever you want, have someone pick up your clothes from the house. Trustworthy people who will respect your privacy. I mean it, just say the word." Mike smiled, then, a half-broken thing. "Thanks man, that would be good. I can't fathom that Molly will want to go back to anything. The house, the varsity, the island. It's all tainted with blood now." Isaac nodded. "Consider it done. Look, why don't you go see the kids and we'll stay with Molly for a few hours." Mike nodded, and the two men went back into the room. Sarah was seated in a chair next to Molly's bed. Molly was talking in a low tone to her. They looked up as the men entered, and told them the plan. Molly nodded and smiled at Isaac. "Thank you. It's no trouble. I just want you to be safe." Mike kissed Molly, thanked Isaac, squeezed Sarah's shoulder and left. Isaac perched on the end of Molly's bed. "How are you feeling?" Molly sighed. "Empty." Sarah rubbed her arm. "Let me go see if I can find something to drink for you." "Baby," she smiled at Isaac, "would you like some coffee?" He nodded and she kissed him as she passed him. "Be right back." After she'd gone, Molly seemed to slump. "She thinks it's her fault." Isaac nodded, sighing. "I know. There's no way she'll get over this." "I don't think any of us will," Molly studied him. "I'm so glad she has you to love to help protect her." "I'm here to protect you too, Molly. I'm just sorry this has happened. Finn was a good man, even a great man. I'm still not sure he wouldn't have been better for Sarah than me." Molly half smiled. "You know what's weird? I wanted them to be together for years, they seemed so perfect for each other. Then Sarah met you, and it suddenly made sense to me. Sarah and Finn were family, regardless of any romantic feelings that may or may not have been between them over the years. Family wins. You are her family now." Isaac patted her hand. "And you are mine. I'll do anything to make you all safe again." He looked at the door. "She's taking her time with that coffee. Let me just go see if she needs help." "You'll be okay on your own?" With Molly's assurance she would be okay, Isaac closed the door to her room and wandered down the hospital corridors. His cell phone buzzed. Jay. Hey boss, just thought you ought to know, that lawyer Sarah saw? His body's just been pulled out of Elliott Bay. Isaac stopped, shocked, and closed his eyes. Another one. He'd wait to tell Sarah about William Corcoran. She was hanging on by a thread as it was. He took a deep breath and went to find her. Sarah was nowhere. He looked into the small cafeteria on their floor, but it was empty except for an elderly couple and the woman at the cash register. He went out to the nurse's station. Hey, have you seen my wife Sarah? Dark hair, 5'5", beautiful? We were visiting with Molly in room 7. The nurse looked surprised. I saw her about 10 minutes ago. She didn't tell you she was leaving? Isaac frowned, trying to ignore the biting panic starting to build inside of him. I'm sorry? The nurse came around the desk and handed him an envelope. Mrs. Quinn said to give you this, and to tell you she was sorry. Isaac's heart began to thump unpleasantly as he took the note, and when he read it, every nerve ending in his body went numb. Oh my gosh. He whispered. Gosh, no. He walked slowly back to Molly's room and looked at her with horror-filled eyes. She's gone. She's gone to him. Oh my gosh, no, Isaac. Molly couldn't believe it. Did she say? He passed her the note. There's only one way to end this. He says he's going after Molly's kids next, and I won't let that happen. I won't let anyone else die because of me. I'm sorry, you have my heart, Isaac, I love you. Goodbye, my love, Sarah. She's gone to the island. She's trying to find Bailey. Isaac's voice was flat as he tried to understand. Is she trying to find him so she can kill him? That, or she wants him to kill her. Finish this so no one else gets hurt. Oh geez, no. And Isaac broke down completely. Where do you want me to meet you? Go to the ferry terminal, buy a ticket, go to the ladies' room. Don't be late, Sarah. Sarah followed Dan's instructions to the letter. On the ferry boat, she moved slowly as if in a trance down to the ladies' restrooms. She pushed open every stall, empty. As she let the last stall door swing open, she heard him behind her. She stopped, closed her eyes. Would he kill her here? No. Dan was a showman. He would want to draw this out, make her suffer, enjoy every moment. His hot breath on her neck. Hello, beautiful. She was frozen as he turned her. There was a gun in his hand, a long thin silencer screwed onto the muzzle. He pressed it into her belly. This will be easy, my darling. We get to the island, go to where I have laid out our little scene, our denouement. We have a little goodbye talk, and then finally, Sarah, I'm going to get rid of you. He made her sit beside him in the Farrah's lounge, his lips brushing her cheek, then the corner of her mouth, like they were a loving couple. As they walked through the crowded space, he murmured against her ear, low and dangerous. One word from you, and I'll clear this whole place out. She knew he could. And she knew he would. So she kept silent. She didn't feel fear anymore, or anything at all. Inside she felt hollow, like something inside her had already died. To stay steady, she clung to the memory of Isaac, his voice, his warmth, the way he held her. She pictured the line of his jaw, the gentle green of his eyes, the way he'd looked at her like she mattered. She remembered the strength of his arms around her, how safe she had felt. She held that memory like a lifeline. When the ferry docked, Dan's grip tightened, the cold press of the gun invisible beneath his jacket. They walked off with the crowd, down to a car that wasn't his. Of course it wasn't. He shoved her into the back seat. Climbing in after her, he pushed her down against the seat, his eyes bright with something unhinged. This is it, Sarah, he whispered like it was a promise. Aren't you excited? She smiled at him, a sharp, lifeless, mocking smile. If he was going to kill her, then fine. She wouldn't let him take her dignity too. Dan's expression darkened. He leaned in to crush her mouth with his, but she turned her head and sank her teeth into his lower lip. He jerked back with a hiss, hand flying to his mouth. Blood smeared across his fingers. Sarah's smile widened, real this time. Thought so, she whispered. His face contorted, rage pure and sudden. Ungrateful little. The gun swung up in his hand. The metal cracked hard against her temple. White light burst across her vision, then nothing. Sarah collapsed into darkness. Isaac went over everything Jay and Flynn had told him over and over as he sped the car to the ferry terminal. No, they hadn't seen Sarah leave the hospital. No, they hadn't taken their eyes off of the entrance. Damn, Isaac cursed to himself. I should have been more vigilant. Gotten more bodies at every entrance. Seen this coming. Molly sat beside him in the car, having insisted on coming with him. She stared out of the window, looking out over the snow-covered city, sidewalks and roads starting to show through now the rain had started to fall. She felt Isaac take her hand. She gazed up at him, in her eyes a world of pain. Do you think she's already dead? Isaac looked over at her, took a hand off the wheel and took hers. No. Absolutely not. Dan planned this meticulously. He'll want to enjoy the moment. Molly swallowed. So she's not dead, she's just going to wish she was. Isaac hoped that wasn't true. It was the singing that woke her. Angelic. Plaintive. Sarah slid back into consciousness. She lay there, unmoving as her eyes brought the room into focus. A room, not a car. She squinted, dust, water, something misting her vision. The room was hexagonal, dirty, obviously abandoned. The top of the lighthouse. Moonlight gleamed off the darkened lantern. She heard the insistent rattle of rain on the windows. The singing. It was the wind across the wires. Haunting. Lonely. Lonely. A cough, a moan. She started, turned her head toward the noise and gave a gasp. Caroline Jewel was tied to a chair across the room, blood streaking from her nose down her chin. Sarah tried to say her name but found her throat too dry, too scratchy. She rolled over onto her stomach, pulled herself onto her knees. Her body ached, her clothes torn and bloody but flexing, she found nothing broken. She crawled over to Caroline and fumbled at the ropes binding her hands, wondering why she herself was not bound. She pulled Caroline free and helped her stand. She coughed, casting desperate glances around the room. There were two entrances to the lantern room, one from below. Sarah quickly realized Caroline would never make it down the steep ladders that led up from the ground, or the door to the lighthouse's balcony. Sarah knew the staircase outside was shaky and decaying, prayed it would hold both their weights. She moved towards it, but Caroline held her back, gazing at her, her eyes watery and red. Why are you being so nice to me? Her voice was a whisper. Sarah, surprised by the question, felt her face go red. We don't have time for this, Caroline. No. I won't go anywhere unless you tell me why. You could have left me to die. Why didn't you? Sarah sighed, edgy, frustrated. She tried to pull Caroline's arm towards the door, but Caroline held back stubbornly. Sarah shook her head. Honestly? Because I want to believe that you're not all bad. I don't pretend to understand you, Caroline, or understand why you hate me so much. But I won't let him ruin anyone else's life. Caroline, look at me. We need to go now. She turned towards the door but stopped when she heard it. Caroline giggled. It was not the hysterical giggle of the terrorized, the shocked. No, it was something else. Victory. Sarah turned as Caroline started to laugh. The redhead's face was exultant. She leaned forward, a nasty smirk on her face. I got the joy, 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 she started to sing, and cackled at the confusion on Sarah's face. Sarah stepped towards her. Stop messing around, Caroline, we? Another voice started singing now, male but high-pitched, mocking, demented. Sarah's breath stopped. Caroline turned her head towards the darkest corner of the lantern room. You can come out now. Sarah's stomach disappeared as, smirking, Dan stepped out of the shadows. Hello again, baby girl. Dan's smile was friendly, but his eyes bored into hers, flat and dead. Caroline was skittish, pulling at his jacket. He glanced at her, irritated, but she kissed him, oblivious. Dan, I did good, huh? Dan turned back to Sarah, who was staring at Caroline with a mixture of horror and disgust. She shook her head at her longtime enemy, who grinned back nastily. Sarah narrowed her eyes. "I should have known. You really are a skank." Caroline was smug. "A skank that's going to live to see the morning." "Shut up, Caroline." She looked at Dan in shock. "What does it matter? She'll be dead soon anyway." Dan didn't speak, but his expression made her quell. She stepped back from him and moved around the lantern into the darkness. Sarah heard her give a little whimper, a sob. Dan smiled at Sarah. "She's right about that. Do you know how long I've waited for this day?" "You killed Finn," she hissed the words at him, and he grinned and nodded. She choked back a sob and Dan laughed. Gathering herself, she met his eyes. "Why?" Dan laughed, sat down on the chair that Caroline had left. Sarah vaguely wondered what the other woman was doing, but her focus was on Dan. "Those last moments, when he realized what was happening, when I told him exactly what I was going to do with you, were exquisite. His terror was never for himself, even when he was dying." Sarah was shaking, trying not to throw up. "Why not just kill me then?" Her voice shook, but she raised her chin, staring him down. "Why kill George? Finn? Why all of this? Why not just kill me?" He smirked and she balled her fists up, tears threatening. "Answer me," she said. "Why? Why kill Finn? George? Even Buddy?" Her voice broke and she could feel her mask slipping away. She heard Caroline laugh softly and Dan grinned. He stood and walked to tower over her. He cupped her face in his hand, tightening his grip as she tried to pull away. He brushed his lips over hers, across the soft down of her cheek, until his mouth was at her ear. His voice was a whisper, a seduction. "Because it was fun." Her temper exploded and she threw herself at him, screaming all her anger, her grief, everything, pounding him with her fists with every piece of strength she had left. Dan caught her and threw her back against the wall. The wall, iron and wood, shuddered, the window smashed with the impact of her head hitting it. She clambered to her feet, ready to rush him again, when Caroline stepped around the lantern, calmly raised the gun and shot her. They'd abandoned the car in Seattle, and Isaac had paid the first person he found with a speedboat to take them to the island. Above them, he could see police helicopters racing to the island, all searching for Sarah. Steve, the new police chief, met them at the island's small port, told them that the island was being searched with a fine-tooth comb. "If he has her here, we'll find them," Steve promised them, but Isaac and Molly shared a look. "We need a car." Steve wasn't keen on them going to search, but one look at Isaac's face told him he wouldn't be able to stop this desperate man searching for his wife. With a quick glance at Molly's face, he gave Isaac the keys to Finn's police cruiser. The bullet struck her shoulder, spun her around, and Sarah slammed into the hard metal floor. The shockwave of the gunfire in the confined space made every sound, even her own groans, echo dully in her ears. She clutched at the wound. She felt the collarbone shift under her touch, smashed in two by the bullet. The pain was nauseating. She kept her eyes pinned to Dan, though despite her agony, watched him as in the ringing silence as he roared his disapproval and snatched the gun from Caroline's hand, cuffing her hard across the face. Caroline's laughter broke off and she gasped in pain, in shock. "What do you think you're doing?" Dan's voice was ice. Caroline caught her breath and tried to smile. "I'm sorry, baby. I just thought she was playing for time. I thought she was going to hurt you." She slid her hand up his chest. "The sooner she's dead, the sooner we can get out of here, start our life together. All three of us." She ran her hand down her belly and smiled up at him, her gaze adoring and so sure. Dan smiled humorlessly. "Oh yes, Caroline, of course. Of course, that's what's going to happen now." Caroline frowned at the sarcasm in his voice, and she hissed in frustration. "Just get this over with." Sarah dragged herself up into a sitting position. Dan's eyes met hers, and she saw with a sickening lurch the depth of his evil as she realized what he was about to do. She shook her head at him, desperately. Dan's hand moved and she shook her head, terrified now. "Dan, no, don't." Her voice seemed like a whisper. Dan smiled triumphant and pulled the trigger. Caroline's breath hitched as she stumbled back, hands instinctively going to her abdomen. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the dark stain spreading across her dress. She looked up at Dan, confusion, hurt, and betrayal written plainly across her face. Sarah could only stare. Her ears rang from the gunshot, her body frozen, her mind refusing to understand. The world felt too slow and too fast all at once. Caroline lifted her shaking hands toward Dan, pleading. "Please, baby, no?" Dan pulled the trigger again. Caroline crumpled to the floor. A broken sound escaped Sarah's throat. She wasn't even sure if it was her voice or some animal thing inside her. Dan looked down at Caroline's body, his expression disturbingly calm. When he lifted his gaze, the last traces of the man he used to be were gone. Sarah's hand pressed against the wall as she forced herself upright. She couldn't look away from Caroline, the woman who had been her rival for so many years. Now simply still. The baby. Finn. George. Everything she ever loved flickered through her mind like flashes of lightning. Dan began to reload with slow, deliberate movements, as though this were all inevitable. He stepped toward her. His smile was gentle, almost affectionate, and somehow that made it even worse. "Just you and me now, baby girl." And then he moved. Isaac tore through Sarah's old house, screaming her name, even going deep into the crawlspace from where Dan had watched her all those months. Nothing. He scrambled up to the hallway. Stephen and Molly met him there, the cop talking on his cell phone. "They're not at the Varsity or Caroline's house." "Caroline is gone too, I assume she's helping him." "Damn her," Molly growled. Then when she saw the desolation in Isaac's eyes, the hopelessness, she grabbed his hand. "Come on. They don't get to win this." She dragged him outdoors into the night. Dan shoved his hand against her throat, choking her, but Sarah, furious as well as terrified, dug her fingers into his eyes, and Dan rocked back, yelling in pain. Sarah rolled away from him, scrambling to her feet. She scooted to the switch box and flipped every switch she could find. The vast lantern flickered into life. In its weak beam, she saw Dan slowly getting to his feet, his face a mask of pure rage. She tried to make it to the door, but he grabbed her ankle and pulled her back to him. Her body fell hard against the iron floor, the back of her head cracking against a fire bucket, the rusted metal slicing into her scalp. She didn't look at him, tears coursing silently down her face. Dan caught his breath and smiled down at her. "Time to die now, Sarah. It's all over." He bent to kiss her, and she threw the sand she'd grabbed from the fire bucket into his eyes. It wasn't much, less than a palmful, but it worked. He roared, blinded, and she kicked with all her might, connecting with his groin. He folded in half and she was up, her legs shaking but the will to live sending adrenaline through her body. She grabbed the bucket and smashed it down on his head. Then when he groaned and reached for his head, she kicked him again and again in the genitals. Dan grunted in agony, and she couldn't help smiling. She flung the bucket down at him, and darting around Caroline's body, she dove for the door, yanking it open. As she clambered down the outside stairs, it took her a while to register how cold it was, the rain sticking her clothes to her skin. Above her, Dan appeared in the doorway, the lantern casting him in shadow. She pushed every other consideration aside, one thought pounding her brain. "Run." "The lighthouse." Molly screeched at the two men, pointed towards the east. They spun around to see the old lantern cranked into life, flickering weakly in the pitch darkness. Without hesitation, the three of them ran, cutting through the woods to the lighthouse. Steve helped Molly up the hill while Isaac went ahead, desperate to reach Sarah. He got to the door. Locked. He scooted around the lighthouse and started up the stairs. At the foot of the stairs, Molly stopped a confused Steve. "If he finds her and she couldn't finish." Steve hugged her swiftly, understanding. "Come on. Best thing is to face whatever we'll find together." They followed Isaac up the staircase, seeing him reach the top and disappearing into the lantern room. Steve was helping Molly onto the balcony when Isaac, his expression one of utter despair, came out of the room and threw up. Molly covered her mouth, trying not to scream. "Oh no, please not, Sarah." Acting quickly, Steve turned to her. Stay out here, he ordered, making her look at him. She nodded, going to Isaac and rubbing his back as he choked and gasped for air. Steve was back in seconds, his face an echo of Isaac's. He shook his head at Molly. Not Sarah. He seemed to have trouble swallowing. She's gone. There are signs of a struggle. There's blood, a lot of blood, but I don't know if any of it is hers. He sucked in a breath, and he and Isaac exchanged a look. Let's head towards town. If he's taken her somewhere or she's running, it'll be that way. Isaac's voice was steady now. He started down the stairs. Steve shepherded Molly down behind Isaac. At the bottom, Isaac took off. They heard him shouting Sarah's name. Steve took Molly's hand and they ran after Isaac. Molly glanced at Steve's still stricken face. Steve? What is it? What did you see in there? Steve didn't answer. Molly touched his arm, seeing the horror in his eyes. Steve? Steve, who was it? Steve swallowed, not meeting her eyes. Caroline. Molly recoiled. The baby? Yes. Molly turned and threw up, as Steve looked out into the darkened woods and wondered how the hell much worse this night could get. Sarah ran around the lighthouse, heading straight for the woods below. Blood from her arm fell onto the snow, leaving a trail behind her. She could hear his shouts, the fury in his voice, as she stumbled deeper into the trees. A faint glimmer of light appeared at the far end of the woods, giving her a spark of hope. She was almost free. Isaac plunged into the woods, pushing himself forward, eyes scanning desperately. The sound of a man's voice, angry, commanding, echoed through the trees. Dan. He would find her. The thought only fueled Isaac's determination. But a sudden lightness lifted him for a moment. She was running, she hadn't given up. She was fighting to survive. Sarah? Isaac screamed her name, praying that she heard him, that she knew he was coming for her, that he would save her. Sarah, I love you, run! He pelted off in the direction of Dan's voice, that was still cursing her, still threatening her. Isaac hoped beyond hope that she heard his, Isaac's voice, a voice of love as well as the vitriol Dan was spewing. Sarah, I love you, I love you. Then he heard it, her voice, and her wonderful, beautiful voice. Isaac. His heart felt about to burst. Then a gunshot split the night air. She wasn't sure she had heard right, the sound was still so far away. Her name being shouted on the wind. Sarah? Sarah, I love you, run. Isaac was coming for her. Her body flooded with warmth, she turned in the direction of his voice and began to run. Mistake. Dan tackled her from the side and they rolled together, Sarah desperately fighting him, his hands everywhere grasping and hurting. She fought like hell, but Dan was too strong, grabbing her wounded arm and twisting it until she cried out in pain. Dan straddled her, grinning. It's all over now, Sarah. He took her t-shirt between his hands and ripped it open. She could feel the icy cold of the snow against her bare skin. Dan pulled the gun from his waistband and aimed it at her, running the muzzle of the gun from her throat down to her navel. Shame, we're going to have to rush this. I was going to use my knife, but we don't have time, so a bullet or 2 or 3 will have to suffice. His voice was sing-song, the look in his eyes pure bloodlust. She curled her left hand into a fist and smashed it as hard as she could into his face. He laughed and grabbing her arm stood and smashed it down over his knee. She heard the bone snap. The pain was excruciating and she whimpered, unable to keep it in. Nausea roiled through her, dark spots started to swim at the corners of her eyes. He rammed his face against hers. Does it hurt? If you think you're broken now, Sarah, you have no idea. You'll beg me to kill you before the end. All at once, Sarah was furious, beyond furious. How equals dare you, she whispered. How dare you play God with other people's lives? Deciding who lives and who dies. Destroying other people's lives, on the whim of your ego. You're pathetic. Her words shocked him, his face, uglier than she'd ever seen it, contorted with rage. Don't test me, baby girl. Or what? You'll kill me? You're going to kill me anyway. Is that the best you can do, you coward? Because that's what you are, Dan, a pathetic coward. You think just because you want something you should have it. I'm not a possession. You repulse me. Even if you weren't the hateful psychopath you are, I could never love you. I never did. She could hear Isaac crashing through the wood, shouting her name. Just keep him talking, she thought, just a few more minutes. Dan struck her hard, the impact snapping her head to the side. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. He grabbed her face, fingers digging into her cheeks as though she were an object, not a person. You really think he's coming? His voice was steady, almost eerily calm. No one saves you, Sarah. Not this time. Sarah? Isaac's voice rang out somewhere beyond the trees, desperate, frantic. Dan's expression shifted into something like triumph. This is what I do best. The cold muzzle pressed into her abdomen. She drew in a final, desperate lungful of air and screamed. Isaac! The shot stole the rest of her scream. Isaac burst into the clearing just as Dan fired again. Sarah's body jerked with the impact, her breath leaving her in a broken gasp. She collapsed onto the snow, a soft sound escaping her, pain, disbelief, life clinging to the edge. No. Isaac slammed into Dan, tackling him away from her. They hit the ground hard, rolling through the frost. Dan still had the gun, he yanked it upward and fired. Isaac felt the bullet tear into his arm, but the pain barely registered. All he could see was Sarah, the woman he loved, fading. With a roar he drove his fist upward, connecting with Dan's jaw. Dan choked, stunned, and Isaac struck again. Dan collapsed against the ground, but then swung the gun, striking Isaac across the head. The world wavered. Sarah's eyes fluttered open. Her vision blurred, then sharpened just enough to see Isaac. His face was tight with anguish as he took in the sight of her. The worry, the love, the fear, she saw all of it. She tried to smile for him. Hands were suddenly on her, Molly, pressing against the wound, trying to keep her here, keep her now. It's okay, honey, we've got you. Stay with us. Stay with us, please. Molly's voice cracked into a sob. Sarah tried to speak but couldn't remember how. Breathing was a mountain she couldn't climb. The snow felt warm beneath her. Dark. Heavy. Breathe. Shouts. The sound of a struggle. Isaac lunging back toward Dan. Breathe. Sarah, please, Molly whispered, voice trembling. Don't go. Just keep breathing. Please. Breathe. The world flickered at the edges, light, darkness, memory, love. She held on. Steve? Help Sarah. Isaac's voice was growing distant now. Steve's voice. Isaac, take my gun. There were more hands on her, Steve's voice. She'd never noticed before how kind it was, and she wanted to tell him. Breathe. Gunshots. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she remembered Isaac had Steve's gun. Had Dan had time to reload? Gosh, Isaac. He's fighting for me. That's it, come on, good girl, just breathe. I. Her entire belly felt like it was on fire, from the 2 bullets tearing through her tender flesh. Gosh, this is it, I'm dying. Her breath was coming in little gasps now, her own body fighting against her will to live. She swallowed another mouthful of blood and looked away up into the trees above her. The rain had turned to snow now, covering her face, soothing cold. The little light there was left in the day made the sky a beautiful violet. Sarah closed her eyes. Isaac. I'm sorry. I love you. Isaac broke through the trees and sprinted up the hill after Dan. He heard Molly scream, Steve? She's not breathing, and his heart faltered, but he pushed the thought away as he darted into the clearing near the lighthouse, where Dan was waiting for him. Isaac raised the gun and Dan laughed, bowing extravagantly. Do you think I care if I live or die now, Quinn? Really? I did what I came here to do. I shot her, I killed her. She's dead, Quinn. Sarah's dead. He held up his blood-stained hands. She bled for me. And gosh, it was beautiful. Isaac shot Daniel Bailey between the eyes. Dan dropped immediately, the grinning rictus still on his face. Isaac shot him another couple of times, dispassionately firing into the dead man's head. You can't be too sure, he told himself. Something inside him had died too. He was now a killer. And Sarah was still dying. Isaac felt his world shift, and he was aware that the crushing grief he was holding back was starting to encroach. He heard Molly scream, "Sarah?" And he was up, off into the trees, racing to get to her, to his love. "Please, please don't let me be too late." He stumbled into the clearing. When he saw Sarah's body, he faltered. "Oh my gosh." Molly didn't hesitate. She stumbled into Isaac's arms the moment he reached her. He held her tightly, though his gaze never moved from where Steve knelt over Sarah's still form. Steve's hands shook as he worked, press, breathe, but Sarah lay motionless, the snow beneath her tinted pink. Molly's voice broke. "She's gone, Isaac. Sarah's gone." Isaac's jaw locked. A sound rose from his chest, not a cry, but something low and wounded and dangerous. "She is not dead." He shoved forward, pushing Steve aside and dropping to his knees. His hands moved automatically, compressions, breath. He didn't care that her blood smeared across his mouth, his hands, his clothing. He didn't care about anything but her. "Come on," he whispered, lips brushing hers. "Come on, sweetheart. Breathe for me. Just breathe." Nothing. Her face was too still. Her body too heavy. Snow kept melting beneath her, warm where it shouldn't be. Molly was sobbing silently now, hands clasped at her mouth. She looked to Steve, voice barely a breath. "It's time." Steve swallowed hard and stepped forward. He placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder. "Isaac, we tried. She didn't have a chance. I'm sorry." Isaac snarled and yanked away from him. He kept going, compressions, breath, compressions, his movements frantic, wild, refusing to let the world take her. "Breathe," he begged. "Please. Just breathe." Molly moved to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. He fought her once, twice, until the weight of her grief matched his own. Then he broke. The sound he made wasn't human. Sarah lay still in the snow. "Isaac." She whispered, grief making her voice crack. "She's gone. Sarah's gone. I'm so sorry, you have to stop. She's dead, Isaac." Isaac let her hold him then, his face disbelieving. He stared at his wife's best friend, her sister. "No. This isn't the way it ends. I don't believe this. My darling girl." His voice broke as he looked down at his love. So much blood. He gathered Sarah's broken body into his arms, felt for a pulse at her throat. He bent his mouth to her ear and whispered, more in desperation than hope. "Please, Sarah, please. Live. For me, please, please." From the very edge of life, she was sure she heard his voice, could feel his hands holding her face. He was begging her to live, sobbing now. She felt his kiss and sighed. "Oh my love," she thought, and drifted into night. The helicopter landed on the football field, and the medics stretchered Sarah onto it, Isaac and Molly scrambling aboard. Steve would follow them later, he said. Molly grabbed him just before they took off. "Thank you," she whispered, looking into his eyes. Steve got choked, nodded. "Tell Sarah to keep fighting. Tell Isaac." She nodded, and then they were in the air. Now in the air ambulance, Isaac and Molly huddled together as the medics fought to keep Sarah alive. She was so still, so pale. The medic at her head suddenly bent his head, listening. No breath sounds. "Sarah? Sarah, honey? Can you hear me?" He pressed his fingers to her throat and shook his head. Isaac moaned. Crash. The other medic swirled the paddles together while they were charging. Clear. He placed the paddles on Sarah's chest and clicked. 1. Nothing. Again. Nothing. The medics looked at each other. The first medic looked at Isaac, who shook his head. "Please," he whispered. The medic nodded. "Try again." They shocked her again, and Sarah drew in an enormous breath, hyperventilating, suddenly conscious. She collapsed back onto the stretcher. Isaac leaned forward and kissed her. "Hey, darling. Hold on, please, we're nearly there. They're gonna fix you right up." His voice cracked. Gosh, Sarah, I love you, please don't leave me. Sarah gazed at him, then her eyes closed again. The medic checked her and grimaced. Charge up again. She's not responding. They shocked her again and again. Finally, he leaned over her, listening. Isaac and Molly couldn't breathe. The medic looked up at them and smiled. She's back. She's a fighter, this one. A warrior. Isaac nodded, tears falling down his face. Yes, she is. She understood now that pain wasn't a symptom, but a way of being. Every nerve in her body screeched with the agony, and Sarah Quinn begged whatever higher power there was to release her from it. Only the thought of him was keeping her from letting go. The bullets ripping through her, the bloodlust in Dan's eyes as he shot her, they were nothing to the brief glimpse she got of the unimaginable grief on Isaac's face before she passed out. She drifted between conscious states, little snapshots coming back to her. Hands pushing on her body, trying to stem the blood. Molly's sobs. Then his voice, broken but devastatingly beautiful, saying her name over and over. Isaac, I love you, she thought, I love you. She had let the darkness take her. Isaac sat by her bed, his fingers laced with hers as he watched her breathing in and out, the tube down her throat helping her to live. Please don't go. I know that's monumentally selfish of me. I can't imagine the pain you must be in. But Sarah, please. You are my love. For all time. All time. You are in every beat of my heart. Every moment with you, I realize why I'm here on earth. Don't go. Stay with me, and I promise I'll never let anyone hurt you ever again. Please don't leave me. His voice, so steady and sure, cracked at the last, and he choked back his emotion, tears dropping down his pale face. Her hand in his felt tiny, so still, too still. He squeezed her fingers gently, willing her to return the gesture, his senses heightened, waiting and waiting. Nothing. Isaac let out a long, unsteady breath, and lowered his head to the edge of the hospital bed. His forehead rested near her hand, his fingers loosely wrapped around hers. The room was quiet, sterile, broken only by the soft, steady beep of the monitors. A heartbeat. Her heartbeat. It should have been reassuring. It wasn't. The rhythm seeped into his bones, slow and hypnotic, pulling him down into exhaustion. He had been holding at bay for too long. His eyes closed, heavy and burning, and sleep finally dragged him under. In the dream, there was only snow. Snow and blood. Dan stood there, calm, composed, raising the gun again and again. Each shot slammed into Sarah's body, sharp, brutal, final. She staggered, folded, fell. The world muffled around him, sound drowned in the roar of his own pulse. Isaac reached for her, of course he did, but no matter how fast he ran, how hard he pushed, she slipped farther from him. Her hand just beyond his. Her voice fading. Her body collapsing into the white drifts. He screamed her name, but the air swallowed his voice. She kept falling. And he could not reach her. There was a strange feeling on his head, a pressure. Fingers stroking his hair tenderly. He knew that touch, would know it anywhere. He opened his eyes and raised his head. Sarah smiled down at him, her face pale, dark shadows under her eyes, but still, alive and smiling and so beautiful. Oh gosh, thank you, he choked out as he took her face in his hands and kissed her. A year later. Sarah Quinn swept her hair up into a loose ponytail, and went out of the back door to find her husband. She soon found him in the large garden of their new home, running around and playing like a teenager with Scooter and Biggs, their two large and very silly rescue dogs. Sarah joined in with their game, passing a drool-soaked tennis ball back and forth to Isaac as the dogs barked and snapped at it. She started giggling as the dogs tackled Isaac to the ground and went crazy, both trying to get the ball and licking their new master. Yeah, she said, you look like, what was it? America's hottest billionaire, right now. Isaac grinned up at her and she pulled him up. He locked his arms around her and kissed her, nibbled on her ear to make her squirm. Tickles, she protested, chuckling. Anyway, I came out to find you. Molly and the kids will be here soon. Molly, who had always been a Seattle girl, had politely turned down Isaac's offer to buy her and Mike a new home in Portland. Now that Isaac and Sarah had moved down there permanently, they didn't see her as much, and Sarah missed her. "You've already been so generous," Molly had said, the night Isaac had asked her and Mike the question. Sarah had still been in hospital, but well on the way to recovery, and she and Isaac had decided very quickly to leave the city, leave the state. "I love this city," Sarah had told him, "but too much has happened here. I need to move on." Within the week, Quincorp's had opened a new office in Portland, and Sarah was looking at properties. Isaac had told her to choose whatever she wanted, and now they had this beautiful European-style home, all exposed brickwork and massive fireplaces. So different from her old home. That had been her only other condition. She wanted to start again, completely. She even let Isaac have free rein about how much money he spent on her. Everything was different. New? Sarah had enrolled at the University of Oregon to finish her architectural degree, much to Isaac's delight. "When you graduate," he said, "I have the perfect project for you." She had looked at him curiously, but he wouldn't tell her what it was. Now she tugged him into the house. "Come on, wash up. You're a bad influence on those kids." Molly arrived and they were soon surrounded by hugs and love and kisses, and the kids hopped up on sugary drinks from their journey. Mike had come too, deciding at the last minute to join the gathering. When they were settled in the garden, Isaac fired up the barbecue and began cooking while Sarah excused herself. Molly watched Mike and the kids playing with the dogs for a moment, then went to see if Isaac needed any help. "How's she settling in?" she asked after some easy chatter. Isaac grinned widely. "Wonderfully. She's doing so good, Molly, you should see her." Molly smiled and hugged him. "I'm so glad." Isaac looked up to see Sarah coming out of the house, a loving smile on her beautiful face, and a small child in her arms. Her dark skin looked like her mother's, despite the fact they shared not one drop of DNA. Sarah brought her and Isaac's newly adopted daughter over to see her aunt and uncle, handing her to Molly, who cooed and trilled at the little girl, Sophie. Isaac wrapped his arms around his wife then, as they watched their daughter being fussed over, and kissed her temple. "Mrs. Quinn," he murmured, "damn, but I think we made it." Sarah turned in his arms and kissed him. "We sure did. We made it through hell. Now we get the good stuff." Isaac smiled down at his beautiful wife, who had survived the darkest hell of what humans could do to each other, and still had a heart full of love to give, and knew without a doubt that they would only see the sunshine from now on. The end.
Sneak peek for the Billionaire's Assistant. We hope you enjoyed listening to Maelstrom by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for the Billionaire's Assistant by Michelle Love. Secrets of Desire. Max.
The darkness is interrupted by a light as I sit in a dimly lit room waiting for the always late Lauren. She's my latest attempt to find a woman that I can get along with for the rest of my life. It's going on a month since we started dating, so I'm about to test the matrimonial waters with her this evening. I want to see if she has the same ideas I have for the future. I'm turning 30 in a few days, and decided it's time to move out of the fast lane and slow things down a bit. Abandoned when I was 10 years old by my drug-addicted mother, I grew up in a children's home in the middle of nowhere, South Texas. Divorce is not an option for me. Nothing will tear my family apart once I marry and start a family, which I'd like to do right away. So my choice for a wife has to be someone I can stand, at the very least. My cell phone lit up, meaning I had a text message. It's from the freelance accountant I contacted, and he's agreed to work on some accounting issues for me. My least favorite time of the year is coming up, tax season, and I need all the help I can get to hold on to as much of my fortune as I can. A pair of long legs topped by a short red skirt stride into the room. I scan them, and move up over a lithe body until her face comes into focus. I wonder what she really looks like. "You appear good enough to eat, Lauren." She laughs and the sound makes my face pinch. It is loud and slightly off-key. "Don't I know it, Max," she says with a southern drawl. "Where are you taking me this evening?" I hold my arm out, and she takes it. My chef, Hilda, is making us one of her specialties for dinner. I imagined it might be nice to stay in tonight. The sound of a heavy sigh meets my ears, and I notice her red-stained collagen-injected lips form a pout. And what will we do after we eat this stuff your maid is making, Mr. Billionaire? I thought we could eat by the fireplace in the small dining room. Afterwards, we can cuddle on the couch and watch a movie. I'll even make you popcorn if you'd like me to. And by the way, Hilda is not the maid. If she ever heard you call her that she might have to kick your ass, I'd have to intervene and most likely get mine kicked too. I pull the door open and lead her out to my Jaguar, where she folds her long legs into the passenger side as she says, "That sounds dull, and I don't do dull, Max." After taking a gander at those long, tight, tanned legs, I begin to salivate. My weakness is long legs, and it overrules my brain way too many times. I close the door and walk around to the driver's side. "So, what would you like to do?" She looks into the mirror and applies more red lipstick. "I want to go to a nice club and be drunk by 9 o'clock. My hands grip the wheel so I won't grab her and choke some personality into her. Oh, same as last night and the night before that." Her head swivels around, perfectly manicured eyebrows raise, creating wrinkles on her forehead. "Oh my gosh, Max," she goes on, as her hands fly around in front of her. "So, because you want to be a party pooper, I'm supposed to sit around your big old mansion and piss the night away too?" Pausing to stare back in the mirror, she grabs some mascara and applies even more to her already thick as shit eyelashes. "Well, just drop me off then. I can find another ride home." As great an idea as that is, I'm too much of a damned gentleman to do that to any woman. "No, Lauren, I was just kidding. I want to go to the club, too." I lie. Suddenly, she wears a sweet smile and bats those monster lashes at me. "Oh, you're silly." "No, I'm an idiot." As I drive along, I decide to try out a little of what I had planned to talk to her about if she'd let me take her to my place. "When do you think you'll be ready to have kids, Lauren?" Whoa. Shit. Everything on her face just raised into something that looked like the proceeding of a shitstorm. "Can I take my words back, please?" With a thin finger wagging in my face, she screeches, "Oh no, you don't, Mr. Moneybags. Even you won't be talking me into messing up this body. So that's why you wanted to take me to your place. Hear this loud and clear, Max. I don't want to have your children, nor anyone else's. Kids add years to a woman's body and face." "I see." Her finger trails down my cheek. "Though you and I would make some beautiful children, sweetheart. I can't do that to myself. Sorry to let you down." I smile at her and give her a wink. I don't feel let down at all. It is relief I'm experiencing the truth. She's not the one for me. As I glance over at her, I find that her skirt has slid up and her upper thigh is showing. She's good for a good time at least. Softly, I run my hand over her exposed skin, only to have her slap it away. "No. None of that." "Now, who's the party pooper?" I ask.
Alexis.
My head is beginning to ache as I stare at this demon of a spreadsheet. Something isn't right, and I can't figure it out. I grab my cell and text the old guy I'm doing this freelance work for. And it's time for more coffee. As I walk across the room, I catch my reflection in the sliding glass doors. My bun has come loose and I can't have that. I pull my hair down and mentally note that I need to go get it cut, it's just too long. I pull it into a tight bun and notice a slight wrinkle in my khaki-colored Dickies. Smoothing it out, I take the time to make sure my starched white button-down is looking snappy too, and push my glasses further up on my nose. My dad always told me to dress for the job I want. To rid the world of financial mistakes is my goal, a lot like a superhero. All I need is a khaki cape with a big white letter A on it, and I can get to work on saving the planet, one spreadsheet at a time. My cell dings and the old dude has responded. He wants to have lunch and show me what he needs done. I'm not a real social butterfly, hence the work-at-home gig. But he's paying me an excessive amount of money. At least he knows he has hired an accountant who looks the part. It should give him confidence in my abilities, I think, and perhaps he'll decide to keep me on long term. The restaurant isn't too far from my apartment, so I hop on my bike and pedal on over. I have a car, but I prefer not to pollute the air as often as I can. Okay, I'm not really all that into saving the planet. My car is a pos. I chain my bike up in front of the restaurant, then smooth out my clothes again, and notice a scuff on my penny loafer and bend down to wipe it off. My glasses fall off and a piece of broken cement puts a long scratch across one of the lenses. I can see enough to get by. If I'm close enough, I can see everything. Into the restaurant I go, tapping on the pouch I placed around my waist to carry my small laptop in. It's all the rage in Paris, I'm told. A long mirror is in the entryway, and I take a quick glance to be sure that I look good. Perfect. Just like any accountant in any fine office building, complete with a pocket pencil organizer. This man is sure to be impressed. A waiter comes towards me. "May I help you?" he asks. "I'm here to meet Mr. Lane." The man looks me up and down as he says, "Do you know his first name?" Because Mr. Lane I'm thinking of, well, it's most likely not him. "Yes, of course. It's Max," I say, and the man's eyebrows move to the very tippy top of his balding head. "Oh. Please follow me." I follow him and peer around, trying my best to focus on the surrounding fanciness. I pull my glasses out of my pocket and close one eye to look through the one good side. Stud alert, front and center. What a man. Broad shoulders and a suit that probably cost him a cool $1,000 or more. Dark waves of luscious hair that falls to his shoulders. Eyes the color of emeralds, oh be still my heart. I put the glasses back in my pocket protector and follow the waiter dude. Fantasy man is making me crazy. I need to find the old guy and get back into reality. The waiter stops and pulls out a chair for me. I smile and plop down as poised as possible. I blink to try to get my stupid broken eyes to focus. An arm with black sleeves reaches across the table, and I shake a hand. It's a firm hand. It doesn't feel all wrinkly like I expected it to. "Hello, Miss Matthews." "I'm sorry, you surprised me. I thought you were going to be a man." "Your first name is Alex." That voice is much too deep and sensual to belong to an old man. "It's actually Alexis, but everyone calls me Alex. I broke my glasses a minute ago. Do you mind if I sit a little closer to you, so I can see you?" I ask. "Let me come to you, don't move." I watch him as he gets up and notice that he's tall. He sits down and scoots his chair close to mine, and slowly he comes into focus. Oh my. It's the gorgeous man from before. "Mr. Lane?" I ask. He nods and smiles. "Can you see me now?" I nod back and am sure my face is making some awful half-smile, half-frown thing I've been told I do on occasions when I feel awkward, which is often. "How nice to meet you," I say as I extend my hand to shake his, but pull it back as I realize we already did that. My elbow knocks the plate sitting on the table in front of me, and makes a loud clanking sound. My cheeks are most likely red, and I may be sprouting beads of sweat on my forehead. Mr. Lane laughs and places his hand on my shoulder. "No need to be nervous with me, Alex, I assure you." His cell rings and he looks at it. He's so close I can see it too, and a picture of a gorgeous blonde woman fills the large screen. A slide of his finger sends the call to voicemail and I say, "You can take the call." I don't mind. I never take calls when I'm with someone. "It's rude, don't you think?" he asks as he looks right into my eyes with those gorgeous green ones he has. "She's kinda completely gorgeous. I'd hate for her to get mad at you." His laugh is deep, and it rattles my chest. He's so close to me. She kinda stays mad at me regardless, so no big deal. As far as gorgeous, I have no idea what she really looks like. She's had so much work done to her whole body that there's no way to tell. The idea anyone does that much to themselves is crazy to me. "Wow," I say. He nods in agreement. "So what's up with the spreadsheet, Alex?" I lean back to unzip the pouch to remove my laptop and see the gorgeous man smiling like he's amused, so I say, I know it sometimes is considered odd, but I heard these things are really popular in other countries. He shakes his head and laughs, then finishes unzipping the pouch and reaches in to pull out my laptop. I'm sure they are, and I apologize if you thought I was finding humor in your, fanny pack, I think it's called. His hand touches my stomach as he gets the laptop out, and I nearly fall apart as it sends shockwaves through my entire body. He isn't even trying to be sensual, yet he can't help it, I guess. Thanks for helping me out there, I say as I grab the linen napkin to my side and use it to wipe my now definitely perspiring forehead. He places the computer on the table and leans towards me, his lips near my ear. Hot breath burns my ear as he says, "Alex, are you always this nervous?" Honesty resides in my head and I just say it, "You're gorgeous, sir." "Sir?" he asks as he sits back in his chair, and thank the Lord his good looks blur in my messed up eyes. "How old are you?" "Not that it matters, but I'm 25, sir," I say as I straighten my shirt and find my pocket protector fascinating. "Don't call me sir, you can call me Max." "You got a significant other, Alex?" he asks and leans back in. I shake my head and find him smiling at me. "Do you?" He shakes his head and the smile fades. "Tell me, Alex, what do you do for fun?" I thought this was a business lunch, but it seems to have gone awry. "Fun?" "Yes, fun," he says, then turns away from me. "You say it like it's a 4-letter word." "I read a lot," I say, inciting a chuckle from him. The menu in his hand tells me he's ready to order and get this lunch over with. He says, "Tell me what you normally eat for lunch." Before my brain can stop my mouth, I answer, PB&Js mostly. The slightest turn of his head shows me small wrinkles have formed on his forehead, and he says, "We used to eat those all the time for lunch when I was a kid, growing up in the children's home." "You grew up in a children's home?" I ask with surprise. "Did your parents die or something?" "Or something," he answers. He turns his whole body to me and leans in. "How about we get out of this stuffy restaurant and go back to my place, and I'll have my chef make us up a batch of PB&Js with a couple glasses of milk." I find myself scratching at my neck as the starched collar rubs my skin, making it itch. I don't, I mumble and stumble with what to say. He frowns. "Forget about it, you don't want to go. We'll eat here. You want a steak?" Now I feel bad. The guy lost his parents and grew up in a home and just wants to eat a dang ol' sandwich, and I'm being dumb, so I say, "No, I want to go. But I'm on my bike and would have to go home and get my car, which might not make it to where you live." "Where is that, by the way?" "What's wrong with your car?" he asks. I laugh. What's right with it is a shorter list than what's wrong. He smiles and my heart beats a little faster. "I'll take you in my car. I'm sure your bike will be safe here." I shrug my shoulders and say, "Okay then, let's go get our peanut butter on. I hope you have grape jelly." He stands and takes my hand and I get up. My arm is quickly interlocked with his as he whispers, "Hang on to me so you don't trip on anything, since you don't have your glasses." "Thanks," I say, and find I have the weirdest sensation in my stomach.
Max.
As we ride out to my place, the utterly clueless Alex keeps me laughing. She's the most interesting creature I've ever met. Tall, with perfect skin, and exceptionally shiny blonde hair with eyes like blue diamonds that sparkle when she smiles, which is often, but she has no fashion sense at all. "That was some smancy restaurant," she says as she looks out the window. "Do you eat there a lot?" I find myself laughing. Smancy? Is that a word? Her eyes dart to mine and she blushes. "I'm stupid," she says. "Don't listen to me. I use a lot of dumb words." "No, they're funny," I say. And the answer is yes, I do eat there often. "So you find reading fun?" She nods and looks around at the interior of my Jaguar. This car is really snazzy. I fight the urge to laugh at her crazy words again. "I bet you'd find flying with me in my helicopter more fun than reading." Her eyebrows, which are badly in need of a good plucking, raise, and she says, "You have a helicopter?" "Yeah, I got one last year." I devised a seat which extends out of the body of the helicopter, while keeping the occupant completely safe with a restraint system I designed. That's how I made my money. The military bought a bunch of them, and now it seems that anyone with a chopper wants one. Confusion fills her face. So you hang out of the helicopter while it's flying, and just why would someone do that? To shoot at things, I say, and pull up to the entry gate of my place. Alex looks at the large gate and nibbles at her bottom lip. That's a big gate, dude. Yeah, it's here to protect the even bigger house you'll see in a second, I say, and press the button to open it. This is a lot to keep clean, she says as we pull up to the mansion. Okay, that's not a thing I've ever been told before. Do you like it? I ask. She turns to me and smiles. It's a blur to me, Max. As I park the car and get out, I go to open her door, but she's beat me to it and waits for me outside the car. I take her hand and lead her into the house. Follow me, Alex. I need to find Hilda and get her to make us lunch. We can talk about the spreadsheet while she does that. As I pull her along behind me, I feel giddy for some unknown reason. I find Hilda in the kitchen, chopping vegetables. She looks up at me, and her face breaks into a huge smile. Mijo, who is this? I pull Alex up to stand next to me. Hilda, this is Alex. Do you suppose you could make us both some peanut butter and grape jelly sandwiches and some glasses of milk and bring them to the pool? Peanut butter, mijo? Hilda asks with furrowed brows. I have a couple of lobsters. I can get them ready in a few minutes. Let me make you that. I'd really like what I asked for, Hilda. I used to eat one for lunch almost every day when I was a kid. Hilda gestures towards Alex with the long knife she holds. Are you an old friend of his from the children's home? I'm not his friend. I work for him. Hilda's eyes move down to our clasped hands. She wags the knife at them. You hold your employees' hands now, she asks with a concerned look. I laugh and hold our hands up. She broke her glasses just before our meeting, and I didn't want her to trip, so I grabbed her hand. Hilda frowns and goes back to chopping. I'll get the food ready, and get James to serve it to you by the pool within a few minutes, Mio. As I lead Alex outside, I find myself bursting with energy. It's unexplainable to me. Am I so excited to start figuring out the problems on the damn spreadsheet? Here we are, my smancy swimming pool, complete with a waterfall. Wish you could see it. You stole my word, she says as I help her sit at the table. I pull up a chair close to her so she can see me. I prefer to say, I'm borrowing it if you don't mind. She smiles and her eyes twinkle. It's okay, you can borrow it. I like the way it sounds coming out of your lips. My lips. She's thinking about my lips just as I was thinking about her perfect smile, and how her lips are perfectly proportioned all on their own with no collagen. We should take a dip in the pool after we have our lunch, I say, and I can't believe I just asked her to do that. Her eyes grow wide, and she begins to stammer, I don't have I hold up my hand, stopping the stammering that she seems to be so good at. There are lots of bathing suits to choose from in the pool house. No worries, come on, it'll be fun. She squints at the pool. Is there a diving board? No, I didn't want one. I like to jump off the boulders I had brought in. Her eyes light up and she smiles again. When I was a kid, we'd go to this river every summer. There was a giant rock we'd jump off of. I loved it. So your answer is yes? No. This is embarrassing to admit, but I haven't shaved in a while. Though I don't really want to know, I ask out of morbid curiosity, how long has it been? Her narrow shoulders shrug. Don't remember. So you see, it'd be better if I didn't. The bathroom in the pool house is stocked with everything. You can defur yourself before, if you'd like. Her hand flies up and slaps my arm. It's not that bad, you need to use the term defer for the love of Pete. So that's a yes then. I'd like to jump off that rock. She squints out at it. So yeah, it does sound fun. Alex, do you have another pair of glasses or contacts maybe? I have some contacts, but they're at home. How about I take you to get them after lunch? While in town, I'll pick up some beer, and I'll get Hilda to make us a pizza later, and you can hang out for the evening. I'll take you back home tonight. You don't have to spend the whole day with me, Max. She leans back. I mean, you have to have better things to do. I'd like to be honest with you, Alex. You're fun and easy to get along with, and I'm really enjoying your company. It's not often I find someone who's so easy to be around. She makes this half-smile, half-frown thing with her face, and I find it adorable. That's nice to hear. To be honest with you, I've never been told that before. So the answer is yeah, I'll hang out with you this evening, Max. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Alexis.
A bright red convertible sits in the drive of Max's house. He took me to get my contacts, and we picked up some beer, and apparently he considers me funny and fun to be around. With my contacts in, I can see the mansion, and it's awesome. Now that everything's not a big blur, may I say this place is beautiful? Thanks. I like it. He looks agitated as he parks and looks at me. That girl who called me earlier when we were in the restaurant is here. That's her car. She's quite the complainer, so don't get offended by anything that comes out of her fake mouth. I'll get rid of her as soon as I can. I'm going to tell her we have to get to work right away, so don't mention swimming, okay? So she's your girlfriend then? He shakes his head. No, but she isn't aware of that yet. She doesn't want the same things I do. I'm going to break it off with her, but I just decided that last night. Today's not the day to do it, I'll most likely do it tomorrow. "'Kay," I say and hop out of the car. Max walks around the car and grabs my hand, pulling me along with him. As we enter the house, a shrill noise hurts my ears. Where's my Maxie baby? Max rolls his eyes and whispers, I'm so sorry for what's about to happen. A tall, thinner than necessary creature comes into view as we enter the large living area. From far away, she's gorgeous, but as we get closer, I can see the obvious fake breasts, lips, and cheek implants. Max lets my hand go and moves forward as she throws out one of her tentacle-like arms and wraps it around him in the most awkward hug I've ever seen. Her bony finger extends out at me as she asks, "Who are you?" I give her a smile and find myself happy to know Max is dumping her. He can do so much better. "Hi," I say, extending my hand to shake hers. "I'm Alex, I work for Max." She looks at me like I've thrown dog feces at her, so I drop my hand to my side, as it's obvious she'll not be shaking it. The disgust for me infiltrates her voice as she says, "Okay, and what are you?" Max takes her by her very bony shoulders and looks her in the eye. "No, Lauren. I can't allow you to talk to her like that." The woman's eyes fall on me again. "It's a girl?" I roll my eyes instead of saying some snappy comeback. Max takes care of her though. She and I need to get to work. It may take us all night to figure out what the mistake is in this spreadsheet. One side of her lips move up as she says from the corner of her mouth, "A math nerd, I knew it. Does it have a girlfriend?" My eyebrows raise and I smile at her. I'm not a lesbian, but thanks for assuming that. I'm flattered. Her attention turns back to Max as she strokes his cheek with a long red fingernail. "I'll stop by after the club tonight and slip into your bed." "Not tonight, Lauren. I have to work. I just told you that." Somehow, she makes her bottom lip jut out more than it already does, which seems impossible. "Boo hiss, darlin', what shall I ever do with myself?" Wrapping his arm around her shoulders, he begins walking her to the door. "Tomorrow I'll pick you up for lunch so we can talk, okay?" Not watching them as the sight of him touching her makes my skin crawl, I hear her say, "That sounds like fun." He walks her out and I find myself smiling evilly, as I'm pretty sure the lunch won't be fun at all. I wonder if she'll shed actual tears or manufactured ones when he tells her it's over. The sound of him running up behind me makes me turn around, and he grabs my hand, making me run along with him out to the pool. "I'm sorry you had to deal with her," he says over his shoulder as he pulls me along. "She's a horrible person. Why did I ever entertain the thought she might be the right girl for me? Hell, she's not even pretty, long legs or not. I giggle at his rambling, as he pulls up short in front of an ornate wooden door near the pool. He opens the door and gestures for me to go in before him. Marble floors? I ask as I admire the gorgeous floor. Of course, he says, then points to a door off the large room which has a pool table in the middle of it. Go in there and shave what you need to, then find yourself a bathing suit in one of the drawers. There's all sizes. He looks at me. No big ones though. I only have up to a size 3, I think. My shoulders slump. Man, I'm a size 5. A short burst of laughter comes out of his mouth. You may be wearing a size 5, but I assure you, you're not that size. Those clothes you have on are swallowing you. Put on a 3 and see if all your stuff doesn't fit in it just fine. My stuff? He pats my butt and pushes me towards the door. You know what I mean, Scoot. I rummage through the drawers and all he has in them are bikinis. I never wear them because my body is so abnormally long and drawn out. My legs are long, my arms are long, and even my torso is long. I'm built like a scarecrow. But he's so excited, almost like a little kid, so I shave and moisturize and place my breast in a tiny top and my butt in skimpy bottoms and check to make sure that I had got rid of all the hair I needed to. I'm horrified by what I observe in the mirror, so I grab a towel and wrap it around me. As I walk out, I find him changed out of his suit and into a pair of board shorts and lounging in the sun already. Hey! I call out as I make my way to him and try not to stare at his completely gorgeous body. He has to have chiseled abs, doesn't he? He's out of my league in every single way possible. Really? He asks as he peers over his Ray-Bans at me. What? You still have your hair in a bun, Alex. No one can have fun while wearing a bun. It rhymes, so it's a fact. He grabs something off the table next to him and tosses it to me. Put those on, they're for you. I look down at what I've caught and see a pair of Ray-Bans in my hand. I don't feel comfortable wearing these, Max. I mean, I might break them, and I can't afford to replace them. Why would you need to replace something I'm giving you? Just put them on, take that stupid bun out, and drop the towel so then we can swim. Bossy much? I mumble as I pull the pins from my hair, then put the glasses on and place my towel over the chair near me. What do I care what he thinks about my scarecrow body anyway? It's not like he's interested in me like that. He probably won't even look at me.
Max.
1 second, I'm looking at easily the most nerdy-looking girl I've ever laid eyes on, but she's sweet and funny, so she's growing on me. The next glance I take at her makes my mind stop. Time stands still as she shakes out her long, wavy, shiny blonde hair. The towel flies off her stunning body as she puts the sunglasses on, and she's drop-dead gorgeous. Not a bit of makeup on, and she's taking my breath away. I want to take you on my yacht. The words come out of my mouth without me thinking of them. You have a yacht? She asks, but I can't form more words, so I just nod. She walks to the edge of the pool, and I can't stop looking at her legs. They're long, lean, tan. One toe, she dips into the water, and my eyes move up her long legs to her perfectly butt. She turns around and waves at me, and her perky 100% natural breasts move slightly, and I want to bury my face in them. You think she'll let me? Come on, she shouts. I grab the beer sitting next to me and chug it. I need to act cool, not like a teenage boy. Finally able to speak, I say, I'm coming, Lexi. Where'd that come from? Lexi? She asks with a little laugh. Okay, she said I can call her that. Good, 'cause she ain't no Alex. Not anymore. I take her hand as I get to her and lead her around to the boulders. You first, I say as I stop at the back of the rocks and gesture for her to walk up the stairs in front of me. She smiles and walks past me. Her body is a sight to behold, and now I completely understand why men started this gentlemanly practice so long ago. She turns and looks back at me as I've frozen at the bottom stair. Come on, Max. I want to jump together. It's more fun when you do it that way. I shake my head to clear it and make the gears move again. As I get to the top, I grab her hand. Okay, let's do this, I say, then jump. As I push my head up out of the water, her giggle hits my ears like magic bubbles, and I must be staring at her without realizing it because she splashes me in the face. You didn't even count to 3. Everyone knows you have to count to 3 before you jump. Come on, baby. Let's go again, and this time I'll count to 3, I say as I pull her along with me and swim to the side of the pool. Pulling myself up on the edge of the pool, I reach down to help her out. She takes my hand and I pull her up, finding her light as a feather. Thanks, she says as she shivers a little. Now this time, we need to do cannonballs when we jump in. She's unlike any woman I've ever known. Not one of my previous girlfriends would have ever done this. I watch her climb the stairs in front of me, and she looks back, catching me checking out her bodacious bottom. She shakes her head and laughs. As I get to the top, I turn to her, about to make my move since she's caught me looking anyway. Her arms come out to wrap around me. She pushes her palms against my chest, and I'm falling backwards into the water. As I come up for air, I catch her coming into the water, holding her knees to her chest, and a wave of water washes over me, knocking me back under. I swim to the side and pull myself up on the ladder and look around to find her lounging on the Baja bench area of the pool. I swim over and smile. What was that for? I saw you, Max. She pulls the sunglasses down and her eyes are wide. I know I've got a wacky shape, and I hoped you wouldn't make me feel stupid for wearing this tiny thing my butt's hanging out of. Obviously, you were about to come up with a clever joke, so I pushed you in before I had to hear it. I was going to kiss her, and she thinks I was going to make fun of her. Now that's just really sad. As I slide up on the bench next to her, I ask, "Why do you think you have a wacky-shaped body, Lexi?" Her head tilts and she says, "Come on, I'm not blind. I'm shaped like some kind of scarecrow, with floppy breast and a lumpy bottom." Her hand goes to her perfectly flat stomach and runs over it. And my big gut makes this an all-the-way round wacky body. What does she see when she looks in the mirror? I just stare at her and blink as she's clearly nuts. Finally, I manage to say, "You should let me take you to my stylist. She can fix what little needs fixed. We can put you in the right-sized clothes, then I'll take you out, and you can watch the men fight like wild animals for your attention." With a snort, she laughs, and I have to laugh too at the ridiculous sound. Right. Why do people think it's funny to be so mean? I know I'm unattractive. I get it, okay. I'm not kidding. I'm being absolutely serious, I say as I stand up and grab her hand, pulling her up. That's it. I'm taking you to her today, and I'm going to show you how completely gorgeous you can be. I pull her with me out of the pool as she protests. "You're crazy, Max. I don't have the money for that, and it's stupid anyway. I'm paying, and you're going to see a new you by the end of the day," I say as I open the door to the pool house and usher her inside. I grab a sundress out of the closet. I can't allow her to put those awful clothes back on. I kick out a pair of flip-flops that look to be her size and turn to her. "Put this on, and do not put your hair up in a damn bun. You need this, Lexi. You need to know what you're missing." "What about the spreadsheet?" she asks as I push her into the bathroom. "We should be working on that." "Tomorrow. I promise we'll do it tomorrow." "I'll let you do this, Max. You'll see, you can't make a silk purse from a sow's ear," she says, and her eyes droop a little at the edges. "I'm a plain Jane with a horrible shape." "You're wrong. Now get dressed." How could such a beautiful girl think so little about herself?
Alexis.
My eyebrows sting. My feet are in a tub of burning water, and a certain amount of heat is building in my cheeks as my new BFF, Max, argues with his stylist about adding some highlights to my hair. He's against it, and she's for it. I've apparently become his project. He thinks he's magic and can make me into a beautiful woman. The stylist looks at me in the long mirror. I'll just let her decide. Max makes a sound like a buzzer and shakes his head. She can't. She has the most terrible taste known to man. Thanks. The stylist, whose name is Cake, I know, striper name, but she said it's the real name her parents gave her, says, Max, you've embarrassed her. No, he's right. Do whatever he says. I want him to do all the deciding, so he can't make me do this again when I'm still plain, and clothes don't fit me right. Cake's long, elegant hands flow over my face as she says, plain? My dear, your bone structure is exquisite. Your hair is naturally gorgeous. Max interrupts, Ha, I told you. She glares at him, then turns her sweet eyes back to me. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. Your skin seems to have never seen a blemish. I've never worn makeup, and I wash my face twice a day with ivory soap. Cake's eyes go wide. No makeup ever? Surely when you went to your high school prom you wore some. I laugh. I didn't go to the prom or any dance. I never got asked. Cake looks over her shoulder at Max and then back at me. She leans in to whisper, You have had a boyfriend, haven't you? I shake my head and she leans in closer. Do you still hold your V card? I squint at her, because I have no idea what she's talking about. A what card? She asks so quietly I barely hear her. Are you a maiden? My face turns beet red and I stammer, well yeah. A frown covers her face. How old are you? 25. That's the second time today I've been asked that. There's no age limit on being a maiden. Max sputters and coughs as he walks to my side. What did you say? Averting my eyes, I say, I'm a maiden. Okay, there it is, the topping on the looser sundae, which is me. Max takes me by the shoulders and looks into my eyes as if he's looking for something. Have you ever been kissed? I roll my eyes and shake my head. I don't know how much more humiliation I can take. He drops his hands, turns around and mutters something to himself that sounds a lot like, that's why. He turns back to me. Anyone ever try to kiss you? I shake my head and he laughs. That's mean, I said. I would have walked out of there if I had any idea of where I was and how I could get back home. But that would have done me no good, as I'd left my fanny pack back at his house and it had my house key in it. Cake swats at Max, sending him out of her way. Go sit and let me help this poor girl out. My gosh, if anyone has ever needed my services, this child does. For what seems like an eternity, Cake plucks, tweezes, cuts, curls, then spoons some stuff on my face and pulls it back off. She gets out some type of monster case full of makeup, but she does not allow me to see my reflection in the mirror. Finally, Cake smiles at me. Okay, I hope you're ready to see a brand new you, Lexi. Max jumps up and comes to me. I don't want to miss her reaction to this. He takes my shoulder and slowly spins me around. The face I see in the mirror is not mine. That's not me, I say as I reach up to touch my perfectly curled hair. My hair doesn't do this. I run my hand over my cheek, which is perfectly pink. This isn't my face. Gorgeous, Max says as he looks at me in the mirror. His cheek is near mine. He smiles and gives me a wink. We look good together. Cake takes off the plastic cape covering me and Max takes my hand. Okay, so my head's done, but here comes the hard part, my wacky body. Cake rolls her eyes. Oh my precious girl. What do you think is wrong with your body? How about I tell you what's right about it? That list is much shorter, I say as Max takes my hand and pulls me from the salon. He looks back at Cake and smiles. You add on a few $1,000s as a bonus, girl. I look at him like he's crazy and Cake laughs. Thank you, baby. You bring her back to me in a month, and I'll make sure she's kept up. Good luck getting laid, Lexi. What? I say as Max pulls me out the door.
Max.
I can't quit looking at her. She's more beautiful than I ever imagined. We're on our way to get her some clothes, and she's eerily quiet. So what are you thinking, Lexi? Her eyes sparkle as she looks at me. Her pink lips open a bit, but she closes them, hesitating before she opens them again. This isn't me, Max. You spent a ton of money already, and I realize I can't talk you out of spending more, but it'll all be for nothing because I can't keep this up. I can't fix my hair like this or put on makeup at all. Lexi, it's not the exact hairstyle, I say as I take her hand and hold it in mine. The haircut will still be great if you just wash it and let it dry. The makeup doesn't matter because you have a natural beauty. The makeup only enhances what's already there. You'll still be beautiful without it. Her head drops and she looks away. My goofy body will still be just that. I don't want to find someone and get laid, like Cake said. Before today, no one has seen that much of my body. When I swim, I wear a one-piece and shorts and a t-shirt. No one wants to look at this mess. I do. I rub my thumb over her knuckles and lift her hand to my lips, placing a kiss on it. Your body is no mess, and I'm not prone to lying. She smiles at me, and a little part of my heart melts. You're too nice, Max. I want her to see her true self-worth, how gorgeous she is, and how in demand she will be before I let her know I want her to be with me. Tonight I'm taking you out to a club, and I'll leave you at the table alone for a bit. You'll see men flock to you as soon as I walk away. But you're coming home with me, understand? Her eyes dart to mine as she squeezes my hand. Oh, Joseph and Mary, please don't leave me with a bunch of strange men, Max. I'll freak out. I mean, when my mouth opens, they'll most likely run away anyway if any do come up to me. But in case one of them gets too fresh with me, please interrupt us. I don't want my first kiss to be with a stranger. It won't be.
Alexis.
So here I am in a dress that costs more than my car did. It fits surprisingly well, and I have more confidence in my appearance. I sit at a small table in some spectacular club Max has taken me to, and he's left me alone to see if anyone takes a shot at me. Which I don't think's going to. Oh, who's this? Hi, I noticed you when you walked in, a tall and completely gorgeous man says. Another walks up next to him. I saw her first, Clint. He extends his hand and I return the gesture. He takes my hand and kisses the top of it. I saw you when you got out of your car at the valet. My name is. A tall man who I recognize as a basketball player from the Rockets steps up, and both men look up at him and groan. They step back as he leans down and takes my hand. Hello, he says with a deep voice. I know who you are, I say, finding it unbelievable Max was right. Dance with me, he not so much asks as demands. I've never danced, except alone at home. That ding-dang Max didn't school me on this part. I allow the tall man who smells expensive to lead me to the dance floor. Though the music is fast, he holds me tight to him and moves so slowly that I don't have to worry about my dance moves after all. You smell nice. You didn't tell me your name, he says. Alex. He pulls back and looks me up and down. You are a woman, right? Yeah. His brows pull together. From birth? My real name is Alexis, but people call me Alex. Alexis, he says in a kinda groany voice. Can I call you that instead? Sure, I say as he pulls me back close to him and sways slowly to the fast-moving music. My eyes dart around the crowd to find Max. I'm getting nervous that this man will try to kiss me, and while what a story that would be, I don't know him and don't wish him to be my first kiss. I haven't found that guy yet, though if Max wasn't so out of my league, he'd be one I might choose. The song ends and my hand is lifted to his mouth as he leaves a kiss on top. Want to get out of here? He asks as he runs his large hand around my waist and pulls me close. I search wildly for my protector and find him nowhere. Then my eyes land on the woman who was at Max's house earlier, and she's draped all over him. He throws me a wave. That rat feces is waving me off. My tall companion takes my lack of an answer as a yes, and moves me towards the exit. I glance back at Max, who shakes his head at me. I shrug because I don't have any idea of what to say or do. Suddenly, he breaks away from the horrible creature and sprints across the room to us. He catches my hand and makes some fancy move to get me out of the grip of the giant man. "Oh there," he says, looking up at the guy. "Sorry man, she's taken." I smile and wrap my arms around Max's neck and whisper in his ear, "You waited long enough, didn't you?" I ran into a bit of trouble. We got to go. I think I've proved you're gorgeous to the opposite sex anyway. Plus a few females I overheard were wondering if you might be into chicks, so there, he says and takes me out to his car. I pull on my seatbelt and smile at Max as he gets behind the wheel. What do you think of that, Max? A real celebrity was about to take me home with him. Not too bad, I'd say. Max runs his fingers along my cheek. Not good either, for the guy you end up with. You're so gorgeous, he'll be fighting them off all the time. I lean back into the soft seat and sigh as I think about the guy they first end up with, and wish I was in Max's league. He's so down to earth for a rich dude. Not that I've ever known any, but I imagine most are some other way, not cool like he is. Thanks, Max. Wanna have a sleepover? He asks with a smile. We can watch a movie, and I'll even make you popcorn if you want. You know what I really want? I ask as I sit up, suddenly excited about hanging out more with Max. Ice cream. The kind with chocolate and caramel, maybe some pecans or something. I love ice cream, let's get some and go home. What kind of movie do you want to see? I'd like to watch the first Transformers movie. His face lights up and he holds his fist up, which I bump with mine. Hell yeah, I love that one. Most girls hate that kind of movie. I'm not most girls. But I have to get out of this dress and honestly, the makeup has to come off. That's cool, baby. I'll lend you a t-shirt, it'll cover all the necessary parts. I look out the window and smile at how excited he seems. What a dork I am. I could have gone home with a sports star, but instead, I'm going to hang out with a man completely out of my league and eat ice cream while we watch a cartoon come to life.
Max.
Even though she's washed away the makeup and slipped into one of my t-shirts, she's still got me captivated. She's holding my arm and laughing into my shoulder at the movie we're watching. I want to make a move to kiss her and let her know how I feel about her, but I can't believe I'm so afraid to. I don't want to scare her off. She's so insecure, and I can see it in her face that she thinks I'm too good for her. She sees me as someone she can be herself with, simply because I'm unattainable. But I'm completely attainable. The movie's over, and this is my chance. I turn to her and take her hand in mine. Did you have fun today, Lexi? I did, she says as she leans her head on my shoulder. I'm tired. Do you want to show me to my bedroom? I want to show her to my bedroom. I get up and pull her up with me, not letting her hand go. We get to the stairs, and I gesture for her to walk in front of me, but she looks at me and shakes her head. No, sir, we walk together. You're not going to watch me climb stairs again. I snap my fingers and smile as I take each step with her. In the long hallway, I lead her down and go to the bedroom across the hall from mine. Here we are, Lexi. This is it, my last chance. I turn her back to the door and place my hand behind her neck, making her face tilt up to mine. Lexi, can I be your first kiss? Her hands move up to my chest, holding me back. Max, I'm not someone who takes things lightly. Who I give myself to is important to me. What if I told you I want us to start seeing each other? I find you fascinating and want to get to know you better. Don't you like me too? The blue of her eyes sparkles. Sure, I like you, but Max, we just met. I already know you better than any of the girls I've dated. You've probably let me in more than you have any other man. I run my finger over her lips, and they quiver. Let me be your first kiss, and let's see where that leads us, please. You're out of my league, Max. Besides, I'm no party girl. A tear glistens at the edge of her eye. I kiss the corner of her eye. I'm tired of party girls. I want to settle down, and you fit in perfectly with that. You and I are a great match. So, what do you say to give it a shot? Max, please, I'm not ready. I lean in and whisper, you are, Lexi. Then I place my lips on her neck. She takes a deep breath as I glide my lips across her cheek and stop before I touch her lips with mine. Please say yes, Lexi. Her hands run up my arms and she slips her arms around my neck and says, yes. Thank you. As our lips touch, explosions occur throughout my entire body. A long piece of her hair, I wrap my hand around and pull back so her mouth opens beneath mine. I taste the sweetness of her mouth. Her body loses all the tension it had carried, and she leans into me. Our hearts pound in unison. I want to scoop her up and take her to my bed, but I realize I can't. I manage to pull my mouth from hers, though it takes everything in me to do it. My forehead rests on hers as our ragged breaths mingle between our now very warm bodies. I'm certain I've found her, the mother of my children and the other part of me.
Alexis.
As I lay in the most comfortable bed I've ever slept in, my mind spins out of control. Max kissed me. It was like nothing like I had ever imagined. I wanted the kiss to go on forever. Something aches in my lower regions and leaves me feeling like I need more from him, but I can't go that far with him, not ever. I wonder if everyone's body burns as if it's on fire when they kiss. He wants to start dating. I know I'm not what he deserves though, and I have to disappear before I really fall for him.
End of sneak peek for The Billionaire's Assistant. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.